anything about it.
Believe you, and I have no claims.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of reason for people not to have much faith in the institutions as the way they present themselves at the moment. You're running around with a Donald Trump icon right now, and I see that guy as a very sort of fallible position.
Well,
One of the reasons why I have a lot of mistrust in the institutions overall. So, I mean, he started Space Force.
Do you think this picture is
the 24-hour sun?
This is a wait? Hang on. He's directly talking to me. Do you think that my picture of Donald Trump is a flattering picture of him, or is it mocking him?
I didn't really raise it as a pointed issue. It's like, you're supporting that man. So, I mean, yeah, I agree. It's not flattering, and I wouldn't suggest that you're necessarily supporting the gentleman because of it.
So connect the dots for me. You don't trust the institutions. I mean, you have a picture of Donald Trump. Just connect the dots for me.
Well, I mean, I was just thinking about the institutions not to have faith in, and Donald Trump is one of them that I'm thinking about in the foremost at the moment, given what's going on politically and militarily. And then you just happen, I'm looking at my screen and you got a Donald Trump thing, man. So all I'm doing is just pointing it out. And I'm not sort of suggesting that you're supporting him in any way, shape, or form. I get why you're doing it, dude. Like, I get some irony or cynical sort of post, whatever you want to refer to it as.
Well, yeah, the only comment I want to put on the 24-hour sun in Antarctica was not based on some institution's statement that we have to blindly take. Long history of people of variety of walks of life, even if it's only a diary book entry, everybody knows that the 24-hour sun in Antarctica was a given for years and many years.
They didn't know that.
We're not just trusting in institutions.
It's just pure geometry.
I would challenge you just to say that, you actually know something, like you know it for yourself, is to go see it. Seeing is believing, essentially, right? I haven't been down there. I've got something of a reserve of, a couple of percentage points of overall. That theoretically and potentially a lot of that stuff could have been faked, like in this modern era of like the camera work. And I don't advocate for it. I don't argue for it. I'm just sort of sitting here going, look, there's a couple of things that are kind of odd about the trip. So, you always it starts banking up points on one side of it. I'm not sitting here trying to argue for that side. But like seeing is believing, and for you guys to say that you know it is like a 24-hour sun down there is purely like a faith derivative towards your model, right? It's not actually you going down there and seeing it for yourself to believe it.
Right now, it's probably no sun down there. No, there's no sun. So, I mean, I know that, right?
I mean, no, that's just part of your extrapolation of an opinion from the model.
Is it an extrapolation of an opinion, or is it an extrapolation of the laws of geometry and physics?
Well, the laws of geometry and physics based on the pattern that you recognize from the model, which is just the patterns.
Patterns that lead to extremely predictable results and calculations that lead us to increasingly more advanced technology every single day. Because they produce highly predictable results.
Well, I mean, I could say that about, what was it, back in the 80s, or the whole, they started sort of reconciling the notion that their whole premise of the way that they understood the economy to work, and the fiat-based currency that they'd knocked the entire reserve bank onto, was starting to fall apart. And, we're a party to that right now. That's all based on modeling proficiency, understanding of knowledge and science, how the economy and how that all works, and yet it fails. So, I mean, to say that there should be absolute and utmost faith in all of these institutions, come on, you're gonna start asking.
So you think
that's where I
the laws
of that point.
You think the laws of an economy are similar to the laws of geometry?
Well, it's the sort of faith in modernity and its interpretation at that point, right? Like, I mean, if you think that you're so proficient in all angles and then you keep faltering in a particular one, which is actually like very important, like super duper important, and they're making false claims about that, that then, you know, the very next day they'll make a claim that science has done this and science has done that from the same mouths of the same politicians that like perform all the funding.
I have a question.
I really do. I ask you guys to like kind of consider really. A lot of people just have lost faith in the system overall, and it's justifiably so. Whatever the case may be is the outcome of this particular conversation. Omni, go ahead.
Yeah. So how do you address a claim? So I'm questioning a claim of some sort, right? How do I go about, figuring out one way or the other whether or not that claim is true? So, for example, we saw a group of flat earthers and Globers go to Antarctica to view the 24-hour sun. They took tons of video. They live streamed from there. We have the testimony from two flat earthers who were well respected in the community, generally speaking. And a lot of, a goodly number of people think it was fake. So, if I say, so let's take the Taylor position. I think that people who are doing, distance measurements using a theodolite are not taking refraction correctly into account. How would I determine if I'm right or wrong about that?
The refraction coefficient. Well, I mean, that's the contestable point, isn't it? So,
right now I'm questioning it. Questioning it is a virtuous position. So, however,
well, okay, Omni, I'll just give you a case. Is Bruhif still in the building? Maybe not. I went and looked up the refraction correction formula. I found that there were two references within that formula to the radius of Earth. I then performed a sort of algebraic sort of removal of those two expressions within the formula, and the formula still works up to 100 miles, well beyond the Earth curvature. It explains every phenomenon of observation beyond 100 miles. So apparently that formula didn't need the Earth's radius within it in order for that particular formula to function correctly.
How did you take the radius out? Because if you didn't literally take the parameter out, did you?
You have to put a value in,
yeah,
or the function wouldn't work, would it?
No, so there were two references. Within the formula, there were two references to the Earth's radius, and through an algebraic function, you can remove those. The k, I think it's the k value. You end up, as I said.
That means somewhere in the equation there was a numerical value either used as a product or an addition, which is of the order of the Earth's radius in kilometers. You just take it out, you change the result by a factor of that value. Sure, you just got you could only way you could take it out arithmetically, strictly speaking, is to make it tend to infinity, because a flat surface has got a radius of infinity. But I don't necessarily think that's practical from an equation, from an algebraic perspective.
So
the formula. Okay, go ahead, Omni.
Okay, so there comes. You know what sea lining is, right? You're familiar with the concept.
So you're going to accuse me of doing some sort of like?
No, I'm not accusing you of anything.
No,
I'm just asking if you're familiar with the concept. If I continue to say this is in question, and I continue to just, no matter what evidence I'm shown, that I'm wrong, or that that this whatever's in question works, at some point I slip from the virtuous position of questioning things to sea-lining, where I just never accept anything as you can never show me that theodolites work at a range. I'll just never agree to that. So,
well, then you take on the position.
Yeah, at what point do you have enough evidence? At what point do you have enough evidence from Shoebill that his techniques are correct?
I mean, I haven't looked at Shoebill stuff. I haven't interacted with the gentleman, which kind of goes to the point here. Like, to some extent, is like, if you're talking to a new person and they're not familiar with what is exactly what you're referring to, and this can't be referred to as sea lining. Furthermore, like, this is just a conversation that would seem to be just it's the show that must go on, and it will never end. So it's up to you. Like, I mean, you choose to whether or not to engage in the conversation. You can just call them sea lines all you like, but
well,
it's up to you to engage in the conversation.
So I think
this is why I think you guys take on a lot of positions as you feel like you're teachers, because teachers have to repeat themselves. So.
Mm-hmm. So, as far as I can tell, the answer is no human can ever address your question. If you hold the question as to whether or not Shoebill is correctly taking refraction into account, there can be no answer. There is literally nothing that Shoebill can show you.
The third option would be that actually, when you guys are conversing and you're talking about what you think is the common topic, because we're all using words here, right? The third option would be that you guys are not reconciling. You're talking past one another. You've seen it in many conversations on many other topics, and it just would imply then that you're actually not getting to the nuts and bolts of it. And for whatever reason, the language is like not capable. That formal communication is not capable of actually reaching a coherent conclusion because the two people are using the same terms with different meanings. And so
I don't think that's the case.
You're going to have to reconcile those differences at that point.
I don't think that's the case. The
terminology and vernacular.
The terminology and vernacular in
forums. I've seen it happen on these forums a lot. It's not necessarily happening with this one, but this is what starts happening in the conversation.
Let's put it this way: the terminology and vernacular in mathematics between two people who've been educated in it is very little way for that to happen. Very little, particularly if they're experts on a particular aspect of mathematics. And I'm not saying I am or anybody else I've spoken to is a complete expert, but there is virtually no slipway. Yeah. Same with physics and science. This isn't like some of the things that you may be disciplined in. When people are talking about geometry or arithmetic aspects of maths, or they're talking about some of the well-established mathematical divisions, the terminology is so mature that if someone knows it and they talk about it to someone else, there is very little communicative ambiguity in that respect. Certainly not. You certainly can't drift past each other conceptually. You may do on the nuance.
That's because they're coming from the same school of language, right? I mean, we're all talking a Latin-based language. I've heard of reports. I mean, this is probably a little bit abstract to sort of say at this point, but you've heard of like coming across cultures that don't have the terminology for like ownership or thank you, or like it's just not within their sort of complex, right? Or they don't have a certain like a terminology for a certain color, like blue. They haven't even got they just call it the sky. So
that's not the
you're
problem,
coming but what you're referring to there is a common like nomenclature and a way of practicing a certain sort of like a skill set. And you're saying, well, I mean, all of these people agree, and it's simply because that is the nature of empire and the globe overall. Like we are unifying like right across the entire realm.
I don't know why you're going there with that, because that's disingenuous, because you know that experts talking with an expertise and knowing all the terminology and the specifics of their field can be doing that without being part of some nefarious overstructure. That's just the nature of well formulated communication.
It's partly that, but also maybe because I think of like we could have evolved from that primitive form to what we are now, like in so many different ways. We could have created different sort of cultures and societies, right? Or is this the only option that ever could have possibly came about? And so, in my interpretation anyway, if this is just one of the opportunities or possibilities of an output of a society overall, then how would you go about communicating with that other alternative one? Which, like, you've got to like synchronize all of your positions and opinions, and that's difficult. And that's actually what I think is kind of happening. You got to be a bunch of people from a different philosophical position looking at the same subject and saying that they see something different, and they can articulate a rational reason why you guys should consider it, but you guys just keep coming from an authoritative position, and that's cool.
If you're talking about a load of people who studied and practically demonstrated to their own satisfaction, and gone on to then use those skills in a scientific or mathematical context to actually do something purposeful, predictive, and evaluative in the world, compared to a group of people who haven't, but come from a position where they were asserting these other people are wrong, or they're idiots, or they're deceptive, then you're going to always have a problem. I'm not interested. I'm not interested in people failing to understand what I'm saying necessarily. If they don't, if I'm talking about math and they don't understand math, and I try and communicate the best I can, and I sometimes break down this terminology that I know other mathematicians might understand, and that still isn't sufficient for them to not understand. And then here's the key point: they go on to make assertions that I'm wrong, or I'm a sheep, or I'm misinterpreting the world because they don't understand what I'm saying. Then I've got no real got no why should I give that any slack? That's someone. It's rather, if
Then
I
don't,
understand, if
sir.
I'm working,
You don't need to
if
put
I'm at
up with
work,
it. You
no,
can
well,
tune
if I'm
off
at
and
work and I
tune
don't
out.
understand, says
Go
if
for
I'm
it.
at work and if I'm at work and someone who's got a much more competent mathematical background than me doing some signal processing tries to explain something to me and I don't understand it, my reaction is never, "You're talking bollocks, you're a sheeple." My reaction is always that I'm terribly sorry, I don't understand what you're saying. Is there any way you could break that down or describe it in a way that I could, based upon the fact I don't understand this particular aspect of what you're talking about? That's always the response. My response is never, ever in my real life to say, I don't understand what they're saying. They must be lying,
Yeah.
or they're an idiot.
Okay. Within your professional field of expertise, right? The whole idea is that everyone gets on the same like playbook, right? So it completely makes sense for you that if someone's doing something and they are the leader in that position, or like whatever that role is, or you want to even understand, like someone who like you're supposed to be directing has gone and make a decision, and you need to understand why they made it. Then yes, you ask those questions, of course, but this is not the professional dynamic. This space here, I don't think you're misappropriating the professional space and saying it applies here.
You
These are
don't
two
think she
different
was
environments.
professional? You don't think she was professional?
Who's she?
Shubil, the guy talking about earlier on about celestial navigation and observations of stars and atmospheric refraction.
Oh, you mean Shu or she? Sorry.
Shubil.
Okay, my apologies.
That's right.
I mean,
No,
he sounds very
accent's fine.
proficient in his capacity to perform his role. Yeah, for sure. Can't deny that.
I'm pretty certain, although I can't be certain. Again, I'd have to walk round his house, kick down his door, and ask to see the certificates. And even then, I'd have to potentially get a time machine, go back and make sure he sat down and read all the books and wrote it all down and does his job. But I'm pretty certain from what I've thought from talking to him that he is actually professional in his field. So I don't really know.
Great. And I'm a professional in mine, sir. So where does that leave
I'm
us?
sure you are. I'm sure you are. But your field doesn't involve evaluating the atmosphere or the celestial realm, does it?
Yeah, but I don't think his necessarily sort of goes about measuring curve. Like
Well,
specifically, that's not what his degree actually is the output of, measuring Earth and curve. It's about measuring Earth for the purposes of what construction. Actually, formally, I don't know like the full expression of what Shubil's proficiencies are, but I thought it was surveying and a couple of other things.
I think that she will probably, in his job of measuring and evaluating things across the surface, it's going to have an intimate understanding of the relationship between the surface and the things around it. And I don't think he can get as far as he can in his workplace or in his professional domain, as pretty much everybody else in cartography, surveying, or geodesy would, without thinking there's a curve there. I mean, interesting. One of the things I've yet to find is a geodesist or a large-scale cartographer come in here after a lifetime in this profession and declare themselves flat Earth, or say
Which
that
is interesting, right? I mean, we've got claims, I think, of a GPS scientist, model builder, who has provided such sort of documentation and evidence. But
GPS scientists. Well, how are they GPS scientists?
I don't know. I can't articulate all of his expressions or his arguments. My awareness is that I've listened to the guy speak, and he works within industry. He's just not willing to name himself, which kind of gets to the sociological aspect of why people aren't willing to sort of necessarily put their neck out to challenge their income flow, which gets into a bit of the
maybe there's an
reason why.
Yeah, maybe there's an evaluation gap here. Maybe it may be rather than being professional who's scared to reveal himself. Maybe it's someone pretending to be a professional and doesn't want to give any citation about who they are because that could be corroborated.
Could very well be.
Could be, but let Rich.
He seems very proficient in his like. So I don't know.
To who? To you? How would you check it? How would you other than him just saying lots of big words? I'm not saying this about you because this happens to me. When people say a lot of big words I don't understand, I can't evaluate their proficiency, can I really?
True. But would you say though that if that person did reveal himself, like, would you say that he's going out on a limb in a lot of ways? Like, if he disagrees with this community, it makes his person and where he works, like, you do recognize that comes with a certain sort of cautionary tale associated with it.
I don't think it's completely necessary. If, for instance, if you put me in front of a random person on Discord and with a name that didn't reveal anything about who they were or where they were or what they'd studied, and I didn't interrogate them about their education or even their job, I could ask a series of, say, 30 questions about embedded software if they said they were expert in it, and about 10 in, I'd probably have a good idea whether they're lying or not.
It leads me to a good. It leads me to a good question, I think, anyway, of you guys. Like, if you did, for whatever reason, come down on an alternative cosmology such as the Earth is flat, would you guys be willing? Like, I mean, I know that I'm talking to a bunch of guys that are well established within their proficiencies, right, and professionally orientated. Would you be willing to tell your co-workers that you had flipped? Just if you could imagine yourself being in that position, what would you do?
I've never been shy of my what I think is the way things work. Even if yeah, I've never been shy to put forward suggestions at work. Even if someone else has turned around and said, "No, that's not going to work. That's completely wrong," and I go, "Oh, okay then," and I look why. Because making catastrophic mistakes is not necessarily a good idea from a point of view of a working environment where you're getting paid. But making lots and lots of nuanced mistakes is far better. Is far more comforting to you. And learning by them is far more comforting than just trundling along for 9 months. Because at the end of that 9 months, you think, "Am I actually doing anything useful here? Because I'm not actually necessarily nudged anything out of or am I just not doing enough?" I'd like to think that as I'm going along, and if you're not learning as you go along, then there's a possibility you're not actually doing the best you can, or
So formally, if you did, like, for whatever reason, one day turn, and start seeing the alternative cosmology, would you tell your co-workers or not? Or would you go through something of a very sort of a difficult transition where you'd have to work out the conversation that you're going to have around, like, in the lunchroom, around the water cooler and all that jazz? Like, how are you going to go about doing that? Like, You did. How do you
Well,
think you would actually deal with that stuff?
if well, let's put it this way, okay, right? If there was something compelling on the table, that and on the basis of how I've evaluated everything else in my life by then the demands I put on something for me to evaluate it before I accept it, yeah, I wouldn't have any problem taking it to work. It would be a joy to do so because I'd have to see, I'd love to see how other people react to it. It would have to be something which is purposefully compelling rather than someone just asserting it, like which is what happens a lot of the communities. They have a preconceived notion, whether it be religious for whatever reason, and they will spend their entire time dovetailing ways to shoehorn their position into reality by ignoring, not blithely ignoring, or asserting that there's no expertise in
So,
things that they
question for
find
you:
out.
what header, like within your field of, I think you've referred to yourself as a computer scientist or programmer or something, some description.
Yeah,
I mean,
that would do.
do you actually sort of completely divert from the standardized thinking within the profession at all in any way, shape, or form? Like, the thing I'm actually asking of you to question of yourself, like to put yourself in an alternative position. I mean, can you even refer to anything within your current professional experience to say that you would need to stand up against that?
Not. I mean, I do. All the software and all the programming and all the engineering part of it is there's no wiggle room there. There's not. I'm not. I'm not researching new ways to do software engineering and all that. I'm just utilizing the tool. But the R&D we do, and then in the signal processing and the evaluation of some of the material developments, there's always scope for you to push and
Have you ever
keep
had that experience professionally, where you have to, like, you feel like you're driven in an opposite direction? I mean, I've had this within like my professional experience. I thought what they were doing within a design was, what are you guys doing here? But I never spoke up at that point in time. Like,
Oh,
you know, I was never of a
process.
higher enough sort of position to do so either.
But there's
I'm
a
just a
difference
rookie.
between doing that for process and procedures in a working environment and scientific concepts or mathematical concepts. So it's not within my remit to do any of that. But process and procedures, I can look at. I'm on other countless. Part of the job I do now is because at some point in the past I stood up and said no, you're doing this wrong, and this is going to be catastrophic. And a handful of people ignored me, and then retrospectively the management, yeah, okay, then you do it then, and they put me in charge of something. So that does happen, but that's just the running order. There's nothing conceptual about engineering or signal processing or programming that I've rallied against because I'm only using those as tools. And the scope in which I, as a software engineer, I'm probably in the somewhere in the top half of people in terms of experience and expertise. But no, there's millions of people who are better software engineers than I am. Millions and billions.
I guess I suppose within my profession, my sort of the way that I executed that skill, I come across it quite often. So I don't know, maybe I'm within the programming sphere. Maybe you guys just don't come across that oddity where you're actually at odds with your the people you're supposed to be working with, and you come up with different resolutions and solutions. Maybe you just don't need to experience that very often.
I'm always at odds with people. People want to do things, want to adopt certain methodologies, or they want to adopt a process to evaluate something. And I'm saying, no, that's not going to be beneficial or purposeful. Sometimes I'm right, sometimes I'm wrong. That goes on all the time. But that's what I'm saying. That's just process and procedure. That's just strategy. But the expertise that me or my peers use to evaluate things, no one's ever saying, let's not evaluate some of the basic constructs of inductance or resistance when we look at this electronic system. That's a waste of time. There's no level in which we're working at any resolution in terms of evaluating that. There are people in the academic field who might be looking at the relationship of various fundamentals of electronics, but then
Wouldn't there be anything to like you're contracting with a certain other company and you don't like their operations or their, whatever product they're trying to sell. I mean, I don't know.
That's process.
I'm trying
That's process. That's process and procedure. That's what exactly what we're talking about. That someone's made a decision there, a business decisions and strategies and methods and things like that. They're all continuously being pushed and in the politics of the office and the corporation. That is going on all the time. But what I'm saying is that aside from that, the maths, the electronics, and all the tools we use and all the concepts we use to build and evaluate things, that no one's banging heads to go with that. Everyone's utilizing the same language in that respect. If I evaluate something and write all down all the pertinent information and document, I can send it anywhere, including to China. Yeah, and their work around, a lot of the time we're working around keeping the language to a minimum and keeping the information
Interesting. You should mention China.
The maximum.
Yeah, I had a friend growing up. His father was like an architect, pretty high up. Moved over to China, and he was doing like big developments over there. And I never spoke to him too formally about this stuff. He was actually a very kind of so you just end up avoiding that certain person. But like the way his son would talk to me about it, like my mate that I'd grown up with, like he would talk about the students over there, the architectural students over there. They could not perform design. It's like they could not work out the mechanics of how to shift like elements around within like on a piece of paper to show good design and promote sort of, I don't know, thoroughfares and whatnot. He said that they just seem to not really kind of get the principles of, maybe that's just the fact that he learned under a different sort of paradigm. They learned under a different, he's expecting them to sort of follow his rules and whatnot. And they just couldn't because they just never learned that methodology. So I don't know. I know I'm sort of grasping out at a different topic there. It's just kind of interesting professionally working. Like he's specifically expressed a lot of, how do you say, like difficulty in trying to get these students within a different architectural practical design application. They couldn't work the way that he needed them to.
No, I think that traditionally they've always had a different working relationship with failure and admitting to failure. But from my experience in the last, say, 10, 15 years working with them, that's pretty much going out the window. They're not they're working around the politics of failure and the cost and the ramifications of failure in terms of working environment the same way as I think the States does now, really. They're not all the UK. I mean, they get there. Everyone thinks that the Chinese aren't working in collaboration with the rest of the world in the sciences, and they are. Everyone thinks that the Chinese are just copying everybody around the world. They're not. They're well beyond copying people now. Well, they've been beyond copying them a long time ago. They're at the point in a lot of technologies in terms of mimicking the West in exactly the same way as Toyota are now with cars. Just forget any notions that they're blithely just copying stuff and they're not imaginative or skilled. That's
not what I was saying. I just like
I'm not saying you were.
He was doing this during the early 20s as well. Like we're already in a new, like
oh yeah.
I would even go so far as to say that most architectural design can be looked after by an AI bot. The only reason they're not doing it yet is because of it would collapse the industrial white collar sector, and the economy could not handle that. And it just goes to indicate to me actually how controlled the economy is, like through the bureaucratic system. Something like a building needs to actually be signed off by an architect, and those architects need to be sort of guaranteed and certified and all the rest. They can't just allow a computer to take over the role because of the bureaucratic decisions that are kind of going on. But the white collar sector is basically already cooked, in my opinion. That's what I did for my last paper. Like when I just left university, it was like looking at this. Someone who'd written an algorithmic grasshopper sort of modular system that just took care of all of the regulations, rules, and produced 50,000 models that could be referred to all at once. Like we're already past the pale as far as white collar stuff is concerned. It's the blue collar guys that are going to get the power back all of a sudden, I think.
Right.
Do you see that within your own programming sphere? Like, how's it going over there?
No, no, not really, because it doesn't have the same. It doesn't have the same relationship with creativity as I think. Like, there's not the obvious and immediate art in architecture is not there in the same way with software engineering. I mean, you can argue that it is in it's more obvious, we say, in certain types of programming, like those that are more entertainment based, those that more deal with human interaction. They've been radically altered over and progressively so over the years, and not just necessarily in terms of in response to technology, but also in response to a deeper understanding of how people engage with software. But a lot of the nuts and bolts of software is just the same as an engineering tool. That it's not something that it's not the same as a lot of the human disciplines like architecture that rely on art and the aesthetic more. It was more of it, more from a design perspective.
It's interesting to me. I don't know what we're going to go through in the next 5 to 10 years personally, but I mean, I built a booking system for a rental camper van that I had, and so I was having to build the entire form myself, and I came up with these whole new systems and like connecting in different services together. And then this AI bot that they have on the side there that I could also just basically write in a sentence what I was hoping it to do. Like certain functions, it would do better than I could try to program like myself. Certain other functions, it would just fail at. But it seemed to indicate to me that like it's almost at the point where I didn't need to build the website. I could have actually probably trained that AI bot, and it would just like people would message it, and it would reply with all the necessary information about what they could and couldn't do. And I don't know, like it's right there on the cusp of turning over. I don't know what you specifically do in software engineering, but when I was trying to design a website, at least, like it was doing some things so easily that I spent like almost a whole day trying to get like the form to perform in the right way. This thing could do like with 1 or 2 sentences of instruction.
Oh no, I mean, I'm not doing anything like website design. I'm doing like I write as utilities and tools for evaluating hardware systems and build test rigs for electronics and signal processing. So I'm not none of the none of the software I write is well.
So would you say you're insulated from this this new technological revolution that's going to be coming down the pike? Are you insulated from it, or?
No, not entirely. I mean, won't be. I mean, I think what I'm doing will probably be fine until I retire. But where it goes, and if it's like we design chips, we design ICs. So that's obviously been affected as it has been over the years. The automation of routing and in chip architecture, silicon architecture has been slowly changing with software, and that will continue. And ultimately, AI will be building, or at least be more heavily involved in building chip architectures in the future. It ultimately will take over the job and possibly entirely.
You're going to go quantum. It's all quantum computing from here on in, boys. Apparently, anyway. Yeah. I was looking at something today, like the one problem they got with quantum computing, as soon as they read it, they destroy the data, apparently. And it gets back to this, what is it, as soon as you observe the particle, like the light wave, that it becomes a particle. Yeah, I don't know, there's some funny stuff going on with these claims with quantum, but anyway, I'm getting off into the weeds.
Yeah. No, I'm not bothered about it at the minute. A lot of the stuff I do is hands-on anyway. Rigging stuff, wiring stuff, attaching equipment to evaluate stuff, and recording information. There's a bit of creative stuff. I've still got to write tools that people can use. that obfuscate complexity and make certain things visible to them. And I have written like web oriented displays for exhibitions where we're demonstrating kit. That's as far as I've ever gone in that. And in the past I worked on loads of other stuff, like to do with embedded equipment like satellite equipment and TV data provision, broadcast equipment, back end stuff. So most of the work I've ever done is software closely tied or integrated or programmed for hardware. I'm not working up until very recently. I was always working in C or assembler. I was never writing HTML or scripting software that way. I was, a lot of the time a lot of software engineers nowadays work in higher order languages. They've got no idea what's going on at the chip level in terms of software. They don't need to. That's definitely not the case for me.
No, I appreciate it, man. Where did we get? I think I took us off into the weeds though. Does anyone want to reorientate the ship and jump in on here of any of the stuff that we've been talking about? It's an appeal to the crowd.
No, I think it was. I just came on right as y'all. I don't know, 30 minutes ago. Y'all were talking about the Antarctic sun and having to see it to believe it or understand what's going on. But I don't think that's true. I don't think I would have to go to. I mean, my confidence in that observation is, colloquially 100%. Enough videos. We like the way the sun does in Punta Arenas, the way that you see it down there in Australia. It like all comports and allows me to draw a conclusion without having to go down there and see it.
I guess it comes down to the importance of what it means to your cosmological world order, and because it comports with yours already, then it makes it far more sort of accessible and amenable to your already opinion. So for other people that were more challenged by it, they chose to take a different path, obviously, which just goes to it's more about human nature at that point for me, which is why I think that the scientific methodology sort of fails essentially because it doesn't account for the human experience very well. It's just all about this repeatability stuff. But the human experience is like, I don't know, it's a bit more of a fucking zoo in all the different ways that people can express it. Go ahead.
I mean, a compelling argument about what goes on with the sun down there is that it's symmetrically opposite to what goes on to the sun up there. At any given latitude, any city in the northern realms that are given northern latitude, which we know is equidistant from an equivalent city in the southern realms at the same latitude, because we've mapped the whole thing. They'll be albeit 6 months apart from each other. The dawn, dusk, and twilight times for a given day in the south will be exactly the same as the city in the north, 6 months apart. So we know that there are trends wherever you live in the northern realms. There are trends about how everything moves around you in the sky, which follow down and change in accordance with the living on a globe as you get to the equator, and then go the other way as you go south. Now, that's a compelling argument to say that whatever geometry you have in the north, in its entirety, you have in the south. And the key thing is when you say in its entirety, because the entirety of the north behaves the same way, even if you've never visited Antarctica, every other place you can be in the south, in its entirety, behaves the same way. the key thing about that statement with in its entirety means that whatever's in the north must also be in the south, and the only geometry that makes any sense in that respect is some three-dimensional thing where there is a equatorial, an equatorially oriented symmetry. And there's where you get your sphere. And that kind of
Agreed.
thinking
Yeah.
that took the Hellenistic and the archaic into the notion that we're actually on the surface, alongside observations of like the horizon, which they know isn't the vanishing point of a perspective because they can see artifacts beyond it. These things all kind of sit with people, and they makes the smarter amongst our ancients muse away from the counterintuitive and away from their own personal or cultural or dare I say it, religious biases, and try and conceptualize something that fits more coherently.
I think the inherent assumption therein is that the sky is necessarily comporting with the material sort of Euclidean geometry of what we understand of here down on this earth. And while I would acknowledge that the north seems to reflect the south through this 24-hour sun observation, the next like you're saying that you can go down there, you can experience the 24-hour sun, great. The trick is though that you can't necessarily go up there to observe the globe experiencing that thing as well. And this is where it gets to an extraordinary claim, just given the institutions and the way that they lie.
Where can't you go? Sorry.
Up there, out like the realm up there, like any of these space astronauts that you're referring to, they're going outside of our sort of field of experience as far as any human has ever gone to. Right? So that's an extraordinary sort of position to put yourself within, and to necessarily think that the thing that's happening on the screen is something that you can go and do is the necessary sort of experiential jump that you're doing in your imagination, because none of us are ever going to. You can go down to the south and experience the 24-hour sun, but you're never going to go up there and experience the globe. And that's where the trick comes, because it's like you got to assume that all the stuff, like under the paradigm of the heliocentric model, and it's very compelling in its expression, right? Globular, you're upside down on a ball and you're seeing the sun at a distance gone 24 hours. Got it, but it only works if it's a material substance in that respect.
Sure, but
Which
if you want to say that again, it's like the default position, which is what Whitsitt talks about. The default position, if you're on an island in the middle of the sea, looking out with no education, no understanding, is that everything around you is of the natural. If you look up and you invoke the supernatural, then you're moving away to the default position. There's nothing tangible and supernatural in your life if you don't know any better. There's things you don't know which you may internally evoke some notion of magical.
Does the idea of like
evidence for that?
But does the idea? How big is the sun compared to the Earth? How big is the Earth compared to you? These are supernatural, almost like just your ability to comprehend the vast distances and the vast volumes and capacities. These are supernatural complex, like they're inherently so. They go beyond our field of being able to hold, touch, tangibly interact with such a phenomenon. So they are inherently supernatural automatically.
And so is the human cell, because that's to all of your ability to perceive and evaluate anything. Something that's a couple of micrometers wide is beyond your imagination as well. That doesn't make it supernatural; it just makes it very small.
I would agree with I think that's a great analogy. And I mean, what would you say?
I'm not prepared. I'm not prepared to when it goes to something being very large. I'm not prepared to diverge from that notion. I mean, something being to me inconceivably large doesn't make it supernatural. It just means it's larger than my base senses can imagine. If someone says there's a trillion cells in some organism, I don't go, a trillion. If I counted my entire life, I'd only get to 3 billion or whatever, yeah, and then even that's mind-boggling. But I don't think that the number a trillion is some supernatural concept that doesn't mean anything.
If it's mind-boggling, it's super. I'm using supernatural in a sort of more relaxed terminology. It is beyond your humanly experience to sort of go and engage with such a large, vast body, such as the sun within the heliocentric model, right?
Yeah, but
Like you have to do it through extrapolation of mathematics at that point. So
well, if you're going to take that
this
route,
is
then
where the issue
if you're
gets.
going to take that route, what should people do? You know, people should dismiss God because that's supernatural and it's mind-boggling. So why bother entertaining it?
Yeah, I don't necessarily sort of try to. I get a big problem generally when people sort of do try to infer the meaning and intention of the God creator, because I mean, to me, the entire experience of reality and consciousness, like it is a little bit bamboozling. Sometimes I feel like I'm on a very sort of clear path, and other times I get knocked off. That's just the nature and experience of life, and I'm not sure. Like that's where you start getting into sort of more theological, philosophical stuff, which is I don't think it's the road you necessarily want to go down. But it's inherent to your experience as a human, right? Even just you engaging with other people that are having something like that, you think they're hallucinogenic states of mind or something. You got to acknowledge that there are people having that experience, and that's what I've sort of. I think I'm a bit more conscientious about that. I do defer to others. I don't. Yeah.
Hey, Rixky, what's going on? Hey, Pazza.
Not
Hey,
so
Red.
bad. You all right?
Good conversation. I was going to ask Rixky about this. I was just listening on the part you said about the when someone goes up into like an astronaut, what becomes supernatural about the observations of Earth from?
Oh, they're exceptional
From
people, like in an exceptional position to make such claims. So they're very specially selected, and from what I know of people that are very specially selected within this, like, the society, I mean, they're not. They're
Okay.
selected for very like psychological criterion.
So
I don't
the
know.
so the concept then is that someone who is anyone who goes up there is selected to go up
very,
there, chosen.
very psychologically carefully selected for sure. They have to be.
They don't just, as far as I'm aware, they just get this. I think it's just the people that do it are ones that want to do it, are interested in doing it, and then the ones that are able to do it, because not everyone is able to do it.
Which is the selection criterion that I'm pointing to.
I get. I wouldn't be selected to be an astronaut. I wouldn't last 10 minutes in the in one of the spinny chamber things, but it's more just a case of people that are interested in.
I think you could draw a trivial analogy here and say that when some of the pioneering Portuguese and Spanish sailors were making their way at great cost to their own lives, or great risk to their own lives, and using a set of skills and expertises in terms of doing that voyage, and using a set of front-end naval technologies to do it, and coming back and saying we found some massive land over there, but people, ordinary folk in Spain and Portugal were saying that they didn't fuck off. There's nothing over there. They just dropped off. They just stopped off at 2 ports down and got a load of shit to bring back to try and prove it to us. Yeah, that's the analogy. When it's ordinary or commonplace for people to go to space,
yes. So eventually it's going to be ordinary and commonplace, in the same way that flying around the Earth at breakneck speed in a metal tube is ordinary and commonplace now. So I was wondering what would okay, if someone said to you, for example, if I had loads of money, if I was like a plasterer and I had loads of money, if I was able to pay for you to take a trip up to space and said, "Hey, Rixie, how about you go take a trip up to space, see what you think about it?" would you be selected? One of the carefully selected people?
You're going to be the Jeff Bezos and Katy Perry treatment or something, or like, what are you going to do?
No, just anyone. Like if I had, you know, however much it is to send, like $2 million, whatever it is, to send you up to space.
Well, Red Cloud.
Yeah.
What I say to you, sir, you're making prophecies about what space is like willing to promise in the future, right? And
No,
you already acknowledge that. I mean, as far as like 60 years ago, 50 years ago, they were making promises that we would be there by now. As prophetic as that may be, you've also got prophecy within the biblical scripture, which is something that you actually adhere to. So, which is going to come true for you, sir? Is it the biblical scripture, or is it the heliocentric?
Why are you? I don't.
Space
I don't follow.
tourism paradigm.
I don't follow. Can you?
How so?
Because yes, as you know, I'm a Bible believer.
It has prophecy within it.
Yes, but this is a conversation about things, and that. So let's go back to that. So I
like people.
Now, Bible believers require faith.
Yeah.
Okay, so
sure.
In order for me to believe the Bible, that needs faith. I have faith, right? And that means something different than me saying, "Hey, Rixky, you want to go on a cruise? I'll pay for you to go on a cruise, and you can go and see the Northern Lights, or you can go and see tundra in Norway, and then, or I can say you can go up and see the Earth curvature. Which one there is not like the other?
Take me to the curve, buddy. Wherever the curve is. I'm looking for the curve. Okay.
So, but if I were to
no
have
show me no curve yet.
if I had the
you ain't gonna show me a curve on a cruise ship, okay? Unless there's something else.
If you said I don't think the Northern Lights exist, or I don't think the tundra in Norway exists, I think it's a stage. That's all I'm asking. I'm asking because you mentioned that going, different places and exploring different places, and then the conversation got to going up into space, and then it became contentious there. I could see where it's like then it all of a sudden it's no longer just exploring the reality that we live in. It then becomes supernatural.
The angle I was taking there was like, I mean, we can go down to the south and experience a 24-hour sun theoretically, right? I mean, we've got all this footage. It seems to be sort of, I don't know, for all intents and purposes.
Yeah,
sure. For all intensive purposes, it's there. I can go there and check it out for myself.
Right.
But still, it remains though that if you ever want to go up there and it's like truly to make sure, right, that the thing that like is going on up there is comporting with the ground, which like to me the sky is it's immaterial. It doesn't need to comport with the Euclidean geometry. There's something going on else up there. This whole idea of like you went to the moon, I mean, it's pretty kind of the evidence is pretty poor overall.
From my perspective, and I think most would when we were talking along, and he said, "Oh, I'm going to pay for." Oh, really? Oh, rats. Try this. When Will Duffy came along, and he said, "Oh, hey, I'm going to pay for you for some people to go to Antarctica," a lot of people on the flat Earth side said, "Oh, it's not going to happen." They said it was going to be cancelled. Does anyone recall all this? They said it was going to be cancelled.
Yeah.
Or
I thought it'd be
overcast.
cancelled actually. I was like looking at it like, nah, this will get cancelled for sure. But go ahead.
And Jaron was so worried. He insisted that someone else come along with him because he was worried he was going to be murdered or something, or drugged, or in some way compromised. He was really concerned about that. Witsit went for that. For the only reason Witsit went is because Jaron said, I need backup here. I need a wingman, or whatever you want to call it.
Sure.
But none of those things happened. And what they saw was what they said that they should have seen.
I think
But
I think for Jaren as well, part of that transition that he's gone through, it's not just the fact that he went down there and saw the sun go around his head. It's that, as you just intimated there very clearly, before he went down there, he thought, this is a trick. They're going to try and kill me. There's people like Dave Weiss saying, don't go down there. It's this crap. Yeah. And everyone's quite happy with it. He felt quite comfortable with that notion. And he insisted that someone go with him because
yeah,
he was worried. He gets down there and there's marathon runners coming back saying, oh, the snow's lovely. And he's going out to guys and going, and he's looking around thinking, there's portable shitters here, and there's
yeah,
cafes, and he says to a bloke, "When's the sun go down?" And the bloke goes, "What, dude? What do you mean? What do you mean the sun goes down? It goes round. The foot goes round." And he realised he might as well have been visiting Adelaide or Skegness or
yes,
anywhere else in the world. It was just an
yes.
ordinary place that had been ordinary all this time, and there's nothing extraordinary other than its spectacular beauty. And that was as jarring for him, I should imagine, as the notion that the sun that you've been told wouldn't be doing this was doing this. Was the fact that every other part of that manifest that he created in his mind about this also fell away.
It's going to be the same. Not today, not tomorrow, not next year, but it's going to be the same for either orbital travel or space travel, generally speaking. It's going to.
Sure.
It's this what it's going to be. It's just going to take more time because it's technically and physically far more challenging. It just is. So it'll take more time, but at some point in the future, it will be the case that we will be able to go to orbit or go into space, and it won't be so unusual. It will be unusual, but it won't be so unusual as it is today. And I was just curious.
Do you
about
think
this
also that you're going to be able to download yourself to like the neural net? Like, I mean, what other things that are going to be like claimed that are possible in the future? I mean,
I don't know. I'd say wouldn't. What was that? What was that movie with Will? No, hold on. Never mind. There was a movie where you can download yourself into a little avatar thing and a body, you know.
Altered Carbon was a series, wasn't it?
Yeah,
One of them.
there's one like that.
It's-
Bruce Willis.
It's very,
That's Transcendence. That's one, I think.
yeah, there's a load of them. They're all based off of
Yeah,
like William Gibson
same idea.
or
Yeah.
Philip K. Dick concepts of the cyber realm.
But the question at hand is the true shape of the world, is it authentic or is it fiction? And
yeah, go ahead.
so it
I mean,
seems. Go ahead.
My
Go ahead.
bad.
No, it's
I'm
okay.
just thinking, dude, like in your experiences, as far as it's not going to affect you, which I mean, it kind of gets back to the like, it doesn't really matter the shape of the Earth. It to me, like the reason why it matters is like just to acknowledge the fact that such a lie could be actually pervaded upon the whole of society. And actually, it seems to, like, you know, every society has done this to itself in the past. But I mean, the fact, I mean, this just shows, I guess, it's indicative of your interest within the topic of the conversation, because you want it to be real, that you could go up and, you know, experience the like the outer space, and, you know, like potentially like multi-planetary species, as Elon Musk sort of puts forward. But at the same time, we're developing this like technology that will allow you to go internal. Like, which way is society going to go, do you think? I mean, if I am to take on your technological paradigm, of which they're sort of developing like space exploration, and then also the internal sort of the computer realm of the simulation realm. I mean, which way do you think society is going to go?
It isn't going to improve if it's the ability to use CGI and whatever to fake things is only improving. The ability to create false environments is only improving. How long before we have a holodeck? I mean, that'll be hundreds of years away. But the ability to do those things, yes, it does get worse. What doesn't get worse, what gets better, is the ability to do both. So the ability to explore the real world and to explore the world of fantasy and the world of imagination. So you can create avatar movies and create all these environments, and then people really enjoy living in those environments and watching those movies, to the extent that they have a term for post fantasy depression, where someone sees a film like Avatar and then exits the movie theater, and the regular world, it's raining, it's cold, or the car won't start, or the girlfriend calls and breaks up with you. That sort of thing. The real world hits, and you feel depressed. But so there's the ability to do both. There's the ability for you to just hop on a plane.
Do you think that society might choose that escapism associated with the simulation, and then that's actually going to be the primary technology? I've kind of heard about this, like, I mean, prior to my sort of starting to recognize the conversation of the flat Earth and whatnot. Before that, it was sort of like, I mean, as a society, if we go and start exploring outer space, would society actually become more like interested if they can like start tapping on some form of like game theory, which starts just essentially releasing serotonin? And then you look at World of Warcraft, all of these other games that are just basically serotonin releasing devices. You're like, oh, okay, yeah, we're probably going to go internal, aren't we?
Like, Rick, let me ask you a question. If I download your memory onto a computer, is that you?
No,
it
fundamentally
isn't.
not. No,
it never will be, because there's a lot more to a person than just memory, right?
The other thing I was going to say was that
what I'm trying to indicate.
But if you don't,
wait, let go, Risky.
I like, just in quick response, I would say that they would be hijacking your serotonin response, though. They'll be plugging in some sort of chip that basically is just feeding back a serotonin feedback loop, and this is like Brave New World, sort of Soma, MDMA, whatever you want to refer to it as. Like, once they have that chip, like comparison link, you'll just get sucked into that world. But
well, we are,
yeah, I don't think you should be associated. Like, that is essentially like the beast syndrome at that point. And I wouldn't sign up for anything like that.
We are years from being able to fake or create a fake environment that would be wholly convincing. So I get up in the morning, and then I walk outside and the sun hits my face, and that's not going to be fakeable for quite some time.
People have already signed on. Dude, people have already, like, they wake up in the morning, they grab their cup of coffee, and they sign on to World of Warcraft, and they get their serotonin hit. Like, you go out and walk out in the sun, cool. I mean, you're an older, and these days, dude, like, people are just going, like, staying indoors. Like, it's not, they're not playing out in the streets anymore.
That isn't going to be a substitute for the real world, though. This isn't going to be something for quite some time that people are going to mistake for the real world.
It already is.
It could come, but it's going to be some time before that.
This, people are already doing it. They're mistaking it for the real world already.
No.
And they're getting sucked into it through game, like, because you can make money
through
as
gameplay.
A game. Yeah, like, all of a sudden
they know it's a game still.
But I know, yes, they know it's a game. That's the thing. They know it's a game. What I'm trying to convey is that it will be some time before any developer, anything, there's any software or computer system that will be able to fool you into thinking that you live in a place that you don't live.
Okay, this is how well they're able to confuse you, right? Or like create this issue of the simulation. Have you ever seen those people who absolutely rage on when they lose the game or something happens in the game, like how emotionally instantiated they are within it? And you say that it's not real to them, but they will absolutely, like, almost have a heart attack on the screen in front of you.
That's
indicative
but that doesn't mean that it's
that's
true,
a very
though.
real emotion being exhibited through a simulation and a digital experience. We're already there. We're already on our way. Okay.
what I'm trying to say is that I don't think, because it's the realm of science fiction to make someone wake up in the morning and think they're in on a spaceship, for example. How long would it be before they could do a simulation that is going to be able to make people think that they've got on a spaceship and they've gone up and they've gone to like the little spaceship and gone to a big spaceship in orbit, and then they've come back and then met their families again, and then they've got a patch and they've got all the photos and the experience, and they think it's really real, but it was just a simulation they did in a lab.
I would indicate to you that you guys already advocate for the position that it is so real that you may as well have already been on that spacecraft, and you're already advocating for such a position. And you've never had. You've never experienced the globe, but you'll argue till you're blue in the face that there is a globe. That's indicated to me that you're participating within a pageantry of a simulation already.
I feel that I don't want to be too critical. You're a great guy, Riksky. Enjoyed talking to you. I think you. I'm trying to make a point. It isn't possible currently to create a computer system that could deceive someone into thinking that he has been aboard a spaceship and gone up to a bigger spaceship and spent time aboard that spaceship and then returned.
I'll grant you that. That technology is currently not available to us. However, they project down through your TV screen their claimed like events and activities that they're doing, and then you believe it. So actually, what happened? Like, have you ever looked into the idea of like what happens when you watch a movie psychologically, when you're actually watching a movie? Have you considered that?
Yes.
Cool.
Yes.
Cool. So are you aware that like the reason why the protagonist is written such a way that when you watch a movie, you actually take on the eyes of the protagonist within the movie?
Yes. That's
cool.
I
already happening.
I enjoy the stories. Luke Skywalker is one of those that really captured the imagination of so many people, and it didn't even matter if there was girls or guys, or old or young, or American or Asian or African. They saw things through his eyes, and they identified with Luke Skywalker. And Luke Skywalker is not a real person.
But I think we can differentiate between that and reality, though. I mean,
so the most ardent Star Wars fan, is going to say, "Oh no, there's no one called Mandalorian."
The lines get blurred. The lines do get blurred. That's the reason why stories and movies and reading a book, even whatever it may be, like that's why it's entertaining, is because you can imagine yourself in that position.
Yeah,
and there's the way that like you're performing something of a simulation in your imagination already. To say that you need to sort of have this computer program that completely simulates it entirely, dude, you are the thing that's already doing that.
Right. Like, but you can differentiate.
But that's you can't.
Yeah, there are schizophrenics who think that things aren't like they are. But I can't imagine now that I'm in Los Angeles. No way.
So there's book authors.
That's not the same.
They write historical fiction.
It's not the same claim being made.
But let me make one little point before it goes out of my brain. There are historical fiction authors, and they painstakingly research the time that they're trying to write in, and then they write a fiction around that time and the real events. Same thing is the case with science fiction, is that science fantasy is Star Wars, science fiction is Star Trek. So with Star Trek, they're writing, a book writer is writing about fictional people doing stuff in an environment that is real, but is not, the stories are fictional. Sometimes the places are fictional. Like, with Marvel had Wakanda. Well, that's based on, it's a fictional place in Africa, all right? But it's in Africa, which is real, and it involves humans, which are real. But as you know, that's what I mean. So with science
It's
fiction,
interesting you
it's
should say,
no different, than
yeah.
than historical fiction.
But I mean, I went to university with a couple of what were they were? They were of very dark complexion, and they love that Wakanda Marvel movie, dude.
Yes.
And they identified with it really hard, and like, cool, respect, like, I don't care. But this is the nature of like where the like, how would you say? I'm not saying that they can
They
fully
understand that it's a
implement a
film.
simulation. Yeah, they do, but there's a play in between. Like there is something of a like a what is unreal and complete simulation and fake, and what is absolutely real. You got to there's a mixing at the frontier of that. There's a surface to those two understandings, and this is what I'm trying to sort of compel here in the conversation overall is when you watch something on the television and they tell you it's true, this is what is happening, you got to recognize that you are participating within a how would you say, like, you actually can't tell that. Like,
Yeah, it's
you're relying upon these external senses to tell you, inform you of what is real. So it's a
yes, and I'm listening to you now, and I have to trust what you say in order for us to have a conversation.
But in all fiction, everything that's written like that, in books and movies and everything else, there's an innate desire for people, because people have a lot of trouble in their lives, a lot of problems in their lives, and so there's some joy in creating these environments that aren't real,
Escapism.
Escape. Thank you. That's perfect. Thank you for that word. Escapism that we all remember as a child. It's a form of oh goodness me, what's the word when you long for the past? What's that word?
Reminiscent.
Yeah, you're reminiscing of the past. You remember as a child reading about Curious George or some other character, and then you think, oh, wouldn't that be great to have $1 million? Or wouldn't that be great to be a little monkey and do whatever I want? You know, those sort of things. And then, so as a grown-up, you sort of reminisce about those feelings you had. And then you enjoy, in the same way you did when you were a child, you enjoy watching things that are play. It's play, basically. It's just adult play. That's what movies are and books are. They're adult play. And people need those emotionally because they have a lot of trouble in their lives.
But this is the trick.
Like, of stress-free time.
You got the moon landing, or you've got what is it, like Scientology, and what's that? What's the author's name? I've forgotten his name right now.
Hubbard.
L. Ron Hubbard.
Yeah.
So yeah, appreciate it. So you've got the conveyance of the moon landing at the same time, or similar like terminology and time period as L. Ron Hubbard. Now there are a lot of people that went down the L. Ron Hubbard sort of avenue, right? That was their experience. But the thing that was like really sort of conveyed and portrayed and projected out into society was the moon landing. And I mean, come on, guys. You're experiencing this extraterrestrial space through a TV screen, very much like a fictional sort of like portrayal upon it. It's like it's being projected into your mind through the experience.
This is just
and you are no. But the thing is that people wake up. We were talking about gamers earlier on before, and they become obsessed with it. Like they'll the first thing that they do when they sign up, like they wake up in the morning, they'll sign on to World of Warcraft. People are doing this constantly.
Yes,
this is already happening.
I got you.
This is an active component of the human experience.
We mentioned this.
Be projecting some sort of like false reality upon reality. We have to do this. We live within the imagination realm already.
Yeah, but how did you determine
we talked about this earlier? We talked about this earlier. Nobody is going to mistake that for the real world. If the most ardent Star Wars fan who has collected all the books and has got lightsabers, I have some in my family, has got several lightsabers and has spent hundreds of dollars and hours and hours and hours. Now, wait. Let me make the point, and then I'll stop. But he is, I'm not going to go to him and say, you know that Luke Skywalker is not real. And he is going to say, What? Luke Skywalker's not real. Of course, he knows. He knows Luke Skywalker's not.
Wait, what? Luke Skywalker's not real? What?
Wait a minute. People got upset with the WWF stuff. I used to tell people all the time, you know that's not real, right? And they'd be like, "Fuck you! How dare you!"
No. Okay, you have a
That
weird.
doesn't help my point. That doesn't help my point.
You need to like increase your circle of friends. Like if they think WWE. It's fucking real.
Well, I mean, we're only like, how old would we have been? 12 or something like that. So.
Oh, at 12, okay, yeah. Gee, come on. At that age, yeah, sure. That's not
But
even.
I get Riksky's point. I'm trying to sort of I'm trying to understand it.
Well, okay, but at some point, right, those people that were 12 years old and they were looking at the WWF and the WWE and they were thinking it was real. But the interesting thing is that some of those very curated people end up becoming the adults that then participate within the pageantry later on in their life. And it's because it performs something of a transformation within their mind of like whether or not they are watching an actual show, and it's an opportunity for them to then become the spectacle. I mean, this is the whole Rock's career.
Yeah, but I think the thing that you're forgetting is that those things that you're saying that you're claiming that are on TV that are just being projected into our mind. Now, those places we can actually go to.
You can't go to the moon, sir.
But with sufficient money. Yeah.
No, you can't go to the
That's
moon.
right. With
sufficient money, with sufficient resources, I could go to the a black hole as well.
It's the same.
I'm going to experience that.
It's the same as when they went to Antarctica. It's the Antarctica trip again, because they said the same things about Antarctica. There were lots of people. Did anyone notice this? If you recall, a lot of people said things about Antarctica that they say about the moon landings. Did anyone? Does anyone recall that sort of parallel that was being drawn? I do. And people were saying, well, in the same way that they're saying that the moon landings have been faked, they're saying that all of the video, Jaron, he said those things, that all the videos have been faked, and then the people weren't really there, they were actors and whatever, you know. Those are the same things they said about the moon landing. Then lo and behold, we go to Antarctica, and it is exactly as we predicted. Exactly as predicted. So it's going to be the same with the moon landing. It's just,
I mean, anyone can still make that argument about the moon landing. Go, yeah,
that's a
I will probably never.
That's a fallacy.
I will probably never go to the moon. You will probably. No one in here will probably ever go to the moon, right? But again, you know, there's a set of people that have been there. Of course, it's very difficult, and we are working towards going back there, whether you want to believe that or not. But I mean, it is happening.
Look, Riksky, if I may.
Everything's always happening, dude. Everything's happening, right? Like, but it ain't it ain't gonna happen in our time, dude. It just you're just making like these predictions. Spartacus, what's up?
So Artemis 1 didn't. So Artemis 1 didn't happen. Come on, man.
I don't know anything about Artemis 1
That's
specifically, but I mean,
probably look
like,
up,
did a rocket take off? Probably.
Research Artemis 1, please.
Yeah, that went around the moon.
I'm not interested. That's not really the specific conversation.
So that's the problem. Yeah. When you fail or you refuse to research, that's where you cut yourself off from learning new information.
Well, I'm happy to cut myself off. Okay, cool. I'm having a different type of conversation here at the moment.
Okay. For the purpose of this conversation, you're free to do that.
Okay.
I have a few questions. Riksky.
Yeah, hit it.
Hopefully not for me, because I got to make some eggs.
No, to Riksky. I mean, I've been listening to you for a bit. You know.
What's up, sir?
All of your appearances in Gems in here, and I know. I think if you would lay out your epistemology, I think I can like show you where you're kind of special pleading there.
Okay, all of history is a lie. What do you want to know about my epistemology? You ask the questions, I'll try to answer them as honestly as possible.
Well, you actually
if you
believe
think that you know how to.
You actually believe that?
Yeah,
because I did hear you yesterday, I think, or that the victors, the guy named Victor, right? So.
Yeah, you know my philosophy.
As you said. But okay, so we can surely paint the we can surely make a puzzle. History is a puzzle piece, right? We don't know all of them, right? We don't have all of them, but we have some puzzle pieces. Have you actually constructed like a puzzle, thing, like a picture?
Oh yeah,
Right,
dude. My main
right.
thing that when I went through my degree and stuff, I was doing mind maps. I think mind maps are an amazing way to explore sort of reason and understanding. So I
Well, no,
think
I'm talking
they're
about
very
like
valuable.
the casual thing of like when you create a picture with like pieces of a puzzle, right? Puzzle pieces like when they like connect to each other, they're like shaped.
Yeah, that's what a
You
mind
know?
map does. It categorizes and puts things into a hierarchy of order of understanding.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay,
for
okay.
sure.
Right, and I think with our Jesus Christ, like half the server left. What the heck? Well, anyway, well, I think if you look at the mainstream history, right, you'll find that that's the most complete puzzle, puzzle of like a picture, right, a map, if you will, of human history. Of course, there are
It's a
pieces.
projection.
What do
Yeah,
you
it's a
mean?
projection.
What do you mean projection?
It's a projection because I mean the victor writes the history, and every time, like if we are the result of a succession of victories over time, then they're constantly be going to like project a certain historical interpretation about the reason and how we got here. It has to be that way.
Well, there's no man, and okay, look, so of course the governments lie, and people who have authority, who are in position of authority, and they do need to or desire to keep it, they'll portray a different image, right? It will be slightly different image than what is the reality, right? And you will see that puzzle piece there, like it sort of connects, but not exactly, right? But you can see that, right? Like I also believe that governments lie, right? There's like no 100% truth that you can ascertain from like one source, right? Because of course they lie. Of course the Allies during World War II lied, but was there no World War II because of that? Right? Like, but all sides lied in World War II to some extent about certain things, to some extent as well, right? Like they vilified probably the other side, right? They've lied about like this operation, that operation, to deceive the enemy, right? While they were in a conflict, right? And afterwards, they
Sure.
definitely
Yeah,
exaggerated some events, right? That didn't happen, right? Surely, right? So
I get you. Yeah.
in that sense, you're right. Of course, the victor writes the history in that sense, yeah. But it's like degrees of things. It's
It depends.
smaller, right?
Spartacus,
Yeah.
if I can articulate a response to you, it depends on like your understanding of the conflict as to where the battlegrounds are drawn. So essentially, I'd be at that point, like you can consider it to be sort of a left-right divide, like the battlegrounds associated with like politics at that point. Nation states are far more clearer in their sort of endeavors and reasons for conflict. But then you've got this sort of proletariat versus the bourgeoisie sort of concept as well. So the upper class versus the lower class. And my inclination is actually that a lot of this stuff is actually just an upper class versus lower class, like battle between the two. And at that
Are
point,
you?
your battle lines that are drawn are not geographically; they are socioeconomic. And this
That's
is where things start
fascinating,
getting
man.
really interesting. Cool.
I don't know if you know who I am actually, because this is like I gobbled that up, right? I love that because I'm a Marxist, right? I'm a classical Marxist, right? Yeah, I do view history through the lens of indeed upper class, lower class sort of conflict, which then manifests
For sure.
itself into
Yeah.
states or different forms of like institutions that are hierarchical, that represent the power of the upper class. That's which in purpose is to basically maintain the lower class. I mean, another term you can use for that is to domesticate, right? I mean, if I'm gonna use like a really harsh term for that,
I
domesticate
like it.
the
Yes,
lower
I agree.
classes. Yeah, yeah. That's been a history of humanity since we have moved towards like organized structured society, right? Like after hunter gatherers, right? When we were hunter gatherers, the hierarchies were kind of mostly flat, right? There's like, because we were like at most we were like 100,000 during the Iroquois nation, and even that was already that had like already very hierarchies. But yeah, right. Okay, so interesting. If you're reviewing that, if you're viewing history through that lens, I'm curious as to why. Because okay, at the same time, the bourgeoisie, the upper class, they don't want to kill the people below them, right? The lower classes. No, because they need to exploit the labor. That's where they get all the riches, right? Somebody has to do the work. Somebody has to do the labor that produces something, right? Which then the upper class gets a cut off. Oh my God, Sid is here. Whoa. Oh yeah. Hey man.
Hurry up, bro.
And
I got
Hans too.
responses for you.
Right. So okay, wait. God damn, I don't know how to even, because this is fascinating that you're actually taking this position,
Okay,
and I'm
so
really perplexed. How does this fit with flat Earth, right? And
okay, essentially the scientific endeavor is a form of capitalism that is imposing itself for profiteering purposes at the exploitation of the natural space, and human beings are considered to be natural in that aspect. So I'm
I
trying to
do
summarize
not
that real quickly. I'm
agree.
going to duck out for a sec. I'm still listening. But
Okay.
yeah, they're participating in something of an exploitation openly and avidly. And the means by which that they, like, you talked about domestication a little bit earlier, right? Domestication, though, as we understand it, like you put borders and fences around certain sort of like livestock, and this is the means by which we would sort of call agriculture. The means and terminology that you would do that with human society is a fencing of ideas, philosophy, shaping education in such a way that the fences and borders are of that of ideas, not of like sort of, it's an open air prison at that point, because people are only willing to sort of mingle within certain sort of like areas of sort of thoughts and ideas that sort of promulgate within the current sort of farming regime in which you find yourself, whether that be capitalist, communist, whatever it may be. All of it,
That's
all
not.
of this is within the scientific endeavor as an output, because it's all turning like the human output into a cog, right?
I don't
I'll end there anyway.
see this to be applicable to the science. I mean, barring, of course, like corporations paying for research. I mean, there's no profit to be made to convince the people that the Earth is a sphere.
There definitely is. So,
like what?
I mean, secularism in and of itself, the way that you, like, how would you like determine your purpose and reason for life? Is it to be just a cog within the machine, or is it to sort of seek out your own independent purpose? So they're
You
sort of
can
already
be.
defining you within, like, at the moment of your birth. You come through the birth canal, you've got your birth certificate, and like you're already signed on to a nationality as a consequence. You're burnt into a position upon the earth that you to leave that place. I mean, you can leave that place, right? No doubt about that. But it becomes far more difficult. So I don't know. They're instantiating you, like I don't know how else to explain this.
Yeah, but how could? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was
Right,
gonna
go
say
ahead.
just only. Well, if I just before you go, Earth, I just want to say the only thing agree with there is the nationality part, because that is in fact the manifestation of bourgeois sort of influence, right? But again, I don't see how. Like you're saying that if humanity is convinced that the Earth isn't flat, that they're gonna be more obedient, less
Yeah, because
less.
you've got
Yeah.
multiple nation states participating within a common like endeavor. So whether that be like the axis of power or the allies, they're all like capitalism or communism. They're participating
There's no
within
communism in existence. There's none. There's
yeah,
no
there
no
is like
no.
despite your interpretation, actually America has a lot of communism still within it.
That's
It's
not
not purely
okay.
capitalistic.
Okay. So we have a we have to talk about that. But I think Earth one, but definitely, I don't know any Marxist of any sort of flavor of interpretation that would say America has communism in it, because communism is well defined by Marx and Engels as humanity as a whole. When it's both scarcity and socialist, it then becomes also stateless, classless, moneyless. Right? There's no such thing as like communism in like bits and pieces within capitalism. No, no, no,
Well,
no.
there's no true expression then of pure capitalism either, right?
Yes, there is.
You can't just. Nah. What I found, Jimmy Dore is the guy I took this terminology from, but it seems to me that it's communism for the rich, capitalism for the poor.
No, you're right
So
about
yeah,
that dynamic. Yeah,
yeah,
you're right.
cool.
Well, but it's a it's a popular well, not popular. It's kind of a high level understanding. It sounds cringe. Heard Chomsky say that too, and that's true. Or look what Bernie Sanders says, right? Socialism for the rich, capitalism for the poor. Now you're right. In common understanding of what these things mean, you can also look at within the capitalist society itself and see that, you know what, in a way, capitalists themselves as a class, their post scarcity, especially the ruling class, the ultra rich capitalists, right? Because they're post scarcity and they control the means of production, right? Which is socialism, right? So if you only isolate those people and you look at them as like a society, they're basically living in socialism, communism, right? They're also moneyless because money doesn't really matter to them in a way, right? They're stateless because they can move anywhere. States don't matter to them. They're extra national, they're
The
international,
one
right?
thing that the one thing that does
Um,
matter to them
yeah,
though is actually the way that people think.
of
So
course, because
where
if
they
they
start
don't
putting
manage
their
that,
money is
if
into endeavors, lobbying of
of course,
governments. They put them into sort of like all sorts of like
of course,
moneyed interests platforms, right? So at that point, they're no longer participating within capitalism or communism. They start like participating within like philosophy and the way to manipulate man in order to sort of achieve their endeavor.
but
So
no
this is
capitalism.
the pageant tree that starts taking.
Well, it's a misnomer, right? That capitalism is like, what is it? Free markets, right? This is a cope, from like bourgeois philosophers, right? Because no, look, we can look at actual capitalism, real existing capitalism, which has been privileged and in its position in history to develop in any way it likes, because it was the winning side, right? I mean, heck, before when the communism existed, right? So, or the even idea of socialism, you had capitalism, which arose from mercantilism and feudalism, right? So we can see what capitalism actually is, right? Beside, aside from the eloquent writings of like bourgeois philosophers who are trying to like create a philosophical justification for capitalism, right? And I
Yeah,
think
but it's
you're
it's
like,
all
and I
to
think,
manipulate the people
yeah,
to
yeah, I'm getting to
participate
that.
within such an
Of
activity, right?
course. I'm
Yeah,
getting that. I'm getting that. Right, right.
that's the
That's part
pageantry.
of it. Well, that's part. Of course, that's part of it, and that's true for like any system. Any system of hierarchy, right, requires to justify itself to the people who they're above, right? This is true for feudalism, right? True for like slave societies, right? Because even in slave societies, they need to justify, well, at the minimum, to the people who are being the slave owners, right? Who are participating in the broad society, and even the slaves, right? Trying to brainwash the slaves, aka what happened with like American slavery when they like brainwashed them into Christianity, right? And told them, hey, yeah, it's actually slaves should follow their masters, right? As Jesus said, right? But also to justify it perhaps to themselves, right? Because it is against human nature, I would argue, to try to be so horrible to other people, right? You kind of need to justify it itself. Hence why, like, the scientific racism arose during um, the trade, right? The slave trade, the slave trade.
Yeah, sure, sure.
Right,
Good.
right. And this is true in feudalism as well. With kings needed to justify this to peasants, right? Of course. And yes, if you're at the top of a system which benefits you, and it doesn't have to be there, right? The system, of course, you need to keep a check on what the people think, because if you don't, they might get like these weird ideas that you shouldn't be there. You shouldn't be in power over them. Right? But so where you were at, right? Okay, right? Because I don't
So
think I
that's why
get it.
they need to keep pumping. Like, this is why they need to
Yeah,
take your
but what
tax
the fuck is
dollars
the
to
truth?
go
Flat Earth.
perform like space spellcraft in order to
Yeah.
compel that into your mind, so that you keep like participating within the pageantry of the globular project. And that
Why?
is
I
like the
don't.
reserve banking. All of this stuff is connected, like the technological advancements, the transhumanist agenda, capitalism, communism. It's all at the exploitation of like man through nature.
I
Sorry,
don't see
Yeah,
again
but
what.
don't you think that?
it's exploitation of nature through man at that
Yeah,
point.
but don't you think that if they were really lying about that, that people would have, many people would have already figured it out without,
Yeah, but then they're killed, man.
government
No,
influence?
but that's the sophistication of the dynamic. I mean, if you go back 1,000 years and like, what is it? The Catholic Church, it was so obvious in its exploitation through like the forgiveness of sin and the Martin Luther sort of phenomenon that occurred there. I mean, was it so obvious at that point, or was there a breaking point? See, like the understanding of society is actually that we all must acknowledge that we're all being exploited. We don't know necessarily, we don't all agree upon how we're being exploited, but we know we're being exploited in some way, shape, or form, right? It's just like the significance and the methodology that are actually up for dispute in
But
such a claim.
I don't see how the fuck. Okay, wait. All of this can be the
No,
case,
they're
and
getting
also
away with a very vaster lie than what you guys are willing to accept. And here's the trick, right? If
It's not about
it's
accepting it, though.
inconceivable, if no, just one sec. If it's inconceivable for you that they could get away with such tomfoolery, then you're already been fooled because you think that it's not possible. So you're already within you're already ready for the cog dis situation in which it's not possible for them to get such away away with such a lie. But
So
I
I'm gonna
mean,
agree.
you're
Okay,
already
so I'm
primed.
gonna agree with you. I'll agree with you on one point, right? If all I did, right, was look at the internet, watch TV, and didn't really go outside and explore for myself, then yes, the government could definitely get away with that. But the fact that I can ignore all of those things, right, and I can go out and explore the world myself, that tells me that the things that I see are not governed by some entity, or some cabal that's trying to control me. I can
If
go
you're
out and
paying your
explore these things for
taxes,
myself.
if you're
That's
paying your
irrelevant.
taxes and your taxes are going towards things that you disagree with already, so if you already disagree with
irrelevant.
aspects of you think that's irrelevant?
It's
Well, then I
irrelevant.
haven't got an
I'm
argument
not worried about
that
taxes.
would compel you because you think it's irrelevant. So there's no
No,
point
no,
in trying
because
to.
I'm not
Go ahead.
I'm not talking about taxes. I'm not talking about government influence. I'm saying going outside and exploring things for myself. Right? I can do that. We can all do that. We don't have to worry. We don't have to watch TV. We don't have to look at the internet. We can just go out and explore things for ourselves. Make the
Okay.
measurements.
What does
Make
that
the
tell you?
observations. I mean, the fact that many people have come to a different conclusion than you, that tells me that either you're the one that's being controlled by
A different
someone
conclusion
else.
to me. Like, can you explain the
Yeah.
different conclusion? Like, can you
So you
articulate
think,
that so I understand what you're talking about?
okay, so you've come to the conclusion that we're being lied to, right? About the shape of the earth. Am I right about that?
I mean, that wasn't the specific. I mean, I'm talking about the possibility and capacity to lie on a societal level. If you want to bring it back to the shape of the earth, you're more than welcome to. But I mean, we were talking more broadly speaking than that.
Well, I'm speaking specifically about being lied to about the shape of the earth, right? And I said if all I did was watch TV, right, and go on the internet and listen to things, yes, I could be lied to about the shape of the earth because I haven't explored it myself. All I've done is listen to what other people have told me, right?
Sure.
But I can ignore all of that stuff, right? And a bunch of people that I know, we could all get together and we can make observations and do experiments, and we can come to a different conclusion than saying, oh well, it's flat because blah blah blah. See, I've come to a different conclusion than you have.
Yeah, but aren't you just adopting the certain interpretation of the results of whatever test that you presume to be able to do yourself? You're just adopting what some other guy's done already before you. So I mean,
No, that's the
it's not
point
really
of me
doing it for
going
yourself
out.
at that point, right?
That's the point of me going out and doing it myself. I'm not adopting
Yeah,
anyone
to
else's.
do the test in the exact same way is the example that you're seeking. Yeah, I'm
Yeah, but
not
I can
sure
do different
where you're
tests.
coming from, man.
I can do different tests though. So I mean, like I said, I don't
I
have
mean,
to
do a
adopt anybody.
sociological test. I mean, this is where I come from. Like, as far as like my understanding of why it should be so compelling, such that it is a lie, is because societies always seem to lie to themselves at the highest standard. Every society exemplified before us has always lied to the proletariat has always been lied to by the bourgeoisie in every instantiation of every civilization in the past on a cosmological scale. Why is it now that we should just necessarily agree with all of the instantiation that the ruling class should say? This is just priest-like.
Can I pick apart?
Priest-like structure.
May I pick apart? May I pick apart one little couple of words there? On a cosmological scale, what do you mean by that?
That your purpose and meaning as a result of being a conscious being in this world has been manipulated for the purposes of mechanizing you within whether that of a capitalistic or a communistic structure. It's all for that of industry.
But the question it was mentioned earlier, and I wanted to address it, but I had to make eggs. The question was raised, or a point was raised earlier that it was a control mechanism, and it was tied into religious faith as well. You mentioned something. Maybe you can reiterate.
Well, a lot of this stuff comes down through the TV screen, and we were talking about simulation and that of like gaming theory. Like when people get on games, people completely ignore their own lives because they're addicted to a game. And when you guys say that like they can acknowledge that the game is separate from reality, I think that the lines are actually a little bit more muddied and blurred in that aspect. Because if people are willing to give up, if people are willing to sacrifice their own life for a game addiction, it would imply they actually don't know the difference between reality and the fiction they're participating in. It's inherent within the statement and the consequence of what's happening.
I don't agree. From my point of view, I think that people that play video games a lot.
Have you ever had a gaming
possibly addiction? I played a video game to try and beat the thing because I couldn't beat it, and it took me a long time to beat it. Does that count?
I mean, I failed high school because of a gaming addiction. Yeah, so I failed high school because of a gaming addiction. I would put it up to that, right? Like I was doing all sorts of silly stuff back then, whatever it may be. But obviously, you guys would acknowledge that. I mean, you would state within that sort of categorization that my grade schools were reality, and I was participating more so. I thought was more important to participate within a gaming activity, and like Diablo 2 was the thing that I was addicted to. So I wanted to get my level up and that score and that character. And then about a year or two after that, I think, everything collapsed. I recognized it was all ones and zeros. And I started, oh shit, this is all, I've been participating in a pageantry. And that's a pretty, I don't know, like you got to recognize that, like, this idea that you can determine nature, like, what is like reality and activity, like what you're actually participating in and what you should and should not be. I mean, I failed my high school because of this. You would say that the high school is real and the game's not, but I chose that over.
Yeah, you didn't mistake it for reality. You didn't wake up and think, I'm really in World of Warcraft. I'm really.
Fundamentally, I did. Because my grade scores were far more important at that time period, so I mistook it for reality.
Breakfast. But you ate breakfast. You got hungry, so you had food. You got thirsty, so you drank some water. You needed to go to the bathroom. You didn't mistake reality in that way. Was what I'm saying. You were able to distinguish the two, because when you need the bathroom, you go to the bathroom. You stop the computer game and you go to the bathroom. You didn't mistake one for the other. You just trying to escape. One was more interesting to your mind because we all have very childlike minds. Some people, most of us have very childlike minds, but we recognize that we're adults. We have to work, operate in the real world, so we can't be children all the time. We can't play video games all the time and eat candy and cake and cookies and candy and cake and junk and stuff. We can't do that all the time.
That's interesting. I like that, Red Cloud.
Diablo life chose him, no?
Well, Red Cloud, would you say the same thing to a trans person? Because that's the way I feel about their thing as well.
Or eating cookies and candies and cake and junk and stuff?
All right, let's not go there.
For that moment.
By the way, guys, it is not allowed to be transphobic on the server.
It's not transphobic.
Yeah, but let's not. Why does it have to go to
when they went to the bathroom?
Okay, wait. Just hold on a second. If I mention Africa, I'm not racist. Is that fair to say?
I agree,
okay.
But the way the conversation was going, knowing Andy, like it would have been.
You don't know me at all, Zoidberg. You don't know me one bit.
We would have gone transphobic. So I'm just giving you a preemptive warning. Please don't do transphobia.
You don't know me at all. All right.
Zoidberg, hold on. Zoidberg, that's not fair, bro. You can't do preemptive. What is that, bro? Come on.
A warning.
It's pre-cog. It's a pre-cog.
Yeah,
it's ridiculous, bro.
Before the
pre-cog modding.
No, it's just.
Go ahead. Say what you were going to say, bro.
All right. Well, Red Cloud, I thought you made a good distinction there with the knowing reality from the game. I would say the same thing with the trans thing. When they go to the bathroom, they can look between the legs, right? And that's reality.
Come on. Can we stop this, please?
What?
Yes.
So
irrelevant to the
Same thing as what he
conversation.
said. That's
An
what
admin, is saying, and this is for SE and every other moderator here, to stop this, please. Let's all stop.
I'll answer. I will answer. Let me answer. So I don't disagree. The thing is, though, in this forum, there's been specific rules that have been put in place. And so I'm free to discuss this in other forums and speak my mind. In this forum, people are very sensitive. If I went into an African forum and started talking about slavery, the same rule would apply. If I'm in an environment where people are very sensitive about the topic, then I take the rule.
You should probably avoid it. Yes.
I avoid it because people are sensitive about it.
The point
avoid
is that delusion is on a grey scale. Like we're all in an aspect of some form of delusion, and I articulated that within sort of my prioritization of a game over my sort of scholastic endeavors, right? And I think this is actually like for you guys to say that you can just determine reality because you know you're in a game. It doesn't get to really like the nuts and bolts of the way that human beings choose to engage in the world, because quite often they engage in very sort of, what would you say, like degenerative activities, whether that be gambling to the detriment of their bank accounts and, you know, their financial situations. And this is going on constantly. It's not just simply a case of like you can determine reality, right? Because we've got so many examples of people falling foul of this situation that apparently they can't determine reality.
Being in a free world, well, I mean, theoretically free world, being in an environment where you have the freedom to do, you know, within reason what you want, there's only so much you can do. And so there's only so much you should do. So if you are aware of people that are doing something that is self-destructive, it's incumbent on you, if you believe that what they're doing is self-destructive, to warn them that they are being self-destructive.
Yeah, don't engage in the globe.
But beyond that, compelling.
Okay, bad idea.
But there's that, and then there is compelling people to conform to your idea of what is self-destructive and not self-destructive. And you don't have the freedom to do that. But you do have the freedom to tell people, I think what you're doing is self-destructive. But you can't do that everywhere. You have to know your audience. You have to know
nobody
who you're
protests that people have opinions, obviously. We protest when people try to enforce their opinions with legislature. Right? When you tell me how to live, when I'm not harming you at all.
Yeah.
If you're taxing me, me for the purposes of going into space, right? I feel like you've denied my personal interpretation. I should be able to get to choose where my taxpayer money goes to.
You can move to another country which does not tax you for space endeavors.
That is what politics is.
You can move from this totalitarian regime over here. You can go move to any other totalitarian regime anywhere you want to go to.
Ideally.
Because you recognize that you live within a global empire.
It's
the global empire we're already under the global empire. Right?
You're worried about a few cents.
It's already exist, guys.
It's an excellent point. Let me get this because seriously, I'll forget. It's an excellent point. That's what politics is. Is you have separate groups of people all vying for the right to be able to dictate to other people what they do. That's politics. That's what the political system is there for. So you are able to do that. So if you have a town and they believe that drinking alcohol is demonstrably bad, then the town can enact legislation banning the sale of alcohol in that town. Can they not? Yes, they can. So if you don't agree, then you can run for office. You can vote for someone who says, I think we should sell alcohol in this town. And you can battle it out and campaign, and you can go door to door and convince people wait a minute, they're infringing on our freedoms. We should be able to do whatever we want, including drinking alcohol. No, we shouldn't be able to do that because alcohol is destructive, so we don't want that destructive force in our town. And you can battle it out. That's what politics is for. The problem, if you are on the side of all politics is all fixed and all like it's all predetermined, then you remove yourself from that control. You are no longer in control, and it's going to lead to quite a lot of frustration if you remove yourself from the one control that you do have, and that is it through politics, through the political system.
No,
so
actually adhering to the political
you would
system
say no.
makes, yeah, because it creates you into a servitude of the what do they call that, the dialectic of the left-right divide. Actually, it's a pageantry, and if you look at the left and right, they always like the things that they agree upon are the things that you should actually be most concerned about. And
what do they agree upon?
So they agree upon
the oldest
war.
world's around.
They are warmongers through and through. Democrats, Republicans, Labor, Liberal.
But that's only the United States,
they're
right?
all for
Democrats
war.
and Republicans.
No, Australia is exactly like that. Europe is all like that as well. Don't get me wrong.
But
They're
we don't
all
have
for
Democrats
war.
and Republicans or Labor here in Italy.
They're all for war. They don't.
We have
care.
numerous
They find a
parties.
reason to support a war any way, shape, or divide. Okay, so
But why?
they always find a reason.
You can check the policies of some parties, and you can see they're against war, right?
No,
Can you not?
they're always for war. Which one? Choose one that's not that is actually
Okay,
against
Sinistra
war. Show me one.
Italiana, for example, is not for war. The party I vote for.
You're some sort of okay. Can you pick like a mainstream party that is?
It is a mainstream party. It is a big Italian. Sinistra Italiana.
No one cares about fucking Italiana, dude. Like this is like Iran, the Russia, the USA, and
yeah, but you said that you live in a reality where this happens. You have these parties that are all for war. I'm telling you, move to another country where you don't have these parties that are all for war. That's what I'm saying.
You're having
the
a
Greens,
conversation with someone else, then, sir.
Yeah, the Greens aren't for war.
Yes, the Greens are for war. Every green, when Donald Trump dropped those bombs recently, no Green came out and spoke out against him.
Those peace bombs. Don't forget those peace bombs, right?
Those peacekeeping bombs.
We don't like Donald Trump anymore. What's happening here?
No one likes Donald
By
Trump.
the way, everyone's on fiat. Everyone's on fiat currency.
Is it okay for a country like that to have nuclear weapons and threaten people with it?
I'm not too sure about nuclear weapons for a start, but anyway, that's another topic. But everyone's on fiat currency, right? Pretty much.
Yeah.
And so if you've created a system of debt, you're debt slaves. And so war is very profitable. And while that is ever the case, they're going to have to keep. This is how they prop up the system. They have to keep spending. So, war's like a gold mine.
There must come a time. When somebody who espouses these views. I'm not saying you should not be able to espouse these views, but there should be a time where someone who espouses these views, as you guys have, some time has to come that you are going to be able to say to us, and here's the solution. There's only so much you can do to say the fiat currency, it's all fixed, you're a debt slave. And I don't disagree. I'm not saying none of this is, and everyone's warmongers.
Okay,
what
solution,
are we to do?
Red Cloud,
what is this? Yes,
Red Cloud,
yes,
everyone
yes.
needs to stop paying tax. If you all stop paying tax, all of a sudden, I'm telling you what, they would not be able to audit us all at the same time.
That's a solution. Just stop paying taxes.
That's a great idea.
When the Italian Carabinieri, the police armed with machine guns.
Wait, hold on.
Rixie just said something controversial. Let him get it out.
Let me finish it off. Okay.
Yeah.
All I ask for you as a response to that notion, right? Like, all I want is that I should be able to articulate where my taxpayer money goes to. That's all I'm
That's how you
seeking.
vote.
And within the modern contemporary situation, like, right, it's very easy for, like, there shouldn't be a black box. It shouldn't just be like 30% of your tax and I don't get to decide what happens with it, right? Because I get to nominate through representative democracy. That automatically, essentially, automatically 30% of my tax situates, they sort it out. No, that's not the way that it should work. Okay, that's an erroneous negotiation contract. It's very poor manner. Every contract I have established professionally with someone is actually, it's very explicit.
Right.
You know, this is the delivery time. This is where the money's going. Okay, there is no black boxes in the contracts that I develop with my clientele. That's all I ask.
If I may, at some point, let someone respond at some point.
If I may. So what I said, I knew I'd get a reaction, but what you're saying is there should be a way that you can dictate where your money goes. If you're going to pay taxes, you have to pay taxes. You should be able to decide. Yes, that's done through the political system, where you can vote for people who say,
representative democracy has failed already. It's failed.
I make sure people let you finish. Please let me, otherwise I'll lose a thought and I'll be upset. So the political system is a mechanism by which you can determine where your tax dollars are spent. And they are not all the same. There are some that want lower taxes. There was a thing for the longest time called fair tax. If you look up those, it's a concatenated word, fair tax. Look that up. It was a campaign for the longest time to abolish the IRS and to have a system where no one would pay income tax, but they would pay VAT. And
I've already got the response to you, sir.
Okay, hold on. But let me get that thought out.
Okay,
so there were political forces trying to push that through. All right, but there wasn't. I mean, it didn't end up happening. There's stuff going on right now that may end up doing that. But here's the point. Is you can't really say I'm frustrated because I'm not able to determine where my tax dollars go, and then say, but the political system isn't the mechanism by which it should happen, when the political system is the mechanism by which it should happen.
But even on the Rickscake, may I add something as well, please?
Oh, shit, right here.
Even on the basic, I stopped paying taxes because I'm not sure where my money is going, or my money are going to immoral things. What do I do when the Italian armed with machine gun police, because we have one, it's called the Carabinieri, because they have a carbine or a machine gun, comes to my door and wants to arrest me, and if I refuse to get arrested, they get to blow my head open in front of my entire family.
That already tells you that you're under a regime, so that's not set. That's completely separate.
So
to
what
the
do I do?
Like where you get to voting? No, because you've already talked about that's a totalitarian regime. That's like some SS bullshit come in, dude. And you think
when I don't pay my taxes, they're going to arrest me. You know?
I'm going to articulate this to you. This is the reason why it falls foul. The democratic system falls foul, right? Is when you vote, it's a lottery system. Like you don't know what's going to come out at the end of the package. Like you vote for Biden and you get Donald Trump. It means that your vote is wasted. Everything that you would have theoretically put your taxpayer money towards has just been overruled by a majority by the other sector. So they get to decide what happens with your taxpayer money. What I'm suggesting is that you actually, as a participatory within the nation state, you actually get to articulate where your money goes to. Not that other people can outvote you in the way that your money should be spent. That is the specific difference there. Do you get
Let
where
me
I'm
ask
coming?
you this question. Yeah, I get you, but everyone stops paying taxes.
So do you see how your analogy falls flat on the response there?
No.
The democracy actually does not respond to what I'm actually suggesting as a solution.
The solution is not paying taxes, but that isn't really a solution, is it? Because you're not replacing it with another.
That's not what I said.
Hold on, but maybe I'm wrong. So correct me when I'm finished. So that's what it sounded like you said to me. The solution is to not pay your taxes, but the solution is to, like with science, if you disagree with the science, you need the way that science gets corrected and people disagree with science is with better science. it doesn't just say I am not participating in the science, or I just call that dude a liar. So what is you don't pay taxes? What do you do then?
Okay, what do you mean you don't? What are you even talking about, dude? So
I'm saying everyone. You're saying everyone in the country stop paying taxes.
I'm currently opposed to the notion of participating within the what do you call it?
Would you be okay if you don't pay taxes but take away your right to vote, for example?
Abortion. If I choose that my money should not go towards abortion, right? Like none of my funding, like my contribution into the society that I want to see should ever be contributed to anything associated with abortion. Should that or should that not be your right to make that choice?
It should be. It should be. Let me answer that because I'm pro-life. So the specific question is a very, very good one. If you are consider yourself moral and and then you come to the conclusion that life is sacred and abortion is wrong, then what I do is I use the political system to stop abortion, and that's what people
your
did.
Political system
so wait,
is
stop
overruled by other people.
Stop interrupting. I've got to get my thought out. So the political system, you're saying that they all are the same. No, they are not the same, because Donald Trump came along and he went to the Supreme Court and they overthrew Roe versus Wade. The two political parties are not the same. They are diametrically opposed in almost every major way. To say that they are the same and it's all part of the same system is completely and utterly false, my friend.
I've got a response to that.
I'm pro-life, and when people pro-life like myself voted for Trump, they did so specifically because what he wanted to do, and that was one of the things he did. So Roe versus Wade was overturned. That's the political system at work.
Yes, I get it, Red Cloud. And here's the issue with the what do you call it? The democratic pageantry that occurs. It would be perceivable, right, within game theory, that if you're a Democrat, you do actually not want to remove the notion of Roe versus Wade. You do not want to remove the notion of free. Choice of life, or however they want to present it.
Pro-life, right to life.
Pro-life. You do not want to remove that from the cards on your table as a Democrat, because, if they actually were to make it outlawed such that they would always have that capability that everyone should get the opportunity to abort life, they would lose that as an opportunity to use that as a democratic tool or a political tool for people to vote for them.
I'm trying my best to understand what you're saying. I really am, but I don't understand the logic of what you're saying. I can't.
They want to keep that on the table to vote for. They have no actual interest in removing the option in and of themselves.
You're saying it's pageantry.
To say that they're fighting for that is actually erroneous, because they want to keep it on the table such that you keep voting for them. As soon as they actually remove it from an option for a Democratic vote, imagine the Republicans had to agree with them. They would have to then shift their position on something else to get people to vote for Democrat. They have no actual interest in removing that from the table.
The pro-life, pro-choice, as it was called, pro-abortion, pro-life and pro-abortion sides are so diametrically opposed. It's not even funny, man. They're not the same thing, and it's not pageantry.
I'm not saying it's the same thing. I'm saying that they will not. The Democrats will not remove that. If they could actually remove that from the option, if they could actually.
Sorry, I really do. Thank you. I appreciate you. So it isn't the same thing. Ideologically, they're diametrically opposed. On the pro-abortion side, they believe that it's the mother's right to choose whether to keep the child. All right, that's their logic. I don't agree with their logic, but that is their logic. All right, the key to a lot of this is understanding the logic of the people you don't agree with, and not gaslight it or not to strawman it. I understand their logic. My logic is that life is precious and
granted. Okay. The point is that
two different opposing views is not pageantry.
It's pageantry in such a way.
May I enter the conversation as well?
Yeah, you can. Can I respond to it quickly?
Yeah.
The point is that they want to keep that on the table for them to keep playing with. This is what I'm trying to convey to you. like they are diametrically opposed, but they're diametrically opposed in such a way that they both want to keep their playing cards on the table in order to like create the distraction for the proletariat, right? Because these are the bourgeoisie that are crafting these scenarios, right? They want to create the divide and conquer scenario on the table such that they will never actually ever remove that from possibility. They want to keep it in play. That is the nature of society. It's the Hegelian dialectic in full operation in that way. Do you get where I'm coming from? They will never remove that from the table because they need to be able to play with it.
That's as if the public doesn't have an opinion.
It's on the table because it's on the table because technologically we have the ability to abort children.
You have a very cynical, Rixka, you have a very cynical view of things, and I feel like this is very unproductive for your own life.
I'll be frank with you. I've already heard this been argued on the Young Turks. So I mean, I may have even put the argument.
Young Turks are the objective arbiters of
they
truth.
Were not.
Let him finish.
Yeah, because actually, what I recognize is actually they're all playing off one another.
Yeah.
The Republican, the Democrats had the opportunity through like Biden's. They could have just like basically got rid of the issue of like pro-choice. They could have just basically said that every person in every state has the choice. They actively chose not to actually push that forward because they want to keep that within the democratic dialogue, or like the how would you call this? This is where it starts getting complicated.
That's like, inaccurate though, Riggs. That's inaccurate.
No, dude, this is the whole pageantry. It's the protagonist versus the antagonist, and they're creating the synthesis. And the synthesis is literally to entertain you guys. So that we're in constant divide and arguing back and forward in this dialogue.
But you asked the question though. You asked Rix. You asked the question or in your mind there is the question of how am I to control where my tax dollars go? Let's take that as an example. And one of the things that we are talking about, and actually very calmly, if you consider the subject matter, is abortion. Whether my tax dollars should go to fund abortion. That is that pageantry? Because I don't want my tax to. How is that pageantry? Because there are some people.
The reason why you're not
a woman
given
has
that
the right
option. The reason why you're not given that option is because they want to continue on the Hegelian dialectic into divide and conquer.
No, that is untrue.
Easily.
That is untrue.
Just for example, just think about this for a second, guys. Right? That technology is very capable. Right? They could allow you as a taxpayer to selectively activate your taxpayer money within certain industries and endeavors that you think are beneficial. That technology is already there, right? They will not give you that option because you're engaged within the pageantry of the democracy. That's all I'm trying to suggest here. They will never give you that option.
Yeah,
because they like
so how do you think government should be run? How do you think government should be run then? Let's start there. How do you think a society should be run?
I have an abhorrent position on government, so probably not a great person to ask. But if you were to ask me how to like make it more beneficial, it would be essentially that I get to decide.
Make it more beneficial for who? For taxpayers?
I've got a couple of
I
suggestions.
get to decide where my. So if you think that like my ability to choose who represents me, which is like representative democracy through and through, right? Like you get to choose who represents you. How about this? Actually, you get to choose where that money actually goes for yourself.
Correct.
Wait. That's never going to be offered to you.
Right. But remember, not everybody in that government is going to agree where you think the money should go.
It dissolves government at that point. There is no like reason for these individuals to exist.
That's never going to happen.
You can actually
There's never going to be
decide. Like it's direct democracy at this point.
There's never going to be a situation where everybody's going to agree where the money should go.
No, they don't need to agree. All you say that is like if I devote 30% of my taxpayer money, and I get to decide which industry and which endeavor it goes into, right? That's all that's required. I don't need everyone to agree on something. It's just like I paid my money. I'm done. this is where I'd like that money to go. I'm expected to pay a certain amount obligatory to my my contribution within the society. Therefore, we're done. We don't need to all agree upon a certain.
So if the government decides, okay, we want to spend $30 million on saving some trees in Atlanta somewhere.
No,
and
that's not their
disagree.
option. The government doesn't get to decide that. The people do get to decide it. And if a bunch of electives within that think that something's really interesting that should be proposed, then they can advertise for it and get people on board. So like to put their taxpayer money into that. That's all that's required.
But if 80% of the people decide, that's a good idea. Let's save some trees in Atlanta. And you disagree. Well, I mean, you got a chance to vote. Unfortunately, your vote didn't. More people decided they wanted to help.
All I'm arguing for is that you get more power as an individual. If you don't like Trump, like I don't like Trump, right? Then you get to take more power away from Trump. Okay, so that's all I'm advocating.
You don't have to like him. You're not American.
Yeah,
you're an American. You have to.
You don't
him.
understand how the globe works then at that point. Like we're all under like global empire. And, like what Trump does, like Australia fucking skadoodles too. Okay, so like it may sound bizarre, but he's actually my president in some ways. Okay.
Well, his policies do affect other people around the world. That's true. However, here's the thing: is if you don't have a political system, what system do you have to determine where your tax dollars are spent?
Direct democracy. That's what I'm going for in this argument.
But Rix, I asked you a question. I feel like you evaded it. I asked, if we say as a society, okay, Rick, you will not pay any more taxes, but then you cannot vote, you cannot participate in society. Would you take that deal?
No.
Why not? You're buying your privilege to vote with taxes. Yes, you will be disenfranchised. Yeah, but
all I'm suggesting is that I feel very disenfranchised right now. So
but that is correct.
I'm fighting for my franchisation right now.
Your enfranchisement is guaranteed through taxes. When you deny paying taxes, then we deny considering you a citizen, right? Sorry, we don't consider you a citizen anymore.
Where my taxes go, I'll agree with you. Okay, sir.
I don't get it. I'm giving you a proposition. That proposition is, hey,
I don't agree with
we will not expect you to pay taxes, but you will not be a citizen in our society. That seems fair because we do this for other people all the time. People who come as immigrants to a country are not citizens, so they're not expected to pay the same type of taxes as citizens, right? But they don't get to benefit from voting, for example, or other civil protections. No?
That's not a thing. That's really not a thing that I'm aware of.
What do you mean it's not a thing?
What? That's what migrants...
It's just not a thing, eh?
Hold on,
wait. It is. If you're moving...
As an American in the room, real quick.
Yo, what's up, man?
Yo, what up, Spartacus? But no, that is... Zoidberg's right. That's how it works. So, say you come here on, a work...
In America?
Yeah, in America. You come here on a work
visa. Cool. So we're not talking about America. We're talking about the world.
Hold on, let him finish what he was saying.
Catch you later.
You just said that's not how it works. I'm at least... America's been used as...
America, we're all...
America's been used as an example multiple times.
Hold on.
I haven't said anything yet. Thank you. And also, just to make clear why I'm using my country as the example, America has been used multiple times already as an example in this conversation. I feel like it's
like your mom.
So... You come here on a work visa or something, you do still pay some taxes, absolutely. Mostly through just purchasing, sales tax is going to be the predominant way you do so. There is still some forms of income tax. It's less than a citizen would be. But since you are taxed less, and you probably still have to pay taxes in your home country, depending, it works out differently for different people. There's a lot. But how it basically boils down is Zoidberg is right. Your tax burden in America is very, very low. There's very little you have to do, but you just don't get to enjoy the benefits of being a U.S. citizen. You can't use public services.
You all that free healthcare or something? You bask in the free healthcare? What's going on?
Yes, that is the only possible public service you could ever use a government for.
Gotcha, bro. You got nothing.
Okay. Like, do you have like a response to that, or is it just to be pithy and shitty? Like,
so yeah, like ultimately it would come down to like you get to choose actually where your taxpayer money goes to. You don't need to elect a representative on a lottery. And if you vote for Biden and you end up with Trump, your taxpayer money, like where you wanted your taxpayer money, doesn't mean jack squat.
So when you say
you could actually you could create a system right now with all the technology we have with direct democracy, allowing you to sort of designate where your taxpayer money goes to.
Wait,
completely fundable.
What happens? What happens when some of the money that's supposed to?
They choose not to do it. Now you got to ask yourself the question why they choose not to.
Really
I'm
quick,
trying to ask. I'm asking for clarification on something real quick, which is when you say like you choose where your taxpayer money goes. Are you saying on every level? So like municipal, county, state, all the way to federal? Like you vote on everything you put your taxpayer dollars to on that level?
Yeah, it would be choosable to the point of where you could allocate like vast amount. Like if you're not too worried about the federal and you want more concerned about the state, then you could focus in on the state and vice versa.
Yeah, but if we're voting on like if that's on every single issue and every single thing, that is again
and how dedicated you are
for a
as
normal
a
person.
servant to the society which you choose to participate, right? The more dedicated you are, the more articulate you can become within, and hopefully that would encourage more people to be more active in articulation about the society they want to live in, for sure.
Yeah, but what if that just weakens like multiple social things?
Then so be it, because I mean,
ultimately,
that's the idea.
What if the money goes
to worried about the Muslims taking over?
Wait, no, hold on. No, when I say social things, I'm not like cringe. I don't care about that. Like, say everybody in my state decides they don't want to pay into state Medicaid. What the fuck do we do with all the old people that need medical care now, even though that well is completely dry?
Well, the state would look after that in some other way, shape, or form.
Hold on. If people are choosing where
if you've got that many people within the welfare state that you're referring to right there, there's a lot of money, right? Like people on that sort of situation, like retirees, generally, like you'd categorize them within a certain sort of notion. You could deal with the problem quite easily.
Wait, hold on. I want an actual answer to my hypothetical, which is, so people have allotted, they do not want to put money towards Medicaid, which covers like old retirees. And there's a substantial number of people, at least in my state, who require that to survive. That well is now.
Well, then you need to talk to the people who put so much money towards military and sort of really convince them that they need to stop worrying about blowing people up in other countries and worry about their own country. That's what you need to do.
But you're not actually
answering focus your propaganda towards those people and convince them to like devote their taxpayer money to that.
Wait, what does that do? What does that do in the meantime?
Go for it.
Hold on, but they lost this round. Let's say we do everything that you said, and next year it works, and like at least 50% of the people are willing to put their money back in.
Do you think it's working so well right now? Do you really think it's working so well right now that all of your occlusions, all of these dumb possibilities of outcomes?
Hold on, I'm not letting you put words in my mouth. That's not what I said. What I'm asking
we're in a dumb system already.
You're not actually responding to the question.
Yeah, I am.
What do you do with that intervening?
You're coming up with dumb reasons why not to
let people finish. Let people finish.
So in the intervening year where there is 0% funding, let's say all the propaganda and shit you're talking about works. And next year, when tax season comes around, more people are willing to allocate their money back to Medicaid. What about that year? What do we do in that intervening time?
What if something bad happens in a possibility of like someone trying to achieve something alternative to the current bullshit that's going on right now?
That's not what I'm.
Bullshit.
You're
is
not
going
answering
on right
the
now.
question, dude.
No. It's so fucked up right now, and you can't even.
You're not answering
an
the
alternative
question
to solve the problem. Is the issue actually? You're not even willing to look outside.
I am literally willing to do it. That's why.
No, you're not, because you're like.
No, I am.
Something
That's
bad
why I'm asking you a question.
Problem.
I am asking. Hold on. I am asking a question to get an idea of how you would deal with these fail-safes, because there are programs that, if neglected, ruin people's lives. I care more about those people's lives.
Ain't
So,
no
like,
fail safes in society right now, dude.
there
Basically,
literally
your entire
are.
society bailed out all the banks in 2008, and then when the pandemic hit in, they all bailed out all the big fucking issues
Is he
out there.
willing?
All of your
Is this
fucking
normal?
local businesses all collapsed, and they all like, dude, you've already got communism going on within your society. It's just communism for the rich,
Is he
and you're not even recognizing the
He's like
problem.
this. Yes, he is like this.
This is
It's
crazy.
Just be calm, take turns, and don't react.
I just want him to answer the question. I'm willing to hear him out on the proposition.
Who is this voice? Such a beautiful voice.
That fuck, what's your name? I haven't. Ricky. I'm willing to hear you out on because I can understand where you're coming from. This is a question to use more broadly for what we would do in the event these things fail, right? So you would need a way to cushion the impact of this, because there are vulnerable groups of people where if enough funding gets cut in these specific areas, people will literally just die. And I don't think that's a worthy enough trade-off.
Okay,
that's why
so
I'm asking the question.
All you'd have to do in a transitionary period from what we are now to what I'm referring to is just say that, okay, there are, baseline states that we need to reach. So 15% at least, or 50% adequacy for that. So you'd sort of basically at the end of it, maybe the person would be able to, when they get to choose where their taxpayer money actually goes, maybe only truly 30% of it actually goes to the direction they want to. So you could deal with the the issue.
So you're flexible on this. So you would say let's say me as a citizen, out 30% of whatever is taken from me out of my taxes, both federal, state, municipal, whatever. 30% of that I'm allocating to specific things that I would prefer, but that other 70%, there are baseline things that have to be met, and that is non-optional. I can agree with that, actually. I think that would be fine. Because it does put more hands in power in the hands of the voters. I actually agree with you on that. My big issue just becomes if it's an all or nothing, which is what I thought you were saying, then it's really easy for some of these things to just collapse outright. But if you're saying
that's what it should be, though, right? If something is failing, it needs to collapse. And we've got a current situation in which they're willing to sort of basically inflate figures to keep things floatable for such a time until they're willing to choose the time.
Yeah, but when that thing collapses, it can potentially lead
if
to
it needs to collapse, it needs to collapse. And if that means that old people need to suffer as a consequence, I'm not sure what to tell you, dude.
What if you're the one suffering?
A situation like that.
What if you're the one suffering? Ricksky, what if you're the one suffering?
Yeah, I'd hate the fuck out of it for sure.
Yeah, what if the money that you're saying we should choose where the money goes? Or what if money that needs to go to a certain place doesn't get there because everyone chose to put it somewhere else?
What if it's going into the military where it doesn't need to go, and you could actually potentially use it to reconstruct your own society and build your own bridges and build your own water facilities so that you're not constantly bombing other societies?
Okay, do you think we should protect ourselves, though? Do you think we should protect ourselves, though?
Nobody's going to invade America, man. Nobody can.
Hold on, let him answer. Do you think we should protect
tell me
ourselves,
9/11
though?
didn't happen, Spartacus.
No, we're not. That's
That's an oversight. It's because of oversight. That's the fucking.
Oversight.
We're not getting. It's literally oversight.
Something else, right?
Wait,
you guys fucking crack me up. Even your
this isn't. No, and this isn't this isn't
guys, can we calm down here, please? Let's calm down one at a time, please.
Can I say my point?
I just had a question. No. I just had a question. Should we or should we not protect ourselves, Ricksky? Did you leave?
Yeah, you should protect yourself, and there's a reason why it's called a defense force, but you seem to do nothing but offense.
That would be the same thing.
So your defense force is used as an offense force, period. Done. You're already cooked, dude, in the conversation. Everything that you guys have done
when you question.
Wait, hold on.
Question. Hold on.
All offense. Period.
Okay, question. Let's.
Can you quit cutting off Risky B-ball, please, man? What's wrong with you guys?
The problem is because when I want to respond, he doesn't stop talking.
Yeah, but let him stop talking, then respond. You know how it goes. Come on, man.
I didn't even get to say my fucking thing. You just interrupted.
He doesn't stop talking. Go ahead.
No, I'm talking about you. Like, holy fuck. Like, the reason why America's not getting invaded is because, like, the land. We have oceans on both sides of our fucking country. Like, the end. Like, holy shit.
Yeah, let
So
risk
we're not gonna ever be actually invaded.
Come on, man.
Well, they said they got attacked during 9/11 under their circumstances. They think
exactly,
that they're
exactly.
like, so therefore they can use offensive forces because of their defensive rationale. Cool.
Okay, so I'm not a 9/11 conspiracy theorist, right? It's stupidity, not malice. It's stupidity, not malice.
The reason that any nation is not invaded is because the reason that any nation is not invaded is because it has a defense. It has a way of defending itself. It assures that it will, like, if you remember MAD, mutual assured destruction, and that basically says, oh, well, you know, you can attack us, but if you do and try to destroy us, we will destroy you. If you are willing to play that game, then we can play that game. So no one attacks America.
But we have a major land advantage though. That's the thing. It matters. Like, it matters that, like, we have oceans on both sides.
Right.
It's easy to defend America.
It matters that you attack other countries. And you call it a defense.
I'm not even making that point. Like, what the fuck?
That's the whole
point. I was
just
refuting the dumb point.
I can reply to that.
You go. Okay, go for it.
I'd like to get in for a second.
No, go ahead.
Here's a scenario. You got neighbors, right? Your neighbor across the street. You and your neighbor, you're at odds. You guys are enemies. All of a sudden, you see your neighbor getting all these guns and all these weapons and everything, and stockpiling it in their basement. And you think that, okay, they're probably wind up going to attack me soon, right? What should you do? Should you attack them first, or should you just wait until they attack you?
No, but dude, like, you can just accuse your enemy of stockpiling, right? You can just accuse them of it, and then do a preemptive strike and say, well, they were intending to strike us. So now you see the issue that we like actually as a society we live in, because these guys are willing to manipulate the scenario, and they call it WMDs, and they told you all the WMDs are in Iraq, and we need to go invade because of it, and it turns out not to be true. So, just in the light of history, you're already faltering, okay?
You don't actually address what I said.
Yeah, I did. You've been addressed.
Unsatisfactorily.
Dude, they claimed that there were WMDs. There were no WMDs. They preemptively striked, and you're accusing your neighbor of like arming themselves in order to attack you. But then you preemptively strike.
Yes, because
you already lost.
Other people they've been attacking other people in the past, and there's evidence of that.
Who? Wait, who? What? Who? What? Sorry, what? Sorry, geopolitics is like my thing. What?
No,
who's attacking you?
He thinks that government we shouldn't protect ourselves.
Well,
I'm saying that they tell you that the neighbor is building up a strike force against you, so you preemptively strike them.
And that's your argument. That's what you think is going on.
That's exactly what's already going on.
Oh, okay. You have no evidence
of WMDs in Iraq, so
we've
already got evidence of this occurring. Stop pretending like it hasn't already occurred in society. Like, just stop it, dude. Stop pretending like this hasn't already happened. Period.
Can I ask, Rixky, how are you aware of this information about the WMDs?
Because the officials already told you.
The officials told us. Was that a lie?
Presumably not, because they fought back. They admitted that they told a lie in the first place. In order, the consequences of our actions, like the action that we took as a consequence of that lie, had already taken place. So
but we took actions based on a lie.
Within the context of history, the problematic issue. If you're actually willing to go to war with these people in the future.
But hold on a second there, my good man. You accept the initial story from the official narrative. You accept that there were WMDs. Yeah, that's acceptable.
No, because the initial reports were lies, and it's already been conceded to.
But who did the initial reports? That's the I'm trying to sort of figure it out. If the
Yeah,
initial
because
reports,
you're willing to accept the fact that now you think that they're truth tellers just because they revoked their initial instant, but the damage was already done. The damage is already done, sir.
I'm suggesting
there's nothing that else needs to be reconsidered beyond that point.
I'm suggesting there's little to be gained from selectively choosing which parts of the narrative that is you deem truthful and which is in that part of a lie. There's nothing to be gained from that logic.
That's why I usually say that it's all bollocks, especially if it's coming out of a politician's mouth.
Yeah.
But I was going to suggest earlier that, I mean, I don't think any of the voting is real. None of it's real, of course, because they all idolize the people that founded America, for instance. They idolized people like Aristotle and Plato. Go see what they thought.
You guys established in America.
Yeah, but just go see what they thought about democracy. They said let who's best rule, right? So they don't believe in mob rule. That's ridiculous. But I would say let's just pretend that it is real for a second.
Israel?
I'd say anybody below, say, the age of 30 shouldn't be allowed to vote, and anybody who owns land, who's paying tax, they get the say. Anybody who doesn't own any land, they don't get any say. That's just common sense to me.
Well, that just will make it a more of an elitist society, because now people who are poor, who are already like fucked over, right, are going to be fucked over even more.
Yeah, but if the point is, if you let somebody who's, let's say, 18 vote, then they don't know their ass from their elbow. They don't know the politicians are essentially being bought out to the highest bidder, right? So they're going to cancel out the more informed voters vote, right?
But no, I think the solution to
the more informed.
Yeah.
Like I don't get it. Wait, wait, sir, what's the criteria again? Who gets to vote?
And nobody should be voting below 30, say.
Okay, sure. Below 30. That's not gonna solve like anything. I think again, the biggest problem is that there's like money and class, people of upper
I
class.
swear to God.
What do you what? I don't problem is that by the way, Aristotle I think even commented on this. In Athens, right? Like you had a problem that the people who were just the richest, right, who could afford the most education, who had connections, right, they're the ones who can make the best case, right? Then of course, behind the scenes, connections with people that I know. Right?
Socrates did a nice analogy about it, about a boat, about 100 people on a boat, saying like, if it's lost, let's just say that there's 100 people on a boat, all the crew for whatever reason die or disappear, and then shall we take a vote on which direction we should go, and the majority will go that way? Obviously not. The best thing to do is let's ask around, see if anybody's got any navigational experience, and then we'll ask them.
See, interesting. You'd use an example of a boat. Atticus used an example of pirate ships.
Yeah, there's a lot of analogies with boats, I'm sure, from them times.
Well, no, even today, like we can point to historical examples of anarchist-ish, right? Systems, at least for societies. Pirate ships will be run by like a combination of direct democracy and representation. Like so, they would all vote for a captain and a representative, right, of the crew, who'd be part of making decisions with the captain, right? The kind of things that you cannot bother the crew to vote on every day. And the captain had the absolute authority in times of combat, right? Combat and decision like where to go, with with consideration of like the representative of the crew, right? And ultimately, the crew can vote any of them out at any point, except in combat, right? Except in, when they're like fighting out of the ship, of course, right?
This reminds me of Alan Watts' greatest troll ever asking an American audience, why do you think democracy is the best form of governance when you believe in a monarchy in the kingdom of heaven? That's the best troll I've ever heard in my life. But anyway, Spartacus, just a quick question aside. Seeing as you're a Marxist, was Karl Marx a Jew?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, I think so too. And Trotsky as well, right?
I think so too, yeah.
Yeah.
But it's like they're not like proper Jews. They're not like observant Jews.
Proper Jews.
They just have, well, in a sense of like they're not anything like Hasidic Jews. They just have like some Jewish like ancestry, but most of their ancestry is European.
Why are we not surprised? I'm returning and Andy's talking about the Jews.
Right. Look, and I'm gonna, right.
Andy, you're very anxious National Socialist.
Zoidberg, why don't you come in and tell us what we can talk about again? Well, what are you? Are you a cop or something?
An admin said, which is Earth is Life, said we should not talk about trans people because that usually either leads to transphobia or to medical talks which are not allowed. So it's out of my hands, SC. An admin said that. An admin of the server.
We're allowed to talk about trans. We're allowed to talk about anything we want.
Let's do this. Earth is Life. You're an admin on the server. You're higher in rank than me and SC. Do you agree with what SC said?
We can take it up with Omni. If you, I disagree. I don't think we can talk about it.
Server's lame server. Lame rules.
It's not lame because you cannot. It's not lame because you can't spread hate. It's not lame because you can't spread hate or like misinformation.
Stop talking. We can talk about anything we want as long as we don't insult and go against the guidelines. So stop being a cop and stop patrolling people's talk, okay? Please, Zoidberg.
See, it's an admin that said this. It's above me. It's my commander. It's your commander too.
We can take it up with Omni. We can ask Omni if you guys want. If you guys disagree, I disagree. I don't think we can talk about it.
There's no commanders, bro. Stop playing cop, bro. Stop. Take a chill pill and let the conversation flow. Okay. Thank you.
I'm fine. I'm perfectly chill.
Have a coffee or something, bro. Have a coffee.
May continue. Oh wait, the other guy left. No. God damn.
Yeah, go ahead. Let's continue the conversation. As long as we're respectful, we can talk about it.
Well, the other guy left.
Of course he left, because Zoidberg is being a soy boy.
No.
Well, I'm just trying to uphold the rules.
I'm just
Nobody went against the rules, man. Chill out, man. Chill out.
I'm perfectly chill, see. I'm calm. I'm speaking softly.
Every time we talk about a trans, you come in. We talk about this, you come in.
I just think it's
adults, bro.
It's the way it's being talked about. I just think it's disrespectful.
You can't say, well, he started talking about trans and I know what he's like and he's gonna do this. What is this preemptive bullshit? Let people talk, bro. You're not in their brain. You don't know what they want to say. So
why does the conversation have to go to that though? Like, you know what I mean?
What do you mean? Why are you going to control the conversation? Is that what you want to do?
He's an admin.
Why does the conversation have to go to someone's sexuality when they're talking about government and stuff like that? Why?
The conversation can go wherever we want it to go, B-Ball. You're not a policeman of the conversation, bro.
Yeah, but I just don't think it should. That's my opinion.
Well, too bad. I don't think it should either. But too bad what I think and what you think. I mean, seriously, you wanna do like a Russian style thing here where you control the convo as long as we're not.
But I thought you liked the Russians. You're pro-Russian.
Don't interrupt me, bro. I'm still talking. As long as we don't violate the TOS, what's the problem?
But I thought you liked Putin and authoritarianism and the Russians. Like I thought you liked that. I thought you would be okay with that.
Listen, buddy, if I feel that the woke movement is going to destroy my country, I'm going to freaking talk about it. You understand that?
What? I mean, as long as you're respectful,
get offended,
right?
bro. Get offended. Too bad. It's a free country.
as long as you're respectful, right? You said that yourself.
Exactly. So stop coming in and trying to police people conversations, Zoidberg.
I didn't police anything. I just warned we should not deviate into a subject that may result in like unsavory topics.
You're pathetic, dude. I'm not doing this.
It's
I'm
really
not
bad
doing
what
this.
you're doing, Zoidberg. Like, really, it's not cool, bro.
Yeah, as long as they're not anti-Semitic, I think maybe it'd be okay. But we'll have to really watch, make sure it doesn't go sideways.
Yeah, we're not anti-Semitic. We don't want to talk bad about races, but you know.
Guys, my tone was soft. I didn't yell at anybody. I didn't raise my voice. I said, "Hey, can we not talk about this? Because usually leads to unsavory topics, given the company that we share." Because we have heard Andy so many times speaking about trans people in a very disrespectful way. And also, we don't want to engage in misinformation. That's all I said, and you extrapolated all of this. Like I'm stopping you to speak.
You kept doing it. You kept coming in.
I mentioned it twice. There's a recording. Mention it once or twice. There's a recording. We can all go back and listen to the stream. It's perfectly fine. We should all chill, right? USA, relax.
Right. So this is my opinion, right? I think that the woke movement is going to destroy our civilization. Do you understand that, Zoidberg?
Can you define what a woke movement is?
I kind of agree with that.
Yes,
I kind of agree with that.
Well, thank you, B-Ball. So we should talk about it then, right?
Yeah, define the woke movement so we can talk about it.
Everybody knows what the woke movement is. Stop trying to police the conversation, Zoidberg. You're not that freaking important, man. You're not that freaking important, bro.
You're losing your cool over nothing.
I'm not losing my cool. I just want you to shut the fuck up. You're not that important, and let other people talk.
I have no right to participate in this conversation. I have to.
Yes, you have the right, but don't police the conversation. You're not that important.
I was asking you to define terms because usually when we have conversations, we define terms, so we're on equal grounds when we talk.
Everybody here, hands up who doesn't know what the woke movement is here.
I don't know what you mean. I have a definition. I don't know what you mean by it.
I don't know what you mean by it. Bro, stop doing what you're doing, bro.
Why are you mocking my accent and my voice?
You're not that important, bro. Your opinion and your questions. Look, you can't even let me talk, man. Like something is definitely wrong with you. Do you have like a police complex or something?
No, actually, just tell him what you think the woke movement means. I think that's what he's asking. What is your definition of the woke movement?
What do you mean, what my definition? The woke movement is people that are gender neutral or sir, schmer. They come up with these crazy words. I think these people are mentally not stable. Do you understand? If you think you're a boy one day and a girl the next day, you don't need us to prop you up. You need medical attention.
But you see what you're doing. You see what you're doing right now. You're going into medical misinformation. You're going into medical misinformation. You're saying you are diagnosing people online without any conditions. You're saying, oh, if you think this, if you think that, you're mentally ill. This is medical misinformation.
We don't have to go on and on and on about it. See, that is a derogatory position, and that's why we don't need to talk about it.
It's not a derogatory position, bro. No, it's not.
It's your opinion, and I don't agree with it. There's a lot more to it than that. Just to say they're all mental, they should all go to the doctor. That's bullshit.
No, I didn't say that. I said if you wake up one morning and think you're a girl, and the next day you think you're a boy, that is a mental condition. That is not derogatory. That means there is something wrong with you.
It's misrepresenting it, and it's not what it is.
Yeah,
it is exactly what it is. What is it? What is it, Left Lane?
That's the stuff we don't want to talk about. Come on, man. That's stuff.
Yeah, we're not going to talk about it. That's what it is.
So you think it's normal for somebody to think they're a boy one day and a girl the next day? That's normal.
We're not going to talk about it.
Unbelievable, man.
This is the thing I wanted to. This is the thing I warned twice, like an hour ago, and SE is still like.
Yeah, just keep it
on
to
the
yourself,
opinion.
Yes, if that's what you feel, SE, great, by all means. But just keep that stuff to yourself, man.
Why?
That's
No, I'm
fine.
not gonna
Personal
keep it to
opinions are
myself, bro.
fine.
No, you're not gonna stifle my opinion, bro. It's the First Amendment
We're
free
not.
right. I get to say whatever I want. You asked me a question, what's the woke movement? And I gave you my answer. Now,
But there's
maybe
more. It's
you
more
didn't
than that,
like
though,
that
right?
answer, but you asked
more
me
than
my
that, though, right?
question, did you not?
It's more than that. I think it's more than just that.
How
right?
can we, SC, how can we even stop your opinions? We're not in your head. We cannot control your thoughts. This is a ridiculous thing to say.
Listen, buddy. Soy boys like you, right, are gonna be the end of our civilization. Do you
I
understand
don't know
that?
what you mean
People
by
like you,
this.
soft men, are gonna ruin our civilization. Do you understand that?
Are you saying the Italians are like soft or like what? What are you saying?
You are a soft dude.
Me in
Just by the way you
particular.
talk, the way, like I can
Yeah,
imagine.
I'm being gentle. I'm being gentle right now. I don't want to offend anybody.
Yeah, I can imagine people like you on a battlefield, bro. They'll wipe us out, man. You understand that? Our society is under threat because of people like you, Zoidberg.
Because people like me are not good on the battlefield, our society is not right. That's just such a weird thing to say, man.
Yes, man. Yes, you are the
we should go to
problem.
a topic, or maybe a topic.
Yeah, change the topic, please.
Why you guys are not comfortable? Why does this make you not comfortable?
All it is derogatory attacks against one another, and that's not what we want to do here.
Well, Lieutenant, for the record, I never insulted SC in any way.
It's not derogatory. I'm trying to show you guys that this woke movement was a plot by the Soviet Union. Because you guys, Americans, are so powerful, they knew they couldn't attack you, right? So this is a Soviet plot. All this woke movement, feminism, is a Soviet plot designed to weaken the country. Do you not understand that? B-Ball, surely you should understand that, being a military guy.
But SC, I thought you liked the Soviet Union and Putin. You like the JGB and all that stuff.
What he just said after what I said. Bro, why don't you just sit the fuck down, bro, and let B-Ball
But you've
answer.
spoken about this. I was just curious.
No, you're just a fucking soy boy, man. That you don't understand anything. Do you understand what I said? The Soviet Union. This is a plot from the Soviet Union to weaken America. Do you not understand that?
It's confusing because coming from you, it sounds like a bad thing when I know that you do indeed support the Soviet Union and Russia. Because you are absolutely for Russia when it comes to Russia versus Ukraine.
Bro. You're just a clown, seriously.
Okay, sure. I'm just trying to understand. There's a misconception. I'm trying to resolve it. That's all.
The misconception is in your brain, bro. I'm giving you a scenario, and you're telling me that.
Are you diagnosing me right now?
Are you trying to make sense of what SC says? You should stop trying to make sense of what SC Montreal says. It's best.
You see, another ad hoc. Your country is being invaded by states, and you're supporting it. It's funny, man.
Who's it being invaded by now?
Nasta, if you were not here, I'm telling them this woke movement, right, is a plot from the Soviet Union.
Right.
You realize that flat is a part of that woke movement,
are you
right?
high? What are you smoking, SE? That is the dumbest thing I've heard you say. You said a lot of dumb things.
All right. Hold on. You realize that flat earthers and conspiracy theories are part of that woke movement, right?
I mean, you can't be this ignorant. B-Ball, you're in the army, bro. Surely you understand what I'm talking about.
The woke movement.
No, I don't. The way you say it, no.
Okay, you say it. How do you say it? How would you say it then?
Conspiracy theorists, flat earthers, people that dislike government, people that dislike authority, think everything is fake on the internet, which a lot of it is. Okay, there's a lot of false flag operations. You know, those are the people that are quote unquote woke.
No, you're diluting the situation. The woke movement, bro. The feminism. Are you not aware that it's
more than that? It's more than that.
Oh, so horrible! Feminism, equal rights. Oh my God, this country wasn't founded on that. We were founded. Fuck off, SE. Stay in Canada and shut the hell up about American politics, please.
Shut up, you idiot.
I know you want to be an American. You already live in the 51st state, but please,
until we formally adopt the 51st state, please just shut up about American politics.
NASA, you're a clown. Even your own people don't like you. So just shut up.
I don't fucking care, Essie. I will call you a fucking clown.
Gentlemen.
And you're a fucking clown. And you're a fucking clown.
I've never seen such behavior in the war room before.
Yeah, I know
exactly. That's what NASA does.
It doesn't have to be.
You have Essie telling,
but also,
you have Essie Montreal telling how America should run the country when he's in fucking Canada and doesn't know shit about equal
but also,
rights.
it doesn't have to be a war room. We can have a discussion, but
it's a reference.
It's so difficult.
It's a joke. It's a joke from Dr.
Yeah.
Strangelove.
No, when NASA comes into the conversation, we know what happens. Like it just goes to shit.
Okay,
I know some pretty tough gay people. Just saying, I know some really tough gay people.
Listen, man.
It also means red in Italian. I don't.
Right? If you don't realize, if you don't see what's going on in your country, open borders, woke movement, drugs. If you don't see what's going on in your country, it's like it's too bad, man. Because before it's gonna be too late in a little while.
Well,
so you guys let's wake up quick.
Rigsky is not here anymore. So I can't really address what he was talking about before. Well, I can. I'm going to. So Rigsky was frustrated because he saw, his tax dollars being used for things he doesn't approve of. So, and he was not happy that I suggested to him that the solution is through the political system, which he thinks is rigged. So, what the solution is through the political system, and that is where Trump has come in. And no one in here likes Trump, I understand, but that's the way that things get changed. That's the way, if you don't agree with something and you want to fight it, the way to do it is not to yell at someone in the forum. The way to do it is to campaign politically and to change people's minds using logic and reason as best you can, because people aren't generally logical and reasonable, but you can make headway with the people who are the most inclined to vote, and those, not always, but a lot of times, tend to be logical and reasonable. So that's the way you do it. Just by calling someone a clown doesn't change their mind. It actually pits them against you more. So if you want to talk about plots, let's calm it down and don't make enemies of the people that you are warning. If you are warning someone that there's something on the horizon that it could harm them, you don't shout at them. You say, look, there's this thing you need to be aware of, and you respect them. If you don't respect them, and that's not being a pussy, just respecting someone and not yelling at them isn't being a pussy. The threat is real.
Which I tried that at first, right? I tried that at first, and then I get insults thrown my way, so I just reciprocated. Now,
don't reciprocate. Right. Take the high road. Take the high road.
Don't tell me how to talk or behave, okay?
I'm not saying
I'm not telling you what to do. Fucking high society bullshit, right?
I'm not telling you what to do. I'm not telling you what to do.
But
if someone insults you, look,
thank you for your advice, and I'll ask for further if I need be.
Don't you see how you're attacking everybody now?
I don't care what you think of me. I don't care what you think of how I talk.
For a second.
You're not my father.
See, now you're attacking Red now. For no reason, you're attacking Red.
What is going on? Everybody talking. You hear two people talking, and then you're going to talk, and then somebody else is going to talk. We can't hear anything.
So I was saying, Essie, don't you see how Red was trying to address something and came to you in peace, and then you pulled up the shield and spear?
I don't care what you think of me. Don't try to tell me how to talk.
I have no ill will towards you.
I don't care, bro.
Can I reiterate?
I don't care.
May I reiterate?
Okay, Yogi, I won't tell you how to
reiterate. Let me say it a different way.
Find a picnic a basket.
If one is in a conversation and one expects to change the minds of the people one is talking to, the best policy is to come in peace and not yell at them.
Well, I would like to know
Rigsky did a good job. I would really love to know. Did he not? Rigsky did a good job. We were talking for over an hour, and we talked about abortion and all sorts of different things, but it was perfectly peaceful and it was fine. Just don't come in, just raging at everyone, including me. What have I done?
Once again,
I'm just trying
thank you
to
for your advice. But I don't care what you say, bro. I don't care. I don't care what you think of me. I'm going to make my point. I'm going to make my point. If I get upset and yell, my apologies. Don't tell me how to speak. I really don't care, bro. If you want me to stay calm, talk to me in a calm manner, and I will respect that. When a clown like NASA comes in, that's not going to work.
Tell me how the Russians want equality in the United States, and that's going to upset us. Yeah.
No, we got to get past the point of communication. Yeah, I agree.
No, come on,
yeah,
tell
we
me.
need to get past this point of argument.
I want SE to tell me how the Russians
just talk nice to each other.
That's right.
Talk nice but you just called him Yogi Bear. You just referred to him as Yogi Bear. What do you think that's going to? How that's going to set the conversation?
SE Montreal, tell me how the Russians enforcing equality of sexes and genders and other things is going to disrupt this country, please. I mean, the Russians are really into equality.
There is okay, stop talking. I will tell you. There is a prominent Russian. I forget his name now, right? And I'll try to find the video and post it. This was a plot by the Soviets, right? Because they knew America is too strong. There's a gun in every closet, right? There's no chance of them invading you. So they figured, using the feminist movement first and then the woke movement now, they figured they will attack you from the inside in. This is a plot of the Soviet Union. This is what I'm trying to tell you.
When did this?
Do we have evidence of this plot, though?
Yes, I will try to find the video. It's a very prominent man. They even killed his daughter. I forgot his name. Okay, I will find you and show you the video. I'm not making stuff up.
The Soviet Union fell in 1991.
It's more. See, I was going to say, yes, actually, that's the USSR you're thinking of. I don't think it exists. The Russian Federation is what exists.
Tell me how using a movement to increase equality among sexes, like the feminists, and the woke movement, which is an extension of equality, how that's going to tear apart the country.
I'll tell you, it was designed to tear apart the nuclear family, right? Mom and Pop would go out and work, right? Mom would stay home with the children. So that's how it started, right? Make women think they're like men, make them feel underappreciated being housewives, let them go out, and now you have a whole bunch of American hoes, women in America. Yeah, seriously? What are you laughing at, bro?
Seriously?
What are you laughing at?
Oh my God, I am laughing.
That 2% of American women have OnlyFans accounts.
Oh my God!
There's like a million. There's 1.3.
Do you not see this?
1.3 million.
I'm sorry. I did ask you, and
with
you
OnlyFans accounts.
And you respond with like pure. I don't know. I would tell you.
If you don't see this, man, there is a big problem, right? If you guys don't see your society falling apart, I mean, I can't help you, man.
I know, we're falling apart. Equality for women, equality for everyone. That's falling apart. Yeah, right. Go away.
Yeah, American men are going elsewhere to find women, bro. Yes, that's what's going on. Have you heard of the passport?
Yeah.
Have you guys heard of that?
They're going to Ukraine and other places to find women.
Yeah,
Not
why
so much
is that?
Ukraine right now.
Why is that, bro? Why are American men going abroad to find women? Tell me.
Oh, what? They've been doing that for years.
How
did they get going for years?
Yeah, the war brides, all that.
An excuse for everything, man. It's
what percentage?
They have succeeded, man. If they fooled smart people, they have succeeded.
What percentage has happened? What percentage of Americans do that?
What percentage he wants to know now?
Yeah, what percentage?
Like, I don't understand. Like, why are you fighting this? Why?
What percentage of people are doing this? Is it like big?
That's not the percentage. You want to know the percentage? First, you didn't know it was happening. Now you think it's happening. Now you want to know the percentage?
I know what's happening. It's like a very. My guess is it's like less than noise.
Step one, it's not happening.
It's not happening.
Well, if it is happening, it's like
the next one is like, it's not happening as much as you say it is.
Exactly.
And then it is happening. It is happening as much as you say it is, but it isn't as big as a problem as you say it is. And it is as big as a problem you say it is, but the solution
isn't a problem at all.
Exactly.
It's not a problem at all. He's just making up shit.
It isn't a problem.
Equality isn't
I'm
a
with
problem.
SE on this. It's undeniable.
Of course you are. Yeah, more rights for more people. That's bad, right?
More rights for more people. Who are the people who have no
women being women being equal is really bad thing, right?
They were
we should go
already
back to
equal. How were
No,
they not
they're not.
equal?
Statistics will tell you they're not equal. You think women are
No,
equal?
that's not. That's
You probably
statistics.
think
That's
blacks
not.
are equal too. You probably think blacks are
Oh,
equal
there we
too.
are. Yeah.
Yeah. You know, that's been 1860. You probably think black men are equal too, right? Because there's no laws that say that, right?
Everybody's
I
a
know.
victim. I don't believe in
I-
victim
I-
mentality. I don't accept anyone who ideologically attaches themselves to the victim mentality. And I don't believe that because we had a black president and one of the most richest and most influential people in the world is a black woman. And then we almost had a, well, not even cut, was she Indian, half Indian, something? Vice president.
Oh, I know. I mean, horrible. I mean, yeah, let's point out.
What's that got to
that's
do with
horrible,
anything?
isn't it? We actually had an African American president. I mean,
but
God.
yes, so it's basically it's the inequality, perpetual inequality. It's the appeal to we're not equal, and then if it's not the sexes, then it's financially or it's ethnically. There's sowing division, and I don't like it.
It's a plot, man. It's a diabolical plot that they've set, and it's working.
Right.
They got rid of the nuclear family. Please don't interrupt while I'm talking, bro. Please don't interrupt, bro. You get to talk after. Shut the fuck up. Please shut the fuck up.
I know, I got it.
Try to control yourself, man. Try to talk like an adult,
big,
bro.
huge conspiracy. No, why don't you talk like an
He
adult?
can't do it,
Stop
man.
on
He
this
ruins
conspiracy
every
theories of yours.
conversation he comes into, man. He's just like a
You're
virus.
talking shite. You're talking
Shut
pure
the
and
fuck
utter
up,
shit.
you clown.
You're talking pure and utter shit, SE.
You have no room. You have no room to talk when you're throwing mud in that way, because you just said to me, "Don't tell me what to do," and you're telling the NASA shill what to do.
The double standard of SE.
Oh, he's a virus. Don't you understand? Everywhere he goes, he sows chaos. That's what he does.
You're fighting
because you're lying your ass off, SE.
The enemy is within you.
No, the enemy's not within me. The enemy is him. He's the enemy. People like him.
You're raging
that
at everybody in
contribute
here.
zero to the conversation.
I'm glad I'm in your head. I'm glad I'm in your head.
I'm going to agree with you on the woke movement.
Thank you.
Am I your enemy still? Am I your enemy still?
The woke movement is
No,
so
you're not my enemy,
The
bro.
woke movement is destructive. Yes.
Why?
Thank you. Now you're not my enemy.
I'm not your enemy anymore. It is.
Why
it is
is the
destructive.
woke movement destructive? Why?
It's destructive, but not in the way that SE thinks it is.
Okay, so.
Oh. In what way is it destructive, people? I'm curious. Tell us.
I already mentioned
I already asked why it's destructive. I want to hear why it's
Your
destructive.
name, you see NASA right away comes in. Just stay quiet, NASA.
I can answer NASA shill.
We're actually talking, but Red Cloud's going to tell me why it's destructive.
Okay, because it is basically, it opposes the nuclear family.
Oh my fucking
and
God.
it opposes the principles that the nuclear family, the principle that the nuclear family is the bedrock and the basis and the Lego building blocks of a stable society.
Thank God we have a sane person in here. Thank God.
Well, I mean,
That's
yeah.
pure
If you
bullshit,
think
I'm
about it,
sorry.
though, I mean, whether it's insulting or offensive or whatever, that's a fact you can't get around.
It's not disputable, because if you look at the people who are the most vocal woke people, and you know what I mean by woke, feminists with a nose ring and the rest of it, and you know what I mean. Everyone knows when we say woke. Everyone knows what we mean by woke.
Yeah, if you have a nose ring, that means that you're against the family.
Stop
right?
interrupting, NASA.
No.
Well, no, it's a stupid comparison. I'm sorry.
Here's the thing, Essie. I understand where NASA shield comes from. So I know what he's already going to say. He's going to mock what I'm saying because he doesn't agree.
Yes, that's what he does.
Totally
That's
fine.
my whole point.
Yes. So don't rage at him. It's what he does. And Rixie comes in and says communism, and then everyone has their thing.
No, I mock what you say because what you say is definitely mockable. That is bull.
Okay,
everything
all
you
right.
say is
Let's
bullshit. You and
talk
SE are
about
on the
it.
same page.
Let's
Think about
talk
the
about
children. Tell me why awareness of social injustice, particularly related to those of race, gender, and other forms of equality, is against the family. Go.
Okay, because the race and gender equality question and problem was solved decades and decades
Solved?
and decades
What?
ago.
You think solved?
Yes.
Are you high?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, so there's no
Yes.
injustice. There's no injustice toward minorities, right?
Did I say there was no injustice?
Oh, you just said it was solved, though.
Yes.
Oh, it's solved, but there's still injustice, so it's not solved. Is it solved or not solved? Pick one.
Well, world hunger has basically been solved, has it not? Or
It's solved,
is
right?
it still the
There's
problem?
nobody hungry in the world, right? Got it.
It's been largely solved.
Largely
right?
solved. But that means that there's still some more things to do, right?
There's
Got
still
it.
people
So it's
hungry.
not solved, is it?
Okay,
Yeah, there's still
but here's
people
the thing:
hungry. Exactly.
that's the shill.
So it's not solved, is it?
There's no systemic inequality issues that need to be solved. Women can vote.
Shit.
Women can get any job that they want.
Oh,
You can have good old boys. What are the good old boys system? What's they call that? Right, where you have
capitalism.
You have a lot of nepotism. You have a lot of where the good old boys, the guys don't want the girl to get in. That's always going to be the case. You're going to have companies where they don't want particular type of people in. If you have a bunch of dudes and you've got a company to run by a guy and his VP, whatever is a guy, and then the board of directors all guys, and they get some blonde girl who has a bunch of ideas comes in and they're not going to let her in. That's not systemic inequality. That's just a good old boy
inequality.
system.
By definition, that's systemic
That
inequality.
isn't.
Oh my God! What is that? Why isn't that inequality?
So a systemic inequality would be that the government either
only the government
mandates bias like that or allows a bias like that. And the government specifically has laws preventing bias like that. You may not discriminate on the basis of, do they not? They have those laws.
Would you agree
if those laws
that,
are flouted, it doesn't mean that the laws don't exist. It's against the law to murder, but people are still murdered. So the inequality that you're talking about has already been solved. The problem is you don't know. You invent new victims, and you invent new problems.
Invent new problems. Right.
Yes.
In the meantime, you just stick your head in the sand and said, "Oh, we have our laws. Slavery was abolished in 1860. Therefore, African Americans are equal. That's what happened." And then we left the South alone for 100 years until the next time we said, "No, yeah, this is probably not the good thing to do."
Rick,
okay, so
what about oh, sorry.
No,
Rick,
go ahead. Go ahead. I've said enough.
What about you said it's only institutional if it's government, but what about something like redlining where banks collude to deny access to certain groups of people? Would you agree that's institutional as well?
No.
Oh, okay.
I thought.
Is it institutional? Let me ask you a question. Is that
allowed? Stick your head in the
allowed?
sand and pretend.
Is that allowed?
Not anymore. Not anymore because the Fair
It's not
Housing
allowed by
Act.
law.
Not
You
anymore.
can't refuse someone a mortgage based on the color of their skin or their, sexual orientation or the amount of nose rings and the color of their hair. You can't do that.
So
Yes,
if that
can.
happened, though,
Right.
you would agree it's institutional, right?
Say again. I'm sorry.
If it weren't banned, because for a while it was not illegal. At that time, would you consider that institutional?
It wasn't so much institutional. It was just sort of they didn't care. I mean, you only get so many laws that you can pass in a year. Congress has so many days they can pass new laws. They're passing laws every single day. At this point, everything will be illegal in about 5 years. So, yeah. But no, they just didn't pay attention to it. And then it was brought to light. People said, wait a minute, I was denied a mortgage. Wait a minute, I was denied a loan because I'm in a certain group. And other people have been denied. Other people in my group have been denied loans. There must be something going on. And then they alert lawmakers, and lawmakers say, oh, well, let me take a look at this. And they find out that people are being discriminated against. So they pass laws. That's what's happened. And now we're in a country where the sufficient laws have been passed so that you, no matter what you think or what you look like, you can essentially do what you want. You can run for office. You can start a company. You can do whatever you want, go live wherever you want. So where is the inequality systemically?
Yeah, before we go on, I'll let them answer. I posted the video. Yuri Bezmenov, shout out Lush, he reminded me who the man is. I advise you guys to watch this video. If you think I'm lying, listen to this video, and you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. I'm not making this up.
Thank you for that.
By the
link.
way, they killed this guy's daughter because he was talking about this. So this is like I'm telling you, if you don't know about this, just watch this video.
Okay.
I don't think
And
we
I-
actually
and
know that
also-
they killed his daughter because of that. They did kill his daughter. I don't think we know exactly why.
Yeah,
And I also
that's
posted
fair.
a
That's
video
fair. Yeah.
showing why we shouldn't talk about the things you're talking about, SD.
For the record, I asked a specific
watched
question
it. I
where the
posted it.
systemic biases and the systemic discrimination is. I didn't get an answer.
I mean, you would see it very like just look at the rehiring of women after having a kid, things like that. It's systemic because it's a man's world and it's made for men, and there needs to be legislation if they're going to be included because the world that was forged was made for men. We can work 12 months a year if we're not sick or dead. That's not them. They have other things that happen. So there's one piece of it. There's multiple pieces of it. And the thing is this: it's you don't equate in the time value of money. Being locked out of a system for a period of time is you can't. It's almost insurmountable to ever catch up. And that's what these laws and these rules and these legislations are coming in to make the playing ground a bit more equal.
So, the question though was about woke's destructive influence on societies, and I would argue that isn't a debatable phenomenon if you look at the numbers.
I mean, I would say, so when I hear the word woke, I hear a term that people use to dog whistle other groups. When I talk about the things that destroy this society, it's basically economics and policies and governments, not groups of individuals and people. So if I'm to isolate one group of people that you would say is the responsible for this, why don't we take the responsibility upon ourselves as men who administered the system and say, okay, like that's the thing. It's blaming others and not ourselves a bit. If that's where the power ultimately lies.
You know, it was interesting thing because I noticed that in the 70s, when I was growing up, and 80s, 90s, the comedies, the TV shows, the comedies, how many had the word family in the title? They were all about families.
Family ties. That's right. Bravo.
Yep.
All of
Family
the
matters.
family.
All in the
Family
family.
matters. Yep.
And
Yeah.
Partridge Family.
Partridge Family.
That's right. That's right.
It was all family. Wait till your father gets home. There was it was a lot of families.
Brady Bunch.
Yep.
Growing pains.
And
what do we have now? Freaks.
The Munsters. Hold on. The Munsters.
TV.
The Addams
The
Family.
Munsters, yeah.
The Beverly Hillbillies.
Leave It to Beaver.
Leave It to Beaver. The Andy Griffith Show.
That's right.
Just
That's right.
It's a long list. So
Olsen, Aunt B,
the society used to be family oriented, and the culture was family oriented, and so the entertainment was family oriented. Mary Tyler Moore Show, Dick Van Dyke, I Love Lucy.
Well, you also had Myra
Even Happy Days. Even Happy Days. The font, cool. Even that was family oriented.
Bewitched was a
that
family
time-
show.
During that same period of time, you had Myra Breckenridge, a story about a trans. Gore Vidal wrote it. It's a movie about it. During that exact same period of time, you had that media was there and exists, and it was yeah, it was shocking to people because it was trans of a trans dude. You should read it's a crazy book, but during the exact same period of time you're talking about, that was in the media as well.
Remember Bosom Buddies? Two guys dressing up like girls to live with each other back in the 70s? Come on.
Oh, there was Some Like It Hot. That's Jack Lemmon and Dressing up as women. Marilyn Monroe, very good.
Science.
Who was Jack Lemmon? Who was wasn't Walter Matthau? Who was in it?
No,
Come on,
programming.
It was.
I can see his face.
Cary
You know
Grant.
what
You guys are calling out the
No,
exact
it wasn't.
format of programming by media.
But
exactly.
Anyway. But what I'm saying is that it's the destruction of the ideal, which holds the family as the basis for a functioning society. The family is no longer revered. A mother is no longer revered. Motherhood isn't
You got to
revered.
remember, there was also a trend. Sorry, left lane. Go ahead.
No, it's not left lane.
Oh,
Do you remember the? Do you remember the newspaper, the Weird Science one, where they took like pieces of paper and put it in a machine and it printed out a lady?
Yeah.
Oh,
But wait,
movie.
back onto the TV shows and stuff that demonstrated family back in the 70s and 80s. But also, what you saw was a transition towards a different alternate type of family with the Brady Bunch. It's two divorced families that come together. The courtship of Eddie's father. It's a divorced dad that's living on his own. That's where we are now. We are at a different.
And My Two Dads.
Yeah.
No, I'm serious. They came out with the My Two Dads, and they had some other stuff. And then
That's right, bro. Yeah.
Science was before that, to let you know that science can be a part of like male, female, like, your perfect thing that you want or whatever. You take these parts of this, put it in the machine, it prints it out. Yeah, it's all
So we'll
programmed.
get to it, but the issue is that we'll get to a point where so few people will want children. The one thing they did, anyone else recall this, is they said, overpopulation, we haven't got enough food, everyone is starving. And so people thought, oh, you know what, I'm not going to have as many children, or I don't want any children because I don't want them to starve. And the world is overpopulated, we don't need more children. And so, but the trouble, of course, is the
Three
right
men and a baby.
Yeah, 3 men and a baby. Ted Danson. But
let me ask you guys something.
It doesn't have a good ending. That's the thing about where all this leads. Because once the birth rate goes below replacement, your country is done.
Well, that's
critical thinking.
Isn't replacement just a subset of the society? One set of society's not having children, but another set is. Because you could argue that, in America, there's subsets of the society that are well above the 2.1 or whatever number you're searching for.
Yeah, and they typically are Hispanic families, which have a very patriarchal system. So,
can I ask a question, guys? Can I ask a question? If somebody was to say to you, I feel like I'm a cat, I think I'm a cat, would you think that there's something wrong with that person? That they might need like attention, like they might need help?
I would equate that to someone telling me that Russia's winning this war and all that other stuff.
No,
as well.
answer the question.
It's the same. It's
the same thing. Answer the direct question.
It is.
I think they want cat food.
That's a red herring.
No. I mean, if someone came to me and said they were a cat, I would look at them and say there are genetics and biological markers that say you're not a cat. So now you're going to ask me if a man comes up to me and says they're a woman. Is that your next question to me?
If a man says I'm a woman, there are genetic markers that say he's not a woman, he's a man. In fact, you just have to unzip his pants.
Well, not always.
Exactly. It doesn't take much validation. You don't need a blood test.
Okay, don't ever go to Thailand with that mentality. All I have to tell you.
No. Hey, dude, if you go to Thailand and you see one of those lady boys, that lady boy will say to you, if you say, "Are you a girl?" That lady boy will say, "No, I lady boy."
No, what I'm saying is don't.
They don't
go
think
to
they're
Thailand
women.
That's right. He's right about that.
Don't go to Thailand with the mentality of the zipper proves it all.
Yeah, but
That's all I'm saying.
is correct. If you ask them what are you, they'll tell you I'm a boy. I'm a lady boy.
I'm a lady boy.
Yeah, so just stop asking. You know what I mean, Bob?
Don't ask them, Tom.
If you don't want them to tell you, just don't ask. You know what I mean? That's what you.
Don't ask, don't tell, right?
Right. Whatever. I wouldn't even go there. But
I have a difficult time.
What do you think about a person like what you're saying right now? Woke movement. Are you a cat? Are you a Doberman? Are you a worm? Are you a fish? And they're like, yeah, I breathe underwater and shit pebbles. I don't know. So they're NPCs. There's no, I mean, what else can you say about it? Like,
yeah, I'm just want to say that it's a problem, like, and people don't even want to acknowledge it as a problem to society.
You can be
I
programmed.
don't think it is. I don't think it's as big a problem as it's perceived due to the fact of how easy it is to broadcast your face and your opinion to the world with your telephone. It's enabled certain individuals to get out there, and then they go viral because it's such a radical thing. And then it's, oh my God, the whole world's turning this way. As I don't think it is a problem, because most of the homosexual population does not agree with the issues that you're talking about, SE. And they think it's crazy as you do.
Yes. That's my whole point. Yes, this is not against gays or homosexuals. I always stick up for them. I fight for them in any forum. I say always that they've been with us since the beginning of society, since the beginning of mankind, right? And like 10% of the population. That's not the issue at all. The issue is this woke movement. That's the problem. And they're teaching it to our children. That is the biggest problem of all.
It would be if it was a systemic problem. Though I don't think it's a systemic issue.
It is when it is.
Yeah, it's in the schools.
It's in the schools.
And media.
Yes.
It's very
why are they
systemic,
talking about
that's why
sex in schools?
Yeah, it's not in my local schools for sure.
TikTok,
Oh
YouTube.
my goodness.
Oh yeah, it is.
Yeah, I'm glad it's not.
I mean,
But
you
glad-
have sex. I mean, you know,
I'm glad you don't have
education
school-age
class.
children then.
If you hear
But you
teenagers talk about
in
any
ninth
kind of
grade,
issue,
dude, I went to a Christian school. In ninth grade, we had sex education class. It was in biology. I mean, it's you learn about sex in school. I mean, is that a unique experience?
Yeah, we're not talking about learning sex in school. We're talking about in school now. They have books teaching like young kids. There's books of male fellatio in school.
Have you seen that one of the guy tries to
bro.
read the book? He goes to the school board meeting. He's got one of the books that's in the school's library, and he tries to read from it, and they drag him away because
they stop him.
they can't hear the words in the book.
No,
that's in their own library.
I don't mean that it doesn't. For me to say it's not in our school, our local school board, that it's black and white. It's like there will be no sexuality, there will be no gender discussion. These children look up to their teachers as mentors. Some of them build very intimate personal relationships with their teachers. My granddaughter being one, when she was 14, she decided she was bisexual. And guess what? She had a bisexual teacher that was like promoting that to the children, and it messed some kids up, and that lady got fired for that. But yeah, that is a problem, but I think it's up to the parents and everyone to stop that type of mess. That belongs in the home, just like religion, and
yeah.
If it gets outside of the biology of making babies, they
when they took all
shouldn't be allowed.
When they took all those books out about sex and violence and stuff, did they take the Bible out of the library?
It's got
too?
lots of it.
complete non sequitur. A complete non sequitur.
Well, no. If you're going to be see, this is the problem. SE thinks it's a non sequitur because he only wants.
No, he's
side.
not. He's not wrong. When I, I'm going to say this. When I got saved, my mum said to me, "You're going to start reading the Bible, and you're going to find some stuff in there that's whacked out." And she was right. Holy cow, she was right. The messed up stuff was in there. And then there's
most so-called Christians want to leave. Most so-called Christians want to leave that stuff out, like when Jehovah called for basically genocide against certain cities.
So my when people ask a Christian like myself, "What's your favorite Bible topic or verse?" Mine is I've got to find the actual verses. There's a part in one of the kings, in the books of Kings, and there's a battle going on, and there's a king who realizes his side's losing, and so he flees to a neighboring kibbutz or moshav, whatever you want to call it. That's a tent city, if you will. And he dives into this tent. There's a girl in the tent, and he says, "Oh, hey, I'm just visiting and everything, and okay if I take a sleep here? I've been walking for a day, And she says, "Yeah, no problem." there's a bed right here. I'll get you something to drink if you want. He says, "Oh, great, thanks." And so he lays down and goes to sleep. So she goes outside. She finds a tent peg and a hammer. And goes back in the tent and hammers his head to the floor. And then she goes, tells the elders and says, "Hey, guess whose head I've got nailed to the floor in my tent?" And it turned out it was she recognized him. It was the king of this force. And I read that. I'm going, so this chick nails this guy's head to the floor with a tent peg. That's in the Bible, man. Yeah. So that's my favorite part of the Bible.
Not to mention where God changes his mind 5 or 6 times and drowns everybody except for 8 people.
Okay, can we agree on one thing at least? Let's see if we could find common ground here. Even with NASA, maybe. Can we agree that this stuff should not be taught to children? Can we agree at least on that?
What stuff? You mean any sexuality or just this parts you don't like? I mean, we can teach them all about heterosexuality and have heterosexual teachers, but keep all that gay shit in the closet, right? Is that what you're saying, basically?
Basically,
I'm saying not to teach children.
Fucking A. Leave it at the house. Leave it for the parents to teach their children about that stuff.
Correct.
Except that you're teaching them all about heterosexuality because you got heterosexual teachers and heterosexual this.
What you call natural way, yeah.
So it's natural. That's natural. And the other way is not natural, right? So
NASA shill. Those things are in biology books because they're biologically true.
We're not talking about biology books.
We're talking about scientific fact.
We're not talking about biology books. We're talking about all the heterosexual norming that goes on.
That's heterosexuality is biologically true.
Call it? He called it norming.
There have been gay norming. Yeah, you basically say that it's normal to be heterosexual, and anything else is abnormal.
Yes.
Incorrect.
Unless
there have
you're
been gay people around. There have been gay people around. There have been gay people.
Been murders around.
There have been gay people
around for all
there have been
human
gay
history.
people. God, I was actually talking about. Okay, you can interrupt me, but you always get upset when I interrupt you.
Sorry.
Oh, there have been gay people around since the Bible.
Yes.
Look at David.
That's
what?
No.
Yes.
That's not the thing. We're not talking about gay people. That's not the thing. We're talking about the woke movement.
Exactly. Thank you, D-Mod.
Which is equality for everyone, including gays,
listen here,
including
hold on.
transsexuals,
How come
including
everybody?
women.
Well, okay. How come everybody leaves out hermaphrodites and people that they're not sure? Those would be the people who aren't. Can you wait 1 second? Those would be the people who probably aren't sure what's going on. So if you were born and you had 2 sexes and you weren't sure what the fuck was going on and why the fuck you got that, or you're born with another person attached to you. I mean, these things exist, right?
Yep.
So if that's the thing, and hold on, if you're born like that, then that's what you have to deal with. If you're not, then you're a boy. If you're a boy, you're a girl. If you're a girl, and if you grow up, well, listen, if you grow up as that whatever and want to do something different, then that's your prerogative. But you don't have to fucking make everybody in the world be everything too.
Why not? Just keep it in the closet, right? Unless you're heterosexual.
No, I'm saying if you like a guy and you're a guy, fucking like a guy, and hopefully want to like you. You ain't got to tell everybody else to like them.
I think it was Swiss Air. Was it Swiss Air? Anyone remind me? Was it Swiss Air or Swedish Airline? And they produced an ad in the 80s, I think it was. And they said, everyone is welcome, no matter which way you something buckle or something like that. And it showed seatbelts. And it showed 2 buckles and 2 clasps. 2 clasps, 2 buckles, and a buckle and a clasp. And then they pulled the ad because people noticed that only one of those systems, only one of those combinations worked.
Oh, stop it! Who cares? I mean, so anyway, what about people that are?
That's biological truth.
What about women who are infertile or men who are infertile? Are they like second-class citizens too? I mean, they can't have kids.
No. What do we call that?
Oh, they're not. Why not?
Yeah.
You just said
because
that
what do we call that?
Only for biological having children. Yeah. Only for having children can we have sex. If you can't have children, then I guess you can't have sex, right?
Yeah. That's first of all, that's anomalous, and second of all, it's called infertility, and it's treatable. Yeah. You don't say infertility is normal. You don't say infertility is something that you just accept. No, you go to fertility clinics.
Yeah, the whole point of being
sometimes you can.
Species A species of anything is supposed to be able to reproduce
That's
its kind. That
incorrect
means
too.
But
There's
I want to make a
there's
point to NASA show because I can't talk all day.
There's 8 billion. There's 8 billion people on Earth. How many billion more do you need?
There's 8 zillion poisons they take. How many you need?
How many billion people do you think we need on Earth?
I want to make a point
trillion,
to
zillion more.
I want to make a point to NASA show. The implication in what you're saying, and I understand it because you get a lot of people online who are very hateful. The implication is that is a tendency for people to be very hateful against people who are homosexual or believe that they're in the wrong body and all that sort of thing. Okay, that's another argument, but you can't argue with biological truth. So if you're scientifically minded, then you should accept that biological truth, and then we can talk to sociological and all the rest of it. But if you're not willing to say that that is biologically true, then you've got a problem.
So what is my answer? There are 8 billion people on Earth. Why do you think there's been homosexuality since the day we lived in caves? Why do you think that is?
Is heterosexual sex biological truth?
Truth? Define truth. How do you know it's truth?
Because it's the only one that is able to it's the only one that's able to replicate.
So what?
The issue is, and this is where the argument is, the issue is although that you like to think of yourself as scientifically minded, when it comes to something like this, you're not. And it's hypocritical.
Oh, I'm not? I'm not.
No.
What? So what? So what? So a man and woman can have a kid. So
it's just a point that people have pointed out that I've noticed, and it's a quite hypocritical to say that there is truth in science and there is truth in mathematics and all the rest of it. And things that are correct, the shape of the Earth, the things that are incorrect, but then not apply that reasoning to biological sex, because it's a sociological thing.
Life is the thing you should pay attention to. Hold on. Life is so what? You don't have life if you just want to not everybody. So the pay NASA show, if you're like, okay, from today on, nobody can mate, everybody's stuff doesn't work. Okay, well, that last baby's the end of population then. Good for you.
Yeah. If you lived on a
people on
small
Earth,
island.
there are 8 billion
no
people
life,
on
brother.
We don't live on a small island. There are 8
no
billion
life, none.
people on Earth.
Not in your world, there's none.
8
you don't want
billion people.
Not NASA Shields. He wants
8
zero
billion
people.
8
He just
billion
wants
people on
NASA
Earth.
Shield.
How many people are on Earth?
8 billion. All right, so how many more do we need? And by the way, there've been homosexual people around since
You're
day
reiterating,
one.
man.
That's not a problem. We need 8 trillion zillion more people, NASA.
Why do we need that
like
many
you?
people?
That way we can argue with you and tell you that we need more people to have more people. Because without people, you don't have people. And if the people
That's
can't
a
make
dumb
the
argument.
people.
Shut up.
Yeah, if people can't make people, we don't have people.
People have to be able to make people,
Turning
NASA.
J-Mac down. That's just dumb.
How do people make people?
It's the argument is, NASA Shield, here's where it is. I just trying to think it through here. The argument is if it were allowed, there's resistance to it because the logical conclusion to it is that this ideology and this idea spreads around the world, and if it spreads around the world, we'll have a global collapse in populations. We have collapses in populations in countries like Japan and Korea.
There are 8 billion people on Earth. So what?
Stop saying that.
So it will just take longer. It will just be a longer period of time before the collapse happens. But if unchecked, woke ideology, unchecked, could potentially
somewhere around 5 to 10% of people are gay. You're making a big deal out of nothing. There's still going to only be 5% of people who are gay.
These days?
Well, stop this
potentially woke ideology. Potentially woke ideology could be a threat to the human race.
Of people are only somewhere between 5 and 10% of people are gay. There'll still be 90% of the people to do the nasty. So shut up. It's just dumb.
90% of people having maybe one kid.
I'm trying to be
having maybe one kid at the rate of death is not very good. Having 13 and 14 and 20 kids is what people used to do, and there wasn't 80 trillion billion back then. So how the fuck is there 8 billion now if everybody's only having one kid and barely one? Come on now, NASA, do the math.
Mathematics. It's just mathematics. But the point, the reason there is the backlash, the reason there is the pushback, the reason this is happening is because, drawn to its logical conclusion, if
That's
woke
not a logical.
ideology and
That's
the
an
ideals
illogical.
that it
That's
promotes,
an illogical conclusion. Not
the
everybody is
logical,
gay. Stop it. That's not a logical conclusion. That's an illogical conclusion based on the slippery slope. Well, then everybody's going to do it.
Yes.
That's a slippery slope.
The
That's
slippery
a
Didn't say
fallacy.
everybody is,
The
but
slippery slope is a logical fallacy. Stop
becoming
it.
a movement.
It's a real
let me
fallacy, not a
give
flat
you an
earth
example.
fallacy, too.
Let me give you an
You
example
just
of
gave
slippery
one.
slope.
Oh,
Let
if
me give
every,
you an
if,
example
so-
of slippery
if-
slope.
You just did.
Hold on. No, I'll give you another one.
Yeah, give me another
But
one.
I
Great. So let's
recall
argue the slip. So we already
back in
have
the
one.
day,
You already have
dude,
one
calm
fallacious. So
yourself.
why do you want to? No, stop. I'm not going to listen to the slippery slope because the slippery slope is
I'll
a
give you an
logical
example of
fallacy.
one.
I
It's
don't
not.
want a slippery slope argument.
All
The
right, then
slippery
I'll
slope
say
argument
something else.
is
I'll
a logical fallacy. No, you can
I'll
give me another
label it.
slippery slope, even though I've told you that the slippery slope is a logical fallacy. You're going to give me another slippery
I'm
slope
going to say
analogy,
the
aren't you?
exact
Go.
same thing, but label it different so you won't be triggered. I'll tell
I'm
you a
not
little
triggered. I'm just
story.
I don't want a story.
In the
I
50s.
No, I don't want a story.
In the
I don't want your
50s,
dumb
I think it
story.
was the
Stop
50s.
it.
Stop trying to
You keep on.
stymie
So you're
my
gonna go on
words,
ahead and
please.
tell. You're gonna go ahead and tell
I know
a
you're.
logical fallacy story.
I'm
Aren't
going
you?
to start
Go ahead.
trolling you.
I can't stop. I can't stop you from
I'm going
lying
to
and
start
telling
trolling
a
you.
logical
You're
fallacy. So go
pushing the
right ahead.
super
Go.
free sex
Go ahead.
movement. The free sex
Tell me when you're
movement.
done.
I understand. I understand you don't want to hear the truth, but
It's not the logic. The
don't be
slippery
afraid.
slope is
Don't be afraid.
the slippery slope is a logical fallacy.
You won't let
It
me
is
say it.
not the
Calm down,
truth.
NASA,
You
or I will mute
moron.
you and let him get it out. It's your choice. Go ahead, Red.
Thank you. Back in the 50s, I think it was, or the 60s, people were concerned because of the rise of women's sports. Women didn't used to participate in sports. It was all male, if I'm not mistaken. It used to be all men. And the worry was that excess exercise and fitness in women, that sounds a little much, but you know what I'm trying to say. Excess exercise and whatever in women, pushing themselves physically like men can do, would hamper the woman's ability to conceive. And so women, ignored all that because whatever, and they went into sports, and now we have women's sports everywhere in every sport conceivable, if you pardon the pun. And then what happened? Now we have a huge problem with infertility of women not being able to conceive. So that was a slippery slope, and it turned out to be true. So.
Genetic transitioning too.
And the other one was the marriage and men marrying men. That was a slippery slope as well. Because now we have men that identify as women and want to marry their sisters and want to do whatever they want. And a Japanese girl married herself.
Oh my God,
I think it's a
stop
Korean
it.
woman married the Golden Gate Bridge. And so
it.
now we can marry whoever we want. We can marry a hedgehog.
Another slippery slope. Come on,
And
how many
marriage has
slippery
gone down.
slopes? How many
And what's
slippery
gone down
slopes?
with it? The birth rate.
How many slippery slopes are you going to do before you realize this is a logical fallacy?
It isn't a logical fallacy. In drawing the logical conclusion that if woke ideology is allowed unchecked,
God, it's
then
not though.
Globally,
wishes either.
Globally, it could lead to the elimination or the destruction of the human race.
I'm not worried about it. I think you're freaking out over not very much.
That's why I said it could.
There are 8 billion people on Earth, and you're worried about the slippery slope fallacy. My God, stop it.
All right.
How would you
Once
know
again,
8
this
billion
is not
from 2
about
billion?
gays and lesbians, right?
No,
They've
it's not.
always
It's not
been-
anti anyone.
Hold on, bro. They've always been like 10% of our population back to antiquity, right? Gays and lesbians are not the problem.
Right. It's been Greek stuff. It's always happened. It's not been a new thing. It's not a new thing.
Yes, they live amongst us, and it's not the problem. The problem is the woke movement.
Oh, the woke movement, right? Because equality is bad. Got it.
Equality has already been achieved.
Bullshit.
What the fuck are you talking about? Equality means a whole
You're
other
probably like,
thing.
oh, we fought the Civil War, therefore, blacks are equal.
Oh, you're
Forget,
equal with it.
sorry, talking with
You
Dane.
fought
I
a
got
war.
mute. You're probably one of the guys that said, "Oh, we fought the Civil War. Blacks
must
are
get
equal now,
free.
so we'll all go back to the North and let the South go."
Equal
You
rights.
can't have a combo with this guy. It's just not possible.
Again, I know you don't like that argument, do you, Jesse? Because it
Because
shows
it's
you
a
how
lousy
bullshit
one.
your argument. No, it's
It's a
a good
lousy
argument.
argument, man.
What do you mean
You're
it's a
better than
lousy
this.
argument?
You're
Your
better than
slippery
this.
slope.
Equal rights.
I've
Your
heard your
slippery
sci-
slope.
I've heard your
Your slippery
scientific
slope is a
arguments.
good argument. Your slippery slope is a good.
I've heard.
Your slippery slope is a good
Stop.
argument, and my showing you an
Could I
example
get
of
some
one week.
moderation?
And again, listen to me.
Yes, you
Your
will get
slippery slope.
moderation.
Your
NASA, this is
slippery
your
slope
second
is
warning,
a.
bro.
Oh, shut up, SE. You
What?
you're
Okay.
not supposed to mod. You're supposed to mod. You're going to mod in argument in a discussion you're
You won't let me
involved in.
speak.
No, I'm
That's
out of the
because you
convo now.
won't
I'm
let me
stepping out
speak.
of the convo, and I'm telling
No, you're
you,
in the
don't
convo,
interrupt
and
or you will
you're
get muted.
You're in this convo, and you're going to mute someone who's on opposed to you in a convo. That's what's going to happen here. In the
No,
meantime,
like I said, I'm out of the convo. I'm look at me now. I'm stepping out. Look, I just took a step back. I'm going to moderate. Do not interrupt, please, NASA. Thank you.
so here you are.
Go
I
ahead,
give you an
Red.
example.
Go ahead, Red.
I give you an
He's not gonna
example
stop.
of. I give you an example of what you want done. The Americans, we fought the Civil War. Oh, blacks are suddenly free. We passed the 13th Amendment, passed the 14th Amendment, and then we say, okay, South, you're on your own. And for 100 years, what happened? They just basically reinstituted slavery with different rules, and took us 100 years before we went back there. That's what you're
Okay, you
basically
said
saying.
your piece. Now let Red respond.
Is it against the law, or is it not against the law, to discriminate against someone with pink hair and a girlfriend to get a mortgage? On the basis that she's a girl and she has a girlfriend and she's got pink hair. Is that against the law to discriminate against her, or is it not?
God, I just gave you the example of the law of slavery being illegal. For 100 years, slavery was illegal, and blacks were still discriminated against, even though it was against the law. Come on. Just because it's a law doesn't mean that it's being enforced, doesn't mean that everyone does it.
Well, nobody's a robot, and people like who they like, and they don't like who they don't like. So each individual person doesn't make a whole. The media is not the people. The media is a fucking strand of tell you this, tell you that. People have been. You're equal from birth. You and I are equal from birth. What the fuck are you talking about equality, NASA? That made no sense. You don't fight for equality. You fight for your life.
If you are gay and you go along with your boyfriend to a bank, and the bank says, "I'm denying your loan," and you can prove that the bank denied your loan on the basis of your homosexuality, then you can sue and you will win.
Yeah, if you're alive, you're equal. That's the last thing I thought. So as long as I'm
So
alive and you're alive,
what
we're
are you
equal.
talking about?
Yeah, so I just don't know what he's saying.
Oh, look at the example in the slippery slope that I posted. Example: Colin asserts that we'll allow same-sex couples to marry. Next thing we'll know, we'll be allowing people to marry their parents, their cars, and even monkeys. Wow, that's basically what I heard in this room just not more than 5 minutes ago.
Yes.
That's what you're saying.
Yes.
You're
It's called the slippery slope. It's
Yes.
a fallacy.
A girl in Japan married herself. She had a solo wedding.
Fallacy.
A solo wedding.
Was it legal? Was it legal?
But she tried to marry herself.
Was it legal?
They'll make
Was
it legal.
Is
As
it legal?
Palpatine said.
Is it legal?
It's all going to become
Is
legal.
it legal?
Oh,
No, not legal, and that's
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Not in
you can be
Japan.
part robot.
Thank you very
They're gonna-
much.
they're gonna-
Slippery
Dude,
slope.
they're going to
Stop
add
it.
metal legs to people, and that's going to be legal. They have same-sex bathrooms. That's legal. Then you're going to be able to connect.
Same-sex bathrooms?
You're going to have a robot.
Same-sex bathrooms. Oh,
You're gonna have a
we should.
remote butler.
Same-sex bathrooms.
You're
We've
gonna
never
be
heard of
able to
those
marry
before.
Yeah, did you guys hear Khabib talk about that? The same-sex bathroom. Did you guys hear Khabib, the UFC guy, when he went? He couldn't decide. He said, "My God, what is this?" I went and I look, and it said same-sex. I didn't know where to go. I knock on the door first. I grew up differently. Did you guys see that?
Yes.
It's like we're the laughing stock of the world, guys. You gotta understand that.
Open the doorknob and go in and pee. What the hell?
It becomes a male
but what if
bathroom when
there's
I
little
walk into the
people in
bathroom.
there? What if there's little ones in there using the bathroom, not of your kind, and it's not?
I mean, we have these on airplanes. We have these at your house. You probably have a same-sex bathroom.
NASA.
So
if
they're
there's
single-use
little kids in
bathrooms, yes.
there, do you go in there and use the bathroom, NASA?
Single occupancy bathrooms, yes. But if you have multiple occupancy bathrooms, they should be divided by sex.
Denied.
How are you going to determine that you're going to have like people who inspect? coochies as
Yeah,
they walk in?
yeah. So we talk about slippery slope. You were seriously thinking that bathrooms are all going to be manned with a guy checking your genitals before you
Yeah,
go?
I
Talk
actually
about
use the
slippery
women's
slope, man.
Yeah, I actually use the women's
how else
restroom
would
if the men's is full.
how else would you determine that?
Anybody can go in any bathroom.
How
People
else
have
would
been
you
speaking
determine
of
what
that.
room
Hold
people
on,
get to
man.
use?
Has it happened?
They made
Has
No,
comedies
but
about
it
people
was
sneaking
has
into
anywhere
bathrooms.
The
has
question, of
anywhere
course,
got
it didn't
bathroom
happen.
monitors to make sure you got the correct genitals?
But how do you determine that,
Hold on a
though?
second, guys.
How do you
Has that
determine it?
happened?
How
Slippery
do you
slope.
determine it? How do you
People can
determine
go.
it?
People can sneak into any bathroom. It's not what
NASA
you're
You
supposed
shill.
haven't
to
told
do,
me.
though.
You haven't told me how you
NASA
determine
shill.
who gets to
You're
use. You don't.
you're
You
better.
haven't
You're better
determined.
than
You
this.
haven't told me how you're going to determine who gets to use whose bathroom according to these
You
laws.
haven't given me an instance where someone has had their genitals checked before walking into a bathroom, where that's the slippery slope you were all telling us about. You just sort of, Trump is going to make sure we check our genitals in there. They were
How else are you going to
screaming
determine
about
that?
that.
That's what the law. How else are you going to determine the law?
They were they were
Yeah, that's it.
screaming about
It was a
that.
dumb law. That's right, because it was a dumb law.
Hey,
Yes,
how else
Exactly.
are we
yes.
going to determine?
So basically, it was showing you how dumb your law
Slippery
was.
slope.
No,
You're
it's
the
not the slippery
slippery
slope. It's just
slope,
showing you how
NASA.
dumb your law is.
For what it's worth,
We didn't make
where I
laws check genitals.
What is
for
worth?
what it for what it's worth, where I've seen like multi-sex or two-sex or whatever they're called bathrooms, there's always been also the regular bathrooms. So like you got a choice. You can go in the all men or the multi.
Or the family, or the baby bathroom.
Well, they have those too. In the Seattle airport, they have them all, and it's just your choice which one you want to go in.
And handicapped, and then there's going to be a robot bathroom. Where's
Robot
that?
bath.
I'm serious. You're going to have robot butlers.
Okay, if you're going to take
Your
Denmark
robot,
seriously.
your robot's going to be
No.
declaring what sex it is. Well, whatever. And it's going to be equal rights for robots, right, NASA? Come on, brother. Slippery slope. Come on.
What was the movie?
I just posted. Hold
Robin
on,
Williams
Red.
movie. What was that one?
Red, give me a sec. I just posted
Yes,
the video, right? Have a look of how people think of us. Have a look. They think we're crazy, man. It's a short video.
Oh yeah. So thank you, Denmark. So where can you show where people are being harassed just for simply being non-conforming?
Me?
I mean, no. I'm just saying it's the typical thing is, if you have this, if you're a conservative, then you do this, but you can't show an instance of that happening. And they do it to others. They do it to liberals as well. Conservatives do it to liberals. It's just gaslighting.
No, I was trying to say something like little kids and people like sometimes boys try to sneak
Oh, I
into
see.
girls'
I
bathrooms.
misconstrued.
Yeah. Sometimes
I
little
misconstrued.
girls and boys. No, I know. I'm just saying, like in reality, I'm just saying the NASA shill too. The one that says the mock STF or whatever. I'm saying that people do this shit. Yeah, people sneak around. They do shit they're not supposed to. Hey, man, what if I did this? And it's a funny thing on TikTok these days. If I'm sneak into the wrong thing, okay, you're funny. That's not what we're saying. Yeah, that can happen. Yeah.
It's hard to be nice to and be kind to and be cordial to people that believe things that your brain tells you to hate. It's very difficult to do that.
Yeah.
But this is a society problem, right? This is not just a bathroom thing. They're trying to change your society. They're trying to demolish the nuclear family, and they're succeeding. This is a big problem.
Well, you can do one thing, and that's have lots of children and encourage your daughters to do the same.
Just divide and
Well,
conquer.
if you don't get it out of the school system, the new generation, they're all going to be like that. You got to understand that, guys. It's in the system. It's in the schooling.
If you try to debate some, I'm not saying to do this, but if you tried to go debate a class today or some students on some stuff and said the wrong thing, they're all going to jump on you and be like, no. This is, trust me, I've had kids and each different one during each different time of whatever will come and have like a different standpoint of what the class is taught and then what they have.
Yeah. Did you hear what Left Lane said about his? What was that, Left Lane? Your niece or something? I don't know if Left Lane is here.
He's here, but I don't think he's speaking.
One of my daughters was just young enough to be involved, going through school at one of the times. And I talked with her, and yeah, she said the school pushes this, and then you as an individual have your own ideas. But then, like all the group think thing, like the peer review right in front of you with the information and the force of the information being a certain way, and then the peer review follows. So, like if they say this information should be good or should be bad, everything goes from that. Everything gets programmed from that. So if they're like, you can be whatever you want, this has to be good, then you'll get argued with by your own kids. Like
It's become a serious problem that I'm seeing with lonely people, women that can't get a good guy, and they are, frustrated because they can't get a good guy, and they don't know what to do because they haven't been taught how to be a good woman by their mother, and they haven't, they've got an OnlyFans account and they have a high body count, and then they get into their 30s and they start thinking, hold on a minute, those babies, I like babies. I'd like a baby. The biological clock starts ticking. That's a trite and cliche, but it's true. They get into 35, and then they get to 40. It's not a future that's going to be really bright for a lot of those people. They've been lied to in a way that I don't think any previous generation has been lied to.
Yeah, and not only that, they're encouraging them. They're giving them hormones, right? A young kid, if you have hormones because you think you're a male or female at that age, and then when you finally grow up and you realize, wow, it's too late. Like this is like an abomination. This is like hurting our children, man. This is bad. You can't reverse that after.
No, it's irreversible. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's not a happy place for people to be in, to realize. I mean, I remember as a small boy, I pretended to be a puppy a lot. I saw puppies on TV, and I wanted to be a little puppy, and climb under the table and chew on a chicken bone. That's what I did when I was little, because I was 6. But yeah.
Okay, so was that harmful to you to pretend that you were a puppy?
No, but if my parents had bought me a doghouse and a doggy bed and fed me dog food, and
what if they just kind of went along with it, and you still slept in your
bed?
Neutered. You just slept in your bed. You ate regular food, but they're like, "Yeah, you're a dog." They just called you what you want.
You think that would be good to tell a small child, "Yeah, you're a dog"?
I don't know. I mean, it's pretend when you're little. That's a lot of what you do is pretend.
Wait. Think it through.
You're a Jedi.
Think it through.
Jedi,
think it through. Just use logic. You've got a logical mind. Use that logic. Sorry, it's patronizing. It didn't mean to be. But use your logical mind and think it through. Would it be good for a parent to affirm an 8-year-old boy's identity as a dog? No, it wouldn't. I'll answer it for you. No, it wouldn't be beneficial. It would be harmful for the boy to.
That's the absolute answer.
Right.
That's the absolute answer. But what about kind of engaging with that and letting it be played out? It's pretend. That's what kids do.
Yes. So kids also pretend. The boys also pretend they're a girl. If they got a sister, they put the girl's makeup on, the dresses on. They're interested, and they look. Because at that age, you put a dress and some makeup on, and any 8-year-old boy could pass as a girl, unless it's particularly like I was. But yeah, But to say, yes, you are a girl, and we're going to take you to the doctor and give you hormones that will change your biology irreversibly.
Yeah,
are you out of your mind? Are you out of your mind? That's what they're advocating for.
No,
It's two different
that's not what
things.
everybody's advocating for.
It is what the people are advocating for, man.
Well, you
What?
sound like you're
What are you
freaking.
talking about? That's what people are advocating for. Sex change
very
operations
few
for
people.
minors.
Very few
Not minors
people.
that dig into the ground. Underage people.
Can you estimate approximately the amount of people that you're talking about, like percentage-wise?
So yeah, that's the it isn't as many as you think it is argument. And
I'm
if it
just
is as
curious
many as I
what you
think it
think
is,
it
it
is.
isn't as harmful as I think it is argument.
I'm just curious what you think it is.
I don't care. It's the argument that's it's a red herring. The
Right.
first argument is it isn't happening. The second argument is it isn't happening as much as you think it is, and then it is happening as much as you think, but it isn't as harmful as you think it is.
Well, I'm not arguing. I was just curious on what you thought.
No, I don't know what the numbers are, but the numbers are far, far higher than they've ever been in human history. How about that? So when you talk about the people who identify as sex other than their actual sex, it's like now children, it's 30%. That's
okay. It's 30%.
That's unimaginably catastrophic for a society for that many to be that deluded.
As is customary on the internet, would you be able to provide a citation for that, please?
Yeah, I could. I'm in the garage right now, so I can't.
No,
but you could. I'm not passing the buck, but you could.
Okay, I'll Google it. 30%.
No, you can't. You can't. You're just making this shit up.
What
this
am
is
I
all
Googling?
your right wing. This is all your right wing.
I'm not the right wing.
What am I Googling?
I haven't called you left wing, have I?
No, but your positions are extremely right wing.
They're not right wing. There's normal.
Normal. You're right.
Normal. Yes.
Normal.
15 years ago, no one would have come in a Discord server had Discord existed back then and said, "Oh yeah, you should." No. There's an instance on Bill Maher on Real Time with Bill Maher. Wait, Mr. Shield. There's an instance on Bill Maher's show where a guy said men are walking to women's bathrooms dressed as women or something like that, and the whole audience, including Bill Maher, wait, what? When does this stop? When did that happen? And they were just dumbfounded that the guest said such an outlandish thing. And he was saying that men are identifying as women and saying, yes, I am a woman. And they just laughed at him. And that was not even 10 years ago. Bill Maher looks a little bit older, but he doesn't look that much younger than he does now. So that wasn't that long ago, man. Look it up.
Yeah, 50 years ago, 50 years ago, there were,
there were do that. Yes.
50 years ago, there were drinking fountains. 50 years ago, there were drinking fountains for African Americans.
Yeah.
100 years ago, women didn't have the vote.
The conversation is not about the conversation.
And
is
there
not
were always people like you saying, "Oh, this is going to be the end of civilization. Oh, if women get the vote, this will be the end of civilization. Oh, if African Americans are equal, this will be the end of civilization."
That's very dishonest.
No, it's exactly
true. I really honestly thought you were better than this.
No, it's not a red herring. It happened.
It is a red herring, and I really thought you were more
not a red herring. Exactly as I said.
I was mistaken.
I looked up that article.
Exactly as I said happened. People were going, "Oh, if blacks are equal, it'll be the end of civilization. If women get the vote,
that's very,
it'll be the end of civilization." It's not very dishonest. It fucking happened.
That's not only is it dishonest, it's highly insulting.
It should be insulting because
it's highly insulting.
It should be insulting. It should be insulting to you because you're exactly like the people did.
No, because you're ignorant and you're bigoted.
No, it's exactly as I'm bigoted.
Ignorance and bigotry is not a good look for you, man.
I'm bigoted. It says the bigot.
Yes.
The bigot is calling me bigoted. You're just like
you are Montreal. A bigot and an ignoramus.
But it happened. Look in your history books. It freaking happened. To say it didn't happen is to.
But to say that that's what I'm saying is
it's exactly what you're saying
and stupid.
You are saying the same thing. You are saying the same thing.
No, I am not.
A different group.
No,
yes,
I am not. Your
100%.
bigotry is speaking.
I
really thought you were better than this.
I know you don't like me to point out.
Wrong.
You don't like me to point out the historical analogs to your position.
There's nothing to do with history.
Yes, it does. Exactly the same thing happened.
Nothing to do with history.
For different groups. 100% happened. Just like you said, happened to say it today. You're saying, "Oh, this will be the end of history if we do allow another group to get equality." Yeah, fuck off. It's happened before.
Yeah. Well,
like I said, if you're expecting to have a convo, it's not going to happen, Red. And by the way, Red, my respect for you climbed one notch today. Kudos to you, bro.
I appreciate that.
Well,
but the scientific-minded people are sometimes the most bigoted people you're ever going to talk to online. Man alive!
Oh my God,
that's just unbelievable.
I know. You hate when I point out that you are just the same. You are no different than the bigots that came in previous generations. You just like to think differently.
No, I'm not. That's the thing. So you're lying.
You're exactly,
so you're a liar.
Your exact
you're
positions
a liar.
are exact. Your positions
I'm just going to call you a liar.
Your positions
because I'm not.
You are. What you're advocating is what you're advocating.
I'm not advocating for that. That's a lie.
What?
Why don't you ask me if that's what I'm advocating for? Liar.
Well, that's what you're advocating.
I am not.
You're saying that the society will end if we do this. That's
what
exactly what they said.
Tell me what I'm advocating for.
It's really hard to tell because you're flip-flopping all over the damn place.
I'm not flip-flopping. I'm being very, very consistent. I've been pro-life since I was born. I have never been pro-abortion. As soon as I heard about abortion,
we're not
I felt
talking about
sick.
abortion.
That was the first time I heard about abortion. I felt physically ill when I first heard that women were allowed to inject something into their child's body and chop the child up and suck it out with a vacuum. That made me almost physically ill. I've been pro-life since I was born.
So
okay, I'm not inconsistent.
You're also anti-gay since you were born?
I have. That's a lie. You're just a bigot.
You're
just a bigot and a liar.
I'm the bigot and a liar
because you just said I'm a racist and I'm not a racist.
But you are. You're similar to
You're just making baseless assertions, NASA.
Oh, shut up, SC.
So I can prove that you're a bigot, but you can't prove that I'm a racist. Shall we do that? There you go. You triggered me. Well done.
Yes. What if we put NASA on mute and continue?
Yeah, no. He has a right to. He has a right to do it.
How about you stop white knighting for?
No, it's all right. It's all
right. But you don't contribute to the conversation, NASA. All you do is add on and just. Yeah.
I don't contribute to the conversation. I know I'm supposed to get out and let you guys have your little anti-gay.
You
see, that's another false accusation right there. Yeah.
Another bigoted lie. So here's an answer, Jill. I'm gonna pull it back a little bit. Second, the only reason I'm saying you're a bigot, a liar, and a whatever else is because it doesn't really mean anything. Because you don't accept that. Because you're not a bigot. You don't feel that you're a bigot, do you?
No, I'm the least bigoted person here.
You're not a bigot. All right. So you don't feel yourself as a bigot. Okay. So if that's acceptable, and so then should I say you're not a bigot because you don't feel like you're a bigot?
I'm the least bigoted person here. Everybody's equal. You, on the other hand, want to put a hierarchy of people.
There you go. See, you're not willing. Yeah, you're not willing to do that for me.
You want to put a
I'm willing
hierarchy.
to do that for you, but you're not willing to do that for me.
You're willing to put a hierarchy based on certain attributes of people. Some people are more equal than others.
That is very, very dishonest position to take, man.
Well, really is. You've been against gay marriage. You're against any sort of equality in the schools.
Are you
another false accusation?
What?
You're just throwing them out there.
Oh my God! Let's turn the tape back.
Yeah, rewind it and actually just replay what I said, because what I said was a man should marry a woman. Men marry women.
Why?
Because men marry women, and that's marriage.
Why?
Because a man can't marry a toaster, a man can't marry the Golden Gate Bridge.
It has nothing to do with toasters or Golden Gate Bridge. That's a slippery slope. Stop it. No, it doesn't.
Yeah, slippery slope. Yeah, because if you allow one thing, you allow another.
That's a slippery slope, logical fallacy.
It's not a logical fallacy.
Wait, the slippery slope isn't a logical fallacy?
Do you think a man should be allowed to marry his daughter?
Is the slippery slope a logical fallacy?
No.
Yes, it is.
Because
everybody says it is.
I'm not doing the slippery slope thing.
You are doing the slippery slope.
Let me ask you a question to which I think you can't answer.
Wait, hold on a second.
Do you think a man should be able to marry his daughter?
You're exactly doing a slippery slope argument. You're saying that we shouldn't allow this because if we do, then
you're reiterating.
No, here
I want the question answered.
This is the post right
stop
out
reiterating.
of the. Yeah, stop.
I want
stop
the question answered.
Yeah. Answer my dumb question. The fact that you won't say that the slippery slope is a logical fallacy.
No,
right there.
I'm not employing a slippery slope.
Look at the example.
The slippery slope is a logical fallacy.
Look at the example. Good, excellent. So that's what you're doing.
No.
Yes.
I'm not.
Look at the example that I posted. This is an example from, and it's just funny that the example is exactly the same thing you're saying. Only you're saying instead of parents, the cars, and the monkey, you're talking about the Golden Gate Bridge and daughters.
Yes.
But it's a slippery slope. Look at this.
Yes, but it is
you read?
happening. It isn't a fallacy if it's happening.
It's not happening. No one's marrying the bridge. No one's marrying their daughter.
It's a woman married herself. Look it up.
No one legally.
Look up solo
legally?
wedding. Look
legally?
up solo wedding.
Legally?
I don't know.
Oh no, it wasn't legal. So
so it's not legal yet. Would you make it legal?
See, that's a slippery slope.
Wait, would you make it? Would you make it
that's
legal?
That's the slippery slope.
Would you make it legal?
If you don't recognize that this is a slippery slope, you're
missing the point. You're missing the point.
No, I'm missing the point that the slippery slope is a logical fallacy. That's what I'm missing, and I'm not going to let you do the slippery slope.
That's lovely.
I'm not going to let you argue the slippery slope.
You won this one, NASA Shill. Good for you.
Thank you.
A round of
now
applause,
stop using
everyone,
the
for
slippery
NASA
slope.
Shill.
Now, basically, once you start using the slippery slope, once you stop using the slippery slope, like half or 3/4 of your argument is gone.
No, it isn't.
Yes, it is.
Not at all, because the man still marries a woman, and that besides the man marrying a woman, there isn't any such thing as a marriage. If a man marries a man, that's not a marriage. If a man marries his daughter, that's not a marriage.
That is correct, but that's not
so. A man marrying a man isn't a marriage.
It is, though. According to law, it is in the United States.
Okay.
But
it isn't.
It is.
Yeah, we're done beating each other. Go on, go ahead. This has been.
Wait a minute. What do you mean?
Robots.
It is. It's legal.
It is legal. That's true. He admitted it. Okay.
You've got to have a. You got to have a win on this. I know you. I've been trouncing you for a while.
No, it's not. You're not trouncing me. You're not trouncing me. You're lying. You're using a slippery slope, and you're saying that marriage isn't.
He's just
marriage is only between a man and a woman.
He's got one win in here. After about half an hour, he's got one win.
I'm totally winning. You just finally admitting that you're wrong.
You just keep saying it the same. Now the insults. All right.
NASA.
No, you just keep on. You finally admitted that you're wrong about one thing. Now look at the rest of your argument and realize it is bullshit too.
No, NASA, you should marry your horse. It's okay.
That's not making sense.
Can I get in for a second?
Go ahead.
Okay, so you said look it up yourself. I think I found it. NBC News. Nearly 30% of.
Thank you.
Yeah, is this the one? That's my question.
Did I say 30%?
I thought you did.
Yeah, I did. Yeah. No,
Okay,
that wasn't like I didn't say that. Yeah, I thought it was 30% last time I read a report, and that was probably NBC.
Okay, so this is what I found, and let me know if this is what you're talking about. It says nearly 30, and this is just the headline, nearly 30% of the Gen Z adults identify as LGBTQ. National Survey finds. Is that what you're talking about?
I think so.
Okay, so when you break it down, it's 10% of the population.
There you go. I knew you'd try to put it down.
All right.
It's still
higher than, let you know.
So my point was that it's higher than it's ever been in human history.
Okay, I just want to let you know it's 10% of the population. Not 30.
I appreciate that, though. Thank you for looking it up. I couldn't. So well, thank you, NASA Shill. That was.
So that's two things you've been wrong about so far. No, okay. So now
I wasn't wrong. I cited it correctly. It said 30%.
30%.
30% of Gen Z identify
which
as.
Is 10. Which makes it 10%.
LGBTQ, not trans.
It's the same difference, isn't it?
No, it's very different.
No, it's different.
It's not. It's different. What's the T stand for?
Oh, what's the LBGT? LBG.
What's the T stand for?
What's LBG stand for?
What does T stand for?
What does LBG stand for?
Trans.
We're going around this. Yeah, exactly. It stands for trans.
Oh, so T, which is the smallest of the
basically gender non-conforming.
Q.
Let's just say gender non-conforming.
It means a robot.
It means you don't conform to natural biological truths.
No, that's not.
And you feel that you are above them, or you don't want to conform to them for whatever reason.
That's not what it means at all. But okay.
Yeah, that's my definition.
What is a transformer?
Of course, your definition, yeah, which you can just make shit up all you want. You've also said
guys, if the gay and the lesbians are against the woke movement,
yes.
What does that tell you?
Oh, who was that? Who was that? SE. Who is the guy on YouTube? He's got a channel. He's a homosexual man, and I've forgotten his name. He lives in Florida. He's Reuben, the Reuben Report.
Right.
Yeah, there's conservative homosexual man. Milo Yiannopoulos.
Right. Well, he changed.
Milo
He
Yiannopoulos.
became ungay. Apparently,
Douglas.
I don't know how that happened.
Who was the
but-
guy that's always on? Who was always on? Douglas something. His name's Douglas. I can't think of his name.
Douglas Murray. Douglas Murray.
Douglas Murray. There you go. Another conservative who was a homosexual.
Yeah, I kind of find it funny when
they're against this sickness.
They're all
They're
against
against it.
Yeah, I find it funny when gays go against trans and other people because the whole Stonewall movement was started by drag queens.
Well, drag queens are one thing. Drag queens have been like part of entertainment, an accepted part of entertainment. But it's one thing to say that it's one thing to say that the dude in a dress and outlandish wigs and all the rest of it is a woman. It's one thing to say that is an entertainer, and another thing to say that he is actually a woman. That's two different things. That's the difference. See, that's a shield. The difference is now that people are saying, "Oh, I'm not just a guy in a dress. I am a woman."
Drag is different than transsexual.
Yes, it's different. Yeah.
Thank you. So most people don't realize.
Yay, we agree on something. Woohoo!
Yeah, I'm surprised because normally people on your side don't understand that difference.
No, I'm not a normal person on my side.
Well, I agree with that.
Well, here's the thing, NASA Shield. The typical people that you're talking to that espouse a lot of the things that I'm saying are bigots and horrible people. I'm not a bigot. I'm not a racist. I'm not a horrible person.
Yet you're on their side.
I'm just saying. I'm not saying that they shouldn't exist because I've heard a lot of people in hysteria saying Trump wants to kill us all and all this sort of stuff. That's not what anyone rational is saying. They're just saying that this isn't reality. As strongly as you oppose flat Earth, I oppose the idea that I can say I'm a woman and then be a woman. That's not reality. It just isn't reality.
Man, woman is gender. We're not. You're
Sex.
conflating gender and
Sex and
biological.
gender.
Nope, different things.
Synonymous. No.
Different things.
My main beef is the children, right? I don't care what adults do.
Oh, the children.
You think you're a cat? I don't care. It's the children that in the schools. That's my beef.
Clutch my pearls.
Yeah.
Children.
Yeah. No, that is, but it's a real concern because you've got, I think, what did he say? 1 point. Look it up. Whoever's looking stuff up for me, I really appreciate it. Look up how many girls in America are on OnlyFans right now. And if I'm right, it's 1.3 million.
Oh, clutch my pearls. What about the children?
Would you, if you have daughters, you'd really want them to do that?
If that's their choice. If that's how they come.
What about a hooker? What about a hooker? Would you let her walk the street?
Do you have kids?
Not gonna talk about anything, but if you had a daughter, I don't know if you do or not. I don't want to know, but would you let her be a streetwalker?
Do you have kids?
I'm not going to talk about anything. I'm just going to say, if you had a daughter, would you let her be a streetwalker?
Of course not, but you probably don't have kids.
Okay, so if that's the case, why wouldn't you let her be a streetwalker? It's her choice.
Do you have kids?
You don't want to answer that one.
Do you have kids?
See, that's what they call a slippery slope.
No, it's not the slippery.
Because you let them do one thing, they could do just as easy do the other thing. It's just OnlyFans is more profitable and less dangerous.
You still haven't answered. Do you have children?
What I hear when I hear these types of arguments is, one thing that I think is not deniable is that it's based on fear.
Yeah, totally based on fear.
Yeah.
They're afraid of gays. They're afraid of transsexuals. I don't know why. I mean, there's only like a small percentage of people that are transsexual.
Collapse of the order of things and the right way that things, they think things should be. Like that's right. We can understand.
And they worried about the same thing when when the African Americans got civil rights in the 50s. That same thing when women
Wow,
got votes
just
in the
so
20s.
bigoted.
The same thing. What do you mean bigoted? It's happened.
You are a bigot. You really
Wait a
are.
minute, hold on. You don't think that people were saying
I'm
it's going to be end?
I'm going to immediately
You
clap back
don't
at you,
think?
dude. You are a
You don't
bigot.
think? Says the guy who wants, but it's not
You're a bigot
bigotry
and a
to point.
liar. As
It's
soon as
not
dude,
bigotry.
if you
It
go
is
there, I'll just
not
go there, and then it'll
bigotry.
be a
It
mudslinging match,
is
and we'll both
not
be covered in mud.
bigotry to point you out that your arguments are exactly the same as those held in the
That's
60s
slippery
against
slope.
blacks. Not slippery slope. It's
That's
not
how many
slippery slope. It is
logical
not
fallacies is that?
slippery slope. It's not a
Well,
fallacy at all.
even if it's not
It
a
is
fallacy, you're
not
just a
a
bigot and a
fallacy.
liar.
It is not a fallacy at all to point out that your arguments are exactly the same used against other minorities when they
So
were
I will
getting their
reiterate
rights.
again. I'll reiterate again
not
and say
a-
that you
that
are
is
a
not a
bigot and a
fallacy.
liar, and I can prove
Incorrect.
it. But you can't prove that
prove
I'm
it.
a racist.
Prove it. You're using racist arguments. You're using the exact same freaking arguments that were used against
Nope,
blacks in the
because
60s.
I'm not a racist.
But you're using the same arguments.
But you are a bigot.
You are using the same arguments. Do you not see that, or do you have your head so far? Do you have your head? Do you have your head so far? Do you have your head so far? Do you have your head?
Does that make
Do
me a
you
Nazi?
have your head so far in the sand that you do not see that your arguments are exactly the same as they were used against other
You're
minority
saying that
groups
because
when
you're
they
a
were
bigot
getting
and a
their?
liar.
I'm not a bigot
Because
nor a
you're lying
liar.
about me.
I'm not a bigot nor a liar.
You are
You
a
do
liar and a
not see
bigot.
that your argument, says the guy who doesn't know that his arguments are exactly the same as used against other minority groups in the
Says
past.
the bigot who doesn't even
Not
know
a bigot,
what my opinion on
nor
the
not a
1960s
bigot.
are.
Well, I don't care what your opinions in the 60s were, right? Because
No, you don't
everybody knows
care.
that.
You just
No,
care
listen to me.
that you want to
Listen
just
to me
call me.
again. Listen to
You
me
just
again.
call
Your
me
arguments
racist
now.
and
Your
everything else.
arguments
It's the
now.
same
Your arguments now.
anti-right,
Your
anti-conservative
arguments now.
rhetoric that
Your
you do
arguments
all the time.
now. Your arguments now are exactly the same as were
No,
used
they're
in
not.
the
You're just a
past
bigot.
by other groups for other. Yes, they are, sir. Now
I'm
everybody
sorry to
knows that.
burst your bigotry
Everybody knows.
bubble, bigot,
Everybody
but I am
knows
not
that
a
the
racist.
biggest in the 60s and the biggest in the 1920s against women and blacks, respectively, were wrong. And you are just as wrong. You're using the same arguments, only you can't see it for some reason.
No, you can't see that you're a bigot because you're a
I'm
bigot.
not a bigot, sir. Why
I'm
am I a
able to
bigot?
see. I'm able to
What is my
detect whether or not
bigotry?
I'm a racist.
What is
and
my
whether or not-
bigotry? You are
Why you
anti-gay and
applying-
anti-trans.
Why are you applying to
What
me
is
what
my
people
bigotry,
did in
sir?
1920s?
Because your arguments are the
1920.
same.
They're not
You're
the same.
using the same argument. Yes, they are.
That's
if you
not
don't
the same.
see it, you have your head in the sand or somewhere darker.
No, you're just saying that because you're a bigot and you hate
I'm a
people that
bigot?
don't think like you, and that's why you
No,
hate flat
that's not what
earthers, you
bigotry
hate
is,
Christians,
sir.
you
I hate flat earth because
conservatives.
it's wrong. I
Yeah,
hate flat
you
earth
just
because
no.
it's wrong.
No,
It's
you enjoy
demonstrably
hating
wrong.
people because you're a hateful
No,
bigot.
sir. No, but the flat earth is demonstrably
And you just lie
wrong.
about people.
The flat earth is demonstrably wrong. Stop
Yeah,
it.
that's true. But it still doesn't mean that you're not a bigot and you don't hate them.
I'm not a bigot. No,
You are.
demonstrably holding
Demonstrably
positions that
so.
are demonstrably wrong is just wrong.
The
Holding
way you deal with
positions
flat earthers, the way you're talking to me, the way you talk to people
Well, I'm
in
talking to
general,
you. I'm
you're
talking to you
extremely,
because
extremely hateful man.
I'm not. No, I don't hate anybody. I just hate.
You
What I
really, really do hate
is
people.
when you. No, I do not hate anyone. You, on the other hand,
of all the
apparently hate
people in
gays.
here, of all the
But
people in
apparently,
here, you're probably the most hateful person. But what I try to do
no,
though is I
incorrect.
try to treat
Incorrect
you.
on all
I
lines.
try to
You
treat
are
you
totally wrong.
like
You cannot be
with
more
the
wrong.
I try to appeal to your scientific mind because you have a good scientific mind, but that can't disguise the fact that you're very, very hateful.
Incorrect on all behalf.
It doesn't help you, and
If
it
you
isn't
don't
a good
see,
look
if you don't,
because it
I don't care what
diminishes
you
your
think.
argument when you talk about
I really
science.
don't care what you think about me. The fact that
No,
you
I'm
cannot
just saying
see
how I
that
see
your
it.
position is that you're using the
You're just
exact same
reiterating.
arguments that other. Of course, because
No,
you won't see it.
they're not.
And you keep
And
on. Yes, they
I
are.
wasn't there. They're not the same
Of
arguments.
course you weren't there. Of course you weren't there, and everybody knows
Yeah.
that they were wrong. But yet you
But
continue to
that's like
use the same
assigning.
arguments.
That's like assigning.
You were saying that it's
You're
going to
essentially
end
saying these
civilization.
people are racist, and you have arguments that sound the same to me, so I'm just going to call you a racist because
Well, if
you're
you're
using
not,
arguments that racists
correct. If you
use.
use the same arguments that racists use, you're a racist. Yes, that's true.
That
And you're
doesn't
using the same
follow
arguments.
at all. That
Yes,
doesn't
it
follow
does,
at
sir.
all.
Surely does.
If I
What you
use
gonna
the
say?
same,
What you gonna
if I
say?
use
What
the
they
same,
said back then.
wait a
If women
second,
get
hold
the
on, let me
vote,
think about
society
this.
will end. If blacks are get given equality, society will end. If
That's a
gays
lie.
are given
That's a
equality,
lie.
society will end. What?
That's a lie.
What's a lie?
That's a lie.
What's a
You're
lie?
lying about what I think.
Wait a minute,
You're just
hold
saying
on.
that the arguments
You
sound
said-
similar to you because you're a bigot.
They're exactly.
And so you
they're not
say that
similar.
because the lies sound
They're not similar. They're exactly the
sounds
same.
similar to the way racists talk, that makes me
They're
a racist.
exactly the same. You
You're
do not
just a
see
liar.
that. Wait a minute, hold
You're
on.
just
If
a
you don't
liar
see
and a
that these
bigot.
arguments, if you don't see that these arguments are exactly the same,
You're just reiterating now. I wonder how long I can keep this.
Are they the same? Are they the same?
I'm just going to let him. Is this interesting
Of course, because
to anyone?
you have to
No,
ignore
this
the
is getting
fact.
beyond the pale. Like, I think we should move on. Like, this is just ridiculous. Yeah.
It is ridiculous.
I think
Totally
you made your
ridiculous. I
point
agree
very
with
well,
you.
Red Tape. Very well.
Of course he does. I mean, anytime that SE Montreal agrees
NASA's
with
going to
you,
keep
you know
going
you're
because
wrong.
he's triggered because he's hateful.
I'm hateful. Anytime
he's-
SE Montreal agrees with you, you know you're wrong. So
You're
there
just
you go.
hateful.
I'm hateful.
And
No.
you enjoy it. Yeah, you enjoy being hateful.
No, I'm here pointing out that if you can't see
NASA,
that
you know what's
Yeah, he's
funny? You know
pointing
what's
out
funny,
that-
NASA? Red Cloud came in to support you when I was yelling at you, right? And he was right. And now look at this. It's unbelievable.
Dude, just calm yourself,
if you're on the
man.
same side of an argument as SE Montreal, you know you're wrong.
The world isn't flat. Okay?
Yeah, no shit.
But I agree with SC Montreal. Does that make me a flat earther? That's your logic.
No, you don't agree. But I'm
You're
saying
flatty now.
now stop it.
No,
I'm
you
not
couldn't
saying
answer
that.
that.
I'm not
I
saying that
use the
you
same
agree with
arguments
SC
as SC Montreal. That makes me a flat earther.
I'm not saying that you agree with SC Montreal. I'm saying that if SC Montreal agrees with your position on something, that position is incorrect.
No, that isn't true.
It is
That's the all
totally
or nothing
true.
fallacy.
No, it's not.
It is.
It's not all or nothing. It's in
There's
very
sometimes
particular.
someone wrong about something. Demok just said a few things that were correct. And
Demok says
and
I'm correct,
sometimes he says things that are incorrect. Just because he says 80 things that are incorrect. If he then comes in and says 20 things that are true, does that mean that those things are not true because he said those 80 false things?
Probably. Well, I would definitely say
Probably.
Yeah.
No,
I mean,
it doesn't.
80% of it. Yeah, I think
you don't have the
closer to
charity.
90%.
You don't have the charity to give him the 20. You just focus on the 80, and you don't have the charity to give him the 20 because you.
If Damoc said the sky was blue,
it's just the way
if
you are. Very bigoted.
if SC Montreal or Damoc or sounds like you said the sky was blue, I would look.
We're getting back into it, aren't we? If SC says the sky is blue, the sky is blue, then he's right.
SC, if you say the sky is blue, I'm looking up to check.
And SC, so hold on, NASA shill. SC Montreal and I have had disagreements. In the past, I was in Geos, was it? And you chewed me out for about half an hour. I don't know why I sat in the chat and listened. I could have just logged out. And you just chewed me out for just raged at me for about half an hour. It felt like it. And so, but I listened. Because I wanted to know, what it was you were trying to say and cut through the anger. You were very angry when you did that. So we don't agree on much of stuff, shape of the earth and all that. But sometimes, we can agree on things. And we can have the charity to say, oh, on this we agree. Look at that. We're allies in this instance. NASA shill, you need to take a leaf out of that book and give some people some charity that when they agree with you, you don't just continue just rage and hate at them.
Well, SE and I agreed the other day, and it felt very dirty. What do we agree about, SE?
See, there you go. See? Why would it feel dirty?
Feeling very dirty.
Are you joking?
I agree with SE. No, I'm.
So he's not joking. He has a personal beef. That's NASA. He hates me, and no matter what I say, I'm wrong. I mean, that's the way it is.
We actually agreed on something, and it felt very dirty. Like, why do I agree with
See,
SE?
even
He's
when we
always wrong.
agree, it feels dirty to him.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we agreed on something, and you're always wrong. I had to read, make sure my
you
position was
choose to
correct.
live the way you like, the life you live, the way you live, and how you deal with people. You have the freedom to do that. I just I don't know. That's not a happy way to live, man.
Well, no, it's just
But
that
you
I've
do
talked
you.
to SE for
You
years.
do you.
I've talked to SE for years, and I've never agreed with him until like 2 days ago. It felt very wrong to be on the same side.
Yeah, I know you. Okay.
You see, he says it himself. It's like self-admitting. Hey, it's funny, man, but it is what it is.
Afford people charity, and it's just a better conversation. Just calling yourself bigots and racists. The only reason I'm doing is you just call me a racist, so I'll just call him a bigot.
Like, surely we can agree on the protection of children, right? No matter what side you're on, surely you can agree on the protection of children.
Yeah,
I mean,
except
that
that
should be standard.
Protect them
No,
from
I don't think
what?
they can though, SE, because I
Protect
think
them from what?
when you have an ideological bent that is that strong, it doesn't even allow you to do that. There are people.
Protect them
There are
from
people
what?
who are saying the recent thing is that Trump should be beheaded. There was a congresswoman who said this. A congresswoman who said
Let's not
this.
get, let's not
Trying
get
to
into
find a
Congresswomen.
Democrat that disavows that statement is pretty
Let's
difficult.
let's not get into crazy women's House of
It's a
Representatives.
Democratic congresswoman.
Yeah, let's not talk about
That's
crazy.
that's a
Let's
shill.
not talk about crazy women in the House of Representatives. Also, have to start talking about Boebert.
Boba. No. What's her name? The other one. The other crazy one.
Yeah, the
Marjorie
woman named Marjorie Taylor Greene, MTG.
Yeah.
Yeah,
She
we'll start talking about her.
she's-
I mean, you give me the one woman who called the beheading, and I'll double you on Boebert and
Go on,
MTG.
you can trump that with. I don't think she's called for the beheading of the president, though. I mean, this is not the only. This isn't the only time that these people have done that. They're calling for the murder of. They're literally calling for the murder of Trump. There's people who are saying shoot the. There's people with signs saying burn a Tesla, save democracy, and then some people with signs saying kill Musk. There's people holding signs in the street.
Musk is
I think it was New York saying kill Musk, kill Trump.
Yeah,
Did you know that?
Trump and Musk had this really nasty high school breakup. It was really
Oh, you're not addressing that, are you? That's interesting.
It was kind of funny.
No, yeah, isn't that interesting that you won't would you disavow? Would you disavow someone holding a sign saying "Kill Trump, kill Musk"?
Yeah, you're never violence is never.
You're not going to disavow it, are you?
I disavowed it. Violence is never the answer.
All right, I'll accept it, but I'm not sure.
again, if you want to start talking about,
I'm affording you charity, so I'm going to accept that.
If you want to start talking about crazy women in the House of Representatives,
Marjorie Taylor Greene, I'm quite well aware of Marjorie. Yeah,
and Boebert.
Boebert, yeah, they're both nuts. Yeah, not wrong, but I don't think they've called for anyone to be murdered or beheaded.
Boebert had to change her congressional district because the people in her old district hated her so much.
Yes, she's crazy. Not wrong.
The Republicans hated her. The Republicans in Colorado hated her so much they basically when they redistricted they drew her district out of where she was.
Yeah.
So she had to go change over from the 3rd congressional district to the 2nd congressional district, which was even more conservative.
Yeah, she's just crazy, and then crazy people vote for her. You know what they'd like to do in California. What's the Bass? What's the mayor of LA? She looks like she's Joker, constantly smiling, but it's sort of like dead eyes. I don't know. All right. Well, thanks for that conversation, man. That was different. Oh, it's so tempting to say more. I'm not going to do it.
I think you made your point very well. And so did NASA, unfortunately.
Well, the perspective, I understand. It's understanding of, when someone says, I believe the earth is flat and here's why, and it takes time sometimes to struggle to understand it. And it took me forever. But I finally came, and it was a conversation with Riksky that did it, believe it or not. And he said something, and I thought, that actually does make some sense that he thinks in that way. And he has that viewpoint. And then I was able to sort of view things from his point of view. And after that, it was a little bit easier.
Yeah, look, even though we're adversarial in most things, right? That's the nature of our community, right? You got people on one side and on the other. But surely when it comes to the common good, right? Like especially our children, we should realize that and join forces on these matters. It's not difficult,
To save them from what?
To save them from ruin, NASA. When a young kid gets blockers, hormone blockers, they ruin their lives, bro. What do you not understand
they ruin their
about
life forever, right?
Yes.
You can't downplay that. You can't honestly downplay that, surely.
Actually,
You can. You can downplay that.
When did you know that you were a boy?
That's pretty disgusting. I'll be honest.
When did you know?
It's just not worth talking to him. I mean, it's if you
No.
can't see
Excuse me.
that. I mean,
When did you realize that you were a boy?
So the thing is it is, as we demonstrated, possible to have a conversation about the trans issue and not come out and have it descend into mudslinging and all the rest of it. It is possible to do. It's just like abortion and everything else. It's very, very, it's very controversial. But it is possible to do it if you have respect for the people that you're talking to and if you can understand their points of view. And that doesn't mean you making yourself a pussy or just,
Why won't you tell me when you knew you were a boy?
I've I've read a little bit about like having a book. I think I learned this in a book called How to Have Impossible Conversations. And one of the good ways to like have what you're talking about, Red Cloud, is kind of what you're doing a little bit, which is to disavow the extreme wing on your side. And then ideally, but not in this case, your conversation partner will also disavow the extreme part of their side. And then you guys can kind of like know that you're like not one of those that you're really angry.
Anytime NASA show, would you like to disavow the extreme stuff? Feels like.
Well, the problem is that what you guys see as the extreme is like the center.
I see the extreme as far, far more extreme than has ever been in my life. And I see the center as far left. From what used to be the center is now far left. And what the this is going to sound derogatory. I don't mean to be like this, but guys that look at things from your perspective, let's do that. That's a show. You're even further than that. You're on that side. So from my perspective, a moderate would be someone who doesn't push hard for pro-life rights. That would be someone who's moderate.
Someone who just kind of sits
and
there. Moderate, someone who doesn't give a shit either way, right?
Yeah, that's a moderate.
Yeah.
See, and there's also at least in American politics on the left, there's a perception that our politics is skewed towards the right. Like liberals here, what like in Europe people would think of as more moderate or conservative.
That's true.
And so,
that's true.
Yeah, and so there's like a little bit of
the Democratic Party of the United States would be a right party in Europe. The Republicans in the United States would be like well, the F word, we're not going to say.
Oh, so you did answer the question. I don't remember. As soon as I discovered
NASA, are you? I just want to see, ask NASA, are you going to watch that video I posted with Yuri or not?
Which one did you post it?
It's further up. He talks about how the Soviets started this feminist woke movement thing. Are you going to watch it or?
Yeah, the video's been around for a long time, but it kind of came to prominence like in 2016 after Trump and this Russia stuff.
Yeah, collusion hoax.
Just the Wealth Monitors one, or?
It's like a yellow.
If you scroll up, you'll see. I don't know what time I posted it.
I see Wealth Mentors. Is that the one? Could be Bathroom Dilemma.
His name is Yuri. Yuri Mezmanov, something like that.
Dude with glasses. The interview, one-on-one, talking head.
And he says it straight out, man. Like, this was a plot by the Soviet Union to weaken the morality of the Americans because they knew they stand no chance defeating you militarily.
So, yeah, but the question is, there's some things he gets wrong. Like, he says that they've been doing this for 25 years, and this is like in the mid to late 80s, I think, when the interview happened. So that means that they've been doing that since like 1959 or something. Like, I don't know if that really checks out. And the question is, do you take his, his confession or whatever you call it on face value, or are you skeptical of it?
Yeah, I'm skeptical just like anything else, but I mean, I was shocked when I heard that, right? So I'm just saying, like, everybody make up their own mind. There is an idea out there that this was a Russian plot, starting with the feminist movement, and now it's here. So I don't know, man. I mean, we see the destruction of the nuclear family. Is
Have
it
you
the
ever
Russians
heard?
that did it? I don't know.
Have you ever heard that feminism was a CIA thing, like Gloria Steinem?
Yeah,
All
I
that?
heard that. Yeah. Heard that as well.
So is it Russia or the CIA? Like, I'm not sure.
Well, you know, the Russians and the CIA are the same people, right?
You see, a useless comment. Like,
it's all well, no, it's that's the
obviously
problem.
nobody thinks that, bro.
Well, no, I mean, it has to be. It's all them, right? It's all the reptilian overlords that are all in charge. You know,
Again, a useless comment. Yeah.
The Illuminati.
This is why nobody takes you serious, NASA.
This is called poking fun at your position, showing how ridiculous some of your conspiracy theories are.
I'm not sure if that's what it is. I think it's more that you are portraying his opinion that it's valid as invalid because he has other opinions you consider invalid.
Well, you know, if you're wrong
So
about one thing,
he believes in flat Earth.
But basically, like I said, I've talked to SE for years, and we agreed on one thing the other day, and it actually felt.
And you felt bad about it, yes.
I did, yes.
Okay.
I did, because I had to reevaluate my position, because if SE Montreal agrees with me, I'm probably wrong.
Yes. You already have the knife in his neck, okay? You've already stuck the knife in or the voodoo doll. So you've got it. That's actually really good. I'm amazed I came up with that. So you've got this voodoo doll of SE Montreal, and you've stuck a pin in there. The pin is still in there. If you want to pull it out and stick it back in again, then go for it. But you agreed with him and you felt dirty about it. You have to reevaluate.
I did, yes.
What did we agree on? I don't even remember. What?
I don't even remember either. It was something relatively minor. But it was...
it still felt dirty.
I think we're on the same side that bombing Iran wasn't a good thing to do. I think that was it.
Well, it's shared hatred of Trump. That's not that much of a stretch. You'd agree with him. I mean, come on.
You hate Trump? I thought you were a pro-Trumper.
What I would try to do is let me see if I can get you to agree that a fetus that is 2 months old is a human child. Let's see if I can get you to say those words.
Not legally. Sorry.
You're not going to do it. All right, that's funny.
So NASA, if you learn to put your hatred aside, right? Like I have vehement disagreements with a lot of people, but I don't hate them, right? If you learn to put your hatred aside, that agreement might snowball into more agreements.
Look what happened to Jaren and MC Toon. Look what happened to who did that? There were several other people who've done that. There were bitter enemies and ended up allies. Oh yeah, Tony Stark and never mind.
Jared and MC Toon shared an experience where Jared finally realized he was wrong.
Can you afford him some charity?
Jared?
Yes.
I suppose he's still pretty crazy.
Okay, I'll take that. I'll take that as a yes, you can.
You still got a lot of conspiracy theories.
There's hope for you yet, man. Yeah, no, he does. Give the guy time. He's been living in in that sort of thought process for quite a while. And it's not just the nature of the earth and everything. It's the Riksky type of thing. You know, when you want change and you're frustrated because of the lack of change, and you have a mechanism to create that change, but the mechanism itself and the isn't something you approve of. You think is the thing that's keeping you down, or is fixed, or in some ways compromised. Jaren's dealing with that, and I actually stopped listening to his streams. He's a bit too vitriolic. He's got a lot of anger. He did a 5-hour stream, and I watched some of it, and I just couldn't listen too much to it. It was just too angry about stuff. No one else going to jump in? We've been just going for quite a while there, boys and girls. Any chance anyone going to start something? I think we've blunted our swords here, we two.
It's a good idea. Anybody have anything?
And no hard feelings, by the way, necessary.
Well, how about the current war that's at hand? What are your guys' feelings about that?
No one's listening, I see. Everyone is, it's lunchtime, isn't it? Lunchtime somewhere? Yeah, it's lunchtime.
Which war do you mean?
Crimean War. Which one do you think he means?
Are you talking about Iran or something, maybe?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, that's a fair question, because there are two wars.
SC, I got to tell you something. I got to tell you something really funny. When you talk about God and the atheist says, "Which God?" That's just so great.
Well, that's a legitimate question, because you don't know what you're talking about.
No, it's not a legitimate question. Which one do you think I'm talking about? Zeus?
Well, no,
Archimedes, not Archimedes. What's his name?
A friend asked me that question one time, and I had to say, "Hey, I'm talking about Krishna." You know,
Hermes. I'm talking about Aphrodite.
Zeus.
Yeah,
Zeus. And then you get into some of the Aztec gods.
Oh, those Quetzalcoatl. Yeah, those guys.
Yeah, I can't even say those names.
No, there's Shiva. Who's the one that what was the Indian god guy that cut off an elephant's head and put it on his son's head? The elephant-headed one.
Oh, it's
that's Ganesh with the elephant.
Ganesh, thank you, Ganesh. I gotta tell you a Ganesh. Can I tell you a Ganesh story?
Yeah.
Can I tell you a really whacked out Ganesh story? This is a long story, and I'll break it down. I'll make it very, very short. Essentially, I have a family member that lived in a foreign land, and I had an uncle. It was an aunt and uncle, and so he and she lived in a foreign land, and she had a baby, and the baby was great in pulchritude, and beauteous, and was just a glowing, beauteous child. And so at that time they lived in India. They were in India, and so they were in this village, and the mother took the child in the stroller into the market and started getting followed by Indian women. And then it just escalated. I'm not going to go into the whole thing, but it escalated. And then lots of people followed them around until they couldn't go anywhere without people being followed around. And so one night they're in their house on the edge of town, and there's a knock on the door, and there's 150 people outside with all the elders who came up and said, hey, can we speak with you about your child? And so, her mother said, yes, come in, as the Indian people do. They're very, very kind people. And so the elder said to her, your daughter, she is the daughter of Ganesh reincarnated. And the temple that's in the next town is her rightful home. So, yeah, they wanted to deify her and put her in the temple as the reincarnated daughter of Ganesh. It's a true story. How about that? Have you ever had a cousin try to get deified? Top that one.
This guy named Joseph Smith started his own religion.
This guy named Jesus overturned some tables, and he
Yes,
had a lot of followers.
Those crazy people, those crazy Christians with their talking donkeys and the snakes and the rest of it. Yeah.
You were talking about your favorite part of the Bible. Talking donkey is my favorite.
That's your favorite. Yeah.
He's like, why are you hitting me, man?
Why are you beating me, man? What have I done?
You guys ever see the meme where there's a bunch of colonial it looks like British, right? And they're laughing at some black people praying to a totem pole. And then on the bottom you see the Indian people laughing at the Christians praying with the cross, like a man on a cross, like the same thing. Like, you ever see that meme?
No, but it makes sense. I mean, if it's not your culture, it's gonna look a little weird.
Exactly.
Your culture is weird. My culture is perfect.
Yep.
With our cookouts and our what else do we do here? With our Mickey Mouse and our McDonald's.
Well, I'm going to take off, guys. I got some gardening to do. Great combo. I apologize if I got a little heated, but NASA brings out the worst in me. So let's keep it civil, guys.
Thanks, Leslie. Appreciate you, man.
Same here, Red. Like I said, you grew one notch up on the respect scale today.
I value that. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. With all the disagreements we've had over the years, to hear that's really, really kind. Thank you for saying that. You too as well.
Thanks, bro.
Okay, now what an idiot, but can I just say jellyism? No, okay. Now can we talk about the real topic?
Now you chime in. Why didn't you say anything before? We were looking for conversations.
Oh, I just joined like
all right.
Yeah, 2 minutes ago. It's out of service, and I'm like popular. I'm needed everywhere.
You're just a popular guy, Spot.
Yeah.
What were those pecs and everything?
That's right.
You sure that's wise, though? I mean, arrows are pretty sharp, man. I don't care how much wine you bathed in. I don't think your skin can stop an arrow.
Wait, but who? Oh, you're responding to someone in chat?
No, I was just talking about your. Never. Okay, it doesn't matter.
Oh, wait. Are you talking about the show or like the old movie?
I'm talking about your name and your picture, your chosen thingy picture, avatar picture.
Yeah.
It's a man's man.
Well, yeah.
With his chest.
I mean, heck, he died for what he believed in. He represented the most lower classes, right? That's what I actually most value him for. Because I used to have like a profile of Thor, like from the Marvel comics Thor.
Marvel Thor. I was going to say, was it Marvel Thor?
Yeah.
I am mighty.
Yeah. But because I became a communist, like, you know what? Maybe Thor being the prince, and everything. Okay, never mind. So I thought this would be more appropriate because Karl Marx mentions Spartacus. and he likes him because he's like representing a historical figure who fought for the lowest classes, fought against an empire. And so what that they lost, right? Maybe the second time, maybe other times we can actually win. And I would rather be remembered as Spartacus than not remembered at all.
There is only one thing worse than it being talked about. Can anyone complete that sentence? There is only one thing worse than being talked about.
So what
And
do you
that
say?
is no one. Can anyone complete that sentence?
Not talked about.
There you go.
Wait. You're
Thank
saying
you
I was
so
talking
much.
about? You're saying I was like talking about
Now,
myself?
who said that?
All right.
For another 10 points, who said that?
I don't know. I was just going
And while
off
you're
of
trying to think, I'm trying to think as well because I can't remember.
Oh, wait, are
Someone
you
said
are
the
you
only
are you just shitting on me that I talked about myself?
No. I was just I did a reference, and then someone got it, and I was really chuffed that someone got it, but I can't remember who said it. I know who it was. Hold on.
It's Lush.
Oliver, the
it's
British.
Lush. Oh,
John Oliver?
No.
Someone said the only bad press is no press.
Yes, the only thing one thing worse than being talked about is not being talked about, and that is not Whistler. I'm not looking it up. I'm going to see if my brain can pull it out.
You sound really posh right now, I have to say.
Yeah, I know. I do sound posh.
See, before I gave you props for your voice.
Thank you.
Now I'm like reconsidering maybe if the other thing just, on the whole, on the net,
Look it up. Don't look up who it is. Who I'm talking to? The other chappie. What's his name? Is it Lush? No. Who got the reference? Who was that?
Oh, yeah, that was me. Yeah.
Don't look it up. See if your brain can.
No, I don't know. I just remember somebody saying the only bad press is no press, but I don't know exactly what you're talking about.
It could be a version of that, and I can think.
There's
I
another
can see
thing that is more common, right? It's bad press is still
I'm
good
gonna look
press.
it up.
So, right.
Yeah, bad press is good press. Yeah, that's the Trump motto.
And he's right. By the way, he's fucking right. Wait, do you guys know? If we can start, maybe real topic here, if you don't mind. Steve Bannon. You know Steve Bannon,
That's
guy?
a great guess. Yeah, Steve Bannon. Yeah, that's a good guess, though, Willish. It isn't. That's not right, but it's a good guess.
You guys finished with the trivia?
No, hold on. No. I've got to think of that guy's name.
It was P.T. Barnum.
No, it wasn't.
Okay, well, he did
Who
say
said
the only bad press is no press.
Oh, did he say that? It was the one thing was being talked about. Is come on, someone, anyone in the chat is listening? Who said that?
Probably some famous guy.
It's going to kill me. All right, I'm sorry. Go ahead. What you're saying? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, you don't know? I thought you knew.
No, that's what's killing me. Is I can't remember his name.
Well, Google.
No, not doing it. I'm not doing it.
What do you think? Why you're resisting?
I'm resisting googling because I need my brain to work. Have you not seen the studies on AI? Have you seen the studies? The AI people that use AI are starting to lose the ability to think.
Well, yeah,
already.
No shit. I could have
Scary.
told you that. Well, of course, brain is a muscle too. Basically,
Yeah.
like the more you use it, better it gets.
He was an author, homosexual, not George Bernard Shaw.
You say that
not
as
Whistler.
like list of accomplishments.
He's a homosexual.
I was expecting a list of accomplishments.
Stephen,
author,
not
esteemed
Stephen Fry.
author, and
there was a comedy show in the 70s called Soap, and in that comedy show, Billy Crystal played one of the characters, and he was a homosexual. And there was something in a court case, and he was on the stand, and he said, "Are you a practicing homosexual?" And he said, "I don't have to practice. I'm very good at it." And that was one of the lines from the show Soap. It was Billy Crystal back in the day. Not George Bernard Shaw. I can't think of this blasted name. Okay, I'll let it go. Please continue what your train of thought was, Smart.
About Steve Bannon?
Yes.
Well, yeah, but like, oh fuck, we're talking about propaganda.
Trump's.
Oh yeah. Trump's
bad
like
press.
a style of. That's right. That comes from Steve Bannon and partially, data from Cambridge Analytica. I don't know if you heard that.
Nope.
You probably heard of it. That was in the news at some point. It's a company that like does like surveys and like analysis, right? They actually work with Obama, and they get a fucking prize for it for the best advertising campaign. Fun fact: Obama's campaign won the prize for best advertising. Yeah, and so I was talking about it. So I don't know if you guys want to chew on this.
Well, Trump's approach is a doesn't give a damn approach. That's his approach. It's a take it or leave it.
Well,
and it's worked for him. But I think Kellyanne Conway, who was his press girl in 2016,
she's the wife of guess who, by the way?
Oh, who's she married to?
Steve Bannon.
Are you serious? No.
Yes.
Kellyanne Conway's not married to Steve Bannon, is she?
Yes. Facts.
Okay, I'll accept. No, I'll accept that. If you're saying confident.
No. I'm gonna pose. No, I like to back up my shit. Even though I'm playing like insurgency here, I'll quickly.
Oh, what's that guy's name? Why can't I think of George Bernard Shaw and Whistler and all those people, but I can't remember. It's not Oliver. It's Blast. I cannot remember that name. Because he was featured in a Monty Python sketch where the king and Whistler and he are
Who's the Whistler?
talking. Yeah, I can't remember his first name. That's why I'm not saying it. But they were in a conversation, and the guy says, "Your Majesty is like a." It just describes him, and it's really, really insulting. And then he says, "This is what this guy said." The other guy in the room, he said that about you. And then the other guy, for fear of getting his head chopped off, he has to explain to the king what he meant when he said that really insulting thing. And yeah, I think he said, "Your Majesty, you are like a stream of bat's urine."
Wait, who is the? This is from Monty Python or no?
It was Monty Python. It was him. He said it. What did you mean? He says, "Well, Your Majesty, you shine out like a shaft of gold when all around is dark." It's like, all right.
Monty Python. By the way, the holy hand grenade. Remember that scene? Yeah.
Run away.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I only became familiar with Monty Python when I was much older, and I played Worms. You know Worms game?
Yeah.
The game. Like Worms and like aim weapons at each other, like in a tank.
Worms versus zombies, was it? Plants versus Worms?
No.
You don't know They did a mashup, didn't they?
No. Worms as in
Worms, the game?
Yeah? Wait. I don't know if you know it. How old are you?
I'm an age. I'm not saying. Do you mind? How old are you?
It was like puzzle boards,
yeah.
right? With the worms.
It was a puzzle game, right? I'm older than you.
No, are you kidding, guys?
Remember Lemmings?
Lemmings, yes.
No. Oh no, but it wasn't puzzle based. No. It was like they had weapons and it would shoot like one of those tank games when you have two tanks. Or like
it was like a war, but yeah, you were battling. You had to figure out the combo to beat each board.
No, shit, wait.
We do. Lemmings had a holiday Christmas version of Lemmings, and the music for that is what I have got MP3 recordings of that, and that's what we play when we wake up on Christmas morning to wake up everybody in the house. We play that Lemmings, the Lemmings Christmas tune. It's like Jingle Bells or something. It's 8-bit Jingle Bells. Frosty the Snowman.
By the way, in the chat, sorry, in the chat there's an image of the game. Surely.
I do remember it was 2-player too, though, right? You could 1v1.
No, you can do hot seat. You can do multiplayer. You can do many different.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah,
Worms.
that image. Come
really
on, you
nice,
can.
right?
No, I remember.
Yes.
It looks just like Lemmings, so it was a version of Lemmings, or okay.
No, because they like battle each. Like you know the game of tanks when you like shoot at the ballistic trajectory in like this style of like 2D sort of
But
format.
yeah, you deploy and give them order. Like there's like specialized units. Yeah.
Yeah, right. But they're not units per se. It's just a worm.
Worm units.
God damn, you guys are you're so young probably. God damn, make me feel old. If you don't remember this game, I played this game.
I don't
the first
remember.
iteration of this when I was young on a PC. Just came out.
Yeah. Like I just remember wanting to like that game more than I did. Like I didn't have someone like to play it with me enough or something, or I don't remember.
Right.
You were like really into that game?
Wait, what game?
Were you really into the Worms game?
Oh, actually, kind of, yeah. For a while, but then kind of like lost interest. It was an amazing thing. Then they made a 3D version, and shit got downhill from that.
Yeah, and then 30 years ago, we also had 3D hologram bowl games where the light actually just floated in the middle of the air, and they got rid of that for some
reason. Did they? Well, that was Steam thing. That was like some kind of like trickery kind of.
No, it was just a hologram bowl. It was a hologram. They just weren't economically feasible or something because they wanted to. I mean, I'm telling. To me, that's a conspiracy.
No.
That's just crazy.
No, so how is this hologram like function actually?
There would be a bowl, a black bowl, in the console like that, like a table, but it was a bowl. And then that allowed the image to be projected up into the air above the bowl.
Oh, it was laser thing, and again they had like.
It was like full TV picture, dude.
There's no way to like control photons like that, right?
What? Man, look up time.
You cannot just suspend them in the air. It doesn't work. It's not magic.
Yes, you can, and they did it.
How?
A drone.
Have you never seen a
yeah,
bowl
right, but that's not a hologram. I mean, okay, you can. Bro, listen, listen.
You can shoot another medium background of some kind of gas or a different color of smoke or something, and then against that background, you just keep hitting the light, like flick, and it'll show you the show.
Yeah, you don't even need drones for that, though.
Tupac on stage, man.
Stop trolling, you guys. Like, dude, like for real.
I'm not.
Saying it's
no,
sick.
I mean, actually,
look,
if we had
happen, is that what we're saying right now?
Mirrors, and I guess like whatever the video projection. I don't think it qualifies as laser, but
well, the air acts like a mirror, and so does water. So I mean, what else are we gonna do with that?
Over my head, man. The terminology. I just know that 30 years ago, we had games that are cooler, or in a way cooler than we have now. So you can put your hand through the video. I mean, come on, who doesn't want that? You walk around the table like, well, maybe there wasn't a bunch of angles. Maybe you only did have a few like, feasible angles of like looking at it, even though the table was like 300. Anyway, man, whatever. We know that they bury shit. Was this one of them?
Don't they have? Aren't they working on like holographic touch and smell and sound?
I've seen some companies bringing some holographic stuff back. Like a big projector, like the size of a wall projector, but instead it's just inside like a telephone booth type of thing or something like that. Or just in the middle of the room. There's some devices out there right now you can purchase right now. So I guess you could put any video game into it.
Well, the medium is flat, and the media or the medium of a TV usually is flat, and they have to have it real thin and flat, and then contain something in order to project things into, on it, or from it. Just like a big 360 dome where they round out all the walls and put you in a ball, and then bend the they bend the white paper or the stuff they reflected off of, they bend it all around it, just cover it with that white paper. So now you got a spherical projector or screen, and then you shoot left side, front side, back side, right side, and it just plays. Bloop. You always need a medium or a media to shoot or to have your like all your TV, like it has to be in like a little thing. And the best thing to reflect from or to film everything from is flat. And then how you project that, that's on you. But if you want to record anything correct as it is, you don't record round stuff. You don't record rounded images. You don't record round mirrors. You don't record round stuff for movies. It's all flat based and side view. Side view, side view, side view. Movie makers get that orthogonal view every damn time, baby. Imagine acting on a rounded stage that wasn't flat. That'd be weird, wouldn't it? Didn't they have in the war times projectors or little 3D holographs that would shoot up and be like a little blue light or a lady or a guy in there? Hey, smoke camel or whatever. I don't know. It's good for your teeth. Do rocks. It's good for your teeth. Just kidding. Don't ever do that. Mm. There was none.
I've been talking a lot.
You identify as a robot?
Mm-mm. Dawn.
What if you talk to somebody and they're like, I identify as your mother, and you'd be like, what the fuck?
That's a Woody word.
Yeah.
Dawn.
Dawn? The dawn of time.
Good evening.
Hey, what up? I liked how you talked to McToon when I wasn't here.
Oh yeah,
I
you like
appreciate that, Dawn.
It was so good, but I actually felt bad for a little while afterwards.
No, you don't feel bad because he doesn't feel bad when his face gets 300 beats of
Exactly.
bright red, night glow red.
When he bullies the flat earther, he doesn't feel bad, so I quickly got over it. I was so harsh. What is my problem? Do I have the right to tell him this stuff?
Well, I mean, when he just makes stuff up, yeah, you should never go from a premise that someone's point of view is what you scribbled on a fucking cartoon page and then declared their argument, and then that's all you guys keep doing. It's like I don't even understand what they're doing or who they're talking to because really they missed everybody in the world. And if anybody believes that shit that they're saying, they got to be retarded with them. Sorry.
What are you telling,
He
Dawn?
says maps, for instance. No, if a fucking human says a cartoon drawing of the dirt and water that only consists of what's on this piece of paper is my Earth, they are stupid. Do you understand that? You are stupid. And if you don't have all of it on there correctly, you are double, triple stupid. And that makes you a liar. And it's no point in even trying to discuss anything with people who believe a cartoon fucking treasure map is your reality. I'm sorry. So if you guys want to argue with people that would do that, it's like me going to the store and saying, "Hey man, look at the back of the cereal box. It's got the world map on it. It's so fucking accurate. Do you agree?" And they'll put their life on it. Like, yeah, that's the world map, man, on the cereal box. Am I gonna go with them and promote that? No, that would be retarded.
I mean, it's fine if he believes that.
Correct.
I just think he goes over the top, trying to convert others.
Right, with something that isn't even a part of anybody's any idea, theory, hypothesis, anything. Just
I would say it as you're not interested. So he needs to just stop.
I was always confused as what he was doing because every time I'd go to try to debate him on like what a straight line was, a ruler, an inch, a foot, a meter, he just would mute me and act like he doesn't understand how to measure anything up close and personal, like touching A to B. He said the only way he can measure stuff is not touching A to B. He'd rather calculate from 27 miles than calculate within something that his eyeball can't even declare the difference of. You see what I'm saying? So he's looking for big mess up to be nothing and not it don't matter because globe, and then the little mess up that he can't even find between that black line touching the object you're measuring to. I mean, we have a problem here with these people. Something wrong with them.
He's a bit too lost in the sauce. That's how I would say that.
Yeah, anybody that thinks you're accurately judging or measuring something from 27 miles away has got an insane screw loose. Especially if they don't judge measuring their own porch at home with a ruler. That's out of the question now. You got to do that from 27 miles away. You got to be accurate.
Who are you bestowing your pity on, Dawn?
Oh, McTurn. Demok said he liked it when I wrecked him the other night.
In what manner did this wrecking occur?
Well, he came here to debate Nathan, but Nathan had already called it off because he had a bad voice, and his dad died. Which are fair excuses, but I don't know if they're true or not.
Nathan?
Anyway, he might have just seen the VC and thought, nah, not today. Anyway, whatever. So McToon came here, and I thought McToon wanted a fight with Nathan, so I'll give him a fight. So I just said, you've got to stop bullying the flat earthers. You're religious too. Anyway, he said he's not sure if Jesus resurrected, and he's not sure if Yahweh's real. And now he teaches his kids from real science books, not God-safe science books. So when he said all that, I got deflated, and I was like, oh.
So you're
That's
turning
a pity,
into a
isn't it?
regular atheist.
Yeah, that's a pity. I kind of thought, I mean, his demeanor is just been deteriorating over time. And so I was concerned about that. But, you know, it's a complete stranger online.
It's not important. He's just another character. But because of his bravado, that triggered me to sort of have my bravado on him.
Yeah. Which Nathan was he going to debate?
So Nathan Oakley was going to come in, and one of his
Nathan
friends
Oakley?
came in. Yeah, one of his mates came in and said there's a flat bass line. And then went away.
Was this? There was a live stream going at the time.
Yeah, Nathan and Omni organized it, but it just didn't happen.
I would be surprised if Nathan Oakley, came to a debate, a moderated debate with a sane moderator. That would be a surprise.
I don't think that exists.
A sane moderator. Well, they do exist.
Yeah, he debates people without with nobody like moderating for a while. He'll go head to head with flat earthers or glovers or two. Yeah, I mean he'll do it. The thing is McToon won't either. McToon doesn't want you to like if I have a channel right now and set it up right now just to debate McToon that way. It's only me and him, and I can't mute him, and he can't mute me, and we actually get our voices heard. He won't do it. You understand that?
He's debated people on one-day debates, and that's
What I just
impartial.
told you is 100% true, and I'll put my money where my mouth is. I don't even like saying that dog shit, but listen to what I'm saying. If I put Democ for a day on Discord, Democ versus McToon, one time on Discord, no moderators, me and McToon, he will not do it. Did you hear what I said? I didn't say anybody else.
Oh, I see.
So, I mean, this is proving my point.
Well,
if these guys are so sure of themselves, they would have an open platform that you could always just click and debate them without you getting moderated. Correct?
It's because he can't talk to people like you. He's too by the book. So you'll just talk over him with style and panache and passion, and he won't be able to say anything.
No, if he actually wants to have a physics debate about the physics of a ball and how you get how you even get your idea of what a ball is or how a ball works or acts, you know what I mean? Like your reference for a sphere in the first place. Versus a reference of what I think reality would be. And we get ours next to each other. No bias. Don't make anything up. We're not on shit to start with, and he won't do it.
But when you say how a ball works, it sounds funny to other people because me and other people, we think balls just exist. They don't have how it works attached to them. We can look at different balls and what they do, but there isn't a how balls work thing. That's not a thing.
Well, then what's Euclidean math, Euclidean geometry, and what's spherical geometry then? What's that mean?
Yeah, you mean how a ball is known and found.
Exactly. What's your reference of a sphere? So I want to see how any human. Okay, so not being a liar, if you and I were born today, Dawn, and you said, man, I think Earth is spinning doing all this cool, crazy shit. And I'm like, that's some fucking whacked out shit. How would you even be able to get me to agree with that dumb shit? That's some outlandish claims right there.
Evidence.
So now I would
McToon would
say,
go through the
and I
list.
would say, hold on. And then my plea would be, I see 50%, 100% different than you. I see no movement. I see we live on a horizontal plane of reference with bumps, hills, valleys, waterfalls, cliffs, canyons. You understand? And then we'd go from there with no biasness. So I would take my plane that's not moving, and you would take your sphere and whatever you think, like whatever you're supposed to demonstrate to me. There's no excuses here. It's
What do
on
you think?
you to convince.
What do you think McToon would show you first? Like if you started with that?
I think he would mute me, and his face would turn red, and he would start laughing and leave the debate.
He has the he does not have the burden of proof. That's the thing that people on the flat Earth side need
What
to
burden of proof?
That's
come to
what
grips
Demon's
with.
saying. He's saying
No,
we're
there
putting
is
it
no
down
burden
to
of proof here.
equal.
In my
It's me and
demonstration, there's
you,
no
flat
such
and
thing as
round.
a burden of anything. Two
It is
people,
equal.
equal playing ground.
Yeah, Democ's saying we'll both take on the burden, flat and round.
Yep, real science, baby.
Well,
50-50, me versus you. Live,
then
with real
flat
physics.
earthers. So
No
flat
story.
earthers say the Earth is not rotating, but we say the Earth is rotating.
That's a cool
So what
story.
can we
Now, how
do?
do you prove it?
Yeah, that's the question. How do we prove that the Earth is rotating or not rotating? What
Yeah, so
instruments
where do you
can we
get a
use?
non-rotating surface to demonstrate the difference? How do you know what a non-rotating surface is if you
it's a
declare this
question.
rotating?
What measurement? What tools can we
No,
employ?
what stationary object can we use? Is the question I
No.
asked you. No,
No,
not
the-
no. This is Democ science, not your science. This is every other person that's standing with Democ, not you. You got your claim. Here is mine on the table.
Yes, you're saying, Democ,
Different
you're
than
saying
yours.
we need some type of comparison before we go forward. We need to
Yeah,
know
There's-
what a moving thing is and what a non-moving.
There's only one
thing is.
science. There's only one way of. There's multiple ways
Yeah,
of
not being
determining if
biased.
something is moving or not.
Yeah, not making shit up. Yeah, you start from you're not moving. That's what a normal human.
You don't start from there.
You start from what
No,
is.
we're starting from maybe we could be, and let's try
Exactly.
to find out.
You start with a
You're starting
hypothesis.
from you have no clue.
No, you don't start from I have no clue. You
Yeah,
start
you
from a
do.
hypothesis.
Me and you were born. We're the only two people here. We're the only two scientists. Me and you want to figure out what we're on between each other. There's no buddies, no rockets, no liars, no fucking cartoons, no TVs, no computers, nothing to scribble down. Listen, you're standing next to me. How do you physically demonstrate how you know what a sphere does? Show me. Or a moving thing. How would you prove a moving thing does what? What's your, you know?
It's just not.
Don't have one, right? So we're stuck
Yeah,
here. A
no.
ball debunks the sphere. So this gentleman wouldn't even grab a sphere. He has no reference for a sphere. He wouldn't even know how to contain himself to even understand how a spinning ball would work. With a
Sorry,
pendulum,
go on.
would you come up with a Foucault's pendulum and be
I
like,
just don't know.
you just, yeah, so you're a liar and you're biased and I've already won. Thank you. Welcome to Flat Earth, bias boy. You won't believe a ball. You won't believe physics. What am I supposed to do with you? Are you insane? Are you batshit crazy? This gentleman doesn't believe what a ball does when it spins, you guys. He's telling you that it does something different than what we see it do. Now, how do you convince us of something different than what we see and know to be for reality? Our only reference for a ball is a fucking ball, not look outside. So look outside is not going to be my reference. I'm going to get a stationary flat surface. I'll pour some fucking sand on there and get some hills and valleys, and we'll do what we can do. Mine's stationary, no gravity, no dog shit, flat layers, stacked on dirt. Dirt holds it up. Nothing's pushing it down. We're good to go, brother. Everything seems to work on
Absolutely.
mine.
Absolutely. Flat Earth has just been shown to be so fucking stupid that Democ has to
You
make
mean
fun of
so
it.
physical reality that you can't outdo it with your ball. So what does your ball do? What's your reference for a ball? Keep talking about anything else, right? Ball, please. We're in physics. We're standing here, me and you. We've done this lots of times, and you guys never have an answer, and you just stop like you're retarded. How does the ball work, and how do you know that? So this is where Globers don't go to physics. They don't trust physics. They don't allow balls in ball physics. So when you say we have one physics, if it's not ball physics, what is it, boys?
At this
Flat
point,
physics, flat
at
science.
this point, Democ, I'd say all of the known history, what you can actually see is the sky moving, not the Earth. So for us to show and really, really prove it's the Earth going round on an axis, and it's a ball, we can show this at the same time. A ball doing what the ball does and being a ball. We'd have to go to space, far out, look back, and then video
You
it.
don't trust a real ball?
Yeah.
You don't trust a real ball with a camera on
That's
it?
the only way we can show you.
Easy.
Show me what? What is your reference for what we're looking for, Don?
Easy.
I need to know. Hey, stop talking over us, dumb fuck. We need to know the reference for what we're going to see
It's
if
not
on ball.
really easy.
And what would it look like if on flat?
Next time you call somebody a dumb fuck, you're going on mute. All right?
Because you're afraid pussy of physics. We know. We got you, scared boy.
Oh, that was easy. Yeah, it's been explained to him. He,
Yeah, he was pretending that he didn't know what on earth would look like, but obviously I would just explain that in one sentence. You're going to see the countries and the clouds going round. That's what I'd say.
Yeah, I mean, he knows that. It's just another, a much more, I don't know, blunt, unartful, vulgar version of, you don't have a gravity machine, so you can't talk about gravity scientifically.
Mm-hmm.
If you
No,
don't have a gravity
he's
machine,
not quite saying that. It's just as silly as that.
How are you going to set up your controls? How are you going to set up a situation with no gravity and then set up a situation with gravity and then measure them? How are you going to do that? Where's your
No,
controls?
he's not saying that. He said he wants to see the ball go round to prove that it's going round and it's a ball. So
I
said,
posted it.
The only
I
way is
posted
going
it.
to space.
Yep, God's creation.
Oh, I see. Yeah. So I'm saying we need this, but better and again in full video instead.
Does it get better? What do you mean better than this?
We need to get in that position again and get like a 24-hour time lapse video.
How many times should we do it?
But
how long should the video be?
Yeah, and how many different satellites? We could have the GOES satellite, the Himawari satellite, and the Discover satellite, all at the same time, full 24 hours, no big damn deal.
Well, I'm just laying it out there what Demok would need in his current position.
Demok is performance art. He's a clown. He just says that stuff to show how stupid Flat Earth is. He just puts these random words together, strings them along as if it means something.
Fucked up, dude. He's muted. He can't even respond. He can't defend himself.
Because he's just saying random words.
I mean, Squiggle, I did give it a go. I gave it a go.
His randomness comes from his position of not trusting Earth's a ball like you think it is.
No, I don't even think that. I think it's just a shtick.
Well, why would someone stick to a stick that much?
Because he gets to hold the mic. He gets to interact.
Yeah.
Yeah, but listen to the topic he's chose. He must be secretly passionate about the subject.
I doubt it.
He does believe it. He does believe it.
I doubt it.
Shubo, you're more passionate about Flat Earth than Demok. Was there a topic before Globe?
Yeah, NASA Shill and myself were going at it on the
You and NASA Shill?
trans. Yeah, we talk about trans topic and other things.
Globe. Right, Globe stuff.
But we managed to do it without breaking any of the TOS and without insulting. I wanted to do that to prove that it could be done. But the typical people who have those views aren't typically very kind towards such people. And they have a lot of animus directed towards them, so the conversations are generally not very fruitful. But how's your day been going, Squiggle? You doing all right?
Hey, I'm having a great day. Very nice out.
That's good news.
Oh yeah.
It's not bad here. It's a bit warm, but it's summer. I like the evenings, you go outside and it's still really warm.
So gravity doesn't require a center of a sphere. All it requires is downward acceleration.
Straight to it.
Why can't I say that the cause? All right, you guys say that there is like a point in space responsible for attraction, right? That point in space is creating gravitation, which is bending space, right? So you say that there is a point causing the force, right? Now, what if I say there is a horizontal plane causing the force, and the forces, the downward acceleration is parallel everywhere? If I can invoke a gravitational anomaly underneath the Earth that's never been seen, I mean, if you can, why can't I?
And
why
what anomaly?
And yours is a point. Okay, you treat gravity like a point. That's fine. I'm gonna change the model. Now gravity is a plane.
What anomaly are you referring to?
Downward acceleration.
Is that an anomaly?
Oh, well, no. But what? What about an anomaly?
Yeah. Is that anomalous?
Yeah, in my opinion, yeah.
Mm-hmm. So it doesn't typically happen? It happens all the time, doesn't it?
I don't know.
I mean, yeah, it happens all the time, man. What you talking about? When does it not happen? Where on Earth can you go and gravity doesn't work?
So you have, classic Newtonian mechanics, which is just regular downward acceleration, right? Distance from the surface or from the center of your sphere. And then you have
Einsteinian.
No, I was,
good. I was going to say.
Not talking about Einstein, Kepler.
Okay, Kepler.
Right, and then you have your orbiting bodies, your orbital mechanics.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, you got gravity for your planets. You say that's what makes moons orbit planets. Okay, but we're talking about downward acceleration on Earth. Does that mean downward acceleration on Earth is causing a moon to orbit?
Yeah. Yes, it is. That's what causes it to happen. It's the gravitational pull between those two bodies.
Yeah, but it ends up moving further away. They say that the moon's orbit is like, it's not always attracting.
Let me think about what you're saying there.
Oh, it's not always moving towards the Earth.
But it's there's two things about the moon's orbit that I'm aware of. One is that it's not the same distance. It's elliptical, so it goes in and out as it orbits. It doesn't go around exactly. It changes. That's the one. And the other is that it's not it is orbiting it the same way, but it's not exactly precisely the same way. And only, I think, recently we've been able to detect that it's moving closer or further. Which one was it? I think it's further.
They say that the moon is actually getting further away from the Earth.
There you are. All right, further away. Okay, so it's getting further away.
While it's subject to a force of attraction towards the Earth.
But it's still orbiting. Is that fair to say, though?
It's orbiting. It's not accelerating towards the center of a sphere.
It's it's got an attraction to both of them have attractions to each other. So they're going to move towards each other. But the Earth is bigger, so the moon is what moves towards the Earth.
First off, gravity is the centripetal force, and the moon has its own centrifugal force.
Right.
So if there was no gravity, it would simply zoom away from the Earth, wherever it was heading off to.
It would do a moon base alpha. It would do a moon base alpha and just fly away.
Yeah, it would just fly away, right? So because we have gravity, it does have a vector pulling it towards the Earth, but it doesn't have its original vector. It doesn't just go away. So when you add the two of them together, as it changes location, its relationship to the Earth's center of gravity changes, and that changes the vector that gravity is pulling on it, which brings it into an orbit.
So that elliptic orbit that the moon is doing around the Earth every day. So we should see a change in the angular size of the moon throughout the day, or every day.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
Why not? What is it? Negligible?
Every day.
Yeah.
You're saying it's too small?
It rotates every day. The moon doesn't orbit every
Someone's mic is cutting out.
The elliptical orbit of the moon and the Earth, for that matter, is extremely tiny. It's practically a circle.
The moon doesn't orbit every day. That's what I was saying.
Oh, wow. The moon doesn't have sidereal rotation every day?
It's just
Oh no, my bad. No, my bad.
It's the size difference isn't great enough. But okay, let me put it like this: the proposal, the idea that the moon is circling overhead a flat plane.
The moon orbits the Earth every 27 days.
Yeah, I know.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, me too. I did that too. But I was going to say, we don't need to know. We talked about this the other day. We don't need to know the nature of the moon or the sun. We just need to know, just by observations, that neither of them can be very close, because they don't change size sufficiently in appearance in the sky. So they can't be close things under a dome, circling overhead a flat plane, and they're not oval, so they don't change shape as they go. So they've got to be spheres, because they keep the same shape, so they have to be spheres. So the idea that the sun and moon are spheres is very, very easy to establish, and then the fact that they're not close is also easy to establish. And if you go from there, it gets more and more difficult to come to the conclusion Earth is flat.
We're not talking about flat. We're not talking about flat. We're talking about your downward acceleration pointing towards the center of a sphere.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, that's how it's the two attract each other, and the moon attracts the moon orbits the Earth. Is there something wrong with that?
So, okay. So when we experience downward acceleration on Earth, like me sitting in a chair, that's due to centripetal forces.
Gravity.
Centripetal forces caused by gravity.
Centripetal force is gravity. Centrifugal force is the original acceleration.
I am accelerating towards the center of a ball due to centripetal forces.
So if I'm just going towards the center of the ball and I'm accelerating towards it, then whatever my initial acceleration was will be added with gravity if I'm going directly towards the center of the ball. It's when my direction of acceleration is not towards the center of the ball. that you can get orbit to.
See, when the moon is orbiting, there's nothing to stop it orbiting, so it's balanced.
So I don't get a teammate in this. You guys don't unmute dumbass. So I can have someone else. You guys doing 2-on-1?
All right.
That's right.
Thank you.
A lot of people I'm on the Rix came in. He was doing pretty well.
I have unmuted Demok, so
thank you.
Try to do it without,
I just need to know how far away from a spinning ball do you have to be for it not to be your reference frame? Not a fake one, a real one in a lab with a little camera. What's the answer, gentlemen?
You can't do that in the lab. It's an unreasonable question.
Yes. When do you leave Earth's reference frame? That's a great question.
But you can't do that in a lab.
The question was for people who don't understand words, go get a dictionary, do some research. If you do understand words, stick with me. You're going to know what words mean. Okay, now, reference frame, spinning ball. Take a camera, a real one, no stories made up by Red Cloud or anybody else who don't understand words. So we don't like those people that don't. So put the camera on there. And how far away do I got to get this camera before it sees the stop sign by itself sitting still and not as a part of the ball? How far do you have to be and how fast is it for you to move away from the reference frame and not be a part of it? When is that? What's that distance?
That's a question.
Well, how'd you guys get your answer?
42.
Yeah, there's a
The
distance
answer
where you
is-
start to orbit rather than, actually move towards the center.
It really is. It's an ask question or whatever whoever else. Ask someone like that. I don't think there are any orbital mechanic scientists or anything in here.
So nobody could get a ball and put a camera on it and touch it through it and watch it spin and then move it away. That's weird.
That's
So
not
you
a
could
reasonable
get a
question.
camera on a track and move the camera back and forth real fast, like a track, like a racetrack. Like
It's not a reasonable question.
And have the ball spinning. So you touch it, you let it go, you touch it, and it's going to be rotating on the ball. Then you pull the little magnet over there, clink, stick to the magnet, you pull it away, and it's not no more. It's going to pull it away from you.
The only way of answering a question like that would be to do it in person or in
Or you can eject
actuality.
the camera. You can eject the camera with a spring, and then watch
Eject the
slow
camera with a
motion
spring.
like you guys do when you watch mold grow on the Discovery Channel, and you watch
Why would
flies
you-
grow, and have
I have-
babies and stuff. 30-second
I have a
life.
question about that question.
Yeah, you got questions about everything, but no answers.
I've got a question about the question. So here's my question
no.
about your question. My question about your
You're gonna
question
help
is,
answer it.
why do you want to know?
Because you guys have this weird religion, about how balls work. Where is your reference for reference frames? So in this reference frame, depending on what, in the inertial reference frame on a spinning ball, how far do I have to get off of a real spinning ball in a lab before I can just see stuff as it is sitting still? That's the question to you. And if you don't understand and nobody understands, then you guys should go ask Newton and Einstein where they got their idea from, because they didn't show you. It's
How many
weird.
different people have you asked this question to? Has anyone answered you?
People are afraid of physics and they're afraid of balls and cameras.
It's just how many people have
You're not
answered you?
afraid of balls and cameras. I mean, go do some research. How many people can you ask?
I would say that no one has answered you because it's not a reasonable question. Because you need to do it in reality.
So what
The
are you
question, the
reasoning for?
question
It's
is not a bad
reasonable for you to
question.
reason.
The question is when you go up in a rocket, how far do you go up? How fast and whatever do you go up before you are no longer in Earth's reference
That
frame?
didn't make any
And
sense.
in and of
It's
itself
not a
is
part of
not
natural physics, stupid.
a bad question.
We have real physics. We want to know what your reference for a ball is, not cat toys and
But
fucking
it's
bottle
a
rockets.
question with no
We're not asking
no
about
relevant
bottle
answer.
rockets.
If I were
We're
to give
asking
you
about spinning
the
balls.
answer,
Where did you get your idea of what they ever
Okay,
do?
turn it down.
How? Without making it up. How do
Okay,
you know what a
Squiggle.
ball does without
I did
making it
try.
up in physics? No, you'll never try. You'll just be dumbfounded. Dumbfounded kid who doesn't know words. Is this what the teachers taught you to not understand what a ball means, or a lab, or the word physics? This is fucking crazy. You don't understand those three words? Ball, lab, physics. Too hard. Damn. I must be speaking another alien language. Where did you guys
something
get
else,
the
Squiggle?
idea? Where'd you get the idea you know what a ball does?
I'm here for you, man.
Who convinced you of what balls do without a ball? I'm fucking curious. How do all these guys convince you what balls do without a ball in physics? They're convincing you what a ball doesn't do? That's weird. You guys just believe that? You believe it, but balls don't do that. That's weird. What if, huh? But what if, Demok? But why not? Tell us a new story. Story goes is trust physics. Don't call that ball a liar in a physics lab. It's not lying.
Ball with the ball, the bang, diggy.
Left lane's a liar, not the ball.
It's the ball.
Everybody standing there talking to you, they're the liars.
Ooh, yeah.
The ball doesn't lie. It can't even talk.
Oh, yeah.
Why would the ball conspire against you guys? The ball conspires
I
against
can
ball
do my
physics.
George Takei. Would you like to hear my George Takei?
No, we'd like to see how you know what a ball does. How do scales work on moving balls? Start there. How do you know what you weigh, or how can you quantify your weight on a spinning ball versus a stationary thing that's not moving? How would you know the difference?
Hey, Squiggle, this is my George Takei.
So
What
these
do you
guys
think?
act like they know math. Now math's out the window, balls out the window, physics out the window. This is crazy. No reference for anything. They just believe a bunch of shit. Concede it's just a fucking horse shit fucking religion that you guys live on a spinning ball and you're afraid of physics. Just concede. Physics fucking debunks you every time, Globers.
Oh my.
Concede right now, then call the Pentagon, call the Department of Defense, say, hey, we got a problem. This guy's on to us. He trusts physics.
Sorry,
He
Omni, I
really
couldn't
trusts
do
what a
it. I
ball does in
tried.
the lab. This guy's on to us. He believes what he can test and prove over what we've told you, little kids. The guy behind the curtain. You believe the guy behind the curtain?
Do you know a bunch of physics?
Yeah, you go do them. You get a ball and do them. You
Really?
record it on the camera, and I'll trust what you do. We'll all trust it. Now, if you got a square, we'll use
How
the
to
square.
play the flute.
You got a flat
You
table.
blow
We'll
in one
see what
end,
people weigh
and
on
you
a
move your
flat
fingers
table.
up and down the outside.
We'll see what people do weighing on a flat table that's not moving versus a spinning ball. And then in reality, we'll go get the scale and we'll see which one's correct. Why are you guys sad? Why are you afraid of physics?
Classical mechanics.
You put a scale so we know your reference for ball mechanics. Classical physics of a ball mechanic. What are those? That's what we're looking for, Omni. Classical ball mechanics. Don't drive us nuts with
What
these
is
ball
ball
mechanics.
mechanics? What do you mean by ball mechanics?
It's ball mechanics.
What do you mean by ball physics? What does that even mean?
Do you think that in physics there's some special thing that?
Yeah, you got some idea what happened.
I'm going to college and I'm going to study ball
You have a
mechanics.
special idea of something you read from a fucking book that you will not demonstrate. So take your special idea and stick it up your special info area, right? No good. We'll need to see what a ball does and how did your special people get the reference. Show us what they showed you, the reference of a ball. How did they convince themselves of this? Where did Einstein and Newton play with a ball in front of a camera and show you all the logistics?
Are you there?
I don't think Newton had cameras. That was quite a while ago, honestly.
Yeah, right. We had cameras in the 1800s. Listen.
Yeah, but Newton was 1600s.
Don't be so stupid, man. All we need to know is where you guys got the idea of how a ball works. It's been 8 billion years. 8 billion years. 1,400,000 days. 10 nights. 1 month.
It starts with the realization that ships.
No, we're not looking for ships or chips.
Oh,
Nobody's hungry.
And the
Stop
shadows
avoiding the conversation, Omni. We're talking about physics of spheres.
indicate to us that we live on an oblate spheroid.
Omni, how do you know
It
what a
was started with
spheroid
the
does?
Greeks.
How do you
The
know what
Greeks are
that
the
is?
first
What
ones
is your
to posit
reference?
globe.
What the fuck is your guys' reference?
I don't know what you mean
Stop
by
just declaring religious shit is
you don't
true.
have to have a reference.
Yeah, you do, religious boy.
No, you don't.
You most certainly do.
Nope.
So don't believe any physics.
Where'd you get that? Show
Don't
me
trust
where you
any
got
physics. No physical reference for your globe model.
Show me where you get
No physics. No, pay attention, Omni. This is
Oh, we got
important.
physics.
There are no physics.
There is
No
one.
attribute of any globe
Yes,
can be
there's one.
quantified or qualified in physical reality. There is no attribute you ever experienced, and you can't mimic it with a real ball. Let's go, loser. Why is that so funny, guy without a ball?
Because-
You can't mimic what you're claiming a ball does. Not because. This is simple. Don't groan, motherfucker. Time to put up or shut up. Why is this hard, guys? You would fail the first grade fucking class. You guys would all fail first fucking grade. All of you. You will not be unbiased. You will not trust physics. You will not say, hey, teacher, I'm going to go see what this ball does and bring you back the story. You motherfuckers are going to have a whole new story from me and everyone else from what we see. Why is that? Where'd you get it from? 100% of all the people, Omni, are going to be spinning balls and say, no, scales don't work like that on a ball. Foucault's don't work like, everything doesn't work like that on the spinning ball. And you're going to be left by yourself looking fucking retarded. Where do
But
you get the info?
Nobody has the same goofy idea as you do.
Of what? You live on a ball? We know. I'm a flat earther. That's a goofy fucking idea that you live on a ball. That's what I'm trying to portray to you right now. Now, you're number 1%. 1% Omni telling us about his religion of what balls do versus what they're really doing. Why do you not believe a real ball, Omni? So you're telling all 99% of people not to believe engineering and physics and actual gearing and ratios and scale and size of fucking the mechanics of the attribute of this thing. You don't trust any of that. Fucking throw that in the garbage for Omni said what if, the 1% guy. Are you serious? Throw all the fucking engineering and practical physics of any engineering or any building or any teeter-totter spheres or any water fountains now. So throw all that shit out the window. None of that works. What you say works, the 1% guy. That's weird, Omni. You guys got a mental problem. You understand that, right? A mental block for reality. You're blocking reality. You say everyone else is doing it, but you're the only motherfuckers that have to input something that's happening that's not, that you can't demonstrate, and it's a fucking fantastic story. And then, well, we don't get it because you don't have a reference. What the fuck are we getting? There is no reference for what you guys are making
I'm
up.
short now.
So what's the reference that you guys can refer to for balls doing stuff? So I can write the math down, the scale. It's all 360, we know that, but just like, you know, inches, diameters, difference in that. Every cube is a scaled down cube. Every sphere is a scaled down sphere. If you don't believe this, you're just something wrong with you. Something wrong. To not believe reality, you had to be insane. Reality is the burden of proof. So we have reality. So if you don't trust reality, now the burden of proof lies on you to demonstrate your non-fucking reality claim. Do you understand how the burden of proof works now? What we see in reality, that is the burden of proof. What we demonstrate, balls do what they do and not what you claim. So now since you claim they do something different, this magic shit that doesn't happen nowhere, like you slayed the dragon. You guys slayed the globe math dragon. Where the fuck is the dragon at? The king needs to know. The payment stops here. If I was everybody, I'd vote no funding any fucking NASA, anything until they do real physics, till they go back to actual engineering. And what you can prove and demonstrate. If you can't demonstrate it, shut the fuck up. You have no clue about any of it. You've got a big idea.
Demok, can you re-demonstrate a plane crash?
Yeah, fly a toy airplane in your backyard until it has no fuel. Just put a drop of fuel in it.
No,
It'll
like
go
a
up, fly,
specific
and it'll
plane
crash. Boom!
A
Demonstrated a plane
specific
crash.
plane
I
crash, such
scaled
as
it down perfectly. A
Flight
little airplane
138.
motor. Oh, slow down, brother. What do you?
Can
I
you
scaled
replicate a
down a toy
specific
airplane.
flight?
We have those called model airplanes. We have motors that are real motors that go in little cars. They're
Yes,
real
I know.
car
I
motors.
have 2 of them
Do you
myself.
understand? What is your
I
point?
have
What
2
else
of
do
them
you need,
myself.
model maker?
I have 2 of
Are
them
we putting it on
myself.
a spinning
I'm
ball?
asking you how
How
you
do
can
we put it on a
replicate a crash
spinning
such
ball?
as
Is the
Japan Airlines
question.
Flight 123,
How do you
such
get
as
what
Southwest
happens on a
Airlines
spinning
Flight
ball with the toy
1380.
airplane? Do you
Replicate.
know how a toy airplane works on a spinning ball when it
I
crashes?
have
Will you
2
demonstrate?
of them. I have 2 of them.
So
I'm
you're
asking you.
not.
I have 2 of them. What do you mean? No, I'm
You have a
not. I have 2
ball
of
and
them.
an airplane. What are we going to do with it?
What do you mean? I'm asking you. I'm
We
asking
have a
something
ball and an
completely different,
airplane.
and
What
you're
are you going to
changing
do with
what
it?
I'm saying.
Stop
I'm
asking me
asking
what
you
I
to
mean. Don't
replicate
run
a
from ball
flight that's
physics.
crashed.
Young
I'm
man,
asking you to replicate a
first
flight
grade, we
such
have a
as
ball
Japan
and an
Airlines Flight
airplane.
123.
How does it work?
Go and replicate Japan Airlines Flight 123 with a plane
Ball,
model.
and you
Go,
have a
go, go
globe, and you have
replicate.
a
Go
toy
replicate.
airplane, little guy.
Go
Let's
replicate.
get
Yeah,
to
you
it.
don't know what you're talking about. That's the same
What
shit.
I'm talking about
Go and
what? A
replicate a
ball?
plane crash.
No one knows what a ball works like. No one can demonstrate how you fly around a ball, stupid. We know that. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yes,
Stop
you can
talking out your
demonstrate. Thank
gums.
you very much.
Thank you, no ball guy. Do you have a globe handy in a toy airplane? Get a hot air
You
balloon
need
and a
a toy
helicopter
airplane
too.
that's
We want to
small
see how they
enough
stay 90 and
for
drop
the
vertical.
globe to work.
They're going to
You need
drop vertical. Show us. Show us from the
What?
perspective of the guy on the ball how you're going to fly the
Do you
hot air
understand
balloon
that
and drop it
altitude
vertically
conforms to the
down.
shape of the Earth?
And then show us
Learn
the
basic
perspective
geometry
of the other
first.
guy on the ball. Put
Learn
5
basic
6
geometry
guys around
first.
the. Stop being
Learn basic
afraid of what
geometry
you want to
first.
demonstrate. You asked us
Learn
if you
basic
could do a
geometry first.
demonstration of a ball. Yes, you
Learn
can.
basic geometry
We're
first.
waiting for it.
Altitude
Yeah,
conforms.
we're not talking about words, stupid, basic, ambiguous, nothing, boy. We'll get a real sphere with basic little guys on it, and you're gonna have a basic little fucking toy helicopter,
Well,
airplane, and
your
hot air
guys
balloon.
on this globe
As
will have
soon
to
as
be
you guys grow
microscopic
up and
because
know
we
what
have
a
to
globe is
account for the
and a
ratio
toy hot air
of the
balloon,
size of the
we
person
know a hot air
compared to the
balloon's
size of
hard.
this globe.
Little toys
Can you
are
get a
hard to
model
get for
of that
globbers.
size?
They're hard to come by.
Can you
Physics
get
are hard.
a model of that size? Please tell me.
We're not going to imagine shit. You're
Okay,
going to
you can't
physically
get a model of that
demonstrate
size. Thank
what
you
a
for
globe
admitting that.
looks like and
You
how the
can't get a
plane
model of that
works
size.
over it.
Thank you for admitting that.
We're not
Demok.
going to
Thank you for
imagine nothing.
admitting
We
that
don't
you're
have
saying
to.
you're
Why
saying
would we have to
unreasonable
imagine when you
standards.
have
You're
a
saying
globe?
unreasonable standards.
You have a little globe. Are you not going to
You're
use that
saying
to still man
unreasonable
your globe?
standards, little boy.
So a globe is not going to be used to demonstrate a globe. This is an
No,
unreal
I'm
standard he
saying,
said to
will
get
you
a
be able
globe
to
in the
get the
classroom
same
and
size
show us how
ratio
it works.
compared to the little figures you have on this
How
globe
can you
compared
still
to the
man a
actual one?
globe?
No, you won't.
How are you going to still man a globe
stop.
to every kid?
Okay, yeah, you can't prove your model. That's nice.
Exactly.
That's nice.
You can't still man a ball
You
or how
can't prove
things
it because
fly.
you're saying
But what do you live
unrealistic
on if you
standards,
can't
little
prove
boy.
a ball?
You're
What do
saying
you live on? No
unrealistic
ball?
standards, though, man.
So there's no ball
Saying
physics.
unrealistic standards.
No
Tell me
ball
where you
flight.
can, where
Brother,
on earth can you
we're
get
in demonstration class.
with
This is
it a
real
globe
physics.
model with
We don't do what
little
ifs.
figures
We don't
of
do
the
what
same
ifs.
ratio as to
We're
our
not
Earth,
doing what ifs, liar.
our
Go
human
sell
beings.
your
You could
fucking
win the
story to
Nobel
somebody else.
Prize, Demok.
We're not doing what ifs here. He can sell his story to somebody else, the car salesman. We want to know how a ball
I'm not a
works
car
with a hot
salesman,
air
mate.
balloon
I
and a
don't know how to sell
helicopter and a
shit.
plane.
I can't
Why
sell
is this
shit.
hard for you, guy of nothing? Guy of no substance. We need physical substance for you to have a fucking reference. What is your ball reference and how does
And
it
also,
work?
we need a ratio
So
of
you have
size.
no
Tell me where
reference.
you
I'm
can
trying
get
for you to
a
steel man
tiny
your own
human
ball.
being
This
compared to
gentleman
a
can't
big
even
ass
steel man his
ball.
own model.
All right, Demok. You gotta
You got to go back and forth or something.
How is he going to steel man a ball with a toy helicopter? Show us.
Well, maybe he's not going.
First get a ball. That's this. What is it? That's the ratio of
You have a problem.
our Earth compared to the helicopter.
Nobody knows what that means. Can you demonstrate?
No, it's you don't know what that means.
So
I know
360
very
is
well
not
what I'm talking
360.
about.
So you're telling me
If you're
every
gonna take
ball
a toy
isn't a
helicopter,
ball.
you have to scale it up. You have to scale it
So
down.
no ball
Same
is a
thing with
ball,
the
for
Earth.
gentlemen.
Tell me where you can get a ball that massive.
Which ball do I need to be a ball?
Can you tell me? Tell me.
Tell me which ball is your magic ball out of all the balls. I got 8 million sizes of balls here. Which one's the magic one for you?
Tell me
Stupid.
one. ball. Tell me one ball that matches the same exact ratio
No
to your
balls
toy
match
helicopter.
reality. That's what
Okay,
we're
you
waiting for
can't
you
get
to
it. Thanks for
do.
admitting. Thanks for admitting.
We're waiting.
Thanks for admitting.
All right,
Thanks for admitting.
unlistenable.
Thanks for admitting.
All right, I
Yeah.
couldn't take it anymore.
I know how to get him under. I mean, he's asking for a model, but it also the model needs to be in size ratio. He gets a toy helicopter. He'll need a ball that's almost the similar size to Everest to even replicate with the toy helicopter. And also, I asked him to replicate specific flight crashes, such as Japan Airlines Flight 123, where the rudder blew off, not where the engine fuel ran out. That's a different air crash. You can't replicate all of them, so how does he expect us? So, no, wait, sorry. If we can't replicate those crashes, does that mean those crashes never happened?
I mean, I don't even know if he's,
I mean, we can't really replicate Japan Airlines Flight 123 in real life. So, I mean, I don't know how, with his logic, that means Japan Airlines Flight 123 never happened. That means over 500 people never died in the mountains of Japan. That means, by his logic, that's how that works. It's really funny.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Yeah, now he's silenced. I wonder if he still continues talking like Jin does after he's been muted.
I don't know.
But yeah, I'm going to leave you guys to it. Enjoy.
Alrighty then. Another important thing about flat Earth, it can really help just expose who's cool with being a murderer slash and or killer, who isn't.
Are you hot micing, Don?
Just another thing to reconcile about. Just another way to recognize we should get along. Because stuff could be either silly or dire. Either way, we should get along. Like the extremity of the situation. It pulls the cream, to the top of the philosophical bucket.
I think you might be hot micing there, Don.
Action bucket. Oh, is somebody talking? I'm sorry. All right, is my microphone better now?
It's fine. Yeah, I just wasn't sure if you were talking to us or talking to somebody else. Yeah, your mic sounds okay.
I notoriously have like one of the worst mics ever. Seem to keep it consistent. But no, I wasn't hot micing, man. I'm not. I like talking about flat Earth. I'm not ashamed to talk about it.
Okay, I couldn't tell. So what were you saying?
It's awesome.
Flat Earth is awesome. Okay.
Yeah. It's something like that. We can like look at it at extreme measure how important it is for us to cooperate, whether it's a dire situation or a silly situation, right? We could spend energy being happy and productive. And we see that there's mental health issues with so many that want to spend energy, you know, being adversarial towards their brothers. People start believing, you know, you get shit exposed. People start talking about killing. They'll be like a moral good guy 1 minute, and then they're a killer, then a justified killer the next minute. It's so awesome. You don't get it.
Okay.
You don't get exposure like this with everyday tensions, with everyday arguments, right? Like, you know, some of the stronger stuff, political stuff, this and this, people kill each other, religion, whatever. It's like, look at how flat Earth mixed like religion, science, politics, all this shit, man. People like, there's a lot of tension. I've seen a lot of vileness, you know, and I know I'm biased or whatever. I don't know how big my data set is and all that, but I've definitely seen what seems like, you know, a non-standard, a higher than average ratio of vileness in a community. Like I've been in video game communities that are notoriously toxic and stuff like this. But wow, Flat Earth is amazing. It's every day still.
What do you think
People
it's
still will label. Why do I think it's volatile?
Why do you think it's especially volatile?
Well, I don't know. Maybe it mixes so many elements, and the key thing I think is amazing about this one is it's a standing entertained conspiracy theory, yet it's unlike all the rest. You know, a lot of, I would say, your standard conspiracy theories are shit that like you just can't look at a rock and find out, right? You got to go hear the story, you got to see a paper trail, you got to do this and that, you know what I'm saying? And there's going to be like a level of belief or whatever. And a lot of the stuff, who did what and why, who was involved, you know, you can't see the people standing there holding the smoking gun still. But in Flat Earth, you can see the smoking gun. The Earth is right here for us to look at, you know? And yeah, it's so unique in that way.
Okay.
So maybe that's also people get so tense. They're like, what the fuck, dude? The evidence right here. How are we not agreeing on it? You know?
Well, I agree that there is predominantly a inability for people to agree on what facts are, which is, a bit disturbing, I guess. If we can't agree on what things are factually the case, then it seems like maybe our epistemology isn't working.
Being nicer might help. Like being more empathetic. Do you think educators and science people have a lower than average like empathy type emotional rating?
Educators?
Maybe yeah, just people that are involved in that type of industry, any type of.
I don't think so. I would think I would hope it would be the opposite.
I mean, I don't know, man. Like, I'm guessing that like, I know there's scientists that are religious, but it seems like that community is a community that pushes for like less religion on average, less, whatever. So,
well, I don't think that religious people are necessarily the most empathic.
Okay, might not be.
Yeah.
But like, my intuition kind of tells me otherwise. My intuition, at least. If you had to juxtapose religious people versus physics people, I don't know, man. I'm taking survey. I mean, 80-90%.
So I would say that it's certainly true that religious people, of which I am one, are generally going to be nicer or kinder to people in their own church.
I see. Yeah, that's going to be yeah.
But when it comes to other churches, I don't know if that holds up.
But science kind of does separate from church a lot. Like a lot, it used to be. You need an open mind when dealing with physics and exploration of nature. I think so. There doesn't need to be any other bias. People can do both, I'm sure, but they need to compartmentalize it.
Okay. So what do you think? I mean, what do you think the solution could be?
Well, I think it's okay to research religious and supernatural type stuff, but you got to be honest about what you're doing and still have an open mind to not be biased. Just we got to eliminate bias and more cooperation. Like, I just think we have a lot of time to cooperate with each other. People stay busy doing a lot of nothing. There's a lot of people not busy doing nothing also. Get more people involved, man. It's just weird. Like, I don't know how many low thousands or percentage of flat earthers there are. But it's like there can be all this government funding for plenty of frivolous shit, or people can raise money for plenty of frivolous shit. But then you got movements like people do these big movements and act like there's communities, whether it's whatever local political movement or flat earth, viral bullshit or whatever. But you have a few people doing something big about it. Nobody doing the whole thing. Nobody's demanded a camera show circumnavigating the earth or nothing like that. Like, we keep going ISS and video that cuts off every 45 minutes or whatever. It's just weird. There's tens of thousands of people that would happily take something to be done, and it still doesn't get done. This is great. The final experiment. That is just so funny. Yay. Finally, an experiment.
So the final experiment was, probably the best example we have of actually testing the theory, right?
It's great. They do a lot of, it's great. But, and then look, people still are fucking arguing, even if they were there. What a fucking waste of time. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying okay, it's worthless or never do anything because you can't satisfy everybody. That's what I want to quell. I get this. I get that it's real that people will move the goalposts or be thirsty for more or try to poke holes, but it's I think it should be prepared better from the beginning. A lot of these all this stuff was said anyway. Beforehand, you probably lose some percentage that just buy in, but all the naysayers before the hand should be prepped for. Whenever you're doing something and you act like you want it to be that big, you don't get to warm out and be like, well, there's some people you can never satisfy. That's kind of what I think is weird, is people need to get satisfied, whether we're spazzing off or whatever. People got plenty of time to be like, look, man, calm down. Let's go eat ice cream. Everything's okay. Let's figure it out. That in general could be done. Just in general. Neighbors could be more. It's just weird. I don't know where you live. Do you live in USA, dude?
I do, yes.
Yeah, man, come on, man. Do you ever feel envious of the maybe your local little pocket is great, but as you see America as a whole and our culture compared to some other cultures where they're way more community like and neighborly like and family like or whatever. Maybe I know we got good social support, but aren't you ever? I'm jealous as an American of some other nations and communities sometimes. Do you ever get that?
Yeah, I mean, well, so I don't know where it's better somewhere else. I can't point to, England and say I'd rather be like that because although I've been to England, I didn't see a real, I didn't have a real sense of the, the people there. like, you know, in terms of being like neighborly or whatever.
I got you. But we hear stories, you know, sometimes we hear like.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree that it might be better somewhere else, and I definitely think we could be doing better here. You know,
it's so big. We're so big. You know, it's hard to care about people on a micro level. It's hard.
Yeah,
that's what I think we could do more of. That like just really stop cutting off. Stop thinking that there's like dead meat to cut off. You know, like oh they're helpless. You know, like just that's kind of my take is like have a little more hope and optimism for what we might think is helpless or whatever.
Yeah.
Could be wrong. Maybe you should just kill stuff. And I hear that from the people that say not to kill, so it gets weird.
Yeah.
It's like some people have figured out where the line gets drawn. You know, they just they feel it. They've got it measured.
Yeah.
Do you think that like government circus acts and attention needing and also profiteering you know third parties or whatever are responsible for movements like the woke movement and stuff like that? You think that there's the people of that community really organically organized and desired this stuff, or
I don't think there's a government agency behind the wokeness.
You think it's not a catalyst? You don't think it could be whether designed or not? Do you think that like whatever people just happen to do some little random talking points that they wanted, and or you know someone got some fun? Do you think it snowballed and it was like a catalyst effect though? You know, like without
I don't think so. I don't think there's a plan behind any of it.
Right.
Definitely. I just it doesn't seem to me the kind of thing you would need a plan to put together. Like
you sure? You're sure they don't want our dicks to fall off? You sure?
I don't think so. I mean, I think that we have a generally you know, bad we're bad at determining whether or not you know, something is native or not. You know, is a real how do I say this? Whether or not it's an organic movement or not.
I think a buffer gets in place because we have this government thing, and we kind of pretend it's not a king, right? And we kind of pretend it's like this for the people, middleman, or whatever, you know, like, and we pretend we don't have this king. But I could see like if I was a king and wanting to be corrupt, or even just whatever, just thrive, right? Even if I just wanted to thrive as a king, I guess you could be open and honest about it, right? And then you're not really corrupt. But I could see myself wanting the worker drones' dicks to fall off, you know, and then just, you know, I can see myself wanting that, you know, more women for me, more grandkids for me, you know, and you know, I don't know, like, and then you what, like, you just somehow, I don't know, you clone their babies, or I don't even know, like, maybe they can make babies, but it just gets so weird. I can see myself wanting to trap most people so that I could thrive more with the happiness and reproduction goals of life.
So, what is it that you think makes us? You know, why does some government agency want wokeness? What's the
right? That's what I'm saying. You feel safe because of the government. It's government. It's not a king. It's not a power holder, supposedly, right? But it's like, who set that shit up, really? Though, you know. And why are we always complaining about them? I mean, there's other foreign governments that are like open dictatorships, like they're open king status or whatever. Even the ones that hopefully aren't, even the free world nation, the free free nations. So why do people still complain? Why is there always problems in them too? It's crazy. It's interesting. Shit, nobody agrees with, yet it's happening. Very interesting.
Yeah. Okay.
I know you can't satisfy everybody, and that's what it is. And I'm not saying that our government's corrupt either, but there's probably some pieces of it, and there's probably some remnants of powerful people that have been wanting to hold on to that power. So we just got to be, cautious of that. And then before Flat Earth, you might not even think like that. Flat Earth is a great extreme way to just get you to exercise. It's like one of your standard deception exercises that happens in like high school or college or anywhere along the way in life, like Santa Claus, whatever. But they do it in academia. They trick the students. They lie to them. They give them a false premise, and then they see and teach them how to creatively problem solve. It's just what you do. So, Flat Earth is a great tool for that, whether it be a corrupt or a silly situation, whichever one. That's probably why we're still talking about it now.
Yeah, so hold on a second. What's going on here? Okay. All right. So, yeah, I think that so I don't think that wokeness is a conspiracy or a movement or anything. I think it's just a term that's been applied kind of haphazardly to mean a bunch of things the speaker doesn't like.
Okay, but what about it being like abused? What about it being like an ulterior motive type of thing?
Well, what's the evidence for that?
I don't have enough, man, but just standard that government people need something to do. Government people need talking points. There's not really, the goals and the advancements have been little to none. And so therefore, what the fuck have we needed to waste time on it for? And then there's also, we see that there's definitely people making money off of merchandise and or, services or fundraisers or whatever. So, I don't know, man. Like those people want it to happen more. Like people who are gaining off of it want it to happen more. And I think that profiteers and government people are gaining more than your average LGBTQ person has gained out of all of this. What have they gained?
The right to serve in the military.
That okay. I'm sorry if that wasn't a thing anyway. But what are you talking about? 50 years ago, they gained that. Like, is that new?
It's pretty new.
That's a blessing, whatever, of course. So sure, it should have been.
I
didn't know that they were restricted in any ways before. I don't think they should be. I don't think they should have the right to buy a cake. And if they really need that, like,
they shouldn't have the right to what?
To buy a cake.
Oh,
shouldn't have to force any business to sell anything to anybody for any reason.
Okay, so they don't have the right to buy a cake.
I'm just saying, and even if they gain that, is it like that fucking serious? Like 99% of the fucking cake shops ain't selling you a cake anyway.
So, I agree with the idea that you probably shouldn't be forced to sell somebody a cake. Although, I do kind of question whether or not you would have the right to deny black people a cake.
Yeah, I get it. And that's just how it is. I understand that I have mixed feelings about it, but I really think that you should be able to do that, and you're just only hurting yourself. And if there's some way that it's just weird. It's just like I'm not against.
So let's talk about what gay people have gained. So first off, gay people can now do things like visit their partner in the hospital.
So yeah, that I don't know our hospitals, municipalities, but that's where I think the line should be drawn as far as public and private sector stuff.
But the discussion that we're having now is what have gay people gained by the woke movement. All right.
Right. And the public sector, how much has the public sector forced into the private sector? And your first example was kind of like public to public. It was like the military thing. And so that's kind of, it's not a private sector thing right there anyway. But the same thing, I was trying to bring it to the private sector.
I'm not. So, I mean, are we changing the topic?
No, I'm with you.
So the answer is yes, they've gained a lot, but they've gained it but we would prefer those gains to be in the public sector rather than the private sector.
Well, I would think so because I'm saying the government, what government goods and services can offer to people, that should always be open to everybody, no matter what. There shouldn't need to have been progress made on that. Okay, that's hands fucking down. All this other stuff I'm thinking about is like more, more private stuff like cake selling and bathrooms and pronouns and shit like that.
Okay. Well, I mean,
come on.
So I'll ask again. Are we asking how much a gay person has gained from what's happened thus far, or are we talking about whether or not some of those gains shouldn't have happened? Is that? I mean, are we which way?
No, let's measure what they've gained. I'm never going to say any of it shouldn't have happened. I don't. If we want to force people to sell cakes, then that's whatever. That's our country. I mean, that's cool. I can evolve with it. I'm not ever going to say what's right or wrong. I'm going to say what I feel is fair or balanced or whatever, or can produce this result or that result. I'm not a moral judge myself. I don't do all that. I just try to measure results.
Right. Okay. Well, I mean,
I know what we can label as good, cooperative, or bad or evil, right? I understand the labels.
Okay. So, 1 second.
I think there's always a relative perspective that those labels are going. Oh, he's evil, but yet it's justified, or he's, you know what I mean?
So,
well, from his frame of reference, he's not evil.
What do you think? Say again.
People can. To me, it's a double standard to have one belief in morality but then also, give credence to moral relativism and say like, oh, well, from Genghis Khan's perspective or whatever, he wasn't evil. Like they were just doing that back in that time. That's how it was, or just weird shit like this. Like, well, from their perspective,
I don't think anyone is claiming Genghis Khan was, a wonderful guy. I don't know. I haven't heard that. I mean,
yeah, I've had plenty of it, dude. There's plenty. You're familiar with the moral relativism, right? Like, if that person's doing what they think is right at their time to survive, what's best for everybody, then it's like, what can you say about that?
If I was, if I was serving under Genghis Khan, I'd probably think he was pretty cool. But from the from the modern perspective, I'm not sure who is out there, caping for Genghis Khan.
And it just all gets justified. The point is there's no consistent position, right? We go with the trolley things and this. It's like it doesn't matter, right? Like you want to save everybody always, right? These moral dilemmas are fucking retarded. But people without the dilemma will still be inconsistent, right? Like, they'll be like, how much killing is okay? How much preemptive striking is okay? What? It's just you should say that it's wrong to, kill people and then ever agree to any solution that kills the people. You should always be looking for ulterior solutions.
Well,
just put them in
sure.
the fucking permanent.
I mean, it would be better if we weren't preemptive striking anyone, which is fine unless you realize that you could get preemptively strike, in which case, then the question is how much of what do I owe to my, my citizens? Like how much security do I owe to my citizens?
It's just weird. It just sucks when the best defense is a good offense. You know what I mean? Like, can we really not, leapfrog the offense with a cutting edge technology defense? Like, do we really not have it in us to be defensive survivors as a species?
Yeah.
And you got so many people that act like they're your standard good versus evil moral person, and I'm disappointed by a lot of them, by focusing, but who agree with solutions of killing rather than defense, and they'll be like, it's not murder because it's this type of killing, like whatever, dude. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, sure. So obviously, people are going to be. Obviously, people are going to be against killing people who they don't like, and possibly, against killing people they like, and in favor of killing people they don't like. Like those are, that's pretty standard. So
that's weird. It's like you would let 20 people die before your mother. Probably that's a standard trolley dilemma.
Sure, right. I'm gonna have a much stronger reaction to someone killing my a family member. Than I am of somebody killing a serial killer who I don't really even know. However, in terms of the way that we conduct ourselves, obviously we can't have that. We don't have the ability to craft new policies each time something comes up. So, then the question is, how do we what's the medium? Like what's the target area? What can we say that would apply to the most situations?
Yeah, that's a fair starting point. I think more focused breeding might be beneficial.
Yeah. But yeah, no, I don't think there's anything suspicious about the woke movement. I don't.
I'll give it I don't know. I don't think it's necessarily a cabal distraction or whatever, but I definitely think there's a snowball effect where there's a little rumble of a voice and then there's profiteers that jump on the bandwagon and make the voice snowball and all this stuff. This would really be great to get more people's opinions. Like, as much as we're on our devices and clicking and clicking and clicking, I think we really should have an app where we're voting way more often.
Yeah. Yeah.
And not your standard, not these, background information scraping fucking site deciphering your information. Like, literally, get deep and detailed and do the consistency checks with the, the 1 through 5 strength questioning or stuff like that, and really, get to see people's consistent position on
things. Yeah.
So weird. It's a double standard, man. It's so weird where, you know, you don't want to bother people. I never want to bother people. I don't think I have any authority, any at all, to be like, hey, man, you should do this or that. You know, like, unless we know we're all dying and we all going to need to help each other and get the food right away urgently, and someone's not working towards the actual urgent necessity, you know, like, why should I be asking anybody for anything, you know? And so the double standard, though, is like, you know, I respect anyone to be doing what they're doing, but at the same time, like, you could measure results and say one preference of, you know, companionship or sexual behavior would lead to different results, different amounts of people, you know, different whatever.
Yeah.
But, so it's like I know how I would prefer my offspring to be, but at the same time, I don't care really what anybody does. They're not hurting me at all, really. Who cares? It's like, what are we all going to be, ritualistic robots? You know what I'm saying? And just plan out every second of the future and know everything. Nah, man. Like we're exploring out here in this.
Yeah.
So you're omnivore, right?
Yes.
I heard you know, I'm in and out the past couple months, man, but I heard a couple days ago there was a mention of like a rift between this server and the other server or something. Is there any cool talking points about that?
There is no riff. Or at least there shouldn't be one. I guess you're talking about Earth Awakens, would be my guess.
Yeah, you know, there's spots we all bounce in and out and stuff.
Oh well, so SE got run off of Earth Awakens by some people. I don't exactly know. I wasn't around for that. But you know, when I started the server, I made him a mod. I was like, hey, you know, we didn't agree on a whole lot, but you know, I always thought you moderated pretty well. So you know, here you're a mod, and he took me up on it, and that was fine. He got a bunch of crap here for his not very kind to America views of politics, and you know, went back. But he's still a mod here. He's still certainly welcome here. If he doesn't want to come back, that he hasn't told me that. And I think I've always had his back here. So that's, you know, that's not a problem. I think a bunch of people left Earth Awakens or got banned. You know, essentially, it seems to me like the moderation changed there. I don't know if that's actually true, and I certainly don't have the stats to back that up. It just was my impression from hearing people talk about it and a bit of my own experience.
Who's the guy you were saying you made him out here?
SE Montreal.
It was Montreal. So.
Yeah,
he's
Montreal. Yep. Yep. So.
Who can't be jealous of SE Montreal's voice and microphone? Like, come on.
I mean, I'm completely fine with SE Montreal. You know, there's no problem there.
I know I say jealous a lot, but it's like it's just a shortcut, I guess, to like, you know, saying desire or admire or whatever, stuff like that. I should say.
Yep.
Jealousy implies like a dirt or weakness or something.
I got to take care of something. I'll be around.
Same. Thanks for chatting, dude.
So. Left lane, are you there?
Yo, what up? Sup?
What's up, Squiggle?
Twitch.tv/Mr. Electric Official, officially streaming on the Twitch platform. Come check out the conversation discussions. We're playing Tony Hawk. We're having fun. All right, I'm promoting my Twitch. We're doing the thing now. We're up and running. We're in the building. We're locked in. It really.
Him and Cheese on Ride, dude. Cheese on Ride. How old is this Tony Hawk game you're playing?
This game is from 2004, October 2000.
Before you were even born.
I was born in '89. What year were you born?
I was born before that. Which month in '89? Do you mind me asking?
Oh well, wait a second. You don't want to tell me what year you were born?
I will tell you, but I want to ask that
I'm
question
February.
first.
Yeah, February.
All right. I was going to say I have a marriage that's older than you, but not quite.
You have a what? A what older than me?
My marriage.
Oh. Oh, okay.
Got married in '89? You've been married for 35 years?
Nice. Yep. That is correct.
What do they call it when you hit 50 years?
Golden.
Platinum.
25 is silver. We did that. 30 is. I don't know what 30 is. But 30 is married as long as the MGM Studios, the Magic Kingdom's been around. And we didn't know that. We went to for our 30th wedding anniversary, we went to Disney World. And Hollywood Studios it's called now. It used to be called MGM Studios. Hollywood Studios had 30th banners everywhere. And we took lots of pictures by the 30th banners, like they were celebrating our wedding anniversary. It was great.
Nice. Sick. So I was talking about gravity before, and then I had to take a phone call.
All right.
But yeah, let's get right back into it. So let's pretend gravity is caused by a horizontal plane.
Right?
Horizontal
You guys
plane.
pretend gravity is caused by a point. I'm saying it's caused by a plane.
It's caused by, from what I know, I've been told, gravity appears to be mass attracts mass to itself. How it does that? Anyone, that's anybody's guess. But that's what it appears to do. Now, based on that,
do you think everything is intrinsically electric on the atomic scale?
that's a very good question. I think it is, yeah.
So fundamentally, gravity requires electricity, right?
Not that I don't know if the two are connected.
They used to have nature balanced with the four forces. Remember, gravity, electromagnetic, strong and weak. But for whatever reason, they can't all be one and be shown aspect. They've never unified. Whatever the fuck that the problem is, it's just messy. And the point is, it's messy because it is. Now they got a fifth force, right? Now they got another special one.
Right.
Ridiculous.
It is messy.
It's
messy stuff.
It's tricky and everything because
they say there has to be a fifth force now. Has to be.
Has to be a what?
A fifth force?
What
are they calling this fifth force?
Man, I have it pulled up. It's been a week or two since I read it, so I'm sorry, but it's like what's weird is it's like involved with the strong and weak. Like the weak holds this part together, and the strong holds that part. Whatever from them, the atoms from coming apart. And this next one is like, well, the way the strong and weak have been happening, it don't really. We've been measuring a lot more precise, and it doesn't really match anymore. So there has to be this fifth one. It's like the same. It's like another one holding them together in this weirdest one energy move. I don't know exactly. When we read through it all, you'll be like, oh, okay, whatever. Because it's over our heads anyway.
Yeah.
Right. It's like, but it's definitely they guarantee now, unless these people are just they got to debunk these new people now. Guarantees got to be a fifth.
Well, I look at it like playing piano. Studying science is like playing piano. Most people can walk up to a piano and with a few hours type, they can peck out a rudimentary melody and all the rest of it, right? But to really get good at it, concert pianist sort of level, you have to study it intently. It takes years of practice. But with some things you can never do because you've got two hands. And there are some things you will never be able to understand, no matter how long you study science.
Yeah, like gravity, because we're presuming an incorrect cause, so we don't understand it.
Well, that could be interesting. I'm sorry. I want to jump on your piano analogy real quick because it's beautiful. Okay. The hands. My phone was twisting. Sorry. The hands are playing all the notes, right? The hands are doing all the brain in the hands, it's from the player, right? But then you have these different lines. You have your melody. You have. I'm thinking of a rock band, having the different instruments. But I know piano is going to have the same thing. You're going to have your one pattern, your little on top pattern. Your other. You have 4 different tracks going on at the same time, right? As you're playing. Right, so it's they're all still coming from the hand, though. You know what I mean? One does one, and they all hold the song together in different parts. Without all of them, you don't have the complete, beautiful song, But they're still all from the same shit. Sorry.
But you can't hit all the keys at the same time.
Well,
because you've only got 2 hands. You've got 10 fingers. So you can't hit all the keys at the same time.
Right, but what I'm saying the maximum of what you can do on the piano, right? Your maximum most beauty thing. That's what nature is doing, right? It's like it needs all those little parts of what you have a maximum, sure, but it needs all the parts.
Yeah.
Anyway, what were you gonna say about the other guy about the source of gravity or something?
Oh, I got nothing. Trust me. It's all speculation.
Well, I mean, you were kind of bringing a flat plane source or something, but like, what if it was just?
That's the idea, right? I could draw it.
Yeah, what if it was just a
You want me
simulator?
to try to draw it? Here, let me do that. Actually,
a fish tank with the rules of gravity in it for whatever reason. Like until you start getting into Cavendish experiments and showing like one piece of mass really affecting another piece of mass, it's like just things falling down at a rate. It doesn't have to be going to a point. It doesn't have to be that.
My feeling
you're gonna
is,
like this. Yeah. You're gonna like this flat Earth model. You're gonna be excited about this, dog.
my feeling is that gravity may be like radio waves. It was only until very
don't change the subject to radios. Hold on.
No, I was just going to say it's only recently have we had the ability to. We didn't know what radio was. We didn't know they existed, and so we got radio receivers, and now we can, detect radio waves. But we didn't know they were there. They're invisible. My thought is, gravity is a force that we have no instrument to detect. Until that instrument is, or what the cause of gravity is realized, only then can you realize a machine to detect it.
Mm-hmm.
But you may need the machine to detect it in the first place. Therefore, it's impossible to know the cause of gravity.
I can't answer what gets me is shit at rest, right? Like you set the accelerometer to be at rest, but like the constant pulling of gravity, there should be some sort of energy dissipating from like the floor pushing on you and you pushing on the floor, like constantly. So it should be measurable, I guess, is what I'm saying in some sort of way.
You looking at my screen?
All right.
Cool. Right. So there you go. You gotta let's pretend that you're looking at nothing, right? You're just standing there. And you hold out a ball and you drop it in front of you and you observe the vector of down, right? So this arrow represents down. And this represents what you observe. You observe, boom. Right? That's what the horizon looks like. So the idea is, I meant to zoom in first. I messed up. My bad. Let me back this up.
The reveal. Now the reveal. There's the line.
Here, I'll just draw. Okay, this is okay. In your globe model, right? You got a globe. Boom. And down is pointed towards this. It's pointed here, right? The center of the sphere. Right? No? You disagree?
Oh, I'm watching.
Yeah. Yeah, so down points towards the center of a sphere, right? Okay, now imagine this. It's so simple. I don't know why I'm trying to make it sound complicated. What if this is your gravitational anomaly rather than this circle?
Boom. I know it blows the Globers' minds when you give them this. They just have so much extra they want to add into it constantly. Like, this and this is and then this and this, and it's like it doesn't have to be your massive. What if it's just down, bro? What if it's just down?
Yeah, what if down is being caused by a horizontal plane? What if the entire plane creates the force of down everywhere, and all vectors of down are parallel to each other?
So I would be careful because when you start saying like the material causes it, that's where they get to fight a lot harder on that. But if you're just saying
that's
like
awesome.
there's a down, you can say there's a sandbox and everything just goes down. It doesn't have to be caused by anything. It's just
I don't think it's material. I call it a gravitational anomaly. That's what I say.
There you go.
Yeah.
It's caused by the background.
This guy gets it. All my diagram works.
Simple. I could program a fucking game either way. I could program a game to be, okay, do the mass and pull to the center of it and all that, or I could program a game use this formula and speed and whatever trajectories and make everything move in this direction based off of that and with the buoyancies. You know what I mean? Like, there you go. Like heavier
That's
shit.
about as far as I'll take it for now. Honestly, any more questions, any more inquiries into that? No.
Why did you think you need to show us your screen for that? What was all that about? That was definitely not necessary.
Yeah, what if the gravitational anomaly is the horizontal plane, right? That's it.
You don't have to blow my mind. Show the Globers that shit.
You're not a Glober?
I don't care really. I'm like, I don't see any like flat Earth map yet. It's been a long time, but I don't need to say I know it's a globe. I don't care either way.
That's exactly where I am. Yep,
I think flat Earth is important. Flat Earth is important for so many other reasons. You know,
like what?
So
Why is flat Earth important?
If you answer a question for me, I'll answer one for you because I've been waiting 3 hours to hear an answer from you. Would you let your daughter be a whore? Would you let your daughter be a whore, NASA show?
What's that got to do with it? Yeah, I say that's out of the book. So why is flat Earth important?
You can't answer the question, right?
I'm not answering your stupid
Right.
shit.
All right, then I'm not going to answer yours. Have a good day, sir.
Of course not, because you said that flat Earth
Because
was
you know
important.
you can't defend your position. Yeah.
Defend my position? What? I don't have. First of all, I don't have a daughter, and second of all,
it doesn't matter.
What the fuck?
We were talking about positions all earlier. The guy asked you the very important question, and you won't stand
yes,
on
a very
your
important
business.
question. Why I let my
It's
daughter be
very
a whore?
important.
That's really important.
Would you let her be
So in the
trans?
meantime, why is flat Earth important?
So you'd let her be trans, but not a whore. Why one or the other?
Why is flat Earth important?
Why should your daughter not be able to be whatever she wants to be, Nancy?
First of all, I don't have a daughter, and second
Yeah,
of all,
hypothetically, you fucking genius. See, I'm talking to a
I'm
guy
not playing
that can't even
hypotheticals.
entertain hypotheticals.
Yes, that's the problem. The problem with you is
Give
I
me
don't play the
Wait, hold on. Press Don. This angle.
I wonder why flat Earth is important, though. Come on,
Wait,
tell
how
me
come
why
I
flat
never
Earth's
thought of this before? That is actually a brilliant angle.
Give me
Yeah,
$100. I'll answer your question.
Dumber than fuck.
No, I get it, dude. I don't know why NASA's not answering. That's funny.
Because it's dumber
You're
than
a fucking
fuck. That's
bitch.
why.
You're a bitch,
So
dude.
tell me why flat Earth. You said flat Earth is important. You said
Hey, do
flat Earth's
some
important. Now
research.
answer.
Do some
I
research.
answered
I've
your
been
question.
talking
Now
about
answer
it
mine.
all
Why is
day. I
flat Earth
talk
important?
about it all the time. If you would like to have a genuine conversation where you want to learn
Why is
something,
flat Earth
and teach-
important?
cool. Tell me your question first. I've been asking you for 3 hours, and then I'll show you the same gratitude. Maybe you didn't
let
see
your
me.
daughter be a
Maybe you didn't see me.
I answered your question
Maybe you
in the
didn't
way
see
it
me
should be
asking.
answered. I answered your question in the way it should be answered. Fuck off. Now answer my question. Why is flat Earth important? You said it was. That's not unlike
Yeah,
me.
I've been going over it. I've been going over it all day. It's important, man, because it extremifies how important, for many reasons. One of which being it extremifies how important it is that we cooperate and communicate with each other, and that we can be able to get along. To show and have less incidences like this, where even though people are irritated, they should not jump to being angry and mean towards each other and stuff like that, and doing the spazzing stuff where you just repeat one question, I just repeat the other over and over. Like, we should learn how to get along better. Thank you, sir. It's wonderful. It's also important because go ahead.
So you say something stupid and totally against anything observable, and I'm supposed to say, "Oh, that's good. You have a right to your opinion."
Never said what you're supposed to say. We're supposed to communicate. Listen, it's about communication regardless. You're not supposed to say. No, real quick. I am assuming you said no. You wouldn't support your daughter being a horse. I'm assuming the answer was no. You said
First of all, I don't have a daughter, and
hello, Freund Laven. Anything on?
So, what does that got to do with anything?
Sorry.
In the meantime, though, the flat Earth is demonstrably incorrect, but that's okay.
It's like you need to have logical consistency to even be someone to have
Logical
a logical
consistency
debate.
about a daughter I don't have being a whore. Got it. That's logical
If you had a
consistency.
daughter, would you let her be a whore?
If I had, I don't play hypotheticals like this. That's dumb.
Yes, you do. You do. You answered earlier to some hypotheticals about they should be able to be whatever they want to be.
When you don't say no, I have to.
And then when challenged on that, when challenged on that, all you could do in response, NASA Shield, was ask a question in response to go, do you have kids? To the people that are asking. No, we're asking you hypothetically if you had, and you just won't answer it.
Do you have kids?
Do you want to have a productive conversation?
Kids, Don?
How many are you saying?
Don, do you have kids?
How many?
Do you have kids, Don?
How many, though?
Yes or no? What's the proper answer?
You're an idiot. You really are.
Me personally, I would not allow my daughter to be a whore.
Yeah, duh. Fucking, you know, it's like, come on.
I was
man.
I'm not sure how the conversation got to that point, but NASA, Shill, and I were headbutting for about an hour.
Oh, right.
And
You said earlier.
hello, NASA Shill. So we were talking about somehow. It got onto OnlyFans. I just remarked. I just made a casual remark that I just read your report on the number of girls that are doing OnlyFans modeling or whatever you call that, and it was over 1 million. Over 1 million girls.
That's horrible.
It's disgusting.
On OnlyFans.
Well, fine as hell, though. It's great to look at their ass cracks all day for free. Or just a couple of dollars. It's great. Oh, my God.
But it went on from there. And I was accused of clutching my pearls.
Oh, sorry.
No, you absolutely killed him. You were killing him, bro. Absolutely.
I mean, people on OnlyFans are adults, aren't they?
Disgusting adults.
Are people on OnlyFans adults? Yes or no?
They're disgusting.
Are they adults?
They are disgusting. Are they not, NASA Show?
Are they adults?
You waste time, NASA. You're a loser, dude. Go waste time somewhere else, dude. Stop being a loser. Asking loser
you talk about
questions.
OnlyFans.
You have
and last time
time
you
to
OnlyFans,
waste.
you have to be an
don't.
adult, like i.e. over 18, an adult.
Hey, dude. Adults do what society tells them to do, and in my society, they'll be told
do
not.
what society tells them to do.
Yeah,
Right.
you know why, NASA Show? Because
no,
I
please
want
tell me
people.
why.
I want people to get along, and I know that these bitches are not doing it for attention. They're doing it to survive, dude. They're doing it to make money and floss. They're not doing it for attention. They're doing it for greed, bro. Either survival
But you were talking about
or
the
greed.
children.
Either way, it's not
and
cool.
then suddenly, when you're talking about the children, you brought up OnlyFans, and last time I remembered, OnlyFans are not children. So I don't know how you get
So
there.
gay. I don't
So
care.
gay that
I
I
don't
point out that
care.
your
You're a
argument is.
loser. You're a loser that doesn't have
I
kids.
point out a flaw in your argument, and I'm a loser.
Let's
Sorry.
do this.
Listen, you
shall
lose
we-
control of your kids as soon as they're 18. That's the show. That's the point. You're willing to. If
Shall
you
we do
had them.
this? Hold on.
Yeah. What are we doing?
Sorry, Don.
What are we doing?
Getting along.
I know. I don't think we can. No.
Do you recall 4 minutes ago that you said, let's get along, even if we disagree? Let's try and live by that.
Yeah,
Let's try and live
irony is
by
never
that.
Don's. Irony is never Don's strong point,
But NASA, you're older than me, and so that's why I think I have to continue to attempt, and give respect and all this. But at the same time, it's like logically and conversationally, you do these very unproductive, time-wasting, jibbity jab, repeat the question, ask stupid questions like, "Are they adults?"
Well, if you don't answer the question.
Waste time at being pedant, being patronizing people.
Yeah.
So I
love
want to
it. I love
fight you. I want to be like, look, have some tough medicine, motherfucker. Follow my lead, bitch. Wake up. But I can't be. I'm sorry. I'm always like that a lot because you are older than me. I'm assuming. But mentally, man,
I was brought up in an era when you respected your elders.
Yeah.
And now that I'm older, that it's an odd thing that I've seen happen, and I'm seeing older people than I, who are picketing in the street and blocking traffic with stop oil signs and all this craziness to be seen. And I'm just thinking, what happened to older people? What happened to the old people? They're all. Why are there a lot of them so crazy? What's gone wrong here? What's happened? I can't explain it, but it was just very, very, very strange to me.
We need them to be more comfortable, man. They're gonna be gone soon. Let's let them be comfortable. But NASA, flat Earth is always talked about like it's this negative thing, and I think it's good to look at positives for a lot of reasons. NASA. Earlier, maybe you weren't listening. We went over academic deceptive type exercises that are done that the instructors and teachers will do to the kids. They'll like give them some sort of premise that's absolutely a lie, trying to get them to do creative problem solving and stuff like that. Flat Earth is also yeah, go ahead.
I can say this one thing. Unlike Mr. NASA Shill, I have met flat earthers, and I have seen that they are, a little bit out there. But by and large, they're perfectly lovely people.
I've met one flat earther in the wild, and he was actually at my place of employment, so we didn't discuss it much.
Oh. But this flat earther that you met was a functioning member of humanity, the society, capable of carrying out rudimentary tasks and following instructions and getting along with people and driving a car and holding a license and
Yeah, it was kind of shocking actually.
Well, see, all the people. There's a few of the. We tend to get a lot of attention. We tend to give a lot of attention to the crazy ones. So Nathan Thompson shouts a lot. And so we think that all flat earthers are like that, and then we get someone who's reasonable or quite intelligent, and we just think, oh no, that's anomalous. And I don't think it's true.
I've never met a flat earther that I would categorize as intelligent.
Well, Rigsky, for example, we were chatting earlier. I don't think you could say he's unintelligent.
Don't know him by that name. Probably know him, but
I mean, from what he says and from the way he conducts himself, even though he
yeah, the most intelligent thing to do while flying a plane is treating it flat and stationary.
That's incorrect, by the way, but okay.
You don't treat it anyway.
What are you going to nose down to follow the curve? You're going to crash your plane.
No,
you don't treat it any.
We do, however, fly great circle routes, which is this.
No, once you treat the Earth as curved, then you're going to fucking just nose that.
Once you fly, I'll tell you what. Let's have a race. I'll be in New York, and you can fly. I'll fly the Great Circle Route to Europe, and you can fly the grid lines, and we'll see who gets there first.
What?
Grid lines?
I'll fly the Great Circle Route, and you can fly the direct path, the line on the Mercator map, and we'll see who gets there first.
That's what pilots would do. Though they do follow the globe because they follow the globe maps and they follow the globe.
Oh, we follow the Great Circle Route. That's why. Yeah. Let's see who's flying today, and we can point this out.
You follow the Great Globe Indoctrination route.
Nope.
NASA, why don't you give us a breakdown on the dynamics of the atmosphere, how it's simultaneously coupled and decoupled from the Earth?
That's a really good question.
Yeah, like if I'm not
we call it decoupling.
Earth rotation, how am I still in the same reference frame?
We always in this. God, you don't understand reference frames.
How am I in the same reference frame as Earth rotation?
Stop being so cocky, NASA, because you can't hold all this information. So just stop it.
Reference frames are.
NASA still stopped retaining information.
Always in everyone's reference frames all the time. You never leave a reference frame. That's bullshit. Whoever taught you that you leave reference frames is incorrect.
Yeah, you have to on your fucking plane.
Incorrect. You never leave a reference frame.
Is that true though? Because if we're not in Mars's reference frame.
Yeah, you are. Sure, you can describe Earth from Mars. You never.
You can. I see what you're saying. All right. But what I mean is subjected to.
You said you can't leave the reference frame. So if I'm on a
No, guys.
If I'm on a merry-go-round and I jump off of it, I'm no longer in the reference frame of the rotation.
Sure you are.
So, but say it.
So if I'm on a spinning globe and my plane takes off and I move in a direction different than Earth rotation, it's the same thing, dude.
That's all he means.
Wait a minute, hold on.
You
When
no
you jump off
longer
the
have the
reference frame,
same reference frame. You're still in it.
When you jump off the merry-go-round, you're still in the merry-go-round's reference frames.
But that's not what he's saying. He's saying you're not matching the same as the reference. He's saying you're not doing the same thing.
Reference frames are about.
No shit. Stop being pedantic, dude.
Can I say what my idea of a reference frame is?
This is very important.
Can I say my idea of a reference frame is?
No, we're going to drill the point in NASA's head. It doesn't matter what our ideas is. These guys want to make a point to NASA still. NASA still is refusing to hear the fucking point because he's trying to be
on 28 flying from Santiago to Sydney. Huh.
All right. So look, if I'm on the back of a flatbed truck and I'm jumping up and down on a trampoline and the truck is going 10 miles an hour, and then my friend is standing on the sidewalk watching me jump up and down on the trampoline as I go by, he is not in my reference frame. I am in my reference frame. If I jump off the trampoline and onto the ground, and then the trampoline's going to on the truck is going to continue. That's another reference frame, and I'm no longer in it. Is that true, NASA? And if not, why?
He's not going to
No,
write the
you're
way you
always
said
in
that.
the reference frame is nothing more than a set of coordinates to describe.
Right. See, he's an idiot.
No,
No,
so then I'm
from your
not in the
personal-
reference frame of the trampoline.
From your
No,
personal
it's
reference
you're in
frame,
all of them always.
Yeah, you're in
You're
all
always
reference
in
frames
all
all
of
the
them.
time. That's correct.
That's why you have to talk about it the way that he's nasty. But you are refusing to hear. No,
Yeah.
dude. You got just. It's the
That's
way they talk
unreasonably
about it.
pedantic,
The way
though,
they talk
isn't
about it. Exactly. NASA, you got to communicate with the guy. When a guy's telling you he's not in a reference, it means he's not coupled. He's not matching the same thing as the merry-go-round anymore. You know we're talking about spinning with the Earth. You know that's what we're talking about. So why do you get picky? Why do you waste time arguing this shit rather than describing the phenomenon? I wonder
And he thinks
why.
when I jump off the merry-go-round, I'm going to keep rotating with it.
No. When you jump off the merry-go-round, you're still in the reference frame of the rotating merry-go-round, though. You never leave a reference frame.
But
you're
you
just not
do
rotating
stop
with it anymore.
rotating with it, NASA. You
It
do.
doesn't
The
matter,
point
though.
is
You're
not
still
rotating.
you can still be described from the reference frame of the rotating merry-go-round.
I'm no longer on the rotating platform, so I'm
It
no
doesn't
longer
matter.
in
The rotating reference frame, the rotating reference frame of the merry-go-round never stops, never ceases to exist just because you leave. You jump off.
NASA, I don't
There's
think
something that's lacking here. There's
idiot.
something that's lacking. And I think what is lacking is, although what NASA Shield says may technically be true, it isn't something that anyone thinks, that no one thinks in those ways. No one thinks in those terms. And so if you say, I'm in the reference frame of Venus, what that generally means is you're orbiting Venus, you're standing on Venus, or whatever.
Right.
You don't say I'm
knows
standing on Earth, and so I'm on the reference frame of Venus. No
Right,
one
he
says
and-
that. So
he
if
and
you're
all
going
of
to
us
be,
know-
but if you're going to be conveying scientific ideas and stuff like that to people, don't say that you're in the reference frame of Venus, because you're not. This is PhD Tony stuff, where he described the deceleration of someone hitting a brick wall in a car as acceleration. And of course,
Well,
he
that's what
loses
they wanna
anybody
do,
he's
man.
talking to. Anyone he's talking to is completely lost at that point.
Deceleration is just negative acceleration. That's all.
NASA, stop ignoring the fucking
That's
fact that you're going to shoot straight
you
off
do
the
realize.
merry-go-round.
No, you do realize GPS satellites are in the Earth reference frame, right?
And
they're
when are they
Venus's
going to shoot off?
reference frame.
When?
Venus is, didn't you know?
They're never going to shoot off into space.
Hey, look at this flight. This is the guy flying from Paris to San Francisco, which is south of Paris, yet he flies way north up over Greenland to do it. Huh. Why would he do that? Why would he
You
do
got
that
a
on the
weak
flat
ass
Earth?
map.
The satellites
do
that are
that
claimed to be in
on
Earth
flat Earth?
reference frame, all they're doing is they're treating their position above the Earth as if they're above the center of the globe. That's all they're doing. Yeah.
I mean, you would think after like 10 or more years, National Shield, you would understand that like talking about the map is like not really going to produce much. Like you just keep hollering about the
Right,
map.
because you guys say because you guys say no, but this is actually part
Who
of
says
the.
that?
Well, I mean, that's the only reason you can dismiss this. I mean, the only way you would fly north out of Charles de Gaulle to get to San Francisco is on the globe, because on the
See,
flat
here's
Earth,
where
you
I
just
think
fly direct.
I see things differently now. So what I always loved about flat Earth is it exposed that there are some people who think it's like a dismissal of black and white, and there's other people that open up the door of possible gray area or putting things on hold, not dismissing it, putting it on hold and still exploring, still keeping the verdict open. You see what I'm saying? And you can feel like you have a confidence verdict, that's fine. But to sit here and pretend people have to ignore things, you're exposing your binary, your digital.
You have to ignore a lot. In order to think the Earth is flat,
Come
you
on,
have to
dude.
ignore a lot. This is
You
one
just
thing
have
you
to
have to
think
ignore.
quantumly.
No,
Yeah,
in
you
order
can
to
call it ignore, whatever. You can call it ignoring.
whatever,
I don't
because
like your terms. I don't like it.
well, whatever. I mean, why wouldn't you fly from Charles de Gaulle to San Francisco, which is south of Charles de Gaulle, and fly north out of Charles de Gaulle up over Greenland and back down?
See, he just completely forgot what the topic was. He was like, hold on, let me reaffirm globe because I can't respond to what the topic was.
Well, this isn't
Right, like you talk
reaffirming
about being
globe.
thrown off a
This is actually-
merry-go-round. That
this
was
is
the
actually
topic.
evidence.
When you leave the merry-go-round, you go straight, man.
Well,
You
that's
go
because,
straight.
we're done with that one.
Why? Because you can't answer? So
No, because
concede.
you lack the basic understanding to go further with the discussion.
You lack the basic understanding. You can't even address it.
I address it well. You never leave
No, you didn't.
anybody's reference frame.
No, you didn't.
You never leave anybody's. You're always in everybody's reference frame. The fact that you jump off.
So it's impossible to leave Earth's rotating
fact,
reference frame? Are you saying it's impossible to leave Earth's rotating reference frame?
Earth's reference frame continues on forever. It's easier
Are
to
you
describe
saying it is
things.
impossible
It is easy.
to leave Earth's rotating reference frame?
You never
yes
leave anybody's reference frame ever.
Wow. Okay, dishonest.
Not dishonest. Again, it's a matter of the reference frame is nothing more than a place to start describing things. You know, it's easier to describe your motion off of the merry-go-round as your personal motion, not rotating, but you can still describe it from the rotating reference frame if you want.
Perhaps it would be easier to say that when laymen talk about reference frame, they're talking about something like orbit or like being in the gravitational well of the Earth. They're in that reference frame. They're on the Earth. It's rotating. It's orbiting the sun. And everything in the solar system is hurtling along in space at whatever speed that they say it's hurtling along in space. And that's our reference frame. But then if we have another galaxy that's moving in a different direction, and that's their reference frame, the common vernacular and the common way of saying it would be the reference frame is according to what you are subjected to and are beholden to, rather. So you're beholden to Earth's gravity and its orbit and the rest of it. Is that fair for laymen to say it that way?
Yeah. Well, you're trying to discount why we're bringing up rotating reference frames. You said it only matters for orbits. No, it matters for rotating reference.
Yeah, that's why in celestial navigation we treat the sun in the Earth's reference frame and the stars.
Yeah, that's because you're observing the sun from Earth.
I would like I would not. I would.
Yeah.
Like
So the Earth. So the sun didn't leave or enter. The sun didn't leave the Earth reference frame. We can extend Earth reference frame to the stars.
I would at least like an acknowledgement of the, in principle, that when laymen speak of reference frames, they're speaking of your reference frame, meaning that that's what they are held to. For example, the gravity well of the Earth.
However, when flat earthers want to give technical discussion on what is, quote, really happening, then we're not talking to a layman, we're talking to a FLIRF expert.
No, but we're still talking, but you're not, you're talking to a layman.
Then the other question is, how dumbed down do we have to get to talk to a FLIRF?
Get real, dude.
You don't have to do anything. You just have to explain it in a way that laymen can understand without insulting them, without insulting your audience. It shouldn't be that hard to be able to convey things, because you're not just talking to people in here, you're talking to the broader audience. People listening to the live stream.
It really is with flat earthers, because they have a bunch of incorrect assumptions that they hold on to tightly, despite.
Dude, let's say I'm on a merry-go-round and I'm holding a ball. Okay, the ball is in the rotating reference frame of the merry-go-round platform. I throw the ball. Is it still in the rotating reference frame?
Yep, never leaves the reference frame.
You're a clown.
It's in it. It's not acting under the same rules as the material spinning. That's what the problem.
Okay, when you let go of the ball, you can still give merry-go-round coordinates to that ball, even while it's being ejected off on the tangent. You can always give the merry-go-round coordinate of that ball as the merry-go-round is rotating.
Reference frame is just picking anywhere as a center point and then making XYZ off. That's all it is.
Yeah, therefore, you can't leave it.
Right, but the point, what is being communicated. When we're trying
that's
to
the
have
point.
this
Is
discussion.
Well, if we know what's being communicated, then why do they say when a helicopter takes off, it leaves the Earth reference frame?
Because they have a true meaning. It leaves matching the point on which it was touching the ground and connected and rested. It leaves being under the same exact influence and rules as that piece where it was before. And if you're not smart enough to understand that, get the fuck out of the discussion.
Well, if you are trying to teach people who don't know, and don't know for reasons, there are reasons people don't know things, and there are reasons why people won't accept things. They have a cognitive reasoning. They have cognitive justification for not understanding certain things, whether that is something that they've grown up with, something they've come to believe, but they have a cognitive bias against what you're trying to say. You're trying to convey what is, and necessarily what is true in this case. So there's a cognitive bias against that.
Okay, let's take two helicopters.
I've been saying that for years.
No,
you sound a whole lot better when you say it.
Let's take two helicopters. One helicopter is being lifted by a crane, so it's obviously still in the Earth reference frame. The other helicopter is hovering right next to the helicopter on the crane. Was one in the Earth reference frame and one not in the Earth reference frame?
Very excellent way of putting it.
No, you're saying Earth.
If you
you're
were to
saying
swing,
Earth
what
reference frame.
if you swing
what were you
the
gonna say? Because I
helicopter?
got it. I got the response.
If you swing the helicopter and you're in Argentina, should the direction of the swing of the helicopter, would that alter over time?
You answered this question with a question, man. Fuck.
Yeah, I'm just being funny because it's a Foucault pendulum argument for a helicopter. You put a helicopter under a crane, swing it. Ooh, I just had a brilliant idea. Oh, wait a second. Wait a second now. Hold on. Hold up. What if we're thinking indoors for an experiment, the Foucault pendulum? Dudes, we've always been thinking of indoors for Foucault pendulum. How much would it be to rent one of those giant cranes?
So what's
Or
keeping you on the surface of the Earth? Okay, dude, come on, man. Let me make the point, bro. Why are you going into the weeds?
Wait. You could get one of those big, those big grey trash bins, and you could fill one with red sand.
It's
and
over.
Then
you don't even care to make sense of this.
You could swing it suspended by a crane. You wouldn't have to be indoors. It would just be a matter of going, when it's nighttime and there's no wind. But what about that?
Let's let that's an idea, but let's let Jesse get in as well.
I thought it was
you're not responding to what Jubal asked. I'm sorry, but okay, so like you said with the helicopter hanging from a crane, you're still attached to the ground. Gravity is the reason that the crane is sitting on the ground. The helicopter is working against the force of gravity. It's generating lift. Okay, so gravity is what keeps you on your GP, right? Earth is rotating. You're now resisting gravity. You're resisting the force of gravity that's keeping you on your GP, and you're in the air. And you're saying that the Earth is not going to rotate underneath that.
Correct.
While you're resisting the force of gravity that would keep you in that position, in that reference frame of the rotating Earth.
I dare say that if you were to ask
you're literally
100 people,
resisting the force that would keep you in the reference frame. When you're generating lift.
I dare say that if you were to ask 100 people that, 100 people would say yes, the helicopter or whatever it is would move with the Earth. That's just being honest.
And forces,
even though it's resisting what's keeping it
forces,
in that
yes.
A force does not remove you from a reference frame.
Yeah.
A rotating reference. If the force takes you off of the rotating platform, you are no longer going to rotate.
Except you still have
your
the same
reference frame
coordinate.
Is not rotating. So
Except
it's
you
not a
still,
rotating reference frame.
Let me explain why you are.
You still have the same coordinate. You can still describe. We can still describe.
You shouldn't have the same coordinate because the Earth is because it's not moving. That's why you have the same coordinate.
We can still describe. We can still describe the helicopter in Earth's coordinates. They're not changing. He's hovering, but he's relatively stationary to the surface of the Earth. So yeah, his latitude, longitude, and while he's hovering, latitude, longitude, and height aren't dynamic.
Yep. It's if I can. So when you are hovering a helicopter, you are pulling away from the force of gravity, which pulls you towards the center of the Earth. And that's going to be the same point, no matter what the Earth is doing, if it's stationary or moving. Particularly if it's moving at a constant rate.
You're resisting the pull towards the Earth. Yep.
Towards the Earth. So if you from out, so you go, say, if 10,000 miles away from the Earth, and you can see that helicopter, 5 hours later, the helicopter is tilted on its side, but it's still pulling down towards the center of the Earth. And so it doesn't really matter if the Earth is rotating or not rotating. The helicopter will behave the same way. I hope
that's
that
why the
makes
globe
sense.
model sounds insane.
But I don't know why it sounds insane. People say, "Oh, globe model sounds." I don't know why it sounds insane. It doesn't sound insane to me.
When you resist the force that's causing you to stay on that coordinate.
Yeah, because you're pulling towards the center of the Earth, are you not?
There's a force that is keeping you on that GP. That force is gravity.
Yes. And
So
if the Earth is rotating,
when I resist that force, then I'm resisting what's keeping me in that position.
Yes.
Only in the downward.
Which means you're pulling. You're pulling away from the force, which is pulling you towards the center of the Earth.
And that
when the Earth
force,
rotates,
that direction of pull is going to move away from me because the Earth is rotating.
Why?
Yeah.
Because Earth is rotating.
So it's still down.
What if you were to? What if you were to have a tether?
You think down is a constant direction, don't you? You think down is a constant direction, don't you?
For all intents and purposes, if you're stationary, yes, it is. But if you have a tether and you fly the helicopter and the tether, and you just pull against the tether, should the helicopter move then?
I told myself I wasn't going to do this today. I'm actually being bad. I forgot. Yeah, I need to stick to these promises I make myself.
No, I'm trying to figure out myself that it makes sense. Otherwise, if it's just ridiculous, then I'm arguing from ridiculous points of view, and I don't want to do that. I want to make sure that it makes sense to me.
Momentum that you're yet to observe the rotation.
Yeah, the conservation momentum. That's the
you don't know you're
issue
rotating
that you have a problem with.
Yeah, that's why you don't know you're rotating.
So what I want you to do is next time you're in an airplane,
detect you're rotating because you're always in the reference frame. It's always just going to move with.
I've done this myself. I want you to do this.
It's really falsifiable. You can never detect the rotation because you're always just moving with it.
Next time you're in an airplane, I want you to get to the front of the airplane, make sure the owl's clear, and I want you to jump straight up, and you'll hit that back wall going 600 miles per hour every time. Try it.
So according to you guys, the conservation of momentum is indefinite?
Pretty much.
Indefinite? Yeah, it would be, wouldn't it? I mean, if you think about it, think about two helicopters. One is tethered, one is not tethered. Is there any reason why either of them should move?
No, listen to this now, right? You have a bird. It's flying. It picks up an owl. It picks up a rodent, right? It's flying in the air. When it drops that mouse, right? The mouse flies with it a certain amount, conservation of momentum.
Yeah.
But then what happens to the mouse? It starts falling, right? It doesn't continue conserving its momentum. I mean, this is like step one physics, guys.
So that's one vector plus one vector.
It conserves its physics, It conserves its forward velocity. It drops according to gravity, but it's it's on a ballistic path downward.
Yeah. So two vectors going on simultaneously, two things going on simultaneously, the drop and the motion forward.
But it's not conserving its momentum, is it?
Yes,
Indefinitely.
Not indefinitely, because it's got
once it hits the Earth, once it hits the Earth and stops, then that momentum is transferred to the Earth, which hardly notices.
Yeah, but yet you seem to think other things conserve momentum indefinitely, you said.
Unless there's a force or a drag.
If you do that,
that's crazy how you think a downward force will conserve your momentum of a rotation. That's so wild.
Do that on the moon. Get yourself a satellite to orbit the moon and then drop something out of the satellite.
It's not the rotation that keeps your rotation. It's a completely different acceleration. Just dumb.
If you see stuff dropped out of things like the space station, like rockets, you'll see they just go away.
Where's the rotating?
They'll keep
hovering over your coordinate. I'm sorry, right?
Gentlemen,
that's fine.
I offer us an exercise. I've seen people model this before. Maybe there's different setups that can produce different results. But what about in a perfectly circular orbit? Something, you know how the moon's face always faces Earth? How likely is that? Under what conditions does that happen? Will an object that's rotating perpendicular to its orbit always end up settling face to face? Will it ever fall around? That's what could be experimented, is the way that these items or satellites actually tumble around as they rotate around. I've seen this be a contention on the standard physics. If NASA, if you know so much about this reference frame of orbiting rotation, why don't you break it down for us? In what scenarios the moon would be tumbling around, and in what scenarios it'll actually stop?
Why would the moon be tumbling around?
Well, what if you shot a basketball shot and that basketball was spinning? You put that spin on that basketball, and then it got locked into orbit. Would some of that rotation would still continue to spin for a while or not?
If I can jump in on that one, that's relatively straightforward, because the moon's composition is not basically just like a solid piece of lead, a solid ball of lead. Right? This composition is going to be fairly uniform, but the moon isn't uniform. The moon is misshapen, and its gravitational the center of its gravity is not the exact center of the moon. And so the moon is going to be, if it's in orbit, and it's going to be pulled towards the stronger area of the moon, which happens to be the one facing us, and it will be kept in that position as it orbits. That's the simplest explanation that I can.
It's not that it happens to be facing us, right?
What he said,
that's
what he said though,
it settles.
Yeah, what he said is, if you're on the ISS, you had a basketball, and you're on and you're doing an EVA, and you got the basketball spinning, and then punched it so it goes away from the ISS, it would continue to spin and be going in whatever direction it was punched, where you hit it
Well,
to
you
go
don't
to.
even have to punch it. You could just keep it in orbit for the sake of this hypothetical.
Okay.
There you go. Yeah. So yeah, you're on an EVA outside the ISS, and you have a basketball. You let go of the basketball, nothing happens. You get it spinning, and nothing happens. It just continues to spin until some other force or drag removes that momentum.
Right.
I can take it one step further. If you had a basketball, and inside the basketball you affixed a weight to the inner wall on only one part of the basketball, let's say the Wilson logo. The Wilson logo, as it orbits, the orbiting will slow. The speed of the rotation of that basketball will slow down, and eventually, the Wilson logo will face the Earth as it's orbiting the Earth.
That's one scenario, and I think a lot of people agree on that. The scenarios where you have a uniform object, I've seen, like last year, I've seen someone trying to argue this from some flat Earth skepticism perspective, and I don't remember seeing a lot of like final reconciliation about it all. There's been a few papers in orbital mechanics written about tumbling and stuff like that, but as far as it being like a generally understood thing, like, you know, the whole community gets educated about reference frames and this and this and that, like, I think it would be great to understand, you know, expectations of a phenomenon like that. Like NASA Shield, you know, do you have a big breakdown on, you know, will gravity, because the orbit and the gravity balance each other out, like the forward momentum, initial momentum, and gravity balance each other out to equal an orbit. But if you have something rotating, I mean, especially perpendicular, you could imagine that like that's not going to be balanced with the gravity and with the orbit. So should that not slow down ever? Should everything get locked when it orbits? I mean, is that? And basically, I'm going to extend the question to this: why then, if not, do satellites not tumble around the Earth? How can they keep their cameras, you know, so positioned like that? Are they weighted, like this gentleman is saying? Like, you know, it's very dynamic.
Well, they do have reaction wheels and orientation thrusters.
Yeah, reaction. It's yeah.
What you guys are attempting to describe
3D reaction wheels.
What you guys are attempting, it's fine. What you guys are attempting to describe is called perpetual motion. It goes against physics. You guys are living in a fantasy world where you think something
you're
can
incorrect
travel
on this
forever.
one. Again, you're incorrect.
Stop interrupting NASA. If you
you're
keep
wrong.
doing it, I am going to time you out. This is your final warning.
Of course,
You
because
butted your way
are
in there. I
modding
see.
in the room
Like
that you have mod
you
powers
overtalked
in.
everybody to get your elbows in, and then they're just trying to continue their conversation.
The principles, although I'm not, you know, the principles are there. So if you have an orbit and you have a body, and the orbit is misshapen, or it has weight more on one side than the other, which means it's misshapen, then it'll just continue to tumble. But don't forget, the basketball doesn't have any weight; it's hollow, so it's not going to be attracted to anything in that way. It's hollow, so it's not going to, you know, if you weigh it with something and put on one side of it, you put lead, and on the side you put something else, it's not quite as dense, then it will tidally lock itself like the moon has. That's just what will happen. I mean, if you do it with see, this is the thing, you can do that with magnetism as well. You just apply the same principles to magnetism, and it'll do this. Just imagine a large metal ball that's magnetic, and then a metal ball that's thrown around it that's also magnetic, or, you know, whatever. And on one side is glass, one side is metal. If you throw it around the center ball and you somehow manage to get it to orbit a few times, the orientation of that marble will change so that the metal side is facing and the glass side is facing away.
Right, but I'm specifically talking about more. SC, 1 second. I'm so sorry. I'm specifically talking about balanced scenarios because I thought I've seen where it, depending on the force of the rotation, if it's greater or less than whatever bar, it will get locked. But if it's rotating fast enough, it won't. It'll continue. I thought I've seen open-ended solutions where sometimes it continues to tumble, sometimes it gets locked, even with balanced objects. I could be wrong. I'd love to hear.
Okay, let's separate two things, right? What you guys are talking about when you say about your orbit, right? That is constant falling in your model. That is constant falling. It's not what you're talking about. Those are two different things, right? With spinning and tumbling forever. That's perpetual motion.
The mixing.
You can't have both. You can't have perpetual motion.
Let me just answer another thing, SC, I just thought of. When you see satellites deployed, they're deployed in the orientation of the vessel they are attached to. And so they're not tumbling or anything. They're going to just be thrown out, and then they're in orbit, and then they will continue in that orientation as they go around. And they have reaction wheels, but they do sort of.
Yeah, but do you understand? Did you understand the point I made? The distinction.
Maybe I didn't. No, probably not. Could you reiterate?
Okay, let me explain it to you. In your model, when you talk about an orbit, right? It's not something traveling forever in the sense that Newton's first law, right? It's constant falling. You're falling around your globe. That's the model.
Okay.
You have to understand that, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
When you talk about conservation of momentum, that's something entirely different.
It's the same thing when you talk about orbits, and the reason it's the same thing is because the conservation of momentum will keep that satellite moving unless it's acted on by another force. And if the satellite is too close to the Earth, like the International Space Station is, it will be subject to drag, because by the time you get that far out, the Earth, the air is thick relatively to outer space, and so it is going to be subjected to drag, and it's going to be slow down. So I think the Himawari is far enough out that it doesn't get subjected to drag in that way. But the space station is.
That's it. You don't understand your model, bro. It's
so what am I not understanding?
Constant falling. It's not a lack of gravity. It's constant falling. I'm not saying I believe it, but I'm trying to explain to you your model.
Why do things fall, SC? What does falling mean?
Are we tracking here? Like it's a different thing. When you say like a helicopter goes up in the air and it keeps its momentum, that's different than the orbit. You understand that, right?
Yes.
I hope you understand that fundamental difference. Okay, good. All right.
Well, yes, it is different. Because
if something is going in, if you set a projectile in space in a straight, just fired out a rifle, it's going to go basically in a straight line, and it won't slow down until it encounters enough friction from the minute particles that are out there. So it is not perpetual motion, but that energy will have to go to be imparted to other particles. Now, when you're in orbit, in a high orbit like GPS satellites, they are going in a geodesic around the Earth, and until they encounter enough friction, they're going to keep doing that.
Yeah, forever.
Whether it's straight or around an orbit, it doesn't matter. The inertia.
Only in your mind that happens because Newton told you, right? But there's no way for you to do that.
We do have satellite technology, and
I know you guys can't.
Kepler orbital mechanics.
I know. It's a twitch. You got a twitch.
Get it out, SC. Get it out.
No, man. I mean, I'm done, man. I said my piece. You guys could go groveling with each other.
Well, when you say only in our minds, it can't be only in our minds.
Because what do you mean when you say that they're perpetual motion machine? Could you expand on that?
You know what perpetual motion is?
Yeah, I know what it is, but how does that apply to satellites? If I'm understanding,
it does not. It does not. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay, so you think satellites can't? But I'm beginning. No one is claiming that they are perpetual motion machines. I mean, satellite orbits do degrade eventually.
Okay, who said they're perpetual motion? I'm trying to tell them the difference between the satellite and what they perceive as, you know, the Coriolis keeping the helicopter or the balloon aligned, right? Those are two different things.
Yeah, they are, because the satellite is put into orbit. It's thrown into orbit. It's being pushed or thrown into the orbit, and so it conserves the momentum that it's imparted when it was thrown. And the only reason it doesn't fall is because there's not enough air to give it drag, so it'll fall down. And it's just balanced really, really well. A helicopter is just flying at 10 feet above the ground. It's not doing the same thing.
How about the balloon? When a balloon is on the ground, right? Hold on. Your balloon is on the ground. It's traveling at 1,000 miles an hour at the equator, right? When you let the balloon go, what do you think happens? How does it keep at the same spot? Let's say if there's no wind.
What is in the balloon? What
conservation of momentum?
Are there any
conservation of momentum? There you go.
That's correct.
There you go. Right. So what's conserving that momentum?
What do you mean? What's conserving the Earth?
It's conserved.
It was imparted with the motion of the Earth when it's on the ground. It's only like 2 feet up in the air. It's not going eastward at 1,000 miles per hour once it goes off the ground.
So what you're saying is it leaves the equator at 1,000 miles an hour, and that push, that momentum, keeps it following the Earth. Is that what you're saying?
Is it helium balloon and it's rising? Then buoyancy will push it up, and it'll be pushed up away from the center of the Earth. In the same way, the gravity will pull it towards the center of the Earth.
You've been on a train or a plane and like. Have you ever been on a train or a plane and thrown a ball back and forth the aisle? According to you, as soon as I let go of that ball, it should fly to the back of the plane at 600 miles per hour.
I mean, look. Here's the thing: is I've tried to look at it from the simplest, because I don't know about anyone else in here, but I remember when I was 8 and I was an idiot. But when I was 8, the way I thought about things, I like to try to do this mental exercise where I think of myself as just 8-year-old me trying to understand things like this. And how would I think about it? And then extrapolate from there. And if I think about it and I explain it as I've explained it, I'm explaining it to 8-year-old me. And 8-year-old me agrees that it makes sense. So,
well, try explain it to the 40-year-old me. Because, I mean, this is ridiculous. If you think that's what happened, man, I mean,
that's the show. That Earth is inside of it. It's like we're inside of an airplane,
very different.
Guys. So Earth is in a container, and we don't, we throw a ball. Yeah, this is what you're saying.
Stop it. That's dumb.
Yeah, you're conservation momentum
inside
of a fucking airplane.
Let him get it out.
I'm gonna mute you.
Let him get it out.
What do you mean gonna mute me? Shut up.
Just let him get it out.
You're so good at talking exactly when I talk.
Just, all right, Squiggle, go ahead.
Yeah, dude, the Earth is not inside of an airplane, right? Because the plane is like moving through the air. You're saying that when you throw the ball in the air, that it's not gonna hit the back of the plane because it's conserving the momentum of the acceleration of the plane moving forward, right?
Okay.
Well, you're inside of the cabin.
Sorry.
Okay,
what is Earth inside?
Once you throw the ball in a convertible, throw that ball in a convertible. Earth is like a convertible
because the air is
you're not inside of a container.
Okay.
Because the air doesn't have the constant.
Why? And he's still not going to get it. He's going to just fucking say
the air in the convertible doesn't have the momentum of the moving convertible. The air in the plane
Earth is a convertible. Yeah.
So wait.
The air in the Earth has the air in the Earth on the Earth has momentum of the Earth. That's why we don't have 1,000-mile-per-hour
Dude,
winds.
throw your ball in a convertible.
Wait, I've got it. What you're trying to say, Squiggle, let me answer it.
Can I have a big screen to block the wind? See, the problem is the wind is the air does not have the
convertible. Observe it fly.
The air does not have the momentum of the convertible.
Wouldn't happen on a globe. Okay, but the Earth is more like a convertible than the inside of an airplane.
The Earth is not a convertible. The Earth is like the inside of an airplane.
No,
what
it's
is
not.
The Earth? Wait.
But what is
for the air resistance? Wait. What is Earth flying through? What is Earth flying through? It's orbiting and it's spinning.
Why do y'all let
in what medium?
just go?
In what medium is Earth flying? It's flying in space. What resistance outside of the Earth is there?
I expect better from you.
Okay, let Jesse respond without interruption.
Sorry.
I want better from you, Red Cloud.
Disappointment you are to me.
How could you?
How dare you? How dare you?
Monster.
I can't take this anymore.
You don't agree on everything, man, but I'm trying to think of it as you're understanding it. And when you say convertible, the Earth isn't a convertible. Okay, how about this? What if you were in a convertible on the moon?
No, the Earth is not a cabin of an airplane. It is more like a convertible in the inside of an airplane. When you toss the ball in a convertible, it's gonna fly. It's gonna go flying. You ever wear a hat in a convertible? Yeah. You wear a hat in an airplane, it's gonna fall at your feet.
The atmosphere.
Earth is not inside of a cabin, according to the globe model.
Okay, Go ahead.
Sorry. Okay, no, I'm done. That's it. Sorry.
Can I just say that the model of the Earth they give you, irrespective of what you think's up there, holding the atmosphere in or not, the atmosphere is in by and large in lockstep with the ground. No one's suggesting that because the Earth at the equator is spinning 1,000 miles an hour and the air isn't. So there's no point talking about letting go of a balloon and expecting it to hurtle back 1,000 miles an hour, because it's not. There's no force on it that's imposing that kind of motion, is there? It is in that sense. It's exactly like being inside a train or a cabin, because the air around you at the moment you let go of something is in lockstep with the environment that the ball was held to. That's the analogy. There's no point in pretending it's the same as a convertible, because the air around the entity you hold when you've got an open top convertible is going away from you in the backwards direction at the velocity of the car. That's in no way analogous to the gas when you talk about you standing on the surface.
Yeah, but by the time you get up to really high up, and there's very little air, but there's nothing beyond that to tear it away like a wind. There's no wind in space. You're just, like if you got a feather, there's no wind to just tear the feather away, whatever. That's not what's happening. So it's not a convertible. Convertible's because it's in the air. And like NASA Schill said, that's the air is still, but you're moving through the air. You're moving through on the planet. You're moving through space, which isn't. There's no wind. So, and again,
when you say that the atmosphere is in lockstep, like you have like a patch of cloud, it's in lockstep above its geographical position, like it's just rotating with the Earth. But at the same time, you have Coriolis. It's like you say that like all of your crosswinds is because it's not Earth rotation. Because all your atmosphere is being affected by Earth rotation, so it's not in lockstep.
That there are elements of the atmosphere that in which we see generated cyclic.
I gotta eat this food, so I'm not gonna chew with my mouth open and shit.
Happy chewing. Oh, we can talk about you now. You can't answer because your mouth is full.
So, can I help you out with this thing? Flat earthers.
No, I'm helping you. You don't understand yet.
I'll go for a major.
Jesse,
go ahead.
Chew your food.
Magand.
Chew your food. Yeah. So, okay. So flat earthers wouldn't accept the rules of motion and forces acting on a body. So discussing anything beyond it will always be self-denial. So when you talk about with Essie, what happens to a balloon, what happens to a plane, what happens, it is not relevant, the conservation of momentum and so on. First of all, what are the forces acting on the object? This is what is moving the object. And if the forces are balanced in a certain height, the balloon will not move anymore. And that is it.
You're making a baseless assertion.
Okay, yes, sure, Jesse.
To my mind, Newton didn't invent the laws of motion. He observed the laws of motion and gave them names. That's really all he did. He didn't invent them, and then we have to comply with his invention. That's not how that went, and that's not how it goes. We are subjected to those laws. We just happen to have given them names and quantified them. And same with gravity. Same with the Coriolis. Those aren't things we invented. Those are things that we observe to be true, and they are axiomatic. They're axiomatically, factually true. That's why they're laws.
Where did you observe something
we can call
forever?
them. We can call them tools to describe our reality, which fit and can help us predict or do stuff. And without them, we cannot do shit. As simply as that.
When did you observe something traveling forever?
What do you mean by something traveling forever? Let's break it down. You don't even know how to ask questions. This is what I feel. Okay? Specify exactly what you are asking.
I'm going to be very clear. I'm going to try it one more time.
Right.
When did you observe something traveling forever?
I personally didn't observe something traveling forever.
So how is that a law? Has anybody observed anything traveling
Is
forever?
that a law? Is that a law? Or is the law if something isn't
Unless a force
changed?
acts upon it.
Yeah, you say that the conservation of momentum is like part of your laws.
Okay, so cherry picking part of the law isn't the same as the law.
The law isn't. Okay, the law is I think once you get to the point where something is called a law, it's as if mathematics is at play. Is that fair to say, panel? Can everyone agree with that? Because 2 + 2 in base 10 is 4. That's true. That's just undeniable. And it's undeniable that if something is moving, it won't change motion unless it's acted on by another force. It'll just continue forever. That's as true as saying 2 + 2 is 4.
Because you say that space is a frictionless environment.
No,
that's an assumption.
we define motion and as relative, and because we define forces as a certain things, and therefore we can make assumptions and to have laws.
An assumption.
We must.
Correct. It's an assumption.
We can say it's an assumption, but what you cannot do is you cannot refute it using observation.
Well, you can't prove it using observation. So where do we stand now?
That may be true.
So there you go.
Yeah. Your lockstep atmosphere prevents you from ever confirming if you're actually in lockstep.
What is it? What is the thingy that the guy said in Matrix? Can't remember what he said to Neo. Anyway, but yeah, we can't prove that an object will stay in motion, that it's in motion unless acted on by another force, because we've never observed that. It's just a logical inference. It's a logical inference as strong as saying 2 + 2 is 4.
Some dude in the 1600 told you and you believed it.
If you want to define something in science, you need to falsify it. Unless you can do it, it's a strong theory.
Very, very good point.
Yeah,
absolutely
your theory
absolutely
about
not. No.
Your theory about space being a frictionless environment is unfalsifiable.
No, because space isn't completely frictionless. It's not completely devoid of anything.
Then it's not
got
space.
lots of stuff in it. It's got stuff in it. It's got radiation in it. It's as near to a vacuum as we can find, but it's not totally vacuum. It's not a total vacuum. There's radiation, there's gravitational forces, and there's also stellar dust. So it's not completely devoid of matter and things.
Yeah, it's a frictionless environment in the model.
Who's the guitar?
Who's the
guitarist from Queen?
What? Come on, man.
Who's the guitarist from Queen? Tell me, someone, panel.
Brian May, right?
Brian May. Brian May is an astronomer. He's got a degree or a master's in astronomy, and his thesis was on stellar dust. That was his thesis. Of all things, it's a study, but that's his thesis. It's stellar dust. So space isn't completely devoid of matter. So if you have a craft that's going, a long distance, it will be hit with particles and eventually.
Oh, Red Cloud, I expect so
slow
much
down.
more from you, man. We're not talking about space with stuff in it, and now you have a variable. We're talking about space being a frictionless environment. If you didn't have your variable to resist the acceleration, then yeah, you guys say that it's just going to move on forever.
Well, I'll tell you this: if there's anyone in the panel that disagrees with what I've just said, anything about what I've just said, please speak up now.
Okay, so I want to do a parallel. Same way as you don't have perfect flat, you don't have perfectly frictionless. And the world isn't perfect. I know, Jesse, this is hard to understand, or Resi, but stuff act not in a void. There's stuff impacting it.
Dude, I know your model better than you. You're not teaching me shit right now.
No, you don't. You just said a ridiculous thing.
There's no pure white light, and there's no pure black. It's very. I don't know of anything where there's absolutes in that way. You can't get a purely black color in paint or anything else. It doesn't exist. Same thing with white.
So Earth is rotating, but you just don't experience it rotating.
No,
that's the argument.
I want you. Can you concede?
Yeah, unfalsifiable. Thank you.
Can you concede the idea there is no flat by definition?
You didn't even hear what I just said. Red Cloud did. Red Cloud.
I heard. Say it again. Say it again. Say it again.
No, I say it's unfalsifiable.
Okay, so
even as it's rotating, you cannot detect the rotation from within the reference frame. So you can never actually detect the rotation. So it's a non-falsifiable postulation.
Yeah, a lie.
That's not strictly true.
Immediately, just lie.
No, okay. Well, see,
that's a lie.
Magent and I disagree with our methodology, but essentially our message is the same. That's not exactly correct.
Again, unless you be able to concede to what I said about flat or about anything being perfect,
no, you say wrong
you
things.
will not understand any concept. Any concept on Earth, you must at least understand there is no flat. Like by definition, there is no perfectly smooth object. There is no granite plate which is perfectly flat. Can you agree to that?
Baseless assertion. You don't understand that you just baselessly assert stuff.
Why baseless assertions? I can make you a measurement.
Because you don't think for yourself. You think you're doing a good job when you regurgitate your model.
Just Magent, what you could do is you could say, to our knowledge, as far as we know.
No, I literally do this every day. I make the calculation for how flat I want something to be. So I tell you, there is nothing flat. We don't build by having things flat. And unless you can concede to that, you're either a liar or you're playing a role of a moron.
Yeah, I could have predicted you saying that.
Or you're mistaken. Can we do that?
Let's do that. Cannot be mistaken. Because right now I explained to him, okay, I can take a dial and a plunger and I can measure flatness of an object. Therefore, there is no perfect flat. Can you agree with this statement?
I don't know what this has to do with conservation of momentum.
Okay, so you're a piece of shit. Thank you.
All right.
Wow. I don't expect much from you ever, dude.
Yeah, that helps.
That
helps.
You can stop that.
This is what we expect from you guys, you know?
No, I made the claim. I proved my claim. I showed it. I brought evidence. Everyone saw it. I'm happy.
Just say it is what it is. Let the conversation move forward.
Yeah, it is what it is.
Yeah. Let's talk about the ISS and stuff when we cannot agree about the definition of flat or level, for that matter.
So from within Earth's reference frame, you cannot detect.
Right. Let's talk about
Why
reference
are you
frames.
doing this, dude? I literally
You
waited
wait till you stop.
Because this is my time where I smack your ass.
Don't make me mute
okay?
He's excited, man. He needs to debunk Globe.
Go ahead, Jesse.
Mute the logic. Mute the logic. Mute the logic.
No,
that was just funny, man.
People that interrupt like you, Agent. Please don't interrupt, and you won't have to be muted.
SC. Is there a perfect
You are a
flat?
piece of shit.
SC,
That doesn't help either, Jesse. Come on, man. Guys, are we freaking
Is there
kids
a
or what?
perfect flat?
No.
SC, is there a perfect flat? Come on.
All men are basically 12-year-olds.
Oh, there's no such thing as perfect flat. There, are you happy?
Okay, so what do you say by flat Earth? What does that mean?
I don't say the Earth is flat. You're talking to the wrong guy.
The shortest distance between 2 points is flat.
So now you're lying about your position?
Flat Earth is important because it breaks open cocky people like you. It breaks
Flat
people like
Earther
you.
lying about
Flat
his
Earth
position?
is a tool.
Nice.
Flat
Makes
Earth
you
is
spur.
Flat Earth is a hammer.
So if I have 2 points in my coordinate system, Agent, it is the shortest distance between those 2 points a curved line?
Face shield.
Why did you enter a coordinate system in the middle of your question?
Well,
Did
don't
you
answer
want to
questions
ask
with questions,
what
man.
is the
Come on, man.
What? No, because this is dishonest. You're trying to force something when you simply want to ask what is the shortest distance between 2 points.
Okay, pretend you have
Right.
a chalkboard. Pretend you have a chalkboard. Put 2
On
dots.
a 2D plane, a straight line. Yes, okay.
No, I
been there.
didn't finish my example, Agent.
How far is it to walk to?
Hold on. Oh my God, why don't you
Let him finish, guys. Come on, man. Let's be.
You guys are fucking.
Let
You know what?
Jesse
No,
finish.
they don't want to.
Because I don't want to go there. He doesn't
No, you
want to
guys aren't
concede.
participating correctly. You guys are
You
just doing
don't
weird
want to concede to my point, so I don't want to concede to chord being the shortest distance on top of a sphere.
In 2D,
Oh,
it's a
whatever.
straight line. In 3D, it's a curved line.
It's a chord. More.
Yeah, it's a woolen string.
Okay, can I try now? Are you going to interrupt me? So take a chalkboard, put 2 white dots on the chalkboard, and I want you to imagine the shortest distance between those 2 points, which is a line, right? So is that line curved? Yes or no?
You
2D,
just got
so,
an answer
yes.
from 2 people.
No.
Why did you have to ask the question again?
What was the answer? Sorry.
In 2 dimensions, the answer is it is a straight line.
No, in real life, the chalkboard is 3D.
The chalkboard is 3D. The chalkboard is 2D.
The dots you put on the chalkboard represent a coordinate in 3D space. You're in 3D land right now.
Yeah, guys, there's no such thing as 2D in reality. You do know that, right?
Everything
that you've ever experienced
God
is
damn it.
3D. Everything you've ever experienced in your life is 3D.
That's
right, but
okay,
you
so a straight line. A straight line between you and maybe I don't know if I'll get the same reaction last time I said this, but if you have a town and a neighboring town is separated with a hill in the middle, what's the quickest way to get to that other town? It's to walk over the hill. So you walk straight. Did you walk straight?
My example.
Did you walk straight? No, you walked over a hill. So what you did is you did a curved line over the hill. You know, Earth, it's the same thing.
Why didn't you respond to my example, dog?
Because mine was better.
Oh, you what?
Because you want to take your small example on a very small scale, which you can ignore relatively the third dimension in that example, and you want to walk this example over a bigger plane, and therefore ignore the effect of scale.
If you were to look at,
and when you scale yourself down, you will be able to observe the curve, right? You'll see the change in elevation. right?
But if you were looking straight down
you
on those
always
two
have
towns,
Wait. Okay.
if you were to
You
look
said
straight
right.
down on those two towns and watch somebody walk between those two towns, they would appear to be walking in a straight line.
Everything you do is a curve. There is no flat.
Get it out.
Crazy. We're talking about dots and lines.
It depends on the scale that
Like
you're
you guys
looking.
can't engage like what a dot and a line is.
I'm missing something then, because could you bring it home? I'm not sure what you're trying to.
I keep getting interrupted, and you guys are bringing up other examples.
I'm going to mute myself then. Go.
Right, Cloud. I think you get it. This is more for M Agent. I want to know if the shortest distance between those 2 points in physical reality is a straight line or not, according to you.
Did I answer it before and you ignored it?
What did you say? You said it's a two. You said that
in the scale of you drawing the line, we can relatively say it is a straight line. But if you say, like you said, I will take a microscope and I will take a deeper look, it will be a curved line.
So you think it's going to be curved?
Yes.
The shortest distance between 2 points is a curved line. Okay. Pseudoscience.
Not pseudoscience. You holding the chalkboard, okay? You press it a bit less and a bit more, makes a difference in height. You don't see it in your relative scale, but you created a difference in height. Therefore, not perfect smoothness. And then it is a curve.
How about this?
You just asserted it's a curve. You know, I don't know.
How about this? We're in 3D space, and we are observing somebody holding a small chalkboard, like they used to in the old schools in the olden days. And let's say a child is on a merry-go-round, and we observe the child. Of course, it's in 3D space, and the child draws a straight line on with the chalk. If you were to observe that chalk from your position, watching that child draw a straight line on the chalkboard, the chalk would be drawing a curve because it's in motion.
I'm not saying to physically draw the line with chalk between the 2 points. I'm saying imagine the shortest distance between those 2 points.
Yes, but yeah. I'm saying that if you were to plot the course and path of that chalk in 3D space, a straight line on that chalkboard in the child's hand on a merry-go-round will be a curved line.
What did you say about a merry-go-round?
If you do it again, if you are observing a child on a merry-go-round holding a chalkboard, and the child draws a straight line on the chalkboard, and then you were to plot the course of that chalk, not the board, but the chalk would be following a curved path in 3-dimensional space.
If you were on a merry-go-round. But we did confirm that Earth is like a merry-go-round.
If you were on a merry-go-round, or you're looking at the merry-go-round. So in 3D space, you to plot that out in a grid and do an imaginary 3D cube grid around that merry-go-round and the child. You would then plot it, and then you could twist it around and show it from different angles, like you can in the grid thing you have in really ancient computer graphics. It would be drawing the path of the chalk would be a curved line, and that's kind of what is going on Earth.
I never wanted you to draw the line with chalk. I wanted you to put the 2 dots on the chalkboard. It's just 2 places in space.
Right.
Yeah, no drawing chalk, because then then you could just say that because Earth is moving and all this stuff, it's eventually.
So you need to pick if it is imaginary perfect universe or a reality when you ask the question.
Well, it is in reality. There is a physical reality to the 3D space, and there will be a shortest distance between the 2 points, right? In reality. right?
So reality
And the shortest
has
distance between 2 points in reality is always going to be a straight line.
okay. So reality has a thickness and depends on the motion. Okay, if you're talking about a board that is not moving, okay, and you try to do your best with a roller or something to draw the point and the other point, so relatively it will be straight. It will be like straight within a tolerance of 0.00 millimeters, but it will still not be like perfect. It will have a curve in some.
Why? Because you're hurtling through space
Yeah.
that you never detected?
No, because your hand is moving through space and your hand isn't a perfect instrument.
Cool. So your space-time geodesic is not the cause of it not being a straight line then.
Not what I said.
I feel that when you see that graphic of the Earth and all the other stars, all the other planets orbiting the sun, and it's, you know, you see it flying by and it just looks like twirling and whirling and all random and things. That's the same thing as a chalkboard on the merry-go-round.
Yeah, that was hard to picture what you were describing. Chalkboard on a merry-go-round. Like, all right, dude, it's over.
Well, no, I forgot what it's called though. When you draw those dots, the line drawings they used to have in the early computer graphics, where all they could do is put dots and then draw lines between them, and that's what they made spaceships out of. There was one of a video game I used to play, and it was just a tank game, and the tank was just made up of lines, you know, and it made the shape of a tank, and that's how they did the graphics back then. What was the early asteroids? The early asteroids game was just like that. It was just lines.
Yeah, even the computer code doesn't like sharp edges.
PCB traces don't like 90 degrees.
Nothing likes 90 degrees. Everything is relatively that your eye can resolve it as not sharp in 90 degrees, but it never is. But now it's my turn. Jesse, why do we have
Not
a sharp
according to me.
horizon? But we answered your questions. You had nothing. And so we can continue. Why do we have a sharp horizon?
Remember what I said yesterday? Who was here?
Why do we have a sharp horizon?
I hope someone remembers why what I said yesterday.
Why do we have a sharp horizon? How can I have a sharp horizon on a flat plane? You have something?
I don't know. Why don't you stop inquiring?
Can you draw it?
Why don't you
Can
stop
you imagine
Hold on,
it?
dude. Why are you asking me questions, waiting for me to respond the moment I start speaking? You just interrupt.
Because
Why are
it
you
is
doing
more
that?
fun. It is more fun to
No. Can
mute
you answer?
fund you while you say
Okay,
nonsense.
so just stop. So just stop then, right?
Are you going to answer?
I was answering you.
I don't feel like you're answering.
Re-ask your question so I can answer you, and don't talk when I'm answering, please.
Why do we have a sharp horizon on the Earth? Okay, it doesn't matter what Earth, but why do we have a sharp horizon?
It's not always sharp.
When things disappear, they always get cut sharply.
No, wrong, false.
Not
Go
true.
outside. Go outside.
Go outside.
Yeah, it's not sharp.
When things disappear, not because they went away from you, because they went over the horizon, they are cut sharply.
No, not all the time.
This is observation that even your dumbass can do.
Not all the time.
Again, on a clear day, let's assume, so you will not go to reflections and stuff like that, okay? You need to explain how on the object that you're living in can have a sharp horizon. There is only one answer to it.
Listen.
Let me help you before you embarrass yourself, okay? There is only one reality
you're random as hell. Why are
where
you
you can
trying
have
to be abusive
a
when I'm
sharp
trying to be decent?
horizon.
Dude, you need to stop trying to be an idiot. Listen, I don't know why you're inquiring with flat earthers about how something would work. Apparently, you think you're smarter than flat earthers, but every day you come and you ask us how things work.
He is.
So you think flat earthers are smarter than you because you can't come up with shit, but we can, apparently.
So is that an answer to my question, or is that I was
I
guessing
don't know.
that you
Do you
will
honestly
avoid the
hold that
question?
Do you honestly have
This
that
is
question?
why.
Or do you
This is
not
why
already have an answer?
He's not
for it?
serious, Agent. He's not serious. He's stupid.
I'm responding to
Yeah,
why is
I know
somebody
he's
else being an
stupid.
asshole
Let me play, okay, and expose him as the fraud that he is. He's not a flat earther. This is why he avoids this question. If you were a flat earther, you would answer it as a flat earther. Can you answer it as a flat earther?
You're asking me this question as if I'm a flat earther, as if I hold the position that the horizon should not be sharp because we're on a flat earth. So you're treating me like a flat earther while telling me I'm not a flat earther. You're fucking weird.
You
Now, I'm
not
asking, now I'm gonna ask
understanding
you
a
again, if you're so
question
much
is
smarter, If you're
okay.
so much
It
smarter than
is.
flat earthers, why do you keep inquiring with flat earthers?
Admitted to being
Like,
stupid.
why do you need them to answer your questions if they're gonna be wrong all the time?
No, I'm not claiming I'm smarter than a flat earther. What I'm saying is,
Good, I don't think you are
something.
either.
I see something. I think I understand why I see it. I want to hear your explanation as someone inside a flat earth. If you're not inside a flat earth, correct me right now, so I will know better how to ask my question. Are you a flat earther?
Yes.
Okay. As a flat earther, what claims do you have regarding the shape of the earth?
What the fuck, dude? You're slow as fuck.
Right. So you have
Nobody
nothing.
wants to hear this shit, dude. Everybody's piecing out right now.
Thank you. Thank you.
People just drop from the call when you're allowed to control the conversation, dude. You're not listening to me, Tyrion. You should not be. You
Anyone
should not
can
be
ask
allowed.
questions.
You should not be allowed to speak on this platform. You ruin shit, dude.
Why? Because I don't yell at people and curse them randomly?
No, because you're dishonest.
Like you?
No, I asked you a question. You didn't even really answer it.
Show me. Show me where. What?
Is there another Glober that wants to have this conversation now? What's up?
Okay, Jesse. When flat earthers say water lays flat, what do they mean?
The same thing that the globe means.
What does it mean? Why do you use water lays flat as an evidence for the shape of the earth? Come on. You're a flat earther. You know this. All flat earthers say water lays flat, therefore flat earth.
This
Why?
is so boring.
Yeah, we shouldn't allow this.
Yeah, fuck you, Sean. Ask the
Yeah,
question.
fuck me. You can be upset that what I'm saying is reality.
No, you
but
say
is
that again,
reality.
you're gonna get timed out. Don't do that. Please don't do it.
So
Go ahead,
let's keep
Sean.
it super duper tall right now, dude. This guy is trying to antagonize me because I butthurt him. Like I literally destroy this guy on the regular.
Right.
Yeah, but let's not do this mudslinging. Let's keep it to the subject, please.
Yeah, I had a subject, but these guys are just I don't know, they can't.
Yeah, I'm trying to talk with you about the subject, and you're
You're
using
trying to get off on your little.
I was talking about
You're just trying to get off on your
22 points.
ego. That's all
You
you're
started
doing
talking
right
about
now.
a Chris Horizon. I don't know why. What's up, Sean?
Okay,
Hold on,
let's
sir. How you
let go. Let's continue. Sean is right. Okay, let's continue. Sean, do you want to ask something? Continue.
No, I have no need to play ego games, but having a regular conversation is perfectly fine. It sounds fun.
You are welcome to suggest a subject.
Any subject besides your ego boost.
Sean, hey,
What?
let me ask you.
Your maniacal abuse? What? What? Do you want to
No one
talk
cares.
about your
All right,
maniacal
Sean,
abuse?
imagine you have a chalkboard.
Abuse? That's so
Put
cute.
2 dots
I
on
don't
that
know where that
chalkboard.
comes from.
Sean, don't pay attention to that. Come on, guy. Come on, this guy's going crazy. You put 2 dots on a chalkboard. I want you to imagine the shortest distance between those 2 points.
Straight line.
Yeah, it's a straight line, right?
Let's let Jesse and Sean go at it. Everybody, give them some time. Go ahead, guys.
You said it's a straight line already. I mean, that's honesty. It's good stuff.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm sorry that you guys had to hear M-Agent try to, antagonize me.
Some people get bored. They don't understand, that it's boring. So.
Okay, I think he left. We can have a good conversation. So go ahead, guys. The floor is yours.
Yes, sir.
Well, what have you been up to, Essie?
You literally said I left.
Oh, he's still here. Sorry about that.
While you still see my icon lighting up.
Dude, either be constructive in the convo or I'm going to time you out. This is your last warning. Period. End of story.
Essie, I'm so going to... Fuck. Just... Essie,
oh my God.
Why are you such a piece
zip
of
it.
shit?
Just zip it, dude.
Why?
No one cares that you're
What's
crying.
wrong
No one
with
cares
you?
to hear
Who
you cry
fucked
right
you
now.
in the ass?
Nobody.
Baby,
no one
won't
wants to
you
hear
let
you
me
cry.
down?
Jesus Christ, man.
God.
So I timed him
You're a
out for an
fucking
hour.
adult.
He's going to learn the hard way. Go ahead, gentlemen.
No, but I was asking him how you been. I'm talking to you in a while.
Anyway,
I've been good, Sean. I've been good, bro. How about you?
Good, real good. Working and just dealing with,
Good to have you aboard.
Yep.
I'm using a microwave. Don't judge me.
Oh, that sodium. Holy crap. That's not good for you.
Radiation poisoning.
I have instant rice. Yeah, it's not going to digest properly. I know.
My favorite is the bag of rice.
Sean, I'm actually super pumped up right now because I am a full-blown capable of streaming right now. Like I finally am. I got a good PC setup right now. It's pretty much a gaming streaming setup that I got. I got it all set up today.
Man, live streaming sucks. It's stressful. It's stupid. You're gonna hate it.
I'm gonna hate it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I did it for too long, so that's probably why I feel that way. But yeah.
Well, I got the hype right now. Wish me luck.
Good luck, my friend.
Thank you.
It will be fun for the
Besides-
beginning.
yeah.
I promise.
Besides that, dude, I'm just chilling with my cousin most of the time out here in Tennessee.
Yeah, I heard you were saying the other day you guys were doing music and shit.
Dude, my cousin is like the best engineer in Nashville. He works with like Jelly Roll, Key West, who's Beyonce's producer. He knows Questlove. He knows Talib Kweli. Like my cousin works with everybody, bro.
I want to smoke a joint with Jelly Roll.
Right? Yeah, Jelly Roll seems like a chill dude.
Got to figure out how to get into that circle.
So my cousin's been, he's been, running studio sessions, making beats for people, mixing, mastering, engineering for years, right? One of his artists that he had, going to a studio, doing sessions with him, he's about to be featured on a Jelly Roll song. This is like my cousin's best friend coming up in Nashville the past 10 years.
It's fucking badass.
It's kind of cool. The other day, my cousin met with J. Cole's people. He met with Dr. Dre's people. My cousin is just out of control, man. My cousin is, he's very professional. He's been featured in commercials. He's got all kinds of placements.
Call the real deal.
Yeah, and that's part of the reason why I'm not really a beat maker myself. Like I wanted to make beats growing up, but just seeing my cousin do it, I was like, yeah, you got it, bro.
Fuck yeah.
So that's what I'm doing, making music with my cousin over here, working.
Nice, Sean. Let me ask you a question if you guys are done.
What's up?
I'd like to know your opinion. I believe you did serve, right, Sean?
No, I did not.
You
I
did
just
not
worked
serve.
on
Okay,
I worked on a military base for 15 years, but I never served.
okay, I might have gotten that mixed up. Okay, it doesn't really, well, it matters in a way, but
Let me
still,
hang on. I
still ask
gotta answer this phone call. I'll be right back.
Okay, fair enough.
All right, I'm back. My bad.
All right, I want to know if you want to answer that. Is what's your opinion on this Iran Israel thing, the war? What's your opinion on that?
I am 1000% in support of it. I think it needed to be done. I think the issues that Iran poses to the United States are big enough that it needs to be dealt with, essentially.
So you really think that Iran poses a threat to America?
Absolutely.
The most powerful country in the world.
Absolutely.
How do you see that? Like, what threat do you think they pose on you?
They fund an ungodly amount of terrorism.
Okay, and how does that affect you, Americans?
That terrorism filters towards the Western society, whether it's Europe or any other country that is not theirs.
Where has terrorism affected Europe?
Everywhere. You don't see there are no terrorist attacks happening?
Where is there a terrorist attack happening
No,
in this?
I don't have a list for you, but
that Iran I mean, in Europe. Sorry.
I can say I don't right now. I don't have a list. I could probably find a list of terroristic acts that have transponded in the past, like recent times, that would equivocate to that. Knowing that they do fund. I mean, we know Al Qaeda, the Taliban. I mean, all these terrorist organizations are funded through Iran. This isn't a secret. It's not like I don't know why we would argue that point.
I'm not denying that they supply that they support Hezbollah and Hamas. I'm not denying that. My question to you is, why is that a threat to America?
Because that terrorism filters this way.
How? Where?
Whether it be illegal trades, whether it's just our national safety in general. Just the chance that the knowledge that terrorist cells are getting stronger is enough of a national threat that it should be dealt with. They don't need to pull a 9/11 every year for that to be an issue.
Okay,
That's
so
why they're not an issue.
Okay, so let me ask you something. If Israel wasn't there and wasn't supported by America, and by the way, the first terrorists in the Middle East were Israelis. You do know that, right? I
Has
hope
nothing to do with
I'm asking if you know that.
Historically, it matters, but for context, it doesn't.
Can I interject one little thing? May I interject one little thing? Are not Iranian leaders on record saying death to America, death to Israel?
Anyone that's not Muslim, that is just how they think. But that's also
Why give them the benefit of the doubt when their leadership is saying death to America?
That is the reason they. Oh, I'm not going to say openly, but fuck it, openly fund terrorism.
Yeah, it's open.
Okay, that's fair. The death to America thing, right? That's a Zionist talking point, but I'll give you that. Why do you think
this is what they're saying?
Yeah, they're saying that. Why do you think they're saying that?
Because they're They're I don't know. I don't want to call it religious views.
Radicalized. They're radicalized.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, they're radical views on the Western world.
Yeah.
So they have no reason. They just woke up one day and decided to hate on America.
It doesn't matter.
We've interfered in. We've interfered in. They feel like we're interfering off.
No, hang on. This is the best answer. Right. At no point in my lifetime have we given them a reason to want death to me. That's
wow.
So
then I'll have to go back in history and tell you some stuff then.
No. I understand there's a lot of reasons, but I can say now that 100 years later, 50 years later, the situation that stands now, there is no reason that I would be okay with a country that does not want any America to live to be just funded by a country to do as it will. I mean, other than that, I don't understand. I don't give a fuck about history.
Oh, so that means I can come where you're at right now, beat you up, steal your house, throw you out, and then when you come back to take your house back, I'll call you a terrorist. Is that okay with you?
Again, if you want to talk, okay, so what part of America did Iran own?
What? I don't understand the question.
Yeah, what part of America was Iran's?
There was no part.
Okay. What part of America was any Middle Eastern country's land?
None. I don't understand that line of questioning.
Okay. Then what does it matter whose was what and what was where if I'm talking about the defense of America?
I'll explain to you why it matters.
Okay.
First of all, Iran in the 70s was a liberal, Western-style democracy. They had discotheques.
I would say almost an ally.
What?
They were almost an ally.
Yeah. They had miniskirts. They had discos. American GIs would go there and dance with their women. It was a friendly atmosphere. You know what changed that, Sean?
What changed it?
What changed it was the Iranians decided that they're going to take their destiny in their own hands, specifically the oil. They wanted to have control of their own resources. Can you imagine that?
Yeah, I could imagine that. But the only difference is to understand that for Iran to have that supply of oil, understand that the United States did a lot to make sure that happened and protect it. So in a situation where they would go, hey, America, I know you've invested billions of dollars into this infrastructure. We're just decided that you have no part of it, and all that comes from it, it's ours. I would think that would sever a relationship. I absolutely think it would.
Well, yeah, obviously, if the people want to take control of their own resources in their own country, just like you Americans are doing and us Canadians, we're controlling our own oil. We're selling it to you, or we used to.
How about this?
But let's not get into that. Now imagine the Iranian people wanting to do the same thing, control their own resources. Is that a crime?
The difference is that it wasn't an infrastructure that Iran had prior. It was an infrastructure that was built up with the help of the Western world. So it wasn't an infrastructure that was built up so Iran could take it for themselves and become oil tycoon, so to speak. Do you understand that was why there was ill will with what was happening? It wasn't a, hey guys, thanks for helping us. I know they never agreed on anything. We don't really.
By your logic,
that was the difference.
So by your logic, the Mexicans could come into Texas, build a refinery, and say this is ours. And then when you try to say, wait a minute, get the hell out of here, go back to Tijuana, you're going to call.
Why? Okay, but see the difference. No, I don't, because and especially with the example of Canada, because Canada does the same thing America does. We lease land to other countries, hundreds of them, and the reason we don't do that is because we create revenue from that. There's a way for us to take that money or take that infrastructure and use it as a gain for us. That's why China owns so much. That's why fucking India. There are reasons that this happens. What you're implicating is that any one of those countries that are here will go, hey guys, hey America, we decided since we're doing so well that and we don't really need your help. We're at your shit, but what we're gonna do is just take everything for ourselves, and you guys get the fuck out. That'd be illegal.
That doesn't make logic what you're saying, bro. They were in a different land. They were exporting oil from a different land, not their country. You have no business being there. Zero. It's not your country. You have no control over it. You have no say in the matter.
Time out. We were invited there firsthand. Not only were we invited there, this was like the best way to explain this. This was like a business deal gone really bad. And the situation wasn't prior to that, wasn't America coming in and go, hey guys, we're going to help you do this oil thing because we don't think you know what you're doing. No. What happened is Iran wanted the Western world's help because they knew that with their oil supply, they would be able to make billions upon billions of dollars selling out the oil. Then what happens is they go, oh shit, we may need some infrastructure help. We may need things protected, blah, 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 blah. So what we'll do is we'll ask the Western world for help. They invited us there, Essie. That's what the
okay. Let's say it's true. I'll give you that. They invited you. They invited you there. You build a refinery. You started selling oil, right? Now, does a sovereign country have the right to change its mind?
At a certain point, sure.
Okay, so at a certain point, they said, look, we feel that you're exploiting us. That was BP, by the way. That was British Petroleum. That was the British. They said to the British, look, we feel like you're exploiting us. We want you to leave. We want to have control of our resources, just like any other country in the world does.
Yeah, the problem with
and
that
you guys said no.
Is what they did.
Said no, can't do it.
No, because this is this is why what really happened. Because if it was the way you're saying, Iran would have just been like, oh, they're pissed. Bye, guys. That's not what happened. This is why both sides hate each other, because the infrastructure that was built by BP and a few others that were up there, what ended up happening is once the infrastructure was built and full systems go, Iran said, get the fuck out. The problem with that is, Montreal, is when I say we, all the countries that were involved in that are not going to build an infrastructure and be kicked the fuck out. That'd be like Montreal. That'd be like me going, hey, come fucking build my house. And then that's like 3 bricks before you're done going, hey, I got it. Bye. Oh, yeah, I'm not paying you because I can do the work.
That's exactly what happened. They were doing it for a while. I don't know exactly the year, but that's not the point. The point here, Sean, is every country, I'll tell you the point. And this is the same with every single country.
That was the conflict that happened. That was exactly the conflict that made it so the United States had to pull everyone out of their embassies. Then Iran started talking about fucking all this, fucking we're going to bomb this and bomb that. That's when all that started. That was the reason. A bad business deal that Iran tried to get away with more than they should have.
So because you made a bad business deal, that means you can get to bomb and exploit the country? Like, seriously?
Oh, no, okay.
Do you understand what you're saying?
No. I want you to make sure you understand what you're saying. Because understand this, Montreal. The bombings that happened had nothing to do with that oil. Nothing. How do I know that? Because we did not bomb them, and we have not bombed them for the past, 50 years? So 40 years? So as far as I'm concerned, you saying that is misinformation. I'm sorry. The reason we're bombing
I'm trying to show you history of what you're talking about. Terrorists.
No. Again. Okay. You said you think that a bad business deal is the reason for bombing. Absolutely not. Not even America thinks that. You want to know why? Because we didn't fucking bomb them for it.
No, you overthrew their government, bro. You literally overthrew their government. You put in the Shah. You know the history, bro. Please learn the history.
We did? Oh no, I understand the history.
Yes, you did. Yes.
Right now, what you're doing is you're jumping conflicts, and I don't know why you're jumping around conflicts, because the two conflicts, major ones you're talking about right now, have nothing to do with why we're in Iran right now. Nothing at all.
Are you sure?
Yeah, absolutely. I've already told you why, and then you try to tell me that they kind of you underlyingly said, and this is my perception of it, made it seem as if, well, if they're terrorists because of you. And I'm sorry, that's not the reason.
Yes, that's a fact.
Perfect. Okay, fine, perfect. Now, are you now telling me that terrorism in the Middle East only started when America came about, or Britain came to power?
No, I told you where it started. It's the Israelis that started the terrorism. Okay. You gotta learn your history, Sean.
Okay.
You gotta learn your history.
You're telling me Israel was the only terrorist. That's your belief.
No, the first. I listen to my words carefully, bro.
Okay, let's see.
I don't mince my words.
The first terrorist
in that, you gotta not talk though, because then you won't know what I'm saying. So the first terrorists in that area were Israelis against the British.
Okay, so the history. Care about it right
it's
now.
A messed up thing, man. That like the more you learn about it, the more you'll see. Holy shit, man.
Again, I know what you're trying to give. You're trying to give a descriptive path to why Israel is wrong. But what I'm trying to explain to you is why America bombed Iran. That's what you asked me.
You mean now?
Yeah, isn't that what you asked me when we started? You asked me about the conflict going on in Iran and us bombing them.
Yeah, but then we went to terrorism,
okay.
and I wanted to show you where terrorism started.
Oh, okay. Well, where terrorism started has nothing to do with why we bombed Iran.
Well, sure, it has everything to do with why bombed Iran, because I'll explain to you why. Like I told you, you deprived the country from controlling its resources. Right?
Again,
so then they did an uprising. Hold on, bro.
No,
bro, we can't have a convo like
this. No, because terrorists in the Middle East that hated America happened way before the 70s. Way before it.
That's what I'm trying to explain to you, bro.
No, you're saying that we took their resources, their ability for them to have their own resources. Terrorism and hatred for America happened before that. So that can't be the reason for terrorism the hatred of America.
Hey, Sean, do you know who the Irgun is?
What up, sir?
What up, brother?
Who?
The Irgun. Do you know who the Irgun is?
I do not.
Do you know Menachem Begin? Do you know? All right, see, check it out, man. This is what SE's kind of referring to. Like the modern day version of terrorism. In fact, actually, the very first terroristic enemy of the West, outside of like Franz Ferdinand, maybe, or something in World War I or something, is like, well, or whatever, like, is the Irgun. They bombed the British hotel, and that was the Israeli extremists that started, like, they bombed the hotel. They were the first ones doing like
I hate America shit.
Yeah,
and he became prime minister.
Well, first it was I hate British to shit, and then they established. That's why they were kind of like forced into providing the state for Israel. That's where that's where the whole guerrilla terroristic mentality comes from. Is the idea that if you can bomb the shit out of these people, they'll give you a fucking state.
Yes, brother.
So that's where because yeah.
But Isa, hang on. The question started.
Well, check it out. In Iran, okay, yeah, I got you. So you're trying to pull it up into the new combo. So
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
The point being though is that when this is what SE is kind of alluding to, is that Iran has been like the boogeyman for the shit show since it got started, and and even so much so it's weird because Iran was very Western, and then the backlash and potentially like the operations from the CIA, etc. It's like imagine kind of like we look at like or the way that I don't know if you will allow me, like Biden was looked at like a communist fucking proxy. So the Ayatollah and all that is kind of like an American or like Israeli led proxy government over the people of Iran. So, like, in order to keep this weird dynamic going, they've kept up this idea that Iran is so, like, take like Israel has a nuclear base and a nuclear program that is not inspected by any United Nations or anything. And so Iran is like, well, if Israel gets to do it, then we get to do it.
Wait. How do you know they're not being inspected?
They're not inspected. Look it up. They're we call it their space. Their nuclear program is completely not inspected, and they're like offended if you think you're gonna ask them to fucking look into it. And so,
but is their policy to not let anybody know if they have nukes or not? It's
right, and so yeah, and so like and that's their and the idea actually there's a connection between JFK and Israel and Damona and their nuclear program, and he was trying to get regulators in. And they wouldn't.
I have an important question.
Now my point being
about that. Hang on. I know, but I have an important question. But I have an important question. But I have an important question. Is Israel an ally right now?
I mean, I don't know, man. It's like, is your best friend who you're at the bar with, who's trying to get you in a fight with the fucking bouncer, your best friend?
Yeah. Could be.
You know what I mean? Like, I'm just like, and maybe
we both know that guy. We both know that guy.
Right. Fair enough. And you got to scrap with the bouncer because of him. But I'm saying, like, but at the same time, like, this is where it's like, hey, like, I'm 40 years old. I got a family. I don't need to fight the bouncer this weekend. Like, can we calm it down? And they're like, you pussy,
Well, it's been 50 years of calm it down. We haven't bombed anything in Iran.
Right, but they're still trying to get you into shit in the Middle East. And, like, this is where
hang on. No, let's make it let's bring it more current. Do you agree that Iran does fund terrorism?
Do you agree that Obama gave him a shitload of money to do it?
Oh, fuck yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, that's my issue. I feel like there's these occupying forces.
See? Okay, here's the thing. I think that fucking people in Afghanistan are bad, and they need to die if they want to come and kill us, and if that's how it goes, we need to go back and blow some shit up. Yes, I know fucking Bush gave them a bunch of fucking guns and a bunch of fucking, you guys are using history to dictate why now, whether it's the reason or not.
Now. It explains the why. Now.
Okay, well, it doesn't matter what happened in the past 50 years. I know that Iran funds terrorism, and I know those terrorists don't like America, and I do know that to cut the fucking to stop shit from happening, you kind of got to cut the snake at the head.
Right, but they know that, like, they're taking the brotherhood of Americans, and they're using it to their political advantage, and that's the point. It's like, I get it. Like, somebody, I don't care who it is, if, like, that punches one of my friends or something. It's it's on. But, like,
here's the thing. I don't know if you understand it or not, but it's not a situation where it's like just the terrorists they fund, and you guys are making this scenario like it's like they're the innocent ones. But I have Iranian friends, and they make it very clear in Iran, America is not liked. And you can say America does this and British does this, but the reality of it is the only thing I care about in this conversation, the one that I was brought into and asked about was whether or not the bombings that we just ensued are good or not. And I say yes. Why? Because they have threatened to do nuke shit. Whether they have them or not, whether we think they have them or not, it does not fucking matter. Plus, they fund terrorism. Now, here's the big order of it. What if there's nothing happens in America for another 20 years? Okay. The problem starts when they start selling that uranium to motherfucking terrorists. That's when shit really gets real, right? That's like, it doesn't matter what back and forth.
What's fucked up about that, Sean, is that, like, again, it's like you wind up back at this 1960 whatever year gun conversation, because the only niggas that are running terrorist operations are these fucking Mossad operations that fund these lackeys. They fund these lackeys.
Okay, are you telling me there are no terrorists? Okay, are you telling me there are no terrorists in the Middle East besides Mossad? Or what did you say?
No, I'm saying there's angry, like, look. There's angry people in the Middle East, and then along comes, like, the Mossad, and they're like, hey, you should take this bomb and go over here. And they're like, fuck yeah, rah, 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 rah. And, like, it's like Hamas and the PLO were all funded by Israel. Hezbollah is funded by Israel. All of their problem, reaction, solution, that's the whole point of that discussion. It's like the idea.
Okay, okay, you guys keep, okay, I get it. You don't like Israel. Again,
no, it's not that. It's just all roads lead to that's who's fucking putting this shit in the mix. It's like, It's not that we don't like it. It's not that I don't like Israel. It's that
Wait.
It's like this is what the history says.
Can you link to? Okay, well, this is how I think the majority think, and this is so. Tell me how Israel is the problem if I'm worried about terrorists getting to America, or terrorists getting their hands on nuclear ingredients.
Well, at the risk of sounding anti-Semitic, who's telling you that?
Oh,
because
me.
what new, like
from
right, but I'm
information I
saying
know about
what
the situation.
Right, and the news agencies you're getting it from.
Okay, where do you get your information?
Like who runs those? I mean, I'm saying I don't. I mean, I get my info. I like Mark Dice.
Well, the realization is we get our information from the same sources, basically, because we're not there, in that sense. But the reality of it is no one here. I mean, does anybody here have an argument that Iran doesn't fund terrorists? And does anyone have an argument that terrorists don't fuck with America or fuck at the Western world in a negative manner when they have the opportunity to? If anyone does have an argument for that, then you can tell me why I'm wrong for why we're bombing Iran. Otherwise, I don't really care what happened 100 years ago, 200 years ago, 1,000 years ago with Israel. As far as I'm concerned, they're the fucking little redheaded stepchild that always, like you said, fucking is always kicking and punching people when you're not looking, and you got to fucking deal with it. I get it. But here's the other thing. Without us, Israel as an ally, imagine what the fucking Middle East would be doing right now.
See, I tell you, Sean G, here's my thing, right? Is that I'm cool. Like, I think it's actually interesting, and I wish it was a little more, if it was the case and it was a little more open in that, I mean, maybe, I don't know. Like, I look at, Israel is probably America's, fucking observational eye in the Middle East, right? Like, you know what I mean? It's like,
even better.
Well, hold on.
It's even better. I was talking to someone yesterday about this, and I can actually equated Israel to being like your pit bull that you have, but the leash chain kind of keeps bending open like it's going to break, but it hasn't yet.
Well, I mean, fair enough, but I mean, look at it like this. Like, it's also like they control a major port of where the East meets the West. So it's like a tactical advantage for the United States to have an ally in that control. So if that's the case, then it's like, and if it benefits America to the max for that reason, then I get it. You know what I mean? But it's like the idea that they're going to start like a holy war and fucking get everybody involved and like everyone's got to go fight over there. I don't like that part of it. But I understand if it's like an American outpost in the Middle East because we need to, let's say, oil or exports or whatever. We need to control that area for some fucking reason. I get that. It's just under the guise that we're going to do it for like a different nation state and we're going to, commit everything.
Wait, we're not bombing for Israel.
Well, I mean, it could be argued that we are. It could be argued that.
Okay,
Do you know about the project?
Let's
You know
hear
about
it.
the project for the New American Century and shit?
Nah.
Project for the New American Century was written by like a bunch of dual citizen having fucking United States people that were in government, like Paul Wolfowitz and fucking Michael Chertoff, Michael Chertoff. All these people, like, they wrote this thing and they basically wanted to take over Iran, Iraq, and Afghanistan. And it's basically what we've done. And they said we needed a Pearl Harbor, hold on real quick. And they needed a Pearl Harbor like event to make it happen. And that's why a lot of people think even Israel did 9/11. So that's like, and that's at the crux of like this last 20 years saga we've been through, is because fucking potentially this project, which is called, have you ever heard of the B Team? Like BEE? B Team, they were an artist group that like fucking had full access to the Twin Towers, bunch of Israeli artists. It's fucking weird. And like, that's why people believe that's the people who put the bombs in the building.
There are no bombs. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I'm with Donald Trump on that one because Trump said they fucking won. He said there's no fucking way that them bombs, that them came down because of the planes.
That's just wrong.
That's just a misunderstanding and how things work.
That's how it is, man. Anyone who can't and this is the difference between about reading the news is that you can either read the news and take it at face value, or you can read the news and read between the lines of the news. And like, I'm just saying,
that's the thing. I've done so many years of reading in between the lines that when I read in between the lines, I'm reading in between all the lines. And I'm sorry, there's just if I didn't know any of the details of it, and I was just with expertise understanding how demolitions work, I can show you 100 ways right now how that was not a demolition. 100 different ways. One, it started in the wrong fucking direction. They do not start at the top.
I don't know.
They
Anyone, I mean, I gotta be honest, Sean.
I mean, those are the
gotta be honest, Sean.
realizations of how those things work.
Anyone who says that there wasn't bombs in the building on 9/11 is like, is out of touch, my man. That shit is fucking clear as day.
I can tell you for a 100% fact that regardless of you thinking that way, doesn't change the reality of what I'm saying.
Likewise.
We're in a conspiracy corner, so there's no way in hell I'm going to expect you just to go, "Oh shit, Sean, you must be right." But the realization is, for myself, I understand logically that that wasn't bombings, because I personally have gone through at least 30, 35 demolitions. I used to clear. I used to do fucking import exports for the materials. I have a complete understanding how demos work and what you see, what you hear, and nothing about that was a demolition. I'm sorry.
And I saw the second fucking plane, so I'm just saying that it was not. There is video of molten steel leaking out of the Twin Towers right before it collapses at that point. I mean, there was no bomb. I'm not going to say that about World Trade Center 7. That is curious. Maybe they dropped that building to avoid it collapsing on top of people looking for bodies in the rubble. But for sure, 2 planes hit the World Trade Center and the fires brought them down.
Yeah, we're not. I mean, if you think the fires brought it down due to structural damage, just like the guy on the scene, like the fucking news people ask, like they're like, what happened with the building? He's like, well, I think the planes caused, those fires were so hot that it caused structural damage. And that's like exactly the wording in the fucking 9/11. I mean, if you guys believe that, that's fine.
Okay.
I just think it's gay.
Okay, perfect. This is the 2 simple questions. Hang on. There's 2 simple questions.
Hold on, wait. Let me just say, if the fire's not hot enough, why do people?
How hot is jet fuel burn? And how hot does it take for steel to weaken? Once you look at those 2 numbers, how is no longer a mystery.
Yeah, 400 degrees is where strong structural steel will weaken.
If you guys think that was good enough for you, that's retarded, dude. I mean, I can't think of a more fucking.
That's real deal. That's fact. Working with metal and stuff,
But they would have also right. But the explosion would have burned all the fuel. So like one quick explosion wouldn't have done it. Like you would what the fucking like there's the printer paper got so fucking hot that fucking like what's there's no. I mean, like if you guys want to believe that, that's fine.
Question. Here's a simple question then. How come when a gas station blows up, it burns for hours if it should just all be blown up and be done?
Diesel fuel, probably. How can I know? But I'm just saying, like, the fucking idea is that they're not using diesel fuel. All at once. They're using a quick burn gas. So, like, that burn that's going to be like
fuel.
Explosion.
Jet fuel and diesel fuel, not the same thing, my friend.
Precisely. That's why at a gas station, a gas station has diesel fuel. Mm-hmm. So if that were to catch fire, it would be a longer lasting fire. That's why my argument is that the jet fuel would be a quick explosion.
Would burn hotter.
Wouldn't just fucking burn. Yeah. Well, it wouldn't burn longer. Okay. And that's what would be needed for the structural damage. If you can't put that together, then I don't know what the fuck is. I mean, it's
okay. Well, again, if it takes 2 days to control a gas station fire, and that fire burned for over 24 hours because it also has things to insulate
diesel fuel.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about. Can you buy diesel? Let me ask you a question, Sean. Have you ever driven a fucking truck? Because can you get diesel fuel at a gas station?
Absolutely.
Okay, so can you get fucking diesel fuel out of an airplane?
No.
Okay, then there you go. Because in the airplane on 9/11, there was no fucking diesel fuel. If you fucking burn a gas station, it's going to have diesel fuel, hence it's going to burn for a couple days. What the fuck, bro?
Planes don't go up running off diesel fuel.
That's no shit.
Jet A it's a higher grade diesel. It's basically the same thing.
Well, no, what I'm saying though is that like in the flash of an explosion at the top of the building, There's not going to be any. There's nothing to sustain the burn to melt the steel. Whereas if you had a fucking, like,
of that building.
I'm not going to get into the argument about diesel. I'm just saying, like, I'm just saying, man. 9/11 was a fucking inside job, probably done by the Mossad.
Here's my favorite part, Issa. I believe it was a false flag, but I'm not gonna play the woo-woo game. It has nothing to do with the buildings. The only
woo-woo. Building 7 ain't woo-woo, bro.
Look, if there were thousands of people that I witnessed those planes hitting, I don't know why you would go to the bomb thing. And whoever was talking about building 7 a second ago,
You know about the firefighters, like the interviews of them? The guys who fucking got the lung cancer and shit, that all were like, yo, there was these bombs in the building. I heard boom, 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 and fucking blah, blah, blah. Dude, there's like countless fucking eyewitness reports from these people that are like, yeah, the bomb, I heard this explosion.
Yeah, a bunch of people.
I accept their evidence. I accept their evidence over your fucking idea of what you've been looking at.
I completely understand. I understand that part. It's not correct, though. I'm sorry.
It's 100 story building coming down. I mean, the floor is pancaking. It's going to be boom when it comes down.
Yeah, everything can be explained. It's just whether or not you're willing to accept it. That's pretty much where we're at right now.
How the fuck are we still arguing about 9/11 these days? It's 2025. Get over it. Get over it. They did it to you.
Nah.
You know, it sucks.
And I think it sucks. That's a question whether or not Israel did have anything to do with that, whether it was underlying or not.
I'm telling you, look up Project for the New American Century. It says we needed a Pearl Harbor-like event, and they got it. And then we invaded Iraq and Afghanistan and fucking Iran. So,
I think Iraq was more greed.
It's more fucking just part of the fucking program of the Project for the New American Century. They wrote it down. That's the thing that gets me is it's like these motherfuckers wrote this shit down and people are like, nuh-uh. It's like, bro, this is like, it's fucked up. It's wrong. It's like that. I mean, is that more troubling to accept than the idea? Like, or is the idea so unbearable that people can't accept it? Is that what it is?
It's just that there's not a logical path to what you're trying to say is what it amounts to. There's no path.
Dude, and I got friends. How about this? Like, for all this, I saw the second plane bullshit. I got friends that went up there and pulled dead bodies out of the place. Like, I know, I get it. But
this is what you're doing, though. You're going, follow me down this path, guys, and then you're fucking sprinting up a mountain, and we can't sprint up with you. That's exactly what. And then you're going, believe me.
Well, no, I mean, but when it gets to like, Israel and that, yeah, I am racing to those fucking things and just being like, whatever. But my point is that there's reasons behind those claims. And there's reasons behind we should think that 9/11 had fucking bombs in the building. That's what it looked like, and I just think that
there was no plane. Are you saying there was no plane?
I'm not saying there was no plane. I watched the fucking plane. How about this? I watched the second plane on the TV. I'll never forget where the fuck I was. Unlike fucking George Bush Sr. and fucking JFK's assassination. I know where I was. I'm not on 3 different stories and fucking shit,
Yeah, I watched the second plane hit from the top of my college building.
Right, it's horrible. Right, it doesn't mean that there wasn't bombs in the building, though.
No, it does, because, dude, the fires were burning and burning and burning. And people are like,
was cooking.
Wait, hold on.
Was cutting
Can I finish the thought? Can I finish a thought? Thank you. So you're like, oh, the jet fuel would have burned away. Do you know how much paper, how much furniture, how much everything was in those buildings to go up? If the fires weren't burning incredibly hot, why did people make a choice to jump out the fucking hole in the building instead of,
Well, I mean, that's what happens in a fire. But my point is that, like, why does it, like, collapse in record speed at free fall speed? It's like, dude, to me, it's clear and right in its own footprint. Like, I just think, man, like, come on, bro. They took that shit down. There was enough, no airplanes fucking taking down those steel columns that were built in that fucking thing. Like, come on, bro. That shit's bullshit. That's some fucking naivety right there to believe that. It reminds me of The Godfather when fucking Kay's like, or Michael's like, some presidents have people killed, and she's like, don't be naive, Michael.
Hang on.
Presidents
Evidence
don't have
to
people
make
killed.
that.
And he's like, who's being naive, Kay? That's like you guys. You guys are like, don't be silly. Don't be silly. They wouldn't do that.
I know people that died in 9/11.
Like, I don't know. What are you
Yeah,
saying?
so hey man, I know people. Like I said, my uncle was up in there pulling dead bodies out of the fucking place. Like I'm not denying that I'm not Pete Shea up in here. I'm saying that fucking they put bombs in the building and all that shit you're saying happened.
I agree with that actually.
Okay, so you're saying
I think they might have cut. They might have cut
you're
this
telling
deal.
me they ran two planes into it and they bombed it. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, and they did it under the guise of the fucking two planes. Yeah.
Okay. Maybe you just
I'm
don't
not saying it
understand
was
how
like,
the situation worked, because it just sounds like you don't understand how it could have collapsed that way. Like, understand?
No, it sounds
the
like you
two
don't
planes
understand
hitting
that that's not gonna.
the two planes hitting it did not take that building down. The two planes hitting it and the jet fuel and the fucking burning of the whole fucking floor, all the floors and everything, was a consequence which made the fucking building fall.
The problem with that is there's too many buildings that have burned for like 36 fucking hours after they've gotten hit by an
that's
airplane.
not true.
Yeah, they fucking have. And there's no, the fucking thing free falls right into its own. The reports
Not
of
even
bombs in the building from the fire department people, the police officers, the eyewitnesses, the fucking all that shit. The people that got tossed across rooms from the explosions.
The
Like I believe
reporting of
those
people
people
hearing
over a bunch of
explosions.
internet, fucking
People were hearing
you know.
explosions. Remember that? Everybody forgets about that.
I have a question.
Jesse, I'll tell you right now that I've spoken to a lot of people. My baseball coach for 5 years unfortunately passed away that day. He was a fireman. And I'm going to tell you that what people said wasn't they heard explosions. They heard loud bangs that sounded like explosions. And that was quite, easily.
Not funny at all.
I don't interrupt you, man. So that was easily explained. That was easily explained by the elevators collapsing, the express elevators that were up 90 fucking floors. The cables let go and they slammed down 90 fucking floors. That's going to sound like a bomb when you hear it. So there is literally zero proof of the thing being brought down by an explosion, because to bring down the Twin Towers, you would have had to blow explosives on the outside of the building too.
Okay, I got. How about this? How about this? I'll find a video of. Hold on, no. I'll find a video of a fireman saying, "I heard the explosion," right? And you find a fucking video for me where they talk about, well, the fucking elevator fell down and it just sounded like an explosion.
Okay,
and let's see who gets a video and who doesn't have a fucking video when we're done.
Can I respond to what Brooklyn said, please?
All right, yeah.
You remember the 1993? Supposedly they found some bombs planted down there, right?
Yeah.
I'm not saying that's proof that that's what happened, but they've definitely tried to blow up this place before. That's all.
Terrorists wanted to take it down because the terrorist mindset, the commercialism of the West that's like it would have been a symbol of the commercialism of the West and the things they hate about Western civilization. So that's why they went after, certain target.
Sean just definitely. I had a question for him, but I'm just curious. Jesse, have you ever read the NIST report?
The NIST report.
Yeah, I'm just curious if you read it.
Nope.
Okay, me neither for a long time, but then I did, and anyway, I avoided.
So what did they say about the explosion?
I avoided reading it because I thought, why would I read this? I know it's going to be bullshit, so I just wouldn't even read it. And then I changed my mind and I decided to read it. And and I don't know. I feel like it gave me slightly better understanding of what might have happened.
Yeah, when people state that it fell into its footprint, I mean, it's very difficult to know what they mean by that.
That's not accurate.
It didn't fall over to the left or the right, did it?
But that's not strictly speaking true.
It didn't go right into its own footprint. It didn't fall at free fall speed either.
If you look at the video I just posted, and just even 4 seconds in, you can see huge flanks of the building either side through the collapse sequence, going out at least as wide as the building and more either side. And then if you wait a little longer, you can see a substantial part of the core hanging around and collapsing a little later. It wasn't like the first motion of it followed the topology and geometry of the pattern of the building we're used to seeing on the exterior. But I think the dust concealed an awful lot of dynamicism about those buildings' collapse, which don't infer that they fell in their footprint the way people think they did. Quick look at that.
I feel
video.
like you guys are like the type of guys, like, you know, if you were in jail and you guys are getting hustled and you're trying to like tell you guys like, hey, you're getting hustled by this guy over here. And you're like, no, he just needs my toothpaste.
Just watch the video.
That's I feel like
Why have you got to lunge to this point?
Fucking
Just wants my
naive,
biscuit.
That's all. He wants my piece of
toast.
Yeah, no, he's just hungrier than I am, so I'm just gonna give him my food. Like, you're just fucking retarded.
Yeah.
So there we are. If you look at, even if it's 7 seconds into that video, the camera pans up to the top and you can see the top part of the core of the building. And clearly everything on the exterior has fallen away by that point. Arguably lots of it flayed out, completely separate from the footprint. And between 7 seconds and about 9 seconds in that video, before the camera pans down, you can see a huge amount of asymmetrical, chaotic remnants of the core still standing in the middle. It's not a if it wasn't a collapse, it wasn't one that you'd associate with a systematic one done by a controlled symmetrical explosion.
There's some elite people that skated off with a lot of money. A lot of people, well, not a lot, sorry, not a lot of people. There's a couple of people that skated away benefiting from 9/11. And they made some insider trade moves right before the attack. We're gonna act like they didn't know that it was gonna happen.
Yeah,
No,
that's a completely different question, and I've always been, less, I'm not. It's like the Minister of Defence in the UK, a politician in the UK at the time, a Conservative, went on television and said the idea that no plane, America managed not to scramble a single plane to any of those incidents is beyond beyond imagination. It's unfeasible. He got in a lot of trouble for saying it. It's an acting politician in the UK cabinet said it. And I totally agree. I don't understand how much flying around happened there without, it just doesn't make any sense.
Where's Lush? Lush.
Yo.
So yeah, I didn't read the NIST report. Is there something you want to tell me from it that you think is anything you could summarize?
Well, I don't know that. I mean, the reason I never read it is because my mind was closed to it. So I was like, why would I even read it? So I guess my point was I did have to have an open mind to kind of read it. And what I think I learned from it, and your results may vary, is that I think it's not quite accurate to say that it was free fall. I think it was a little not accurate to say that, and it's not accurate to say it went into its own footprint. That's just not what happened.
The NIST report states it wasn't free fall.
The only thing that I stated in this conversation that could rebut something else I've heard, but
3 different given speeds, and one is free fall, and the other 2 are not. There's a ramping up and a slowing down.
Well, that would be the initial, and then because it was from the top to the bottom, it wouldn't have been free fall at all.
Right.
And then once it collapsed on its very last support, that would have been free fall again.
It's true that it reached free fall speed, but it didn't like the whole thing didn't collapse in free fall. That's my understanding. Like I said, your results may vary.
Yeah, it doesn't. Even still, that. And actually, you can't say it fell.
Hang on. The problem with the term free fall is nothing to.
I'll just. You better just
fall.
show you the NIST thing.
Yeah, it doesn't make it not. It doesn't. It doesn't make it not bombs in the building though. Oh well, it wasn't really actually. I mean, it did get to free fall speeds, but it didn't really come down. There was fucking bombs in the building.
Okay.
Fucking retarded.
Again, let me make it real clear. Hang on. Let me make it very clear. When they actually do an actual demolition, I want you to go and watch all your YouTube, since you like YouTube so much, and watch something very clearly. Where the initial fire off starts at. In a demo, it starts at the bottom and works its way up. In fucking 9/11, the building started at the top and it collapsed its way down.
Sean, what do you think of the NIST report, Sean?
I think it had a lot of good facts in it. And then at the exact same time, it was very clear a brush over.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, they left some stuff out for sure. I can't remember
Yeah.
what. But...
A lot of the Building 7
But why?
stuff. A lot of the faults of the building that made it that was for the reason why so many were unable to get out. There weren't enough exits. The reasoning, a lot of those things were glossed over primarily in that report. And it may sound minor, but there are probably 200 minor things that equal to a lot of what the fuck.
And there's a lot it didn't touch on. Like that's just NIST. Like there was, I don't even know if there was an investigation into like who these traders are that like made money. Like you would think that might be a good place to look, but I don't know.
Yeah, the problem with that was, and this again, I am not fucking up by the books on this. There's some shady shit. This is also at the exact same time when they went, where the fuck is $1 trillion? It was more. I know.
Yeah, and that's happened since 9/11 too. Like we've also done that again.
When that happens, what ends up happening is little things like that get glossed over. Because one of the biggest red flags for me when I started looking into this, the first thing I looked into was that who benefited from this, and then you come to find out, what was the name of it? United. I think it was 3 months prior to that, had sold off like 100 of their whatever the fuck they are. They had sold off their fleet, and they started to dumping their fucking stocks. That was the first red flag to me. What the fuck? Why would they 3 months prior, out of nowhere, just start dumping their stocks? It's like just absorbing everything. Name a time where Delta or American Airlines ever did that kind of shit. That kind of shit was why I think there was insider stuff going on.
Yo, Sean. So with that in mind, right? Like if they really did know, if they had information that it was going to go down and that they would benefit from the destruction of the World Trade Center, then why depend on a fucking airplane, dude? Just make that shit go down for sure. It's like you might as well just be.
I'll tell you right now. I'll tell you right now.
The whole time
I'll tell you right now.
The plane is headed towards the towers.
Like, I'll tell you right now.
If it's going to actually knock it down. Yeah.
I'll tell you right now, because I don't care how many booms, bangs, or pops anyone thought they heard. These not professionals who probably never really even been around an explosion. So any loud bang is an explosion to them. If they had actually demoed that fucking those buildings, I want you guys to understand it would have taken at least minimum 5,000 fucking charges. You motherfuckers, the news, everything the sound on all the speakers would have fucking popped out, and everyone would have been fucking deafened by all the fucking pops they would have fucking heard. And that was not what happened. I'm sorry. You guys don't understand how demos work. If you just go watch some demos on YouTube so you can understand the magnitude of what it takes to bring down a building.
Sean, I got a question. If I was, give or take 10 miles away, and it was brought down with demolition, I would have definitely heard the explosions, right?
Without a fucking doubt. No, there's no doubt in my mind. There's always, no matter what, I think it's at 100 tons. Anything over 100 tons, there is what's called a blast radius of 20 miles. That doesn't mean it's going to affect 20 miles, but that means you will hear it.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
I mean, for skyscrapers,
they were doing a bomb drill that day. Sorry.
For skyscrapers, and for very tall buildings, when they do a demolition, you can hear typically the detonation sequences of the charges are ripple up and down, and there's usually a delay. It ripples up once, then you hear a delay, and then things start moving. It ripples down twice, and you get all these kind of symmetries of explosions, which are very, very clinical, very, very clear. And another point is with a very, very tall building, they tend to walk them down. They don't actually want them to fall on the footprint. They walk them down. And of course, in New York, that's not possible anyway. And you wouldn't want to use that mechanism there. But controlled demolition.
No. That is.
Follow anything.
They take down buildings in New York all the time with the method you just said, where they walk them in. It basically what it does. It's like folding the walls into each other. It's fucking badass to see.
Sure, but you can physically see the top of the building effectively transfer across the surface. They literally clear an area around the building and get in, I don't know, and they get it to sort of like fall down as it comes down. But like as you said, if you're laying charges on that,
I got an idea, my fellow bombers here. How about we just set the charges to blow it
never
out
mind, it didn't matter
opposite?
what I'm saying. No tanks.
We'll
what
do
you're
it
saying is so
opposite.
important, isn't it? No tanks. It really is
Yeah,
so
what
important.
we're going to do is we're going to do it opposite, so that
No, I
all
don't
the
think what you're going to say
who
is
have
important.
seen
Tanks.
the
I don't think what
who
you're
have
going to do.
seen
What
all
you're
of the
saying wasn't important.
YouTube bombing,
They'll
they'll be like, oh, there's no way that it was a
No, why should
standard
we have to
one.
listen to you? No,
It has to be an unstandard one because it went out, and then the ones I've seen on YouTube go in. I mean, that's what we're going to do. That's what we're going to do. We're going to switch it around. Yeah, we're going to switch it around. Where it kind of explodes outward, and then everybody will be like, dude, that's not what I saw on YouTube. It can't be true. We solved it.
Why would you? So getting it to explode out in a completely non-symmetrical way as if it was actually.
That's how we're. Yep, we're going to throw everybody off the trail.
Fuck it, fuck it. No tanks. Why don't we just get the spaceship from fucking Independence Day and have it just do a fucking beam laser down the center of it and blow it out like that?
Because that's what you guys wouldn't believe it. You know, you wouldn't be able to argue it.
Yeah, it's the same thing.
I've never
exact
seen
thing.
YouTube. I've never seen
You
a YouTube
interrupted
video
a
with
perfectly
laser
decent
with the blue
conversation for
beam.
this nonsense. No tanks.
I've never seen it with the blue beam. I've seen it only in green, so it can't because YouTube only shows green, so it can't be true. That would have
go back
to
to
be.
your Bible. Let's get on
That'd
with
have to be the argument. Well, I mean, your guys' points are, Pazza, while you're like, I don't know what you're doing. You're like doing some girly shit while I'm talking. But like your points are that's
you
not what
interrupted me,
should be
you
done.
idiot.
That's not what should be done. If you're going to do it perfectly and to the T of how it should be done as a demolition, so therefore it's not a demolition.
I'm just going to wait for the boring twat.
That was it.
Let's chill, guys. Let's chill. Come on. Let's not insult
point.
each other.
Yeah, somebody needs to ban this Pazza guy. That's what has to happen.
Yeah, actually,
he's out of control.
So I'm looking.
He's out of control. He's just.
I'm looking for
Well, I was
sources of his claim.
talking and you
Can I
interrupted
say,
me. Everybody witnessed it.
guys, come on.
No, it's been too long. You've bitched too long that nobody remembers your, whatever happened to you.
So the explosions that were reported to be at her, they apparently went off before the planes hit. Like this is something that I'm trying to fucking get evidence of right now, though. But I remember that. I remember the claims were that the explosions were going off before anybody ever saw a plane.
There was
you remember
one
hearing that,
guy.
Brooklyn?
There was
You're
one guy. Yeah, there was one guy. I believe he was a maintenance worker in the towers, and he said that he heard bangs right before, not like long before, literally an instant before he heard the plane hit. So I don't know.
Only one guy, right? Yeah, I want multiple guys.
There was literally there was one guy. I remember what he even looks like, man. Kind of heavy set Spanish guy. You know, like I remember seeing the interviews with him. So, like I said, man, World Trade Center 7, you want to talk about that one? I got questions there myself, but I saw a fucking plane hit the second one, and I watched the fucking things come down, and then I watched fucking papers from it after the building collapsed fucking float down onto my house fucking 16 miles away. So, like,
Well, yeah, thank God they got the guy's passport, right? Because fucking, hey, what would we do without the passport that we got?
Again, you can add the shady. You can add the shady parts. You can add to the shady parts, but the shady parts don't mean it didn't. That the main.
Well, it burned down the steel fucking. It burned down the steel fucking building. But somehow a passport made it out of his pocket, out of the fucking building. I mean, you guys gotta be the dumbest fucking group of people I've ever met in my life.
Tell the shady shit all you want. It's fine, but understand that shady shit doesn't change the fact that you claimed to that and the explosion didn't happen.
Hey, is that in the NIST report? How the fucking passport made it out?
All right, moderation, guys. Moderation. This is unlistenable. All right, we gotta go one at a time.
Paper makes it out of plane crashes all the time. The largest single plane wreck in history was that 747 that crashed into a mountain in Japan after the fucking the stabilizer blew out in the back. And they found notes from people's pockets in front of their planes that they wrote to their families to say goodbye. So paper makes it out of plane crashes all the time, even ones that go directly, controlled flight into the ground. It happens all the time.
Oh, there you go.
But this,
No, controlled flight
the
into the
amount of
ground makes sense. Not in a fucking 83rd whatever floor it was on the inside of a building. You know what I mean? So it's just a bunch of bullshit. You're retarded, and I don't know how else to explain it to you.
Well, it could be that everything in the fuselage of the plane, when it hits the outer part of the building, keeps moving, and it pops out the other side because
Dude, the mental
dynamics.
gymnastics. Cirque du Soleil level mental gymnastics again. Right, here we go. Great job.
Where did all the
Can I-
office
can I comment
paperwork?
on-
That was, where did the cavalcade of paper, office paper, come from, Isa?
Don't you think it's funny that those passports survived? Let's say by miracle they survived. What's the chances of those terrorists that did this? Like, are you guys serious, man? Is there anything that you won't believe?
I see they survive plane crashes all the time, man. They do. Weird shit survives plane crashes. You're in a pressurized container, it hits and explodes, and things just fucking blast away. And the lighter things,
I'll give you
lighter things that are lighter blast further away from the explosion. So they don't get as damaged. That's just what happens, man. If you watch that, what's it called? It's different names throughout the world, but it's a Canadian show, I believe, Air Disasters or Air Crash Investigations. If you watch that, it is crazy the kind of shit that survives plane crashes that are like a plane nosediving 30,000 feet, and somehow people's passports and notes they wrote survive. Like, that's crazy. It just happens.
It does sound crazy, and the probability, like you're saying, SC, of the fucking terrorist guy's passport making it out of all the passengers, yeah, that's definitely seems, like that doesn't
winning the lottery, bro. I mean, come on,
I don't know
just
if
that
that-
alone.
that's 1 in a million or something.
What
I don't
would,
know.
what
if
would
it's that-
Pazza say here? Would you say, Pazza, that that is proof of God's existence?
No, I wouldn't.
Yes.
I don't think the passports necessarily make any sense. And there is no-
Thanks. You're so funny,
Let
man.
me finish. Let me finish, for God's sake. What's the matter with
Down
you?
to deny the passports. It's easy. You
No,
gotta
I'm
know
not
your
gonna
enemy.
I'm not going to deny the passports. They could have been. You can argue because it's so unfeasible that they were planted there. However, the passports that were found of Ziad Jarrah and Said Al Ghamdi, wherever it was, the terrorists alleged to be in the building, were both Saudis. Now, if the US government used this entire thing to attack who they did as a pantomime to attack who they did, because they attacked the wrong people, why didn't they put the passports associated with Iraqis in there? Why did they put Saudi Arabia? You know what I'm saying? I mean, we all know that that they tell us that everyone seems to be under the impression that the people who flew into the planes were from the country that America didn't justify a fucking two-decade war attack afterwards, and Saudi walked away scot-free. So I don't know why they put them there if they weren't pointing to the people they wanted to actually attack.
Yeah, that's a good point. I've never heard anybody make it before.
But it's incredibly unfeasible they came out, and it's incredibly unfeasible the only two that did come out were the terrorists. I give you that until we're blue in the face.
Yeah, that's the whole idea, bro. I mean, it smells set up like this is so obvious, man. Like, I don't get you guys, bro. A 40-story building falls in near free fall, man.
No,
That
so
is
you've
a big thing, man. There's no way to explain that physically.
Now it's near free fall.
Yeah, you've
Near
leapt.
free fall, yeah.
You've leapt from me looking
Because
at
it's
one
not in a
aspect
vacuum.
of this. I've looked at one aspect of this, which could be a plant of passports, and said, yes, that could be nefarious. And you said, because I now accept that, I've got to accept every other point that's made.
Near
I didn't say that.
free fall. Oh, shut the fuck.
But I see, are we supposed to take Building 7, right, and what happened with that, and then just extrapolate that because that building may have been brought down? And like I said, I got questions. I read the NIST report on that. I read the report from, I think it was the University of Alaska Fairbanks, where they were like, all the connectors let go at the same time. Sure, maybe there's questions about that one. But that doesn't mean they brought down the other two. You know what I mean? Like, you can't just say, well, that one looks funky, so the other two must have been done too. That's not how it works, you know?
Well, if at the same time this happened, you're questioning one building. Okay, I understand how you're thinking about it, but even the other two buildings, they have questions in on their own, right? Like, where's all the material? It's like they melted, bro.
You remember Trump standing on top of the building? It was like a little hump there. It was barely higher than like an ambulance or two in height. Where did all the
there was like there was like a 12-story building underneath the ground that it collapsed into. Like the underground there, right underneath World Trade Center, was insane. There was a fucking mall. There was all sorts of crazy shit down there. So when the building went down, let me tell you, there was a lot of material. I went by it a bunch of times in the days and weeks afterwards, and hell, I go out to Staten Island. I got family out there. The part of the dump that they were using to move the metal to, it was the scale isn't really appreciated. You can't really appreciate the scale unless you see it in person. So. But
how about the little balls? The little balls they found, the little metal bowling.
Thermite. It's supposed to be evidence of thermite.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff, bro. If you look into it.
Do you know what? Do you know what that thermite is used for? Hang on. Do you know what the thermite is used for?
Tell us.
What?
It's used for cutting thick steel really fucking fast, indicative of a rescue.
A rescue. Okay. Oh my God, bro! Is there anything?
Now, I want you to. Here's something very important, and you can go ahead and fact check me when I'm done saying it. Understand this: thermite does not ignite like that. It is something that is added to a welding rod. Don't you weld? Something that's added to a welding rod to make the burn hotter. It is not something that ignites like a bullet, like gunpowder does. Doesn't do that. Understand? It needs like I think it's like over 1,000 degrees temperature to even ignite.
And that thermite is only found in one place, though. I see that thermite is a little fishy because it was one guy who tested it, and the way he got that debris was a woman claimed she wiped it up from within her apartment, which was several blocks from ground zero. So it's kind of hard to consider that legitimate evidence when all we got is this lady's word that she got it from her apartment. They didn't find it in no other apartments. They didn't find it anywhere else. I mean, you know, one thing does not make it true that it existed. And I believe, and I'm not 100% sure, but I believe that a part of thermite is rust. Like, it's one of basically iron oxide. So I don't know, man. I don't know about that. You know, saying that they found thermite, it doesn't really count when it was just one lady finding it in her apartment, supposedly.
Listen, I'm hearing a lot of like, it's like America. It's like one of the staples. Frank Sinatra sings about this place. It's an epic place, right? But if I were to tell you guys, because we're all like Americans, most of us. If I were to tell you, yo, they just flew an airplane into the, into the what's it called, the Kremlin, the Russian thing, or the Taj Mahal,
the Kremlin.
And the whole thing, Kremlin, yeah, and it's gone. They just flew an airplane into it. The whole thing is gone. What do you guys think? That sounds right?
Or is it a skyscraper?
It's
yeah, the Kremlin. If I just flew an airplane into the Kremlin, would you guys be like, oh shit, that shit's probably gone. It's probably dust by now.
It's different architecture, though. So
it does not sound reasonable to fly an airplane into the Kremlin and it disappear.
It doesn't sound reasonable to compare a 5-story max sprawling building with a relatively narrow footprint skyscraper, does it really?
All right, so then we're good then. It's not reasonable to say that an airplane took this thing out on its own.
Reduce it to reduce a wide building like for example, take the Pentagon. If a jumbo jet could hit the Pentagon and not destroy the entire Pentagon, would you think that's a reasonable thing to say?
Yeah, I saw that fake report also with no debris.
Even if you think a plane didn't hit the Pentagon, a 747 slamming into the Pentagon is not going to cause the complete catastrophic collapse of the entire structure. That would be unreasonable, wouldn't it, to think that?
Right. That's what I'm saying. So what building do you think it is possible to take out with even a house? You think my house would disappear with an airplane flying into it?
Yes.
Every trace of my house would be gone.
Yes. You want me to show you a picture of that? What that looks like?
Okay, so you think that that's about what an airplane can do? It can take out a house without leaving any trace. You wouldn't even know it was a house. You'd be like, I don't know, what was that? What did that used to be? They had a basement, so it must have been a pile of ash.
But a skyscraper is, by definition, a relatively small footprint building with a lot of stuff above it. So if it smashes into that and causes it to collapse, but I wouldn't expect a Boeing 747 to hit the World Trade Center and immediately everything be completely obliterated. Your house, yes. Craterous mess. A skyscraper, no. Left vulnerable and potentially in a collapsing situation, and something the size of the Pentagon, no, partially damaged with even with some parts of the damage, possibly no one being fully aware of what happened. That's the nature of the different symmetries, but you can't draw a direct comparison between them, can you?
It seems like it does seem like it does seem like the skyscraper is the only thing that could disappear from reality by being hit with an airplane.
No.
Yeah, look at the picture I posted of the Pentagon. You're going to tell me now, you're going to make the equation of a plane hitting this building, causing this damage, and hitting the other buildings and bringing down a 40-story, a 100-story building. And you don't see the cog this in this. It's amazing, bro.
Not at all, because there's look at the picture I posted. That's that's the Pan Am Lockerbie bombing by the Iranians over Scotland. That's a plane that had a Boeing 747 in 1978 or something, 77, flying from London Gatwick to New York. Bomb in a suitcase before anybody had any security in place, and it plummeted onto a village. And that's a row of houses. Where that crater is, you can see how much of that's being partially cleared out. It's a partial evacuation gone on there for forensics, but you can see that there are literally houses that disappeared. That's to be expected, right? In your picture of the Pentagon, the argument is that it slammed into
Where's the before picture that there was a house even there?
You don't think that you think we don't have an ordnance survey in the UK of mapped Scottish towns?
I don't know. I mean, you're making a claim here that there used to be a house where the crater is, and then an airplane dug into the ground, took the dirt away, and the house.
Taza,
What'd you say?
I have a question.
Yeah.
When it comes to the Pentagon, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
We saw basically, unfortunately, great footage of the 9/11 incident, or the Twin Towers.
Yeah.
So when people bring that into question, it really sounds ridiculous. But when there are we know there were limited eyewitnesses at the Pentagon, outside of the Pentagon, and they kind of they didn't really say a plane. It was very weird. But the worst part being the Pentagon being the most secured location in the United States, having the shittiest footage from 2 locations, when we absolutely know that there's probably 100 cameras fixated on that area.
It's as suspect as fuck.
Yep.
Well, okay. My only thing on that is I don't think that they've really shown us everything that they've got from that personally. I know there was other security cams like on gas stations and stuff around that they did get. We know they got that footage, but we haven't seen it. And the thing about the one frame of video that we do have, I would also argue that probably the Pentagon is not the most protected. I'm sure some military base is way more protected than the Pentagon.
No, that's what Pentagon says.
Okay, well, in 2001 they say that. I don't know about that. Maybe you're right. But in 2001, security camera, we were dealing with standard definition, 30 frames per second. But for security cameras, it's like 5 frames per second or even less. Like sometimes it's like 1 frame every few seconds. So I don't know. Maybe there was more cameras they never released, but it's hard to say that we should have seen more from the one camera where they got the 1 frame, considering the speed of some.
No. I that's the problem I have. I feel like they were. I 100% agree. I think there's probably 99% more footage that they are not releasing. The problem is that what they did release was that grainy ass split, a blurb of something. And I'm sorry, I do believe that even at that time, you wouldn't. go, their technology is equivalent to what we would have had, and that it would have looked like that with our technology at the time. I think they would have had much better security than ours, especially for identification and seeing things.
Yeah, but it flew over bumper to bumper traffic.
Dude, around that same time period,
Right.
I watched
Literally
CIA
flew over.
cameras follow Will Smith around New York City.
Huh.
You know, until they found out this what he was up to.
It is
What are you talking
suspect.
about?
Like, I mean, that footage came out of the FOIA request from Judicial Watch. I don't know. I enlisted the day after 9/11, and I've been in the Army ever since because I was living in Syracuse when it happened. And my mom went up there, and because she's a nurse and was one of the responders or volunteers, I guess you could say, to go help folks. But the Pentagon thing, man, I'm telling you, that's one thing that I've never been able to fucking like kind of settle my mind with because it is suspect as fuck. And like, well, I will say this though. In 2001,
Location.
well,
Where did it hit?
in 2001, like there were technological like we didn't have surveillance cameras everywhere. Were actually, you know, they weren't as prolific as everything now, and not everybody had a cell phone. There were no cell phones back then, so to not have footage.
What are you talking about?
I'll finish this point. To not have a ton of footage does make sense, but the footage that they released based on that FOIA request, if you analyze it frame by frame, it does like it's weird, man.
Like
I don't know.
somebody
But
knew
you
it
have
was
the
coming in, and
witnesses-
they were like, "Here it comes in, 3 o'clock, boom, yep, there we go." There was no mess up, no accident, no looking here, filming the birds. Oh, look, filming this. Oh, I wonder what that airplane's doing. Who the fuck stops what they're doing anytime during any event and says, "Look at this airplane in the sky. I'm just gonna focus on it." And then what kind of airplane is it? And then could you really see it from 16 miles away, like the gentleman just claimed? So if it's 525 feet of curve, missing fucking building, right, in 11 miles, how much do you think there is in 16? And this dude just said he saw a airplane. I don't know what the fuck that means, but you'd have to bet your life on what kind of airplane, and you'd have to know which kind from which while they're
Well,
flying.
Demo, there were multiple witnesses. One was a cop.
Of what? Of what?
Of a plane coming very low and then hitting the Pentagon. Yeah. So there was multiple witnesses to it, but like, yeah, I don't know. The footage that they released, it's, I don't know. It's so weird, man.
So here's
You
here's
can
the
barely
thing, though.
call it footage. It's like one frame.
Well, here's what we can do. We can
Right.
take steel beams, and we can take a can of fuel and rocket it at the steel beam all fucking day, and see which one knocks it down. Just one steel beam. Fuck the bullshit.
Okay, hey, how about this? We take a steel beam, we stand it up, right? Or it doesn't matter. Take a steel beam, and then we'll put something really heavy on top of it. And then I'm gonna get a torch, and I'm gonna heat that fucking steel up as much as I can. At some point, do you think that steel will get weak?
You're gonna heat it up as much as you can with a torch. No, you're supposed to aim
Yeah.
a little airplane model full of gasoline at it and smack-a-roo and take her down.
Okay.
That's what we're
That's what
looking
you think
for.
happened.
The actual
Okay. That's
airplane,
what you're
a
looking
little
for.
steel airplane model, Sean. You understand we can do this. We're fucking not retarded. And then we can get a little steel building, 4 pillars if you want, put a big rock on them or whatever you want. Let's see what that plane does compared to the rate.
In the
Do the
bucket
size.
with refraction.
No, you're gonna see it live in front of your face. You're gonna see a fucking 4 cement pillars with a square of cement. Just fill it all in with cement if you want, or not. Whatever you want to do. Make a little bit of cement on the outside, like you just got some drywall, and 4 steel fucking things. Encapsulate the explosion as soon as it gets in there. Make sure it's trapped. Plastic, but I don't care what you can use cement, cinder blocks, whatever. So hit the cinder block, knock the steel beam, and just take the whole thing down. And it's only gonna be 10 foot tall. A 10-foot, 4 steel beams with some cement around them and stuff, just a makeshift little 10-foot twin tower, and then hit them with stuff. See what it does.
That's not how you. That's not how you do simulations of buildings. Those are by building it at smaller scale.
That's not how you do stuff.
Right.
No, you
You
can't
don't
do
hit
that.
steel with stuff that you think knocked the steel down.
Well, you have to
So
take
how do you
into
do a mismatched version of your thing that's not what you claim? How are we going to do that?
Well, you just can't build a smaller scale version of it and expect it to
Says
behave
who?
the same.
Says who? Somebody who
Well,
doesn't want to.
Anybody that studies
Tell that
physical
to a
science.
model, dude. Model planes are made every day.
Carry on,
Shut up.
Denmark. Carry on.
Demo.
Model planes
Demo.
are real. Why do you guys deny model planes?
Demo, come on, man.
Please. Come on, why are you guys denying model planes? Something wrong with you guys.
Model planes are different than real planes.
So are model planes real? I got a big plane and a little plane.
but-
How are
but-
they different?
They're
I mean,
built
we're having such a
atomic
nice
scale, the way certain atomic scaling might be different for.
Yeah, most real planes aren't built of wood and glue anymore.
So use
Well, he
a
didn't
big
say
plane.
that.
Use a
NASA,
big
stop,
plane
NASA.
and a 10-foot steel building. Make your 10-foot building steel and use a life-size jet and see if it just takes down my 10-foot steel beams.
Oh my God, that's not how it works.
Oh my God,
have
are
to
you
model.
afraid? Why are you
No, I'm
afraid?
afraid because you're stupid. That's why.
You just so happen to have a jet that's not going to work anymore that you could just crash down
I
into
just so
some
happen to
creek?
know that you don't understand anything about engineering. For one,
Stop. Okay,
I
just
mean,
stop.
but Denmark,
no, not everything scales up 1 to 1.
Yeah, they have built, physical dynamical models of this on computers where and they use this for they use it for ballistics, for weapons and everything. So they understand how one thing traveling at high speed, whether it be steel, aluminium, fuel, would impact on something else. They can work all that out. I don't think most people in science don't think that a 747 or whatever it was, 767 traveling at that speed with that much mass, slamming into a steel building wouldn't go through. Question is that the contention should really be what happened inside the buildings, not really the fact that that a jumbo jet flying that fast would punch through.
Well, I mean, you can see on the video like the amount of it came out the other side. You know, the thing is like, oh, go ahead.
Sorry, go on. No, sorry. Go on.
I was just gonna say like those like architects design skyscrapers in America. I don't know about on your guys' side of the pond, but they design them to withstand hits from aircraft. I mean that is a fact. That's why it's also called a skyline. You know what I mean? But like a fucking jetliner that's full of fuel, like that's a different animal. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah. I know what you're saying. I mean, there are other, like you say, the I can't remember the name of the Japanese guy, is one of the principal structural architects. He did models, like you say, of I think it was a 747, not what was it, 727 contemporary one when it was designed, hitting it. And
I would imagine. As Paz is talking. I would imagine.
The lower floors were not weak enough to just tumble, to just no. That pancaking was some bullshit. Show me more pancaking.
Hold on, don't interrupt.
Email me pancakes
wouldn't it
in
be
the morning at Gmail with your fucking pancake shop.
That's right, Don. Now, I don't think any other planes would be allowed to fly over this airspace, other than jetliners, over the airspace of where skyscrapers are present.
Would you think they think they were authorized to fly there?
No, over top of it, yeah, they could be.
Do you think those people that flew those planes into those buildings got
Yes,
authorization
so
from
I know
air
what you're
traffic
going to ask me.
control to do it?
I know what you're going to ask me. And if anybody was to say the buildings are built to withstand an airplane crash, the only ones they would be built to withstand would be jetliners, because those are the only ones approved to fly over that airspace. Wouldn't be little crop dusters. Wouldn't be left lane. Yeah.
Well, if you didn't interrupt me, I'd have said that the Japanese architect who
And
did the
also,
structure. There you go.
No,
Carry on then.
I have nothing else. Go ahead.
Carry on then. You're doing a marvelous job, No Tanks.
Yeah, don't interrupt. Go ahead, Pata.
The
It's Pazza, sir. It's Pazza.
The evaluation of the evaluation that the Japanese structural architect did was of what would happen when to the buildings if like 727 or 737 flew at cruising altitude, cruising speed into the side of the building in terms of shear and in terms of immediate catastrophic deformation of the buildings, and
that does make sense. Yep.
And that was the sense in which he evaluated it, and clearly, and there are people who are in the like 4, 5, or 6 floors down from one of the impact zones, who obviously were thrown about by the impact, and couldn't get their door open in the office without pulling on it very hard because the internal, all even all the screed doors and all the shit in there had been moved around. I mean, it was there's no question about the buildings didn't move a hell of a lot when that happened. And there's countless seismological arrays around in the New York State that picked up the impacts and then picked up the collapse sequences. Interestingly, none of those seismographs picked up a succession of extremely high concentration patterned detonation sequences.
Right. Yeah. And that was my big. I don't know. Like, I know the architects, like, there was a lot of engineers and architects that came out, but like that was my big thing about like they were missing the point. Like, the planes hit the towers collapsed because of the plane impact and obviously the jet fuel and everything weakening the structure. After it was already weakened from the impact. But to SE's point, what happened after, like, that's the real shit that fucking a lot of truthers didn't focus on. They focused on like this phenomenon of these buildings collapsing at near free fall speeds. Yes, but we have forces of gravity and all sorts of stuff. And then there was another rumor about like detonations and all that. But if you think about a building collapsing, that might be a reasonable explanation for it. But like, when you get into the money of it, though, after the fact, that's when
Yeah,
I don't know. It's weird. It gets fucking weird.
Sure, you can
You gotta
definitely
believe
make
in Santa Claus after that, bro. It's Santa Claus time.
you've definitely got to believe. There's definitely plenty of wiggle room to believe that someone's exploited that in so many ways. Like the Halliburton, Iraq. The nonsense like with the wars and everything they got that didn't achieve anything and were aiming at the wrong person and were in fact just orchestrated to get someone they wanted to get anyway that they'd had a run in with before. George Bush Senior. All that makes complete sense, and all that is equally as nefarious. Yeah, and you can even make an argument, if you really want to, that someone just did turn their back on it and let it happen. Didn't give a fuck about who was in the country. Did give a fuck about the training simulator stuff. The alleged stories of that. Don't know if that's entirely true or not. Getting on the edge of loose change, then what's in that, and clearly a lot of stuff in loose change is a bit of a contrivance. But that notwithstanding, the notion that nothing was scrambled and it unfolded the way it did, it was still a bit wobbly.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, again, my personal opinion, not as a fucking army dude, and I do not represent the DoD or the army in any way when I say this, but like, and SE and I have talked about this a couple times, but like the the fucking fact about like some of these insurance claims, if you follow that money, like the thing about the truther movement, right? Like they were kind of focused on like, okay, these buildings went in there, or well, some flat earthers say the planes. Some flat earthers say like the planes weren't even there, that was fake. Whatever. But like the fact that it happened, and it being this grand conspiracy of like the U.S. government to organize this, fly the planes themselves, disappear these people, all of that is fucking preposterous to me. But what I find even more offensive is that they let it happen. And like that question is actually resurging now. Tucker Carlson did an interesting interview with a guy. Oh man, I forget his fucking name. I'll find it, but it's definitely something that everyone should listen to if they have skepticism about the events on 9/11. But like the events of 9/11 aren't the events themselves are not like the thing that's not real, right? It's leading up to that and the failure of the intelligence community and afterwards, like that's where I think
people died and people's lives were ruined. That part's true.
Sure. An awful lot of people, met an untimely and arguably protracted demise that they knew was coming. A lot of people suffered as a consequence of that, and like you say, a lot of people advanced their own agendas and a lot of people made a lot of money out of that. But then isn't that always the way that someone makes a fuck ton of money out of someone suffering somewhere in the world at any given time?
I mean, yeah, maybe. I don't know, but like, I'm not a Dick
I'm
Cheney
not saying
fan.
it's right. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying this. I'm not dismissing all those things. I think it was used for leverage for the Patriot Act for all that other stuff. It was used to. It changed the power. It changed the power symmetry between the Senate, Congress, and the presidency that never really bounced back from that. It changed the psyche of America to some degree, didn't it? Irrevocably.
I mean, it did, and I think Bush was kind of a willful idiot, to be honest with you. Again, my personal opinion, not as an officer in the DoD or the Army, but like he was kind of like a willful idiot. Like his father was a far more like, I don't know, just he was. I'm not gonna. Well, smart is probably the word, right? George Bush was the kid that was getting drunk and doing coke, right? But like, yeah, it's. I don't know, man. It's.
Weren't they grooming his brother for the job?
Yeah.
Jeb? No, I don't. I don't know. Jeb, no.
I think so, bro.
Yeah, Jeb was in politics and stuff when he had a
Yeah, he was a governor of Florida, but yeah, I don't. I know that they were not his father. Like his father, his father and Alan Dulles and these guys were the ones that fucking, came from World War II. They established the CIA. Alan Dulles, I fucking think he was definitely probably the man that killed Kennedy. That's my opinion. But another conspiracy that there's so many rabbit holes to go down. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah.
And Cheney was like the thing about Halliburton, right? So like one thing that I actually was in the invasion of Iraq, right? So I went to Kuwait, and we were sitting there in Kuwait, and then the order came, for us to go. So got in our helicopters and we went. But the thing about Halliburton, dude, I was just, I mean, because we did ground combat operations, not for like, it was like a month and a half, maybe 2 months. And then all these dudes showed up and they built like, sometimes they were tents, but they were really sophisticated tents. They had air conditioning, all this stuff. And then like all of a sudden we're having cheeseburgers and fucking lobster and all this other shit. And I was just so impressed with like the logistics of it. But then like, money can do that, and it was like the contracting thing just took off,
Yeah. The stories of like vehicles being abandoned because of rid of tires true, or was that just a kind of a
Are you talking about the withdrawal of Afghanistan? What are you talking about?
Yeah, well, someone said to me, I don't know when it was, but someone said to me that like Humvees were burnt on the spot because they didn't have a wheel for it and they had to get out somewhere quickly, so they just left it and burnt it. This sort of thing.
Not in my experience. I mean, so I was in the 101st Airborne. We were light infantry. We lost a couple Humvees when we tried to cross. So because we went in there in March, and that's like the rainy season, and these wadis will fill up with water like, I mean, exponentially. It's like flash flooding. So we lost a couple Humvees with that. But no, I'm not like during that time. I'm not tracking anybody just abandoning shit. No. I mean, we went. No. I mean, the poor Iraqi army. Like, first of all, none of these people wanted to fucking fight for Saddam. They fucking hated him. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
He was a terrible human being. His sons, which I was on that raid as well, terrible human beings. Like they fucking hated him. Like they literally, what they did was especially in the Fedayeen, like they literally took their families hostage to make people fight. And that was a difficult part, but yeah. No. It wasn't a fair fight at all.
Must be fucking scary though. Excuse my French.
Oh, I was fucking scared the whole time, man. Yeah.
Oh, brother, imagine fighting a trained army like Iran or Russia.
I'm not worried about Iran. SE, like they're terrible. Russia is also Russia's decent. I'm worried about the Chinese, man, because they have the time and space to evolve, and
Oh
they're
yeah, I
actually
didn't even mention the Chinese. You know, they're actively training to destroy your naval fleet, right? That's their number one goal, and they have a mock-up in the desert of an aircraft carrier which they practice on. It's
Yeah,
crazy.
I mean,
We should be worried about China.
I mean, if we went to war tomorrow, we would win. But like the problem is like we're so connected globally, especially economically, I should say, not globally. I know it's controversial. Economically, that like we would win tonight, but like it's not going to happen. Neither side wants it. But I am worried.
How do you think you would win? Like against China? When you say win, what do you mean? Like a ground war?
No, well, it's so like
are you eliminating nukes or are you including nukes?
No, what I'm like we would have air superiority. The problem is like getting over there. That's the tyranny of distance thing. But once we did, as long and we could establish air superiority. Like then it's over. The problem is,
but you mentioned one very important thing with other people didn't mention, and since you're an army guy, right? You know what I'm talking about. How would you get your troops from the States to the front line in China? How would you do that?
With the Navy and the Air Force.
Right. And you remember World War II with the U-boats? How successful do you think you're going to be?
If we do it today, we would be good. But if we wait, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like they're modernizing. I mean, quicker than anyone else is, man. So
yeah, but did you know that they produce, I think, 40 times the amount of ships that you guys do right now? China alone.
Yeah, they're accelerating their development of their navy very quickly because they realize like sea power is the way that they're gonna, which they're already establishing a buffer zone in the South China Sea. If you look at the Spratly Islands, how they built these islands on coral reefs, yeah, yeah, man, I'm with you, bro. It's gonna get scary.
Somebody understands, bro, and you're in the army, so I feel good. Like at least you know what I'm talking about, because most people I tell this to, oh, you love China, you love Russia, and they have no idea like what it takes to bring that amount of men across the ocean.
Yeah, it's one of the. It is like logistics wins war. Like logistics wins war. Like wars. Period. There is no other. I mean, Intel. I guess you could argue that. I mean, I'm an Intel guy, and I'm a little biased with that, right? But logistics, man, that's what wins wars. Because like you're gonna start a fight, you're gonna know what you're getting into in a fight from the Intel guys, right? But can you fucking sustain it? Like that is what wins wars. How we won.
Bringing food, weapons, and fuel to the front line. Exactly that. And I was trying to tell them, like the battle groups, right? The United States battle groups. That's a formidable force, right? But they have a limited amount of countermeasures. Do you agree?
Well, it depends on what threat I guess you're talking about.
Supersonic ballistic missiles.
Those are a challenge. I can't get into specifics, right? But but yes, those are a challenge. And
yeah, they're a big challenge. And I'll give the specifics since you can't. The Chinese have war gamed this, and they, in their war games, they found that it takes 6 of their missiles to down an aircraft carrier, and those are unstoppable. They're supersonic, and there is currently no countermeasures unless you know different.
Well, that's if they can do it. So I'll just leave it at that. But I know, like Chinese propaganda is a thing too, and like this is part of their strategy because they do multi-domain operations and they want to dominate the information space. Like the information space is something that's very different, right, than it was from World War II and the last time that we've seen like significant global large-scale combat operations happen. You know, but now we're in the 21st century, so it's a little different. But yeah, I mean, I'm with it.
Yeah, well, think of it this way, right? And I'm sure you can talk about this, right? The Houthis, a ragtag army, right, managed to dissuade the presence, shall we put it politely, of your fleet of one of the battle groups. I forget which one it was. You're aware of that, right? The one that lost two airplanes while they were maneuvering to avoid the missiles of this ragtag terrorist army, quote unquote.
Well, they're so the Houthis are a little bit sophisticated because of their Iranian support. And then you also have like you have Russian weapon systems that are proliferated across the battlefield because like the Iranians get them, then they give them to the Houthis and all that. Like, so like part of my career was in SOCOM as an intel analyst, and like so I've been to Yemen, I've been to Syria, like I've been to so many different countries, and but like it kind of depends on like are they able to get these parts to them and all this other stuff. So, and what you're talking about specifically, no, the U.S. did a actually pretty solid response. And if, I mean, you can kind of see what that was. You can Google it.
Posted it in the chat.
Yeah.
Well, they made a deal. That response, you know that your president made a deal with them, right? You're aware of that?
Well, no, I wouldn't. I guess.
Look into it.
I mean,
the
I guess
United States got, shall we say, I don't want to put it in bad terms, but you had to surrender to the Houthis. You made a deal with the Houthis, a terrorist group, bro. Maybe you're not aware of it.
No, I wouldn't call it a deal.
What would you call it?
Negotiation, I guess. I don't know.
It's embarrassing.
Like,
it's embarrassing.
They're not even very accurate, you know. But like the U.S. has a vested interest in like the Houthis or whoever it is, like Yemen becoming a stable country. So you have to realize like there's calculus outside of that. It's not just military force. I mean, that's what DIME is: diplomacy, information, military, economics. Right? Those are the pillars of power when you're talking on a global scale, and you're going to be a nation state actor, which is relatively new for us fucking human apes, right? So I wouldn't draw that conclusion.
Well, it was all over the news. I mean, I even heard the press, I think, talk about it. The fact of the matter is they were lobbing missiles at you guys, and you made a deal with them. And you're right, they weren't able to pinpoint a location of the ships. That's the only reason why you got away with it. If they had targeting capabilities like the United States has, and like Iran has, and like China or Russia, it would have been a whole different story. If you tangle with Iran, they're gonna obliterate your navy, bro, with the rockets. It's gonna be hard time.
No, not Iran. No, like this is where like I differ from the news. Like in my specialty is the Middle East. That's where I've spent 2 decades. The Iranians cannot do what the news tells you. I'm sorry, they can't. Like,
have you been watching Israel? The targeting that they've been doing. Have you been watching what's going on? They hit their Pentagon. You know that, right? Direct hit.
Yeah, they are amazing. Like they made up. It's out of a movie. They literally staged a fake phone call. They got the entire chain of command of the Iranian Air Force into a bunker, and that was one of the first targets they struck. So, like,
yeah, that was amazing operation. I'm not saying no, you know, and that was they fooled them, by the way, right? They lulled them into a sense of being calm because they were in negotiation. That was like a sneak thing. But yeah, that was master planned. But I'm talking about the Iranian missiles that hit the Israeli Pentagon, and they're firing them at will right now at night. The Israelis are being terrorized. They're living in bomb shelters, all because of the Iranian missiles. Bro, the game has changed. War has changed.
Well, I guess war's changed. Well, I don't know if it's changed, but yeah. I mean, I don't know. The Iranians agreed to the ceasefire. You know what I mean? So it kind of tells you where they're coming from. The Israelis were able to like literally decapitate the Quds Force, the IRGC, the Armed Forces General Staff. Like these guys are all dead. It's on Twitter.
So
You can
what?
see it.
So what,
Like,
bro? It's a country of 92 million. Don't fall for the propaganda. They could easily replace those guys. Easily. And they have already. You think if they kill all your general staff, America is going to fall? You don't think that they have guys waiting in the wings? What do you think?
not as competent. Like
No,
Salami was, yeah, not as competent. Like Soleimani was the beginning of this, but Salami, who replaced him, I know that's his real name. If you don't believe me, Google it. Like these are guys that were seasoned from the Iraq-Iran war. Like they were seasoned. They were part of the 100-year plan that connects to the Mediterranean. Like all this stuff, right? Dude, the Israelis have wiped these motherfuckers off the map, which is what they did with Hezbollah, what they did with Hamas. Like they killed Nasrallah, for Christ's sakes.
There's no question that they have superb intel, and they even had men inside Iran. That's irrelevant, bro. After they killed them, nothing changed. They were still bombing. They're doing accurate bombings, and they're raining down hell on Israel. Israel is the first time it got a taste of its medicine, of its own medicine. The first time in history.
The world, hey Verda, there are very few actual military heroes, but the world's full of absolutely ram full of military analysts.
Look, you can't lie. The facts on the ground are so. The Israeli. Oh, did you know this? Check this out. The Israelis have stopped their citizens from leaving the country. The society is so terrorized that the ones that have American passports and European passports, they want to get the hell out of there. Once they saw apartment buildings being bombed, they got the taste of what terror is for the first time. What they've been doing to the Palestinians for 70 years, they got a taste of that, and they all want to leave. And guess what? The government is not allowing them to leave. They shut the border. I don't know if you guys are aware of what's going on. Really?
I don't know where you're going with it. Like they stopped commercial flights and stuff. Like all of this was security precautions, but Essie, I'm telling you, like the Iranians, like their missile barrages, like that's their only way to exert influence on Israel. They can't fly there. They can't send ground troops. They have a limited supply about it. That's why the Israelis are targeting what they're targeting. Like, dude, Iran is not a fucking Iran is a paper tiger. That's what it is. Like they fucking will sit there and they'll force people into these protests and chant these things because they literally force them into it and then record it. But the Iranian people don't want this shit. The Iranian government's not capable of it. And the Israelis literally just fucking decimated the entire chain of command across all of their branches of the military. So like I get it, man. Like there's some fear or whatever from like the news media or whatever. But dude, they're nothing compared to the fucking Chinese. And they're probably, I won't say they're nothing compared to the Russians because the Russians are slightly worse than the Chinese, but like it's I don't know.
Well, I'm not comparing them to the Russians. By the way, the Russians right now are the top ground military force. No question. I don't think there's an army on earth that can challenge
SC
them.
thinks Russia could beat the United States military.
Right now on the ground, you stand no chance against them. Yeah, they'll wipe your ass for real. The warfare that the experience they have now with drone warfare, they got 1.5 million men on the ground trained. First of all, you can't get your men over there, and if you did, I think you would lose. Yep, I think you would lose, honestly.
Do you think we're not training at all? Do you think we're just sitting back and letting time go by?
There's one thing about training, and there's another thing about experience. Russia has 3 years of drone warfare under their belt. You can't match that right now, bro. You simply cannot match that. And that's assuming you can get your men on the ground to match 1.5 million men. How do you think you're going to get your men over there? You think the Russians are going to let you sail on through? Like, you got to think this through, guys. You really got to think this through.
And there's no reason to go to war with the Russians.
Exactly. There is no reason except that you're supporting Ukraine.
Well, and I think that's dumb. I think it's stupid. Like, they need to literally just have a fucking deal at this point. But yeah, there's no
You're on
point
the wrong side of that war. You're on the wrong side of the war with Iran. You're on the wrong side of the war with Gaza. You're just on the wrong side of everything, it seems.
Well, I won't say we're on the wrong side of Iran or Gaza.
Oh, really? You support killing women and children with your tax dollars? You really believe that?
Well,
I support taking out terrorist regimes is what I support.
So do I, but you support, while you're doing that, raising a whole city. Have you seen Gaza? Have you seen what they've done to it with your bombs?
That's where Hamas hides.
You're seriously, you don't really believe that, bro, right? You seriously, you don't believe that you can bomb a whole nation because they have a few terrorists running amongst them. You tell me you don't believe that as a human being, bro. Please.
Well, what do you believe? What? I mean, believe what? Where'd you get your information on it from?
You haven't seen Gaza? You don't know that they're using your 500 bomb?
What's your argument against? That's where Gaza hides. That's where Hamas hides.
Not humane, bro. I know you don't mean that. I know you're just trying to be patriotic.
War is inhumane. It's awful. It's terrible. It's like sickening. I feel so sorry for those children and innocent citizens, but it's those sick fucks that go in and raid a fucking outdoor concert and just start shooting innocent people for no reason. Yeah, those fuckers, they need to be skint hanging from a tree.
I agree with you, but let's say there was a few of those fuckers in New York, right? Does Canada have the right to carpet bomb New York? Because a few of them might be hiding in the metro systems? Like, listen to what you're saying, bro. You're falling for Zionist propaganda. I know you're a better man than that, Left Lane.
No, I do hate the war. I can't support anybody killing innocent people. And
well, that's what your government is doing, bro.
The whole thing in Middle East, the whole thing over there is just crazy to me. I don't understand why fucking reasoning, thinking adults can't come to some sort of peaceful conclusion to that instead of, just killing innocent women and children in the name of their God or so that they can go to heaven. I don't know.
Yeah, the thing is, if they want to do it amongst themselves, fine, but they're bringing in the good American people. Right now, America is not liked, and I'm putting that lightly. It's more like hate. The majority of the world hates your government, bro, because they see them for what they are. You're the only ones that are not seeing this, right? This is like the jig is up. The whole world knows that you're supporting an apartheid government. You can slice it and dice it any way you want, bro. The jig is up. The whole world is onto this. And now you're bombing Iran? Like, helping that tyrannical government? Like, you're lost, bro. You're like, I don't know how to, like, if you guys can't see that, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, so I am not one that like supports the scale and scope of Israel into Gaza, right? I will say, like, if you ignore the history of both, well, the Iranians, the Lebanese Hezbollah, and then Hamas itself, the Israelis were kind of forced into this. And this is just being empathetic, not sympathetic to their perception and their reason for doing this, right? But like,
Wrong, Verdak. Wrong, brother. This was a plan
I'm
from the
just saying,
80s.
well, what I'm saying, yeah, all that history, brother, like all that history, right? So like it's very easy to say like, oh, they're doing the genocide and all this other shit. Like I get it. There's arguments for that. But I wouldn't take their argument out of the table and then try and put yourself in their shoes. Because when ever since you created the nation finally, that people were calling for the death of that nation and the eradication, not the dislocation, not hey, go move over here. No, like the eradication of you as a people. I don't know. How would you react? You know what I mean? And October 7th was a catalyst, man. That's why we kind of just started grabbing our popcorn in Western, the Western the Western world, really, and watching the Israelis do their work. That's why they prepared for it, Essie.
That's what you call selective history, bro. Selective history.
It's not
You know what
selective.
the Nakba is? Have you heard of the Nakba?
Yeah, I get all that. Like, it's not selective. I'm just saying. All I'm doing is just like it's just an empathetic view, putting yourself in someone else's shoes. That's it. The other side,
They don't have the shoes. They don't have the right to those shoes, bro. This is what I'm trying to tell you. Do you know what the Nakba is? Just please say yes or no.
I do, and I'm also one of the ones that will admit that Palestine was a Palestine before this. Like from their perspective, you can totally do the same thing, right? But there's one thing that the Jews didn't do. The Jews didn't call for the eradication of the other people. They didn't do that. You can't find
Yeah,
that in
they
history.
did. And they eradicate, bro. I mean, I don't think you know your history, bro. Do you know that they displaced 750,000 people from their homes forcibly? Do
That's
you know
displaced.
that, bro?
It's not eradication, SE. That's the
Oh my
difference.
God, man. I mean, I don't know. I'm just gonna start getting frustrated from now on. I mean, if you don't see that, bro, I'm sorry, but you're just inhumane, bro. You're
It's
just
wrong.
inhumane. You're following the Zionist propaganda. If you don't see what I'm talking about, what the whole world sees, you are part of the problem, sir. I'm sorry.
But the whole world don't see it, SE. That's why everybody disagrees with you. Everybody disagrees with what you say. Don't you see that?
No,
It's
just you
not.
guys. You are the only people. You are the only people that disagree with that. If you go to any other sane individual in any bar, any cafe, go outside of your world, bro. And the whole world knows the story, except Americans.
Well, Essie's like, don't beat up Essie because he's right. Like, I'm agreeing with you on this. It was wrong. It was wrong. The difference is dislocation versus eradication. That's what that's where I'm drawing the line, SE. I'm not saying either side was right. Like, this is a terrible situation. It shouldn't fucking happen. And there, like, guys like I should not fucking exist, man. I shouldn't have to be in the military. You know what I mean? Like, as human beings, we should just be able to fucking just live with each other, respect our ideas, and not shoot guns at each other. But guys like I exist because fucking we haven't figured this shit out yet. And eventually, hopefully, I pray that we will. But like,
You never will,
eradicate.
bro. You know what it is? I'll tell you what it is straight out, right? Sorry to offend anybody. America is the bully. Okay? There's no question about it. The whole world knows this. Now, a bully, if you remember in high school, there's only one way to get through the bully, right? How do you stop a bully? That's right. You got to do it the hard way. And the only way you guys are going to learn, I'm sorry, I love you guys, you're Americans, you're my brother, but your government is an arrogant piece of garbage, right? They throw their weight around the world. The only way you're gonna understand is when you get a slap. That's the only way. I'm sorry to say this, but that's the only way it's gonna happen.
Maybe I should clarify something. When I said that nobody agrees with USA, what I meant was when you say that Russia can defeat America, when you say Iran can defeat America, when you say all these things can happen and America can't, is not going, that's just wrong. And also, you need a bully big enough to whoop the bully. And so far, there's nobody around the world big enough to whoop us.
Well, China is preparing a big slap for
Not
you.
even China.
I hope it doesn't, bro. I hope it doesn't. But you're gonna get a big slap coming soon.
At the conclusion of the Second World War, the Americans could have occupied most of Europe and taken over and made it part of America. And they didn't do that. It was one of the first times that's ever happened where the winner in a war doesn't occupy and overthrow the defeated enemy. They could have done that.
Yeah, this is true.
And they did not do that. Where are they occupying? Where they have military forces and they have taken over parts of the world and then are ruling it like colonized. Where's America colonized?
They didn't do it colonizing style. Well, some of them they did. You know how many bases America has around the world?
Yes, the number of places that America is protecting.
Protecting?
From communists and Islamists.
Oh my God, man! I'm talking
like the entire.
It includes Canada, my friend.
Like
America protects the world's waterways. All of the world's waterways are protected by the United States military, by the United States Navy. The United States Navy is the reason why goods can make it around the world without being robbed and destroyed constantly. We literally almost do the full brunt of the protection of the waterways around the world.
Man, are you gonna be in for a rude awakening, bro? And it's gonna be in your lifetime. You're gonna be in for a rude awakening.
Are you wishing death on America like Iran?
There they go. There they go. When I warn you, no, I'm not wishing that. I'm telling you ways of you not to die if you keep up this bullying stuff around the world. Right now, the whole world is against you. You just don't see it. You're just full of propaganda. You don't understand the hate. You don't understand, and you're talking right through me because I know it's pretty hard for you to hear what I'm trying to say. But
I'm not American, so
you don't understand what the rest of the world is thinking right now. You just don't get it.
You're speaking to the people in here as if they personally are the ones who are going and doing these things.
Don't try to play games with me, bro. I'm talking about the government.
Okay, so
what about Iraq? Is Iraq our enemy?
Look what you did to Iraq. Look what you did to Syria. Look what you did to Lebanon. Everywhere you go, you cause death.
Yeah, Iraq. We took out Saddam Hussein, and now they're our buddies. Now they like us.
I know it's hard for you to hear your empire falling. Look what you did to Afghanistan. Who runs Afghanistan now? You went to help Afghanistan, right?
Yeah, we evacuated in Taliban. We evacuated and Taliban took it over.
Yeah, you tucked your tail behind because they whooped your ass. You understand that?
That is not true. That's absolutely not fucking true.
If you keep doing like that, I will advocate for Canada being the 51st state.
Everywhere you go, you cause death and destruction. The only people that don't see it is you, the American people.
Let me ask you a question, Essie. What allies do you have that could stop America from taking over your country? From just walking in there and taking it over?
We're nothing next to America.
But what would stop us? Who would stop us?
Why are you asking such a silly question?
Well, because you're referring to us as if we are the ones who are doing it, and you're saying you are going to learn and you're going to do this.
No, I'm saying the American people,
I don't understand where that's
especially you guys, are ignorant of the facts of what the rest of the world is thinking of you.
The rest of the world just goes along with whatever the left-wing media says.
What?
So the left-wing media, just because it's Trump, then they're just going to say, I mean, we can't even get rid of people who are here illegally without the media freaking out and inciting people to violence. So the left-wing media is just telling
Simply just
people.
don't understand what I said, man. Do you understand that America is an empire? Do you understand that, first of all? Do you believe America is an empire?
No, I don't believe America is an empire because it didn't take over Europe. It hasn't taken over Canada, which it could easily, very, very easily do.
You should not be in this conversation if you don't know that. I'm sorry. It's that simple.
Well, you should understand that we could take over Canada and replace it with our own government. We could do that extremely easily, but we don't.
What does that have to do with you, with America trying to be the homogeny of the world, doing unspeakable acts? Like, for example, you started a war in when was El Salvador for a banana company. For a banana company. Why are you interrupting me every time I speak, bro? Do you have a Twitch or something?
Just because you're saying you and no one in here started any war.
I'm talking about America, bro. Do you understand when I say you, I mean America, the American government? Is that hard for you to understand? Not the American people. I love the American people. Is that clear? So now that that's clear, the American government, you guys, for 70 years, the American government has been waging war and pillaging the whole world. Do you understand that?
Well, I will just say, like, a lot of SE's arguments coming from a guy that's in the government, they're not wrong. They're not. And there's differing opinions on that stuff. What I will say to USC is, like, we weren't the only ones, and like that's where, you know, competition comes in, because we're not the crisis conflict, right? It's always competition. So
No,
if you look at
the crisis, you are the ones that make the crisis and fix the crisis. It's just a fact, and it's not just you. Britain was doing that before. Let me finish. Britain was doing that before. Every empire before that, the Ottoman Empire, the Greeks, the Romans, they all did the same thing.
But there was a difference.
Not just the Americans. It's just that you guys are just damn good at it. That's it.
Well, there was a difference though post World War II, right? And then the strategic competition ended up being the USSR versus the United States, which honestly, I think FDR dying was a bad thing. And I think Truman fucking over Stalin is kind of like the reason why the world is the way it is. And communism was a bad thing. I mean, everybody knows that. I mean, I think we can all agree on that. The concept is good, but you know, we're humans, we're apes. We can't fucking do it. But I will say, like, it's not just America that does that stuff. And I would say, like, we have made mistakes, man. Like huge mistakes, right? I mean, I spent fucking 20 years in the Middle East, bro. I invaded Iraq. I fucking went to Afghanistan on the second rotation. Like,
all for nothing, bro. Look at those countries now. They're worse off than when you left them. Yeah.
Right. All of that was all of that, if you think about it, was probably not the right way to do things. But like, it's not being evil, right? This is what nation states do. Russia's doing this. That's why they invaded Ukraine, right? And then nation states do this internally. Well, I'll finish with this, brother. Then you can go. Nation states do this internally, which is why the Chinese are exterminating the Uyghurs. You know what I mean? So, like, again, I go back to like the human apes fucking thing. Like, we're humans and we're apes, and we fucking haven't figured out, you know, past this.
Yeah, it's human nature, bro. I'm not blaming anybody. I'm just putting the facts down. And all this has led to where we're at right now. America is on the wrong side of every single war. Like the Ukraine, you're on the wrong side. Iran, Israel, you're on the wrong side. Supporting, you're the only country that votes for apartheid, man. And I know the American people are they don't support that, right? But your government does. You're the
Why?
only people that supports an apartheid state, man. Do you not understand that? For the love of God, man.
Well, hold on.
So,
Hold on.
so if he had to pick between Israel and Iraq, would you support Iraq? Death to the
See, that's
Medica.
a dumb question, bro.
No, that's a good. It's a straight up question. Do you support? If you had to pick between the two, which one would you support?
Of what? Of what? What? Say that
That's
again.
not
Israel
well,
or Iraq or
Lefland,
Iran, rather?
Israel or Iraq?
that's not what he's
Israel
saying.
is a apartheid state, bro. I would never support Israel. I would support any country above Israel right now.
So
There
you
is
would
no
support
country.
death
Hold
to
on.
death to
I'm
the
not
West.
done.
You would support death to the West.
I'm not done. Israel is an evil apartheid state that kills women and children indiscriminately and has them in a jail for 70 years. So I would never, ever support a government like that.
What about SE? What about Hamas and Hezbollah? Same question.
And Hezbollah is a product, and I'm not making excuses for them. They're terrorists, they're evil. They wouldn't exist if the Israelis didn't go there and steal their houses and put them in an open air prison. That's a fact.
That's not necessarily true, Essay, but I have a question. There are a couple of things. Red Cloud Media, when you said that Iran says death to America, I know everyone knows, we're not talking about people. We're literally talking about the government. No one in Iran, including myself, no one, I'm Iranian as an Iranian. We never ever support that. It's just what government says is propaganda. Verdak would probably know where I'm going with this, okay?
Yeah.
And also, Cole mentioned something quite interesting. He said, all the Islamists in Middle East and whatnot. Was there any issue in Middle East prior to 1979 or 1978? Before that, Middle East was beautiful. Speak to anyone around that time. Middle East was beautiful. 1978. Lebanon has a nickname of being the bride of Middle East.
The Riviera, that's right. Lebanese Riviera.
You got all countries, and it was beautiful. A revolution happened, and whose fault was it? Out of interest,
The Americans.
Who was the biggest? That's
And the
the
British.
thing.
Yeah.
Well, American was mainly because Shah was the only person in the history was able to sanction US. In 1977, 1978, he sanctioned US, which no one else had the power to do so, but he was powerful enough, and it was too much for his time. But do you agree a lot of problems in Middle East started off by removing Shah? And when Shah was removed, a lot started to happen afterwards. And what was the replacement was a puppet / Khomeini.
No, the Shah was the puppet.
Shah was never a puppet. I can happily send you an interview. If Shah was puppet, why was CIA profiling him? Is the question.
The Shah of Iran, the guy that the CIA put in, he wasn't a puppet.
Yes. No, but why would CIA profile him? Why would CIA profile him? Or would CIA have a profile on him? And have you? I will send you. There's an interview and of him, and everyone knows. I will put it in YouTube. I will put a link into it so everyone can see. Not necessarily wasn't part because he was going against what US almost wants. Even after he left the country.
Bro, like, is it me or is he low?
Is it better now? Or?
Well, you're low, but yeah.
Okay, hang on a second.
I know where you're going with this, and I want you to finish this point with SE. But yeah, you're kind of low. Maybe just put your voice or put your mouth next to the mic.
Is it better now?
Yeah, that sounds better.
Okay, perfect. Sorry. So my point is this, okay. A lot of, like, when what SE says, I'm not necessarily agreeing, but again, US had a massive part, wrong choices in Middle East and caused all the drama you see right now. That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
Okay, do you agree that before the 1979?
Real quick, Essie, explain the point that you were making, because I don't think SE heard it, about Israel and Iran not being natural enemies. And it all has to do prior to the Shah. Can you re-explain that point, Hammer Eyes,
Yeah,
please?
sure. No, go for it. So, Shah wasn't necessarily a massive fan of Israel, but he didn't have any issues. He was clever enough to be friends. But again, there was an interview of him saying, your relationship with Israel, and he just turned around and said, we're not doing much. We're just doing $3 or $5 million a year, nothing. The country such as Iran doing $3 to $5 million a year business with Israel is nothing. But he was friendly. He was at least would keep his relationship in a friendly level. He wasn't hostile towards them. It was basically trying to be clever and be clever about it. There was no They were not enemies, if that makes sense. Israel had the embassy in Tehran, vice versa, and had an embassy in Israel.
Yeah, they're not natural enemies, Essie,
They were not
at all.
natural enemies, no.
Okay, I have no qualms with that. But what do you think? First of all, you are aware that Iran pre-1979 was almost totally westernized, miniskirts, discos, drinking, the works, right? You're aware of that.
Yeah,
Is that
I'm
did you say
well
yes?
aware of that. Yeah. Yes,
Okay.
I say yes. Yeah.
Okay. So what do you think changed that? I'm wondering, in your opinion, what do you think changed that? What do you think that made them turn against that kind of lifestyle?
Nothing changed it. It was just a revolution happened. It was enforced after the revolution.
Yeah, but why did the revolution happen? Why?
Long history. Do you want me to sit and explain it? I can do it, but it's a long history. But make it short is Shah again was one thing, and also there was a bit of oil related. But again, there's another issue also. They were not sure how Shah would behave. Is he going to play balls, or is he going to be nationalist as he was? And he was trying to make Iran great, and that was not going down very well with
Who? Play ball
US and
and going down well with who?
one of them was US, because like I said to you, he kind of put a sanction against US, and that's 1977 if I'm not mistaken. That was to do with because what happened was one of the things US did was US increased the price of power, and then what Iran did was in return was just okay, since Shah was in charge of OPEC, he increased the price of oil drastically, which caused a lot of problem with caused a lot of issues for US.
US again, right? Notice you're saying US in
US
another.
and Europe, but Europe, but mainly US, but Europe too. Yeah, like UK was hit massively.
Yeah, with the BP, British Petroleum. That's it.
No, but
So,
that's no
British
British wait. That's different time. That's different time zone. British Petroleum is 1953 or not 57. That's the coup d'état of. That's a different story, which again was orchestrated by US. 1953 or
Exactly.
57.
Again, US. You notice the similar, like the name that keeps coming up here, and a country that doesn't belong in another country. You notice the similarities here now, right? So it's the meddling of your country by other foreign powers that caused all of this. And it all had to do because your country wanted to call the shots for themselves, their resources, their oil, their everything. They wanted to be Muslim, that's their thing. They wanted to be Zoroastric, that's their thing. And the United States had no business in there, neither did the British, neither did any other European country. You understand that, right?
You asking me?
Yeah, I'm asking you. Yeah.
Yeah. Like so I tried to explain it to you.
Okay, so we're in agreement. So it was the Americans and the British that ruined Iran, that made Iran change from miniskirts and discotheques and pro-Western to this abomination that we have now. Well, I don't even want to call it an abomination. That's their problem. They can do whatever they want in their country. I respect Iranians, just like any other people. They want to be Muslim, they can be Muslim. They want to be Christians, they can be. The point is, it's up to them and them alone. They're a country of 92 million people. Nobody but them should decide their future.
When you say them, who? People or the government?
Well, it's a combination of both, I would imagine. At this point, it's kind of hard because it's a theocracy, right? You know, we made a Western country with freedoms and laws. Now it's a theocracy. So, I mean,
I think his point is like the Iranian people don't want the Ayatollah in power. Like
that could be true. At any business of the American.
Well, yes, if we're going back to 79, and this is why I wanted him to explain that, because it actually solidifies your point about the mistakes that America's made in foreign policy, especially in the region of the Middle East. So, you know, but the Iranian people, like they don't want that shit. They're actually pretty peace loving. I have Iranian friends just in circles that I'm, in my professional life, and they're not that way. So I was just glad he could kind of explain it.
When we are not that kind of people, and like I said, the government we have has nothing to do with us. We're very hospitable people. We love guests, and
The problem with the Iranian government, SE, like I don't know if you remember Ahmadinejad, but he's a pretty prominent Iranian president, and he gave his speech, right? He gave this speech to